Xilian, an ordinary corporate drudge, is also an incurable devotee of his virtual self. In his youth he had long been disillusioned by the brutal realities of society. Since reality was beyond cure, he resolved to invest his entire body, mind, and fortune into the virtual realm of gaming. After work burdened by fatigue, he returned to his rented room and deftly powered up his computer, ready to launch Xing Tai for some relaxation, only to have a questionnaire suddenly pop up on the screen. Which character impressed you the most? What regrets lingered from your train journey? Do you prefer the male protagonist or the female? Which aspect of the game intrigued you the most? What improvements do you think Xing Tai requires? Over a dozen questions flowed by, as if they were tailor-made for him. Was it all that simple? As a two-dimensional youth with uncompromising values and an aesthetic guided solely by instinct, the very first thought that sprang to his mind was his favorite character, Xilian. With an excited flutter of his small hands on the keyboard, he unhesitatingly typed Xilian into the answer field of the first question. Moreover, he filled every subsequent answer with the words Xilian, as if the dozen questions had been crafted solely for his cherished favorite. It is said that as a top-tier devotee of Xilian, on the very day her gacha pool launched, he immediately summoned the character, and without hesitation spent on 10,648s to max out her constellation, even securing 2,000 bows. Yet after the satisfaction came an unshakable sense of discontent. Not to mention the overly extravagant official marketing for the character. What frustrated him most was that after the grand battle, Xilian's storyline abruptly halted, shelved by the officials. Though he knew well that the officials were surely brewing a grand stratagem, once Wang Faluosi was remade, a new storyline would likely emerge. Yet the thought of Wang Faluosi's fate left him feeling an emptiness, as though something vital were missing. Hastily he completed the questionnaire and clicked submit. Just when he thought he was about to enter the game normally, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted from above. Instinctively he looked up to see a massive square Redan-black locomotive head crashing through the ceiling, hurtling directly toward him. Before he could react, everything descended into darkness. When he came to his senses, Xilian found himself standing on entirely unfamiliar soil. Surrounded by a cluster of medieval-style architecture roughly the size of a small town, he noticed several tall windmills in the distance, slowly turning. They say that modes of transmigration in the world of Honfangio are myriad and peculiar, yet he never expected that this kind of celestial fortune descending could be so innovative. After all, he lived on the 8th floor. How could such fortune literally drop from the heavens and strike him on the head? It utterly defies fundamental physical laws. Amidst mounting confusion, he suddenly realized something was amiss. His viewpoint had dropped considerably, and his body felt unexpectedly light, unlike the version of himself once drained by the 996 grind. Instinctively he raised both hands, now delicate fair hands that glowed faintly with health. As he gently clenched a fist, he could feel a surge of vigorous energy coursing through him. That long-missed vitality made him feel as if he had instantly shed 20 years of age. Hurriedly he looked down to discover he was wearing a small purple windbreaker paired with a white pleated skirt, his bare feet treading upon soft earth, a sensation that felt profoundly reassuring. Could it be that I have transformed into he? Now she instinctively touched her lower body. Upon confirming the change, Xilian was overwhelmed by a mix of conflicting emotions. Yet as a top-tier corporate drone, she had long mastered the art of taking things in stride. Fortunately, hidden beneath the skirt were culottes, sparing her further embarrassment. Though her mind buzzed with unspeakable exclamations, her face remained serene. Turning around, her gaze fell upon a nearby building, and she strode towards it. Gazing into the reflection on the window, Xilian was struck dumb. There he saw a face he knew all too well, his beloved character Xilian, but now appearing far younger, barely around 8 years old. The diminutive figure, predominantly dressed in purple with shoulder-length pink hair and a white inner garment, bore no superfluous adornments, exuding an aura that was both adorably cute and subtly graceful. Have I really become the child version of Xilian? Indeed, he had always adored her, yet never imagined this would be his fate. The mere thought of that mysterious questionnaire dispatched by an unseen force made Xilian nearly want to slap himself. In a moment of mischief, he had filled every option with his adoration for Xilian, inadvertently transforming himself into her very image. What kind of absurdity was this? After a brief complaint, the girl sighed deeply at her reflection in the glass. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Then she mused that if the higher power could send her here, surely there must be a way back. Modern society is rife with internal competition and ruthless cruelty, especially for those hailing from rural origins. Regarding that world, Xiliang harbored no desire to return. With such overwhelming destructive force, even his study materials would likely be obliterated. Yet the thought of his still-living parents stirred a tender reluctance within him. Thankfully, he had a sister who could look after them in the future. The thought of his parents learning of his presumed demise troubled him as he worried about the toll it would take on their hearts. He wondered if there was any way to return. Since the higher power had managed to transport him here, its strength must have reached an extraordinary level. Observing his current form, Xiliang felt a spark of renewed anticipation. After all, he was now Xilian. In the game, he had once ascended to near-stellar deity status. If he could reclaim his full strength, shattering the dimensional barrier and returning to his original world might not be an unattainable dream. Perhaps there was also a system. With hope rekindled, Xiliang gazed at his reflection and smiled confidently. System initiate. The air remained silent with nothing unfolding. Undeterred, Xiliang stretched out his right hand toward the void and called in a crisp, sonorous voice, "System Dad, please come forth." "Where is my golden finger? Why has it not appeared yet?" "Sesame open." "Gugagaga." "What?" "Genshin." "Initiate." Xiliang fell silent. In the small village where passers-by were few and the dirt roads remarkably wide, 1 or 2 pedestrians ambled by. About a dozen villagers who had long taken note of Xiliang were busy with their own affairs, occasionally glancing his way. Now his series of bizarre antics left them frozen in place, utterly at a loss as to how to react. Ahem. Noticing the villagers' reactions in the glass reflection, Xiliang's small face flushed, and he brought his right hand, clenched in a feigned fist, to his mouth, regaining composure. The villagers, dressed in modern casual attire, couldn't help but scrutinize this little girl, whose style starkly contrasted with the village, as if she were a refined young noble, approaching with cautious distance. Seeing the girl turn her head, the villagers resumed their activities without a word. Xiliang surveyed them, noting their genuine simplicity and lack of ridicule, suggesting amiable communication. After a moment's thought, Xiliang approached a woman with a gentle smile. "Hello, Annie." With a voice as gentle as water, silky and delicate, Xiliang paused in surprise before continuing, "My name is Xilian. I seem to have lost my way. May I ask, where is this place?" "Oh my, what a cute little girl. I noticed you just now. So you were lost, huh? I always wondered how such a lovely child would appear in our village." The woman laughed heartily. "Little girl." Xiliang paused to readjust before mustering an awkward smile. Grateful that he could effortlessly use the language of this world, he felt a surge of relief inside. "Yes, may I ask, where is this place?" "Do you see those large windmills over there? As you can see, this is called Fengshe Village." "Are you coming from Wanqing?" "Wanqing? Yes, it is the capital of the Gaia Kingdom, and our Fengshe Village lies on its outskirts." Although he did not fully grasp the intricacies of the Gaia Kingdom, the name evoked a sense of déjà vu. Ancient memories began to assail his mind. Could it be that this is the world of One Piece? Goodness, it was even more astonishing than the spectacle of the Xingqiang train. Feeling the gaze cast upon him, Xiliang silently flipped an imaginary middle finger in his heart as an unspoken complaint. After discreetly asking for directions, he followed the way indicated by the woman and headed toward the tavern. That tavern, being the closest to the port and bustling with people, was the only place to gather further information. As a devoted enthusiast of anime, Xiliang had watched countless series over the years.
Leiluo replied, "If I do not cooperate with your Akatsuki, you will never obtain the 9 tails. You should now understand my—"
He knew well that the longest-running narratives among youth were One Piece and Detective Conan, having followed them since childhood. Decades had passed, and yet their stories remained incomplete. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had traversed into the world of One Piece. Suddenly, past memories rushed over her as she slowly recalled various plot points. Fengshe Village, Luffy, Xiankasi, Tavern, Owner Makino, and Kapu. Now it was August of the Hyuan calendar 1513, though she was unclear about the precise events of that year, remembering only the general storyline. Whether Luffy had encountered Xiankasi at this moment, or whether he had consumed the devil fruit, remained an unknown. He decided to verify first. Encountering these characters would confirm exactly when he was. On a leisurely afternoon in Fengshe Village, as sunlight lazily bathed the coast, Xiliang, with her short little legs, navigated the familiar alleys and discovered the modest roadside tavern. Pushing open the wooden door, a blend of fruity aroma mixed with the scent of ale greeted her. Behind the bar, the tavern owner Makino, with a towel tied around her and sporting dark green hair, was polishing glasses. Upon seeing a little girl peering in, a gentle smile immediately graced her face. "Little sister, did you come alone? What would you like to drink?" Chen Xiliang climbed onto a high stool imitating a child's tone as she sweetly asked, "Hello, sister, do you know about the red-haired pirate crew? Are they still in the village?" Makino's hand paused momentarily before she sighed softly. "The red-haired pirate crew. They left Fengche village 6 months ago and set sail." The red-haired pirate crew shared deep bonds with the villagers of Fengche village. The residents felt no fear towards them and coexisted harmoniously, with children often gathering around Xiankasi. Thus Makino replied naturally without a second thought. Indeed, Chen Xiliang silently deduced that since Xiankasi had long departed, it meant that Lu Fei must have already received the straw hat from him, now wholeheartedly racing toward his destiny as Pirate King. Based on the timeline, Lu Fei had likely sworn brotherhood with Aic Sabo and the others long ago. The Pirate King was the freest soul upon these seas, to explore the unknown and embark on adventures without restraint. This very freedom made Chen Xiliang suddenly think of pioneering. Xilian had once longed to board the Xingqiang train and travel with nameless wanderers to explore new horizons. Alas, that dream had not been realized before she was gone. Reflecting on Lu Fei's journey in the animation, wasn't that in its own way another form of pioneering? Perhaps I could take her place and embark on a different path of pioneering. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Yet a very real problem loomed. Now confined to the body of a little girl, he was homeless and had not a penny to his name. Surely he couldn't be forced to sleep rough on the streets. Chen Xiliang's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Raising her head, she pleaded in the most pitiful yet obedient tone, "Sister, I am lost, unable to find my way home, with nowhere to go and not a penny to my name. Could you take me in? I can help out. Washing dishes, cleaning tables, serving drinks, anything at all." Makino, observing the tiny figure before her, felt her heart melt. Loving children above all, she hardly hesitated and nodded. "Of course, little one. From now on, this will be your home." And so Chen Xiliang began working at the tavern that very day. Though she appeared as a little girl inside, she was very much an adult. Drawing on years of worldly experience combined with an irresistibly adorable appearance, she swiftly mastered her new work. Though she possessed no inherent Mingtu power and was but an empty slate relying on Xilian's extraordinary golden lineage and memory, she effortlessly identified and mixed drinks. She quickly established her footing behind the bar. Impressed by Xilian's remarkable dexterity, Makino entrusted the inner tasks to her while she began attending to the front. After all, having the young Xilian serve the burly patrons every day was almost too heart-wrenching. 3 days later, at midday that day, sunlight filtered through the windows into the tavern, yet it did little to draw in customers. Inside, the place was quiet with only a few patrons. Xilian sported a purple bandana on her head, an orange apron over a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and shorts, all paired with indoor sandals. Standing behind the bar with a clean cloth in hand, she meticulously polished each glass. Under the lights, the glasses gleamed softly as her movements grew increasingly skillful and composed. At that moment, the tavern's double wooden door was rudely pushed open from the outside, with a resounding bang against the wall, causing the door frame to tremble slightly. 2 small figures entered in succession, carrying with them the refreshing scent of an ocean breeze. "Sister Makino, I want a drink." The first to burst in was a boy who, upon entering, shouted at the top of his lungs, his booming voice almost overwhelming the tavern. That was Lu Fei. Shortly after, another slightly taller boy arrived, speaking in a steadier tone, "Sister Makino, we have come to see you." This was Aic. Lu Fei and Aic. Xilian recognized them almost instantly. Both wore simple t-shirts and shorts. Lu Fei bore a conspicuous thin scar below his left eye, and a distinctive straw hat was tied to his back with a rope. He appeared to be around her age. With black hair and freckles on his face was Aic. In both height and age, Aic was evidently taller than both her and Lu Fei, exuding a more composed demeanor. "Huh, who are you? Where is Sister Makino?" Lu Fei ran swiftly, dashing to the bar and plopping down in just a few steps. However, when he looked up, he discovered that behind the bar stood not the familiar Makino, but a strange pink figure perched on a stool, leaving him utterly puzzled as he blurted out. Aic also turned his gaze toward the bar, his face filled with confusion. "I am Xilian, and I've just started working here." Xilian set down the cup in her hand, offering a friendly smile as she blinked and sized up the 2. "Sister Makino is busy at the back. Who might you be?" "My name is Lu Fei." Immediately, Lu Fei pointed to his own nose, exclaiming with unabashed enthusiasm. Then in a calm and succinct tone, Aic added, "I am Aic. I have business to see Sister Makino." After a moment's thought, Xilian replied, "Sister Makino should have gone out the back door." "I understand." Aic nodded, then turned to Lu Fei, saying, "Lu Fei, you sit here for now. I'll go look for Sister Makino. All right, Luffy responded promptly. AIC then strode toward the back door saying, hello there, I want meat. And ale. Luffy, upon seeing AIC leave, immediately turned to Xilian, his eyes gleaming as he shouted. All right, Xilian replied while busily preparing drinks. However, amid her busy work, her gaze suddenly grew distant as she stared blankly into the void. In that moment, without warning, a translucent azure panel materialized in midair. The panel hovered in midair, radiating a soft glow with uncanny clarity. Xilian's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively glanced at Luffy beside her. Luffy was intently staring at the drink in Xilian's hand, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. Luffy, did you see a blue transparent frame? Xilian inquired tentatively. No, what is that thing? Luffy scratched his head, his face etched with confusion. Indeed, was it something only she could see? Refraining from further questioning Luffy, Xilian focused all her attention on the panel. Its glow flickered slightly before a clear line of text appeared. Upon contact with Luffy and AIC, the witness system is activated. Witness all historical scenes of this world, record them, and gain the power of memory. Current map, Fengshe Village 0. Memory, energy 5 foot. Witness. Record. The power of memory. In Xilian's mind, thoughts raced. Could it be that she was about to unlock the power of her memory destiny? That thought flashed across her mind, and her heart filled with excitement as the sudden appearance of the system brought her genuine joy. Yet she soon regained her composure. Her expression remained largely neutral, with only a brief pause in her actions before resuming as normal. It was merely the activation of the system, far from the time to celebrate. The system clearly stated witness and record. In other words, to truly earn the rewards, one must personally witness and record those significant historical moments. But which moments should be captured? Recalling that the system activated the moment Luffy and AIC arrived, Xilian harbored a hunch this system was inevitably intertwined with Luffy and his companions. As for exactly what to record, she resolved that it would require thorough study at a more opportune time. Unbidden, her thoughts drifted to the trio on the Xingqiang train, among whom San Yuechi had meticulously captured every step of their journey, with his camera preserving every moment without omission. Could the workings of this system be based on a similar principle? As she pondered, she continued deftly mixing drinks, the ice clinking crisply in the glass. At the same time, she activated the panel in the void with her mind, continuously familiarizing herself with the system. It was silent, responding only to mental commands to open or close. Gazing at the panel, she saw a map emerge dotted with several windmill-shaped icons. It was evidently the map of Fengshe Village. Xilian extended her finger and gently tapped in the void. The panel responded by shrinking the map and replacing it with a virtual book. The virtual book began to turn its pages on its own, each page flipping until it finally stopped on one page, revealing nothing but complete emptiness without a single word written. As I had written, it didn't quite match. She scoured the panel but found no tool resembling a pen. It appeared to serve as an album. Your drink is ready. Xilian gently pushed a glass of bright orange beverage in front of Luffy, then rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with eager eyes. Yeah, I'm going for it. Luffy eagerly grabbed the cup and tilted his head back to gulp down the orange liquid. However, after just one sip, his entire expression fell, his brows furrowing tightly. Why is it juice? Children shouldn't drink alcohol, you know. Xilian raised a finger, putting on a serious expression, though her lips slightly curled upwards. Why not? Let me drink it. Sister Makino always lets me have a little. Luffy insisted, staring at her with his a little. How much is that? It needs to be bigger than this cup. Isn't that more? Even though you're in good health, drinking too early can affect your development. My grandfather never cared about me. Never mind, I'll get it myself. Rubber. Watching Luffy start to rotate his right arm to gather strength, Xilian in the bar instantly understood his intentions and immediately focused, leaning slightly forward. Luffy's arm suddenly stretched, precisely reaching for the liquor cabinet behind the bar, but a delicate pale hand grabbed his arm, stopping him just in time. Phew. What a mess. Xilian wiped the sweat off her brow. Luckily, she understood Luffy's nature, otherwise the bar would have been in trouble. It's not over yet. Rubber double guns. Luffy was unwilling to give up and shook his other arm to grab the liquor cabinet again. This time, in his haste, he miscalculated and accidentally grabbed the cabinet instead, which started to shake violently. Xilian did not expect Luffy to dare to make a move and hurriedly jumped off the stool to press down on another cabinet. That was close. Xilian sighed in relief, but did not notice that a bottle of liquor on the top shelf had shaken and was about to fall. Bang! Crack! The bottle first hit Xilian's head, producing a dull sound followed by the crisp sound of it shattering on the ground. With her back to the bar, Xilian slightly lowered her head, standing motionless. The entire bar fell into silence due to the commotion, and all the patrons turned their gaze towards the bar. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please don't be angry, Luffy said, scratching his head and directly apologizing. The fact that you took the initiative to come learn from me is already significant. Next time you come, I will teach you some etiquette knowledge. Makino entered the bar. Really? That's good. Luffy laughed cheerfully, feeling relieved, yet he did not notice that Xilian's right hand had already formed a fist. When it comes to greetings, the most important thing is patience. The fact that you took the initiative to come learn from me is already significant. Next time you come, I will teach you some etiquette knowledge. Makino entered the bar with Ace, softly suggesting as they walked. Ace, following beside Makino, nodded with a smile, displaying a hint of confidence. He had specifically sought out Makino to learn how to greet people. After all, as Luffy's older brother, it made sense to visit and take care of the red-haired captain in the future. He had only learned a little as Makino was still on duty, so he would have to wait until next time to ask more. Makino returned to the bar, just about to take over, so that Xilian could rest, when she saw an extremely strange scene. Sister Makino, what happened? Ace also stared in surprise, following her gaze towards the bar. Luffy was sitting on the floor with a big bump on his head, diligently wiping the floor with a towel. Upon closer inspection, one could see tears shimmering in the corners of his eyes. Luffy. Ace immediately flared up, leaping onto the bar, his gaze sweeping over the entire bar like an eagle. Don't worry, your brother is strong. Let me teach him a lesson. Ace, no, it's my fault. Luffy lifted his head, wanting to explain something, but the words stuck in his throat as his gaze kept flickering towards Xilian, who was sitting at the bar with her chin resting on her hand. Xilian was gently watching this scene, remaining silent. I don't care about the reasons. If you dare to bully my brother, I will definitely seek justice. Who is it? Ace looked at the petite Xilian, and without a second thought continued to scan the bar. Seeing no one paying attention, he returned his gaze to Luffy with a confident smile. What? Are you afraid to say? Or are you worried that your brother can't win? No, Ace, let me handle it myself. Luffy said, wiping his tears dry after finishing with the floor. He ran up to Xilian and earnestly asked, how about it? Is everything okay now? I was careless just now, let's fight again. Fight? I don't know how to fight. Xilian tilted her head innocently. I don't believe it. Your punches hurt me just like my grandfather's. Ahaha, how could that be? I'm just a delicate little girl. Xilian smiled sheepishly. She didn't expect her punches to have such an effect. After all, Luffy was a rubber man who had eaten the gum-gum fruit and was not afraid of ordinary punches. Luffy, what happened? Did you hit my brother? Ace approached first, looking at Luffy, then at Xilian. He tilted his head, finding it hard to believe that the girl he had barely noticed upon entering could make Luffy. But looking at Luffy's expression, it was clear that it was this girl who had struck him. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. It was my first time hitting someone, and I didn't control my strength well. Xilian scratched her face, generously admitting her mistake. Reflecting on what had just happened, she felt she had acted impulsively. She didn't expect that Luffy would directly try to grab the alcohol. She didn't dislike children, but mischievous ones were different. The scary thing about mischievous kids was that they didn't know they were doing wrong. So she thought she should correct him immediately, forgetting her current identity. After all, Xilian was of noble lineage, and her base strength was not something ordinary people could match. To make Luffy truly realize the consequences of his wrongdoing, she stepped out from behind the bar, and under Luffy's confused gaze landed a solid punch on his head, knocking him to the ground. If you can't just end things with an apology after bullying my brother. What do you want then? Fight me. No way, you don't really want to fight a delicate girl, do you? You? What happened between little Xilian and Luffy? Makino timely interjected, cutting off. Xilian pointed to a nearby trash can. Everyone looked over to see shattered liquor bottles inside. I didn't do anything, Luffy said, his eyes darting around, pouting his lips, unable to meet Makino's gaze. Xilian raised her eyebrows. This guy was really bad at lying. Luffy, you're quite mischievous. You shouldn't be so impatient next time. Makino smiled, gently, not pursuing the matter further. You're still young, and drinking is indeed wrong. Little Xilian did the right thing as she did it for your own good. I understand. I'm sorry, Sister Makino, I won't do it again next time. Makino patted Luffy's head, and then looked at Xilian, smiling. Since everything is cleaned up, little Xilian can forgive Luffy now. Of course I'm not that petty. Monster. What did you say? Xilian suddenly heard Luffy muttering under his breath. It's nothing, Luffy pouted again, his eyes wandering everywhere. This guy. And Ace, don't fight with little Xilian, she is a girl. Yes. Ace complied obediently after being lectured by Makino, but his eyes were still fixed on Xilian. Was he really this obedient? It seemed unlikely Xilian could still see the fighting spirit in Ace's eyes. Clearly he was saying this to avoid losing face in front of Makino. She thought about how Makino cared for the brothers in the story. Makino was like a mother meticulously taking care of Luffy and Ace, slightly compensating for their childhood lack of maternal love. The only one who could make Luffy and Ace obedient now was probably Makino. "Well, I'm returning to work now," Xilian said as she turned to head back behind the bar. "Little Xilian, wait a minute." "Moi," Makino suddenly called out to Xilian. But the result was counterproductive. Luffy and Ace, lacking companionship, grew up listening to various stories from across the sea, and now their minds were full of thought. The system had not granted her any abilities, whether recording or witnessing. It all revolved around memory energy. However, after studying it for some time, she still did not know how to utilize the memory energy. Before long, Luffy and Ace approached one after the other. This was a plan set by Makino, allowing Xilian to teach Luffy and Ace the basics of etiquette. On the surface, Ace obediently listened to Makino, but inside he was still troubled by what had happened yesterday. He strode up to Xilian, crossed his arms, tilted his chin slightly, and his tone was filled with defiance. "I want to fight you. If you win, I want to pursue what happened yesterday, and will honestly learn from you. If you lose, you'll have to apologize to Luffy." Luffy, hearing this, felt a jolt in his heart, and instinctively wanted to remind him. Like her grandfather, Xilian was a true monster, and it hurt to fight against her. But before she could say anything, a single glance from Xilian silenced him. Xilian, hands on her hips, helplessly felt that Ace was beginning to become a handful. Although she now lived with Xilian's appearance, she never felt the need to replicate all of Xilian's traits, including her innate gentleness. At this stage, Luffy was the most mischievous, while Ace, in comparison, managed to maintain some stability and could play the role of the older brother well. However, apart from Makino, Garp, and Dayton, no one could truly make Ace obedient. Ace raised his chin and pretended to say, "I'll go easy on you." But Xilian still shook her head, saying she didn't want to fight Ace, she was just there to teach. Ace, seeing her dismiss him, anxiously blurted out a nickname. "Pink Fox, are you going to fight or not?" "Fine, but only this once." Xilian's eye twitched slightly, finally unable to hold back. She sympathized with Ace's background and understood that a child without parental guidance would inevitably become a troublemaker, but being given a nickname by others. It was time to step in and teach Ace a proper lesson. Luffy seemed to think of something amusing, jumped onto a nearby log, sat cross-legged, and grinned widely as he watched the confrontation between Ace and Xilian, clearly enjoying the show. As the battle was about to begin, Ace took the initiative, fists clenched. Among children of the same age, Ace was undoubtedly the strongest, with punches that were both fast and fierce. Unfortunately, with just the innate strength from her golden bloodline, Xilian far surpassed him in speed, power, and reaction. Every move Ace made was crystal clear to her, as if it were in slow motion. Despite using all his strength, Ace couldn't even touch the hem of Xilian's clothing. Meanwhile, Xilian simply threw a punch without any embellishment. Ace had no time to react before her fist landed on his face, sending him flying to the ground. The battle was almost one-sided. "Huh!" Luffy burst into a hearty laugh. Ace, sulking, sat on the log with his arms crossed and a noticeable bruise on his face, shooting a resentful glare at Luffy. "You stupid Luffy. You could have at least warned your brother." He silently added a new nickname for Xilian in his mind, Super Strength Pink Fox. He never expected this seemingly delicate person to possess such terrifying strength. After teaching Ace a lesson, Ace was willing to admit defeat and sincerely apologized. Xilian instructed him not to use random nicknames anymore and to call her by her name. Ace pouted, refusing to agree. Xilian glared at him with her hands on her hips, but she wasn't genuinely angry. Ace was just like that, completely unaware of the meaning of politeness. Perfect. It was time to stick to her teaching plan and properly teach him how to treat others with respect. Xilian's etiquette class officially began. With her adult soul, teaching the two little kids was incredibly easy. She had Ace ask questions first, then answered one by one and demonstrated personally. After one round of questioning, she received nothing but predictably terrible answers. For example, when asked how to greet someone, Ace directly replied, "I'm Ace, who the hell are you?" When asking someone a question, say, "Hey, I have a question." Xilian shook her head, slightly glancing at Luffy beside her, unable to suppress a sigh. While questioning, Luffy also chimed in, but his answers were just as bad as Ace's. It was either "you idiot" or "who are you," and he even suggested they go dig a snake's den. Knowing their backgrounds, Xilian still asked, "Where are your parents?" "I have no family." Ace replied in a flat tone, as if he were talking about something unrelated to himself. "I have a grandfather, and Dayton and Ace in them." Luffy raised his hand high with a grin, his face beaming with pride. Ace glanced at Luffy, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. He thought of Luffy and Sabo, who had given him warmth he had never felt before. He had long realized his role as an older brother and was determined to give all his tenderness to this younger brother. My parents are long gone. Of course. Luffy still has Garp and Dayton. They are my family now. After saying this, there was a moment of silence in the air. I'm sorry to bring up bad memories. Xilian said softly, her tone carrying some regret. No need to apologize. Ace shook his head, his gaze calm. You want to ask why no one taught us etiquette right? That's the reason. All right. To express my apologies, I will seriously teach you. Xilian sighed slightly and solemnly announced. Time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, the evening glow had spread across the sky, painting it a brilliant orangey. The progress of the etiquette class was much smoother than expected. In just one afternoon, Ace had already grasped the basic etiquette skills. Although he still seemed reluctant, at least he knew what to do. As for Luffy, he had long since fallen asleep against the tree stump, drooling and sleeping soundly. Days passed, and Xilian successfully integrated into Luffy and Ace's lives, becoming thoroughly familiar with the two brothers. She often sat quietly by, watching them train and listening to their fiery and grand dreams. To set sail and become the Pirate King. Looking at the two little guys who wanted to become pirates, Xilian silently mourned for Garp, as they had already gone astray at such a young age. Luffy and Ace looked at Xilian, who thought for a moment and expressed her dream of going to the sea to find her. Luffy was happy, thinking their dreams were the same. Xilian shook her head secretly. What she wanted was exploration, not to be a pirate. However, she did not voice this lest it interrupt their enthusiasm. With similar dreams, Luffy and Ace began to frequently visit the bar to find Xilian and drag her out to train together. They even went to the mountains, where they met Dodon's family and experienced another kind of joy in mountain life. In the open training ground halfway up the mountain, Xilian watched Luffy and Ace spar. The outcome was predictable, with Luffy losing once again. Ace, expressionless, walked over to the nearby board, picked up a pen, and quickly drew another horizontal line to record his latest victory. In their battle records, Ace's victories vastly outnumbered Luffy's. Although Luffy lost more often than he won if he played normally, he could barely win a few rounds, mostly because Ace hadn't anticipated Luffy's sudden new moves. After all, Luffy was a devil fruit user, and the flexibility and extendability of his body were his greatest trump cards, but this also exposed many flaws, giving Ace dozens of opportunities. Fortunately, with Xilian's guidance, Luffy's fighting style underwent a qualitative leap. He no longer simply extended his arms to punch, but learned to stretch his legs, striking like a nimble whip, making his attacks more cunning. When his arms missed, he no longer awkwardly retracted them, but quickly converted his punch into a grab, seizing nearby stones or tree branches, fully utilizing the elasticity of the rubber fruit to pull himself forward instantly, quickly closing in on Ace and catching him off guard, earning Ace's admiration. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over Windmill Village. Beneath the great tree in the secret base, the campfire crackled and popped. Xilian had already grilled the meat to perfection, the aroma wafting through the air as fat dripped onto the charcoal, igniting a mouth-watering scent. She shared the grilled meat with the two people beside her, sitting together with Luffy and Ace, enjoying this simple yet warm dinner. Hey, Xilian, Ace suddenly spoke up, with his mouth full of meat, his orange eyes sparkling with curiosity in the firelight. Where exactly do you come from? Xilian paused slightly, then smiled gently, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. I got lost. My home is very far away, far enough that I can't find my way back. Ace did not press further, but changed the subject, pointing to the camera she carried with her. Then why do you love taking photos so much? Xilian's gaze softened as she looked at the camera in her hand, shining in the firelight. It was a cheap camera she had bought recently. She said softly, because I like to capture every moment. Every moment worth remembering. I want to witness it with my own eyes, and then preserve it. Just like now with both of you sitting in front of me, I want to capture this moment. She paused, lifting her head, her eyes bright and determined. My dream is to embark on an exciting and romantic journey of exploration, to see landscapes I have never encountered, and to experience stories I have never lived. Luffy and Ace fell silent, listening intently. With his mouth still full of meat, Luffy nodded vigorously, mumbling, that sounds super fun. Ace also rarely showed a warm smile, saying, we support you. As night deepened, time flowed slowly beside the campfire. Xilian looked at the two sincere and passionate faces, feeling a string in her heart gently plucked. She took a deep breath and began to tell a story from a distant world. Wingfolos. This was not just a story, but a foundation she laid for her own abilities. On the night she awakened the system, she studied it carefully in her room. The system could grant her the power of memory, but it had branches. Unlocking the power of memory was just the basics. There were also memory essence, energy, and memory spirits, and only by completing the unlocking could she truly use the power of memory. This power transcending the system of this world required her to lay the groundwork early. Long, long ago the black tide engulfed the entire world, and all things approached their end in despair. Thus 13 golden descendants embarked on a journey to save the world by igniting the flame. They aimed to restart this world. But igniting the flame has always been a journey of constant loss. In that long journey with no end in sight, life became as light as a feather, everything like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Luffy and Ace's expressions gradually grew serious, their breaths softening. At the journey's end, the golden descendant by E and Me finally saw through the truth of this world. Everything was merely a chess game meticulously orchestrated by the Ancient Ones. By gathering all 12 Titan flames and completing the so-called recreation, the Iron Tomb would break free, completely destroying everything on a conceptual level. No one could survive, no world could remain. Xilian's voice trembled slightly, but she continued. By E and Mimi refused to let this ending happen. Mimi used her life as the price, attracting a glance from the memory star god Fu Li, granting by E the authority to reset time. Thus, she paused, looking at the two pairs of bright eyes in front of her. The vast cosmic worldview captivated Luffy and Ace. They had never left this small island and had not even set foot on the Grand Line. The grand and magnificent background scenes Xilian described were beyond their imagination. But so what? They were still deeply moved by this story. How amazing! Luffy murmured, his eyes filled with longing. Those golden descendants must be incredibly powerful people. Yeah, Ace said seriously, although I can't imagine what that world is like. I believe that somewhere far away there really are such heroes igniting the flame. Xilian smiled, a warmth surging in her heart. It had been more than a month since she first met Luffy and Ace. During this time, Xilian often wandered around Windmill Village. She loved to use her cheap camera to document everything. This was her way of checking in. The fields, the ocean, the streets, and the smiles of Windmill Town were all captured by her. The cheap camera didn't take great photos, but she had already mastered the power of memory. Even without the camera, as long as she focused on remembering everything before her, the images would also be etched in her book. Taking pictures felt more instinctual. She wanted to treat every moment before her seriously and solemnly, and naturally, she didn't want others to doubt her. Now her memory ability had already unlocked both branches. The first branch ability was to generate memory essence images using the power of memory. These images resembled a clone made of memory essence, presenting a transparent structure similar to glass, when manifested exquisite yet fragile. The clone would generate and execute actions along the trajectory of Xilian's memories, but it lacked independent consciousness and could only operate tools according to the recorded behavioral patterns. If deeper actions such as combat were required, it had to be controlled by Xilian herself. The second ability was to summon memory spirits. Memory spirits are the heroes igniting the flame in Wingfellows, the powerful golden descendants. Xilian can summon them from the past using the power of memory. However, this ability has significant limitations. Relying solely on her own memory, it is challenging to reproduce the powerful golden descendants. She needs impressions, which means leaving an impression in others' minds, and then she can summon using their memories. The deeper and stronger the impression someone has of a particular golden descendant, the more powerful the memory spirit becomes. As for the first experimental subjects, they were naturally Luffy and Ace. After several days, Xilian finally finished telling the story of Wingfellows. The path of igniting the flame made Luffy and Ace's eyes sparkle like stars. That belief of pursuing dreams at all costs, even if it meant burning out oneself, was remarkably similar to their determination to set sail and become the Pirate King. Unfortunately, the ending of the story was not a complete one. The heroes igniting the flame and the pioneers ultimately defeated Lagus, bringing everything back to tranquility, and Wingfellows was forever sealed. Those golden descendants who had burned out their lives never returned. But Xilian knew they had not truly disappeared. Because someone remembered them, they would forever live on in memory. And she was the one who recorded everything. At the training ground halfway up the mountain, Xilian prepared to test her abilities. Her subjects naturally were Ace and Luffy. Ace stepped forward first. With a mere shift of Xilian's will, the power of memory coalesced into Mnemosyne essence, condensing in midair to form a towering figure. Before them appeared a tall, white-haired man of striking features, his face noble and serene, yet his azure gold eyes utterly vacant, devoid of life or awareness. He wore a flowing white robe adorned with subtle gray motifs, its hem meticulously outlined in golden thread. A broad black sash cinched his waist, from which hung a black ribbon fastened with a star-shaped metal clasp. Beneath the armor-layered cerulean cloaks billowed with regal austerity, imposing cold and profoundly commanding. So cool, both Luffy and Ace exclaimed in unison, eyes sparkling with awe. Ace instantly recognized him, the legendary protagonist by E from the Tales of Ouroboros. Alas, this by E stood motionless, eyes blank and soulless, a mere puppet strung by invisible threads. Even knowing it was only a construct, Ace dared not underestimate it. He steeled himself completely, gripping his pipe tightly, yet hesitated, refusing to strike first. Seeing his caution, Xilian willed the Bai E figure to attack first, yet its movements were sluggish, its punch effortlessly evaded by Ace. Not much to it, huh? Ace laughed as he swung the pipe in retaliation. Its impact against Bai E rang like iron on steel, jolting his palms with numbing recoil. Incredibly hard. Ace recoiled in shock. When the first blow failed to breach its defenses, he refused to yield, launching furious, relentless assaults. By the time he staggered breathless, the slightly displaced Bai E had already regained its footing, its robes immaculate, not a single crease marring its pristine surface. Realizing Ace could not pierce its defenses, Xilian calmly commanded Bai E to stand perfectly still, intending to probe the limits of both sides. Clang, clang, clang. Ace struck again and again, each blow yielding negligible effect. Finally, he called upon Luffy to join the assault. Luffy stretched his arms wide, harnessing rubber's recoil energy to deliver a powerful blow. Bai E staggered back just one step. Still barely any effect. Ace paused, thoughtful, then leaned close to whisper something into Luffy's ear. Luffy nodded and sprang into action. Luffy seized two nearby tree trunks with his elongated arms, transforming himself into a living catapult. Ace positioned himself before him, and with a sudden violent snap of Luffy's limbs, Ace was launched like a cannonball. Finally, he called upon Luffy to join the assault. Luffy stretched his arms wide, harnessing rubber's recoil energy to deliver a powerful blow. Bai E staggered back just one step. So it can be breached. Xilian blinked in surprise, then dashed toward where Bai E had been flung. Ace's strike had sent it flying 10 meters, crashing hard onto the ground. Clearly, the upper limit of Nemosenescence constructs was exceedingly low, barely capable of withstanding Ace's strength, yet their defensive resilience remained astonishing. Gazing at the faint crack marring Bai E's surface, though insignificant to the integrity of the Mnemosyne portrait, Xilian felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Bai E. I shouldn't have used you as a punching bag. Having now gauged the boundaries of both sides, the path for subsequent training crystallized clearly. Xilian ceased using Bai E as a target. She dissolved the portrait entirely, then wove anew a mechanical figure Laigushi, its chest hollowed with an ominous void. She addressed the two. Since together you overcame, Bai E, let us now test your individual limits. Unknown. The objective of this session was clear: each must break through Laigushi's defenses alone. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Xilian immediately recounted the origin of the portrait. Upon learning Laigushi's true identity, both Luffy's and Ace's pupils contracted sharply. Every calamity that had unfolded in Ouroboros, the grand deception, the masterful manipulation, had all been orchestrated by this very machine, a consummate, unrelenting antagonist. Rage surged within them. They lunged forward simultaneously, vying fiercely for the first strike, neither willing to yield. Despicable Laigushi, daring to trample upon heroes. Gomu Gomu. Twin guns. Utter scum, behold my righteous flame fist. Luffy hurled his arms 10 meters behind him before snapping them forward with explosive force. Ace darted forward and slammed a devastating uppercut into Laigushi's jaw. That flame fist, the name Xilian had coined during training, resonated so deeply with Ace that he adopted it, instantly committing it to memory. Watching Laigushi rocket 30 meters into the distance, nearly vanishing as a speck on the horizon, Xilian pressed a hand to her mouth, stifling laughter. She hadn't expected Laigushi to draw out their absolute peak techniques. Time passed. One morning, a naval warship anchored at the port of Windmill Village, and from its deck descended a broad-shouldered, flower-shirted elder. His name was Garp, a serving rear admiral of the Marines. Dismissing his subordinates, he headed straight for the local tavern, shared several drinks with Makino, and then hurried up the mountain without pause. The mountain bandit clan, the Dayton household. Waha, Luffy, Ace, did you miss your old man? Garp burst through the wooden door, only to find the Dayton family seated inside, staring at him with icy silence. Come to visit Luffy and Ace again. They're at the training ground. Go easy on them when you get there. Understood. You haven't changed a bit. Wait. As Garp turned to leave, Dayton called out. He glanced back, grinning broadly. What is it, Dayton? Did something happen to Luffy and Ace? Sabo is gone. Huh. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. What occurred? Sabo was killed by the world nobles. It began 3 months ago. Garp sat cross-legged before Dayton and listened in solemn silence to the tragic account, his gaze darkening with sorrow and weight. I see. It's all my fault. I wasn't there. How could I let such danger befall Luffy and Ace? His voice dropped thick with remorse. During his absence, the kingdom of Goa had convulsed. Revolutionaries emerged, the world nobles intervened, and Sabo fell. And he, the grandfather sworn to protect them, had been absent. Are Luffy and Ace still grieved? When I assess their recent training progress, should I go easy, or... But I rarely return. How can I resist spoiling them? Dayton shot him a sharp look. They've trained relentlessly, given what happened. Yet lately they've begun healing, and befriended a little girl. She's charming. Don't frighten her away when you meet her. Wah! They've truly moved past it. Excellent. I must thank that young lady properly. Garp slapped his knee and rose, striding boldly out the door. I'll go play with Luffy and Ace. Make plenty of food tonight. After training, they'll need a proper feast. Understood, just get going. Don't play them to death. Wah! Deep within the vast forest, sunlight filtered through the layered branches, casting dappled light spots. Luffy and Ace were each engaged in training on the open ground, sweat continuously sliding down their foreheads, yet neither paused in their efforts. After completing their respective training goals, the two of them instinctively dashed towards the ragged sandbags before them, unleashing their full strength with every punch. After more than 2 months of hard work, the brothers had significantly improved their abilities. Once they had to exert considerable effort to repel the ragged sandbags, but now they could each easily shatter them. With a full-force strike, they could break through the ragged defenses, followed by a flurry of punches as glass shards exploded everywhere. Watching as the sandbags quickly transformed into 2 heaps of sparkling glass debris, Xilian expressionlessly waved her hand, restoring the fragments. The 2 Ragas shakily stood back up as if nothing had happened. However, it wasn't long before the 2 Ragas were turned back into debris. Luffy and Ace grinned widely, looking at Xilian with expressions full of gratitude. Xilian shook her head with a smile. Ragas sandbags alone were no longer sufficient to meet the training needs of these 2. Although the memory clones were sturdy enough, they lacked an offensive power and could not keep pace with the current Luffy and Ace. The growth rate of these 2 was indeed astonishingly rapid. At this moment, both of them stared intently at her, their intentions unmistakably clear in their eyes. What they wanted to challenge next was themselves. I've already said it. I don't like fighting, let alone grappling with you 2. No matter how you plead, it won't work. Xilian said, hands on her hips, extending her finger with an unhappy expression. Please, right now, only you can help us, Xilian. Luffy, you know how lazy the pink fox is. Saying so much is just because she's too lazy to help us. Ace crossed his arms, grinning as he stared at Xilian. I think we need to push her a bit to give her some motivation. Oh, what are you planning to do? Xilian glanced at the 2 heaps of shattered Ragas on the ground, and then at the eager Ace, raising an eyebrow. After not having fought for a while, had the 2 little brothers hardened their bones? Naturally, I will help you train. Of course, I admit that I still have a gap compared to you, so quickly use your other ability. Could it be? Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. Under the direct gaze of the 2, Xilian smiled helplessly, her expression conveying, I've truly given up on you. Just to be clear, I still can't guarantee that I can summon him. Give it another try. Luffy and I have a deep impression of him. Ace urged eagerly. Yes. Xilian, let us see him in person. Luffy joined in the excitement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You 2 need to seriously recall. Xilian nodded, extending her hands. Okay. Luffy and Ace both focused intently, their expressions serious, as if they were trying to excavate every detail from their memories. The power of memory surged and gathered before Xilian's palms, a pure white energy slowly emerging between her hands. The moment the white energy orb appeared, the power of memory began to shape it, gradually revealing the outline of a tall figure amidst the light. Time passed second by second. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Xilian's face, while the seriousness on Luffy and Ace's faces began to fade, replaced by unmistakable disappointment. Still not working? Ace frowned. The impression power is still insufficient to fully summon him. However, being able to maintain a form is already progress. Xilian stopped her hands, staring blankly at the vague white silhouette before her, summarizing slightly. After such a long period of exploration, she had touched the threshold of the memory spirit ability. The memory spirit was not simply about absorbing impression power. Relying solely on the impressions provided by ordinary people made it difficult to reach the threshold required for summoning. Long ago, she had told many customers the story of Wang Fa Luo in a bar, hoping to accumulate more impression power. The situation had indeed gone smoothly, and by ES impression power had increased considerably. She once thought it was sufficient and attempted the first summoning, but ended up only summoning a white light orb, which quickly dissipated. Relying solely on the impression power provided by ordinary people was far from enough to summon a complete memory spirit. The impressions provided by special or more powerful individuals were purer and stronger. The impression power provided by just Luffy and Ace was enough to maintain the humanoid shape of the memory. Yet it only maintained a humanoid outline in place, lacking the vitality and aura characteristic of the memory spirit, thus not constituting a true successful summoning. As Xilian pondered how to explain this to the two, Ace had already turned his attention to her. Then why don't you personally practice with us, Xilian? You're much better than any Ragus image. Xilian shook her head repeatedly. Practicing my ability is enough. When you train, it's also like testing the limits of my ability, which helps me improve. If you want to fight, go find someone else. Ace was relentless, turning to Luffy and whispering, Luffy, do you want to win against Xilian once? Luffy's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously without hesitation. Of course. All right, let's go together. The two hit it off and decided to team up against Xilian. Xilian was exasperated by their sudden enthusiasm. How could Luffy and Ace still want to challenge her? It was all her fault for being too quick in their first encounter, not leaving them with any face. As for actually engaging in a fight, she would rather not. After becoming Xilian, she unconsciously began to care about her image. Just mingling with Luffy and Ace was already quite good, but the thought of getting dirty from fighting them made her frown. While racking her brain on how to refuse, Xilian caught a glimpse of a tall figure emerging from the shadows of the trees, not far behind Luffy and Ace. The cerulean eyes suddenly shifted and Xilian's troubled lips momentarily curled up, quickly replacing it with a pitiful expression, her voice trembling. You can't treat me like this. I'm just a powerless girl. Off. Ace and Luffy froze in unison, then together pulled down their faces, casually pinching their noses while looking at her sideways. Do you think we would believe that? Not acceptable, showing such an expression to a lady. Xilian instantly dropped her pitiful act, hands on her hips, looking very displeased. Super strength. Xilian, I just want to know how much distance is left between us. Also, don't rely too much on your devil fruit abilities and neglect your physical training. Ace crossed his arms, his tone becoming a bit more serious, no longer pressing her. Hearing that from you is quite peculiar. Remembering that the person who relied most on the devil fruit abilities and truly neglected physical training was Ace himself, Xilian couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ace squinted his eyes. It's nothing. Are you really going to fight me? I don't know how to. Xilian deliberately changed the topic. Ever since I lost to you last time, I've been itching for a rematch. Let's challenge you again today. Luffy clenched his fists, his face filled with fighting spirit. I want to challenge you too. You have to practice with us today, no matter what. Ace chuckled in agreement. Ace gave Luffy a look, and Luffy understood, stepping aside. The two of them stared intently at the uncertain expression of Xilian, as if they would force a fight if she disagreed. Who are you going to fight? Of course it's the pink fox. A deep, rough voice suddenly emerged from behind. Ace instinctively replied, but then his face changed drastically, as if he were being watched by some ancient beast, cold sweat instantly covering his entire face. Luffy's expression wasn't any better, also drenched in cold sweat. The two stiffly looked up at the tall figure that had appeared behind them. The newcomer was an exceptionally sturdy old man with a scar at the corner of his left eye and gray hair. His eyes were deep in shadow, making his emotions unreadable. Grandpa. Old man. Luffy and Ace exclaimed simultaneously. While I wasn't here, you actually started bullying little girls. It seems you've been poorly trained. Carp's voice was steady, his fingers cracking ominously against the ground, sending shivers down the spines of both Luffy and Ace. We didn't. Luffy stammered. No, old man, don't believe her. Pink Fox, you actually schemed against us. Ace was halfway through his explanation when he finally realized why Xilian had suddenly changed her attitude, and he couldn't help but glare fiercely at her. Xilian blinked innocently. You little girl with your slender arms and legs, how could you want to fight her? Come, let me see the results of your training. Carp, without further ado, grabbed Luffy and Ace by their collars, turning to walk deeper into the forest, not forgetting to glance back and give Xilian a smile. Little girl, wait for me. After I finish teaching these two fools a lesson, I'll come back to apologize to you. Staring blankly as Carp dragged the struggling and noisy Luffy and Ace into the depths of the forest, Xilian fully anticipated their fate. Carp was about to start loving them again. And because of her earlier performance this time, he likely wouldn't hold back. Xilian's lips curled slightly as she sat down leisurely, happily checking the system. At the moment Carp appeared, the system prompted a message: encountered an important character, memory energy increased by 2. Boom. The earth trembled violently, as if the entire island was roaring. Towering trees fell one after another, raising clouds of dust, and mixed with the sounds of screams that made one's scalp tingle. The astonishing noise continued for quite a while before it gradually subsided. Xilian stood at the edge of the forest, her feet seemingly rooted, lacking the courage to step into the chaotic scene to assess the situation. She could only clasp her hands together and silently pray in her heart, "Luffy and Ace, you must come back alive." "Paha. So it turns out you were just practicing with the little girl. I misjudged you. Little girl, your name is Xilian, right? What a lovely name, just as adorable as a person." In Dadong's house, Carp sat cross-legged in the middle, one hand scratching his head, laughing heartily. "Yes, are you the grandpa of Luffy and Ace?" Xilian nodded, responding, while discreetly observing the old man before her. Carp was dressed in a casual floral shirt, looking like he had come for a vacation, while also visiting Luffy and Ace. On either side of him, Luffy and Ace's faces were already swollen, like pig heads. If it weren't for people who were particularly familiar with them, one might not recognize what these two bruised faces originally looked like. But even in this battered state, Luffy and Ace's gazes remained firmly fixed on Xilian, not diverting for a second. A heavy sense of resentment turned into visible black mist permeating around the two of them, almost solidifying. Carp carefully examined Xilian for a moment, then nodded, a kind and warm smile appearing on his face. These two bratty kids. Carp carefully examined Xilian for a moment, then nodded, a kind and warm smile appearing on his face. "These two bratty kids haven't caused you any trouble, have they?" Leaving aside the content of his words, just the kind expression Carp displayed at that moment made Ace and Luffy reveal a look of confusion, as if asking, "Who are you? Is this still the grandpa who would hit them with his loving iron fist at the slightest provocation?" "No, I have no family here. Thanks to them often coming to play with me, I don't feel lonely." Xilian gently waved her hand, her tone sincere and natural. As soon as she said this, the expressions on Luffy and Ace's swollen faces indeed softened a lot. "Where do you live now, eh?" "I work at Sister Makino's bar. She took me in." "Huh. Makino's bar. I've been on vacation these past few days, been going to visit Makino's bar tomorrow. How about you come and chat with your—" "Alright, I'd love to." "Pahaha. Then it's a deal." Carp laughed heartily again, then slowly turned his gaze to Luffy and Ace. "How have you two been doing lately?" Luffy and Ace fell silent at the same time, neither of them speaking. Carp suddenly slapped his head, realizing he had brought up a sore subject. He put away the smile on his face, deep remorse and guilt appearing in his expression. "I'm sorry about Sabo. Oh, I wasn't there when you needed me. It's my fault." "It's not your fault. We were too weak." Ace bit his lip tightly. After a long time, he managed to squeeze out this sentence from between his teeth. Luffy beside him was desperately holding back tears, silent, only his lips quivering slightly. "Don't you blame Grandpa." Carp's voice lowered. There were no accusations, nor any seeking of comfort. The children's reactions added an unexplainable sense of loneliness to Carp's eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, "Do you still want to be pirates?" When he asked this question, Carp's tone lacked the usual anger and rage, replaced by an indescribable weariness. Xilian tilted her head slightly, her gaze focused on the old man's face, attentively observing every subtle change in his expression. Sabo was about the same age as Luffy and Ace, and they were sworn brothers with a good relationship. But 2 months ago something happened. The ship carrying Sabo was sunk by the celestial dragons, and Luffy and Ace also thought Sabo was about the same age as Luffy and Ace, and they were sworn brothers with a good relationship. But 2 months ago something happened. The ship carrying Sabo was sunk by the celestial dragons, and Luffy and Ace also thought Sabo was dead. Knowing the plot, Xilian was aware that Sabo was not dead, but she couldn't reveal it. Carp would take time to return to the East Sea, and every time he came he would tirelessly train them. His way of expressing feelings was the so-called loving iron fist, as he only wanted to lay a solid foundation for Luffy and Ace as soon as possible. But the result was counterproductive. Luffy and Ace, lacking companionship, grew up listening to various stories from across the sea, and now their minds were full of thoughts on how to set sail and become pirates. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, and Dayton remained silent, plunging the room into a moment of quietude. Xilian glanced around, her gaze ultimately settling on the kitchen nearby. She was well aware that she was an outsider here. With her presence, many discussions would be awkward. So she proactively stood up and cheerfully suggested, "They'll go help in the kitchen to prepare dinner." Turning, she walked towards the kitchen, intending to give them space to talk. Carp looked at Dayton, scratching his head seriously as he asked, "I quite like that little girl. What was her name again?" "Xilian, didn't we just introduce her?" Dayton shot him a glare, his tone filled with helplessness. Carp paid no mind to her eye roll. Dayton continued, "Little Xilian is quite well behaved. She has visited our home a few times and always greets us. What was rare was that she was not at all frightened by us mountain bandits. And because of her presence, Luffy and Ace were able to resolve their misunderstandings early. Pahaha, indeed, she's a cute and interesting little girl. Carp recalled the scene from their first meeting. Xilian took advantage of his arrival to playfully outmaneuver her two grandsons, leaving them spinning. Thinking of that image, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, shaking the entire house. Huh, you think she's cute? Ace was the first to object, frowning as he retorted, "Don't just look at the surface, deep down she's a cunning little fox." Bang! Carp landed a punch squarely on Ace's head with no mercy in his strength. Ace grimaced, clutching his head, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. How can you say such things about a young girl? Carp suppressed his laughter, his expression turning serious. But seriously, pink hair and eyes along with that aristocratic aura, there are indeed nobles in the Goa kingdom with such traits, but she clearly doesn't belong here. Do you know where she came from? No, she said she got lost, has no family, and can't find her way home. Ace rubbed his head and replied sullenly, "Is that so? So she is all alone now. Where is she staying? Didn't Xilian just say that? And why are you so concerned about her, old man?" Ace looked at Carp in confusion. "Haha, look at my memory, old." One of Dodon's younger brothers chimed in, sharing the information he had gathered. She suddenly appeared in Windmill Village over 2 months ago, had nowhere to go, and was taken in by Makino. Now she works at the bar. Such a small child living alone. And she even helps take care of these two little rascals. We must thank— Yes, we should definitely thank Xilian. She makes us grilled meat and has some impressive abilities. Luffy blurted out, without thinking, his eyes filled with admiration. Now that you mention it, we really haven't properly thanked her. Ace placed his hands on his knees, his expression unusually serious. Haha, has the little brat changed? So polite now. Seeing Ace's transformation, Carp raised an eyebrow, his tone mixed with surprise and satisfaction. At least I've taken etiquette classes, I must express gratitude. It's just that I've been focused on training lately, so I forgot about it. Ace turned his head away, his ears slightly reddening. But how should we thank Xilian? Luffy scratched his head, looking puzzled. Should we give her money? But Xilian doesn't really need money. Ace was also prompted by Luffy's words, recalling Xilian's always cheerful demeanor. No matter the time, she always appeared calm and gentle, typically carrying only a camera and nothing else. Once when they teamed up to deal with some thugs and got quite a bit of money, Xilian simply waved her hand, saying she didn't need any share and refused no matter how they offered. She was curious about many things, but never pried excessively, never asking too much about their backgrounds, only quietly accompanying them from afar. Just like a true family member. Paha. Carp saw the entangled yet serious expressions of his two grandsons and laughed heartily again, drawing everyone's attention. To see you both show such expressions is indeed amusing. Carp laughed without a care. Soon after, Xilian returned to the room with Dodon's younger brothers. Compared to the large plates overflowing with food in the others' hands, she only carried a small plate. Xilian did not expect that she was going to help in the kitchen, but Dodon's younger brothers had already prepared dinner, only needing to bring it in. They did not let her do heavy work, and worried that she might feel awkward, they kindly provided her with a small plate, smiling as they handed it to her. Looking at the small plate in her hands, Xilian felt a warmth rise in her heart. At first she had some resistance towards this bandit group, merely greeting politely at the door before leaving each time, but today was the first time she truly stepped into this room and sat down as a guest. For the first time she genuinely felt Dodon's family members were indeed good people. Beer, vegetable porridge, and the large grilled meat she had only seen in comics piled high on the low table, leaving almost no empty space, the aroma wafting enticingly. Ahem, let's eat. Dayton signaled Carp and the rest of the family with a glance indicating everyone to dig in. At first, everyone ate quietly, considering Xilian's presence. However, Carp, Luffy, and Ace were eating at such a fast pace that it soon led to them snatching food, which then affected Dodon's group of younger brothers. Before long, the entire room descended into chaos, with laughter, shouts, and the sound of food being fought over echoing. Dayton, unaware of Xilian's true strength, assumed she was just an ordinary girl and stood protectively in front of her, fearing she might be intimidated by this rough crowd. Yet Xilian set down her bowl and chopsticks, calmly took out her camera, and peered out, capturing the chaotic yet lively scene. She couldn't help but smile slightly. It was fitting for a family to be so carefree even during a meal. As it grew late, Xilian decided to stay overnight at Dodon's house. Carp, Luffy, Ace, and Dodon's younger brothers simply sprawled out on the floor and fell asleep. Do I have to sleep like that too? Xilian looked at the sprawled figures on the floor, her face a mixture of confusion. Fortunately, Dayton was still awake, and she led Xilian up to the loft. The loft was already furnished with a clean mattress and a small dim lamp. Sleep well, little girl. Dayton patted the mattress, his tone surprisingly gentle. As the light extinguished, the night fell into tranquility. Xilian lay on the mattress in the loft, her gaze drifting through the small window towards the night sky. The night sky over the mountains was exceptionally clear and bright, even revealing a bright band of light resembling the Milky Way across the horizon. Her thoughts slowly turned, replaying the chaotic scene from dinner, as well as the sight of them sleeping sound. What a lively family. Can I really integrate into this? Xilian's mind stirred quietly, opening a panel in the void. It displayed the map of Windmill Village and the collection progress, which was nearing 100. She had crossed over too early, with several years still before the main plot of One Piece began. Usually, besides hanging out with Luffy and the others, her leisure time was spent by the seaside looking at the ocean. For some reason, every time she gazed at the vast sea, a mysterious thrill would rise within her. Just like the starry sky she saw at this moment. The starry sky and the sea, both vast and boundless, instilled awe and a desire to approach. She could not yet reach the starry sky or step into that true sea of stars. But the ocean was within her grasp. They were both seas, inciting a longing to explore and wander. If I expand this world, will I have the chance to step into the true sea of stars? Just thinking about it made her exhilarated, her heart racing. To explore the ocean, traverse the starry sky, and ultimately find the way home. Her gaze was resolute as she slowly closed her eyes. There will definitely be a chance. In the early morning, the sea breeze carried the salty and humid air across the mountain training ground. Carp stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly surveying his two grandsons, Luffy and Ace. Yesterday, he was filled with anger and had not held back at all, failing to see just how much the two boys had grown. Today, he specifically set aside time to properly test their strength. Come on, let's have another round. This time, it'll give you some room to play around, Carp said with a grin, his fists resting in front of him. Luffy and Ace exchanged glances and charged forward together. Ace jumped up with a punch aimed directly at Carp's face, shouting, "Look at my flame punch." Meanwhile, Luffy seized the opportunity to attack from the side, stretching his rubber arm and swinging it powerfully. Rubber, rocket cannon. The two worked in perfect harmony, their assault fierce. However, Carp merely sidestepped slightly, easily avoiding Luffy's punch, then grabbed Luffy's extended arm and slammed him into the ground. Bang! Is that all you've got? Carp kicked Luffy, who was nearby, flying away, then turned to block Ace's punch with his elbow. Your punch isn't even on fire, how can it be a flame punch? Carp looked at Ace's fist with confusion, then threw Ace aside, who adjusted his angle and landed steadily. Luffy's usage of the rubber fruit was noticeably more agile than before, with a qualitative leap in the rhythm and angle of his attacks, while Ace's strength also surpassed his previous level. Oh, this is interesting, Carp said as he dodged Luffy's second rocket cannon, while Ace grabbed a water pipe and circled around to continue his assault. The battle continued for nearly half an hour, ultimately culminating in Carp delivering a double iron fist that sent both boys crashing into the ground. No more, no more. Luffy lay in the pit, weakly shouting, "No matter how strong we get, we still get beaten by Grandpa." Ace also lay nearby, covered in dirt, sighing helplessly. When compared to the old man, we can't see any difference at all. Carp stood at the edge of the pit, though he said, "You still have a long way to go." He was actually surprised. The growth speed of these two boys was even faster than he had anticipated. If they continued at this rate, it wouldn't be long before their strength reached the level of a lieutenant in the Navy. Luffy, have you and Ace improved so quickly because that girl Xilian helped you? Carp asked deliberately. Luffy immediately crawled out of the pit, pounding his chest, and said, "Of course. Xilian trains with us every day and teaches us a lot. You should thank her." TCH, Carp scoffed, yet inwardly he noted this down. "All right, you all rest for now. Oh, I have some business to attend to down the mountain." Carp waved his hand and turned to walk down the mountain. At the Makino bar, Carp plopped down onto a high stool at the bar, which protested with a squeak. Xilian was behind the bar, wiping glasses. Upon seeing Carp, she smiled slightly. "Aren't you supposed to be training with Luffy and the others? Why are you back so soon?" "Huh, those two boys were knocked down by me." Carp laughed heartily, slapping the bar. "But seriously, they have indeed grown somewhat. Luffy's control over his rubber abilities has improved significantly, and Ace's strength and speed have also progressed. It seems my loving iron fists still have their effect. I know you care about Luffy and Ace, but if you keep beating them like this, they might stop listening to you later on." "I don't mind." Carp waved his hand nonchalantly. "As long as it helps them grow quickly, I wouldn't mind if they dislike me. By the way, little Xilian, I haven't properly said thank you yet." "No need to thank me," Xilian said seriously, putting down the glass. "I am mutually benefiting with them. They gave me warmth, so am just returning the favor by helping them. You girl training with them and making their strength grow so rapidly, you should definitely be thanked." Carp slapped his forehead. "By the way, I almost forgot about the important matter. Little Xilian, quickly tell me about your abilities. Carp had heard from Luffy and Ace that Xilian possessed some special abilities, and his first thought was of the devil fruit. It was entirely reasonable for Xilian, coming from a noble family, to have early contact with the devil fruit. She might even possess a rare fruit. If that were the case, it would need to be carefully evaluated. Sure, Xilian nodded, but then shifted her tone. However, I have a small request. Whatever request you have, just say it. I'm a Navy Rear Admiral, and I can fulfill any request for you. Carp confidently patted his chest. First, let me tell you a story. Listen to a story. Carp was taken aback for a moment. Is it really that simple? You don't need anything else. Don't worry, I can fulfill any request you have. No, I really just need Grandpa Carp to listen to my story, Xilian said earnestly. All right. Carp scratched the back of his head, secretly marveling. This girl is truly a pure-hearted little lady. This was the first time he had ever heard such a request. The story Xilian wanted to tell Carp was about Ouroboros, a thought that had sprouted when she first met Carp. Carp was the only top-tier powerhouse she could currently interact with, and in the entire pirate world, he was at the very top of the pyramid. If he provided the impression, she might just successfully summon her first memory spirit. In the quiet afternoon bar, Carp sat casually at the bar holding a mug of ale, listening to Xilian recount the story of Ouroboros. The few customers at the bar gradually stopped their conversations and quieted down to listen. During this time, the story of a little girl telling stories at the Makino bar had already spread throughout the village. In an incredibly grand world, a shocking journey of fire captivated the audience completely. The bar already had many overseas guests who often brought various overseas wonders, thus it had become an unwritten agreement to enjoy listening to stories. An hour later, Xilian had roughly finished the story. The bar fell into silence. Bang! Carp slammed his drink down, spilling most of it. Tears streamed down his weathered face. What a magnificent journey. Carp wiped his face vigorously with his sleeve, his voice hoarse. I really want to meet those heroes. Just like Luffy and the others. However, Carp's reaction to the story of Ouroboros was even more intense. A distinguished Rear Admiral of the Navy was actually crying uncontrollably. How should she comfort him? She instinctively looked towards Makino. Makino had already set aside her work and returned to the side of the bar. I see, then I can rest assured. Xilian sighed in relief, for Cap was indeed Luffy's grandfather. So far, Luffy's family had been the most attentive listeners to the story, providing the most intense emotions. Ahem. Cap suddenly cleared his throat and adjusted his expression. I cannot pretend I didn't hear that. He turned his head and said, the story is over. Now let me see your abilities. Upon seeing Xilian nod, Cap looked at Makino, who also nodded, and said to Xilian, you and Grandpa Cap go to the back door. I'll take care of things here. Okay. Xilian replied. The back door of the tavern led to an open area where the sea could be seen in the distance, with the sea breeze blowing vigorously. Cap crossed his arms and stood in the center of the open space. Come on, let me see your abilities. Taking a deep breath, Xilian extended her right hand, her fingertips glowing faintly. A white light gathered in the air. Soon an ethereal image slowly took shape, featuring short white hair, a stern face, and cerulean eyes draped in a long robe. This figure must be one of the protagonists in your story, right? Cap stroked his beard, examining it closely. I think his name starts with B. Yes, his name is Bai, the savior who carries the fire seed of the world. Summoning went smoothly. Xilian felt a surge of excitement inside, but she nodded naturally on the outside. Cap's ability to at least remember the name Bai was a successful first step. A person destined to save the world. Interesting. Cap became intrigued and waved at Xilian. Let him come at me. The image of Bai instantly came to life and charged at Cap. A punch landed heavily on Cap's chest. Bang! Cap remained completely still, not even shifting his feet. His imposing figure resembled an unyielding fortress. Nice power, but unfortunately you're too slow. Cap glanced down at his chest, giving a casual evaluation. Is this his full strength? Xilian nodded. Cap tilted his head and casually threw a punch. Bang! The white figure flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground, covered with numerous cracks before dissolving into specks of light. Xilian didn't say much, as she had anticipated this scene long ago. Not much combat power, not suitable for direct confrontation, Cap commented with a smile, but it can be used to confuse the enemy. If I didn't know your ability, even I would think he was a real person. This is called a memory image, capable of creating material from my inner imagination, possessing strong defensive capabilities. However, it lacks a soul, so I must personally control the combat. Xilian nodded repeatedly as she introduced her ability. Pahaha. Luffy and the others said, "You're very strong. I suppose there's more to it than just this." Cap laughed heartily, patting Xilian's head. "Let me see the limits of your abilities." "My second ability is quite powerful," Xilian said with a confident smile, stepping back a few paces, positioning her left leg and reaching out her hands. Between her palms, a light blue energy of memory began to rapidly gather, shining brighter and brighter. "Grandpa Cap, be careful. I will summon the real Bai." "The real Bai." Cap's eyes lit up. "According to your story, that is the strongest one. How interesting. I wonder how many punches he can withstand from me." "Very well." Cap truly believed it. With that, the gathering orb of memory energy quickly condensed and transformed into a tall white figure. As the white light dissipated, the figure revealed its true form. It was still Bai. He had his eyes closed as if he had not yet awakened from sleep. Cap squinted slightly. Although it was the same person at this moment, Bai exuded an unprecedented sense of pressure. "How interesting. I wonder how many punches he can withstand from me." "Very well." Cap truly believed it. With that, the gathering orb of memory energy quickly condensed and transformed into a tall white figure. Puhaha! Luffy and Ace had just pushed open the double doors of the bar with force when a hearty laugh erupted like thunder in their ears. That laugh was so familiar. Who else could it be but their grandfather Cap? The two turned to look and saw Cap sitting unceremoniously among a group of guests, one hand affectionately holding, Xilian boasting shamelessly to those around him, with a smile so bright it seemed about to overflow. "Listen up, everyone, little Xilian will be my new granddaughter from now on. I'm sorry, Makino, but I'm going to steal little Xilian away, ha." "Grandpa Cap, come on, you're being so loud about stealing people from me." Makino crossed her arms, pretending to be angry, but the slight upturn of her lips revealed her true mood. "Little Xilian is now the treasure of my bar. If you really take her away, I would be heartbroken. Little Xilian, I really can't bear to part with you." Surrounded by two people fighting over her like a precious gem, Xilian could only wear an awkward yet polite smile, unsure of how to respond. What happened? Why did Grandpa suddenly call Xilian his granddaughter? Luffy scratched his head, blurting out a soul-searching question. "Ha ha, do we even need to ask? It's because Grandpa and little Xilian hit it off so well," Cap said while fondly ruffling Xilian's hair, making it look like a bird's nest. Ace raised an eyebrow beside them, not speaking immediately, but instead looking at Xilian with a strange and probing gaze. Faced with the curious gazes from Ace and Luffy, Xilian could only sigh, smooth her hair that Cap had messed up, and stand tall, saying seriously, "As for why this happened, Grandpa Cap wanted to see my abilities, so I showed him, and he was particularly happy after watching, which led to this situation." Luffy and Ace exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. However, seeing Cap's beaming face, they could clearly sense that their grandfather was in an exceptionally good mood. "If you become Grandpa Cap's granddaughter, then by generation, wouldn't that make you my sister?" "Hey, that sounds quite..." Ace was the first to react, a thought flashing through his mind, and a strange, yet gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Ace's sister? So that means Xilian is also my sister now." Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. "Luffy, your reflexes are too slow, you just realized it now. But Xilian should be older than you, right? There's no problem with Xilian being my sister." Hee, that's awesome, Grandpa found me a sister," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. "Don't take matters into your own hands. I refuse to be any kind of little sister. I'm older than all of you." Upon hearing this, Xilian immediately put her hands on her hips and quickly spoke up to correct them. In terms of age, she was definitely much older than both Luffy and Ace. Of course, this referred to her mental age. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about, little sister? As for Luffy, let's not even mention him. I am clearly older than you, so I must be the big brother. From now on, I will protect you," Ace firmly retorted, and the usually cool expression on his face couldn't hide the radiant smile at this moment. "Suit yourself, but you don't really listen to my opinions anyway, Ace." For some reason, Xilian felt that Ace looked happier today than ever before, and that genuine joy was quite contagious. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to spoil his mood. Little sister, I also have a little sister. Xilian is my little sister. I have a little sister." "Haki, you rascal." Xilian had intended to reason with Luffy, but he had already dashed away like a gust of wind, joyfully shouting that he had a little sister. She couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed that the title of Luffy's little sister was something she would never shake off. It must be said that Luffy's intense desire to share was on par with Garp's. After recognizing Xilian as his granddaughter, Garp couldn't sit still for a moment and rushed back to the bar, eager to boast about his new granddaughter. One has to say a family resemblance is undeniable. The styles of this grandfather and granddaughter were remarkably similar. As for why Garp acknowledged her as his granddaughter, it was naturally due to her second ability. Recalling the scene from back then, with the impressive power provided by Garp, the spirit of Bai-E was successfully summoned. The Bai-E before her appeared, ethereal, barely maintaining its form. Xilian could sense that this Bai-E possessed only 5 of its original power, and it had only the negative world as a spark. Before she could be happy about it, Garp and Bai-E had already made eye contact. Before any orders were given, Bai-E had already charged at Garp. Garp did not evade, but instead threw a punch hidden. Bang! Their fists collided directly, separating upon contact, their figures constantly clashing, leaving traces everywhere. Xilian could only blink in disbelief, slightly agape, unable to see their combat movements clearly for a moment. Is this the pinnacle of combat power in the pirate world? Even a weakened version of Bai-E can keep up and clash hidden with Garp. Does this mean I now possess a ticket to power? Xilian thought excitedly. The battle continued, despite being a high-intensity fight. The destruction was precisely controlled to a small area, with the damaged ground and fallen trees primarily affected by their punching winds. After entangling for more than 10 minutes, neither side was willing to yield. If it weren't for Garp and Bai-E stopping at the same time, Xilian would have suspected they would fight until dark. As they halted their battle, Xilian looked at Bai-E's back, about to say something, when Bai-E suddenly turned around, smiled at her, and then transformed into starlight, dissipating into the air. At this moment, Xilian felt a wave of weakness wash over her body, nearly causing her to stumble. She finally understood that her power was insufficient to maintain Bai-E's presence. After witnessing Bai-E's power, Garp was like a child who had found a rare treasure gathering around Xilian, insisting on recognizing her as his granddaughter. Unable to resist the old man's enthusiasm, what transpired next was inevitable. Now recognized as Garp's granddaughter, Xilian hardly needed to work at the bar, but she still returned to help out during busy nights. Not only to repay Machino, but she would also continue to tell stories. Understanding her limits, Xilian began to focus on every instance of growth, needing to spread the tale of Ouroboros further. Whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, after that day, both Luffy and Ace seemed to pay more attention to her, running to the bar early in the morning to find her, eager to show her anything delicious or fun. The biggest change was Ace. He no longer called her the little fox, but the word little sister had not left it. With 3 big mouths around, it didn't take long for the entire Windmill Village to know that Rear Admiral Garp had gained another granddaughter. The family style made Xilian silently chuckle. Windmill Village held Garp in high regard. With her title as Garp's granddaughter, the already warm-hearted villagers treated her with even more kindness. Walking down the street, there were always people greeting her and offering her gifts, mostly eggs, vegetables, and meat, fearing she wouldn't eat well. Compared to Luffy and Ace, Garp was the most clingy. He would often pop up unexpectedly in front of her, asking if she needed help or if she wanted her grandpa. Unable to resist the old man's warmth, Xilian could only sweet-talk Garp. Just a simple, sweet-sounding grandpa could make Garp beam with joy, laughing heartily while introducing her to his subordinates. Xilian couldn't help but mourn in her heart for Luffy and Ace, who really was her biological family. On busy nights, the bar would be filled with people, and Garp, Luffy, and the others stayed behind to listen to Xilian tell news stories. The people in the bar had become quite familiar with each other, and Xilian could no longer focus solely on the tale of Ouroboros. She began to tell the story of the Astral Express. The main character of the story, the Trailblazer, had the Star Core implanted by the Star Core hunter Kafka, and after being rescued by March 7 and Donhung at the Black Tower space station, boarded the Astral Express with Herta and Walter. The first stop was Urilo V, the second stop was Cienjo Loafu, and the third stop was Pinot Cognac. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days were soon gone. On the 5th day, early in the morning, Garp's vacation ended, and he was set to leave. The port was bustling with people coming and going, and a massive dog-headed warship was docked at the shore. Wah? I don't want to go, I want to stay here with little Xilian. Garp lay on the ground crying loudly while hugging Xilian, disregarding his image as a rear admiral, while one of his subordinates was awkwardly pulling on one of his legs, looking distressed. Rear Admiral Garp, so many people are watching you, don't do this. No, I can't bear to part with little Xilian. Let me stay with little Xilian for a while longer, otherwise it will take months to see her again when I return to headquarters. Seeing Garp's tearful face, Xilian softened her gaze and gently placed her hand on Garp's head. Since Grandpa can't bear to part with me, then I will go to Marineford for a visit. Garp finally stopped crying, looking at Xilian with a surprised expression. His eyes lit up. Little Xilian, are you deciding to join the Marines? I do have that thought. I heard Marineford is the center of the world, known as the City of Pure White. I just want to go see it. Xilian took out the camera from her waist and waved it in front of Garp. Huh. Alright, little Xilian, what do you want to see? Grandpa will take you to see everything. Garp wiped his tears and instantly regained his composure. If Xilian is going, then I will go too. Luffy suddenly burst out from the crowd, and behind him Ace walked over slowly. If you guys are going to join the Marines, Grandpa would be more than happy to take you. No, I want to be a pirate. Luffy immediately tilted his head. Ace crossed his arms, and his expression made it clear what his decision was. Grandpa Garp, you know very well what my identity is. You two little rascals. Forget it. Your identities are special, and until your strengths reach my expectations, I don't want to take you out to expose yourselves. Garp waved his hand, expressing mild disdain. Luffy and Ace were about to say something, but Xilian had already walked over, grabbing their hands and pulling them aside. Why are you pulling me away, Xilian? Don't you want us to come along? As soon as Xilian released her grip, Luffy couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I will come back. Aren't you curious about my background? Ace suddenly inquired. You can tell me when you're ready to speak about it. Do you still remember the promise we made? Of course, we are all going to set sail. To be pirates. It's all about pioneering. Xilian shot Luffy a glare and continued to look at the two. I might be staying in Marineford for a while. Are you going to join the Marines? Ace's sudden question startled Luffy. Xilian thought for a moment and nodded slightly. To fulfill the pioneering mission, and also to return home, I need the power of the Marines. Of course I won't forget our promise. I understand you and the old man can go have fun. With Xilian's answer, Ace smiled and pulled Luffy, who was still in thought, away. Luffy crossed his arms, looking conflicted. If Xilian joins the Marines, should I become the Pirate King or the Pioneer King? In recent days, Ace and Luffy have been captivated by the tale of the astral train, drawn in by its unimaginably vast background and thrilling adventures that ignite their imaginations. Taking the opportunity, Xilian invited Luffy and Ace to explore the vast sea. Her original dream was to find a way back home, but once a person enters a story, they yearn to accomplish something. My dream is to become a navigator, to lead the crew in exploring the starry seas, and to find a way back home. Navigator? What is that? Luffy and Ace were hearing about the profession of navigator for the first time, and mistakenly thought it was akin to being a captain. Only after Xilian explained did they understand what it truly entailed. Upon realizing that navigators were not as prominent as captains, both of them felt relieved. Luffy and Ace both aspired to become captains, yet their understanding of pirates was still limited to the notion that pirates are the freest individuals at sea. This misconception couldn't be corrected for now. The reason for telling the story of the astral train was to gradually guide them. Venturing out to sea isn't solely about being a pirate. It can be for tourism, adventure, or exploration. The best plan was to prevent Luffy and Ace from venturing out as pirates. Xilian had long been planning to go to Marineford, both to check in and to secure a position. With Garp as her backing, she could apply to form her own exploratory fleet within the Navy. Luffy had many potential backgrounds to choose from, and she needed to establish connections. Just like the astral train is not the strongest force in the Star Iron universe, but their influence is undoubtedly the deepest. Mainly, she couldn't bear to see the three of them standing on opposite sides in the future. With an official position along with prior notification, it would become quite natural to establish an exploration team and set sail. After bidding farewell to Luffy and Ace, Xilian boarded Garp's warship, heading towards the Navy headquarters. On the warship, Xilian met Garp's aide for the first time, Bogart. A middle-aged swordsman with a meticulous appearance, a long sword at his waist, steady and sharp eyes exuding a unique air of military rigor. As they sailed, every time Xilian spotted an island, she couldn't help but ask Garp, Grandpa Garp, are there any villages on this island? Garp patiently pointed out locations whenever they arrived at a new place. Xilian could only remember the general plot and had to keep asking. She recalled that many of Luffy's companions were in the East Blue. Zoro from a swordsmanship dojo, Nami from Cocoa Village, Sanji from the floating restaurant, and Usopp from an unknown village. Since she was here, she wanted to shape the story as she wished. She didn't want any tragedies. First and foremost was Kuina, Zoro's childhood friend, the daughter of the dojo master. It was a pity that she passed away at such a young age. She wondered how things were now. If she were still alive, she'd have to find a way to save her. She calculated in her mind and quickly asked, Grandpa Garp, is there a swordsmanship dojo nearby? A Navy soldier replied, I've heard there's a swordsmanship dojo near Seymour Village. It should be just the place you're talking about. Upon receiving the answer she wanted, Xilian's eyes lit up and she grasped Garp's arm eagerly, saying, Grandpa Garp, I want to go see it. Bogart, standing nearby, opened his mouth but hesitated. They were clearly on their way back to the Navy headquarters, yet seeing Xilian's sparkling eyes and Garp's cheerful expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. Garp laughed heartily, agreeing. Alright, let's go take a look. The warship slowly approached the shore, docking at Seymour Village. Seeing Xilian's eagerness, Garp instructed his subordinates to remain on the ship and personally accompanied Xilian ashore. Inside the dojo, Kuina and Zoro had just finished their first sparring session of the day. Zoro's wooden sword was knocked away, spinning several times in the air before landing. Today, Kuina once again emerged victorious in the battle. She stood firm with her sword, casting a glance at her father Shimatsuki Yasaku, the dojo's master. Shimatsuki Yasaku showed no expression on his face, neither praise nor encouragement. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Kuina's eyes as she silently lowered her wooden sword and turned to leave the training area. Kuina, next time I will definitely win against you, Zoro shouted stubbornly at her. Kuina paused, slightly tightening her grip on her wooden sword, then slowly relaxed her hold. She turned back, revealing a confident and composed smile. Bring it on, Zoro, I'm waiting for that day. Shimatsuki Yasaku walked over to Zoro, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a calm tone. Don't be discouraged, girls grow faster at this age. If you just keep at it, you'll surpass her one day. Zoro nodded firmly, picked up his wooden sword, and turned back to practice his swordsmanship. Other disciples were also training in the dojo, but Shimatsuki Yasaku placed more importance on Zoro. Though he was not yet on par with Kuina, Zoro was still the strongest among the male disciples. What was even more remarkable was his indomitable spirit. Just that will alone promised him limitless future achievements. At this moment, a student rushed in and announced, Master, there are visitors outside. Shimatsuki Yasaku nodded and told the students, continue practicing. Then he walked out alone. The visitors were none other than Xilian and Garp. Seeing Garp's distinctive navy coat and justice cloak, Shimatsuki Yasaku was slightly taken aback and calmly asked the Navy, what brings you to find me? It should be noted that Seymour Village was recently a supply point for the Revolutionary Army, and it was surprising for the Navy to come knocking so soon, but he did not express his astonishment. It should be noted that Seymour Village was recently a supply point for the revolution. Seeing Shimatsuki Yasaku nod, Garp proudly brought Xilian forward and said, this is my granddaughter. She wants to see the swordsmanship dojo, and she might have considerable talent. Can you let us see? Shimatsuki Yasaku's gaze fell upon Xilian, sizing her up. Xilian politely greeted. Hello, my name is Xilian. Oh, I look forward to your guidance. A girl and still so young. Shimatsuki Yasaku frowned slightly. Are you sure you want to learn swordsmanship? Xilian raised her little face and replied with a smile. I might be very talented. Shimatsuki Yasaku expressionlessly stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Then come in and give it a try. Inside the dojo, Shimatsuki Yasaku's students were still practicing their swordsmanship, while Kuina sat alone at the side, her head lowered, as if meditating. Soon the commotion outside attracted everyone's attention, and the students paused their actions to look. They saw Shimatsuki Yasaku entering with a tall figure wearing a navy cloak. The badge on the shoulder clearly indicated a high rank. Shimatsuki Yasaku said lightly, they are here for a visit. Can we not take her around? The students exchanged glances filled with confusion. At this moment, Garp jovially stepped aside, revealing a petite figure hidden behind him. It was a little girl. The students all looked towards Kuina, remaining silent, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. However, Xilian was completely unfazed, stepping forward with a bright smile. Hello. I'm Xilian. Oh, I want to try swordsmanship. Please take care of me. Her adorable face, paired with a gentle voice, instantly flushed the faces of the group of young students who scratched their heads in response. Zoro was not among them. He merely glanced curiously at Xilian before shifting his gaze back to Kuina. Shimatsuki Yasaku took Garp to a nearby room for tea, while Xilian remained in the dojo. With such a lovely guest present, the students practiced even harder. Guyana approached. She had deep blue short hair and stood a head taller than Xilian. At that moment, her expression was unfriendly as she scanned Xilian from head to toe and coldly asked, why do you want to practice swordsmanship? Because I want to learn. Xilian blinked and responded naturally. Guyana frowned and said in a stiff tone, girls are inherently inferior to boys. You are not suited for the sword path. You should just leave. Why? Xilian smiled and countered. Didn't I just say so? I know. Then do you still want to learn the sword? Seeing the other's resolute attitude, Guyana fell silent for a moment, then turned and took a wooden sword from a boy's hand, casually tossing it to Xilian. Xilian hurriedly caught it, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Guyana raised her own wooden sword, pointing the tip directly at Xilian with a fierce gaze. Since you want to learn, then I will teach you. It'll make you feel pain, and see if you still want to learn the sword. This was Guyana's thought. The belief instilled in her by her father was that girls were inherently unsuitable for the sword path, and their strength could never match that of boys. Despite her current strength, when boys truly matured, she would no longer be a match for Zoro. Now seeing a girl even younger and weaker than herself wanting to learn the sword, her feelings became complicated, and she couldn't help but feel angry inside. She wanted to make her feel pain, forcing her to retreat and give up the sword path. Guyaina's expression was determined as she assumed a fighting stance. Xilian found it hard to refuse. Relying on her memory of swordsmanship, she held the wooden sword with one hand, angled it towards the ground, tucked one hand behind her back, smiled, and posed like a master. The door was wide open, and there was not a hint of defense. Just by looking at her posture, it was clear she was a novice. What kind of thunderous pose was this? Guyaina's lips twitched in anger, and she suddenly attacked Xilian with both hands holding the sword. This strike aimed directly at Xilian's right hand holding the sword. She intended to knock Xilian's wooden sword away, inflicting pain and making her completely give up the sword path. Bang! The wooden sword flew into the air, hit the ceiling, and bounced back to the floor, rolling several times. The expected scene of Xilian's wooden sword being knocked away did not occur. Guyaina stared blankly at her empty hands that were still trembling, then looked up in astonishment at Xilian, who remained unmoved in her sword-swinging posture. Around them, Zoro and a group of boys all gaped in disbelief. This sweet-looking girl, who was even younger than Guyaina, had effortlessly knocked Guyaina's wooden sword away with just one hand. Guyaina was the strongest student in the dojo, yet there was a girl even stronger than her. Guyaina's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground, staring blankly at her trembling hands. The force of Xilian's strike was so great that her hands continued to tremble uncontrollably. It was only then that Xilian came back to her senses, feeling remorseful as she rubbed her head and hurriedly ran to Guyaina, crouching down to examine her hands closely, her face full of apology. I'm so sorry. I didn't control the force well. Are you hurt? Does your hand hurt? She was truly flustered. Earlier during Guyaina's attack, she had not panicked. She could easily see each of the opponent's movements, but it was her first time using a weapon, and she hadn't controlled the force well. She hadn't expected her use of a weapon to have such great power, judging by Guyaina's appearance, it was clear she was injured. Guyaina said nothing, only looked up and stared intently at Xilian, her eyes as if trying to grab. Xilian trembled at that gaze. Those eyes seemed to want to devour her. In the adjacent reception room, Carp and Frost Moon Gungshiro were leisurely sipping tea and chatting. After learning about Carp's identity as a vice admiral, she also found out the purpose of his visit. Bang! The reception room door was suddenly flung open, and Guyaina stood at the entrance, shouting loudly, "Father, I plan to go with them." Huffed. Frost Moon Gungshiro spat out his tea. After witnessing Xilian's terrifying talent firsthand, Guyaina's flame of passion could no longer be extinguished by this small island. It turned out that girls could be this strong. That kind of abnormal strength was not something a girl should possess. But she had personally verified it, and her worldview shattered. She quickly made a bold decision to leave Zimaziji village and see the outside world. Thus, she eagerly sought out her father. Naturally, this decision was immediately met with opposition from Frost Moon Gungshiro. In the room, Gungshiro frowned tightly and asked in a deep voice, "Guyaina, why do you have such a ridiculous idea of leaving home to go to sea?" Guyaina bit her lip, her eyes revealing an unprecedented determination. "Because Xilian's talent is better than mine. She is stronger than me, so I can't stay on this little island any longer. I want to see the real sea and meet those true strong ones. Better talent than you." Frost Moon Gungshiro clearly didn't believe it. As both father and master, he still had confidence in his daughter's current strength. He snorted coldly. "Without proof, I want to personally verify just how capable that little girl is." Gungshiro stood up and looked at Carp, who smiled and said, "I told you my granddaughter is very talented." Gungshiro nodded without saying anything and strode towards the dojo. At that moment, Xilian was surrounded by a group of boys who were eagerly asking her for sword techniques. Xilian awkwardly chuckled and responded to these overly enthusiastic kids one by one. How could she know anything about swordsmanship? It was just brute force throwing bricks. Finally, Gungshiro and his group arrived, and the students of the dojo made way. Frost Moon Gungshiro approached Xilian, looking down at this girl who was a few years younger than Guyaina, and said in a deep voice, "I heard you have great talent. Come, let me personally verify it." Xilian, bewildered, nodded, but her peripheral vision caught sight of Guyaina nervously watching her from a distance. She suddenly understood. Oh, this girl suddenly ran out. It turned out she went to call her parents. This, the little one brings in the elder routine, was all too familiar. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense, with Xilian and Frost Moon Gungshiro standing face to face. Facing such a little girl, Gung Shiro simply held the wooden sword with one hand, not even assuming a stance, and said lightly, "You can attack." All eyes were focused on the two. Xilian no longer held back. She raised the wooden sword and fiercely attacked Gung Shiro. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Gung Shiro blocked with his sword horizontally. However, the next moment his pupils dilated in shock. A tremendous force surged through the wooden sword forcibly, pushing his blade down. Frost Moon Gung Shiro's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a little girl possess such strength? Xilian, seeing that he had easily received her first strike, relaxed her guard and stopped deliberately hiding her power. She swung the wooden sword, striking faster and faster, relentlessly attacking Gung Shiro's defenses. Bang! 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 The dojo was filled with the sharp sounds of wooden swords clashing. Under Xilian's torrential assault, Frost Moon Gung Shiro's feet began to drag on the floor, and he surprisingly took a step back. The scene of Gung Xiling taking a step back struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of Guyana, and all the students instantly shattering their worldview. That invincible master was actually forced back, and the opponent was a girl even younger than himself. Gung Xiling took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart. He realized that he had been stagnant for too long, having forgotten the true nature of the world outside. There were countless monsters in the sea, just like the little girl named Xilian before him, an anomaly he had never encountered. He should not remain so silent, nor should he become the chain that hinders a child's flight. However, being suppressed by a little girl was simply too humiliating. He had once been a renowned swordsman. A proud curve suddenly appeared at the corner of Gung Xiling's mouth as a long-dormant aura of sharpness erupted in an instant. That was the shackle he had once found difficult to break through. Bang! Gung Xiling's momentum surged like a rainbow, easily forcing Xilian back. His gaze was like lightning as he swung his wooden sword, not aiming at Xilian, but at the ceiling above. Swish! A massive, formless blade of light soared out effortlessly, breaking through the dojo's roof, charging straight into the clouds, as if to split the sky in two, rushing towards the distant horizon. Father seems to have become stronger. Guyana stared dumbfounded at the damaged roof. That soaring slash was a realm she had never witnessed before. A slash could actually leave the blade and fly out. Could this be the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Xilian and Carp were merely surprised, but everyone else present had their worldview completely rewritten at that moment. Gung Xiling sheathed his sword and stood still, adjusting his attire, then bowed to Xilian with a solemn expression, saying, "Thank you for your guidance. Please, take Guyana out to sea, Carp." Guyana's eyes instantly turned red, looking at her father with emotion. Gung Xiling approached Guyana, his eyes filled with guilt and affection. "Guyana, I'm sorry. It was father who was imprisoned by outdated thoughts, afraid to step off this small island, limiting your sky. Now you can fly freely." The farewell came swiftly. To Guyana's decision, Xilian raised both hands in approval, and Carp had no objections, making the decision with a simple word of approval. After touring the dojo, Gung Xiling invited Xilian and Carp to have lunch together at the dojo. After lunch, it was time to part ways. Xilian and Carp were already waiting outside. Guyana packed quickly. She didn't bring much luggage, only a simple bundle and a sword. The sword was personally taken down from the wall by Gung Xiling and handed to Guyana, named the Sword of Hado Ichimonji. Guyana was very surprised, her hand trembling on the hilt. "Father, this is the family heirloom sword." She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gung Xiling. He simply encouraged her by patting Guyana's shoulder silently, telling her, "Go, don't look back." At that moment, Zoro came running, panting. He stared at Guyana, his face filled with unwillingness, but in the end he gritted his teeth and declared, "Guyana, I will continue to practice. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you." Guyana beamed a radiant smile at Zoro. "Yes, I will always wait for that day." The Navy warship slowly sailed away from the port. Gung Xiling stood on the shore, looking at Zoro beside him. The little boy finally could not hold back tears and snot flowing together, crying like a baby. Gung Xiling shook his head with a smile, then adopted an unprecedentedly serious expression. "Zoro, what is your goal?" Zoro wiped his tears fiercely with the back of his hand, his eyes filled with determination. "I want to become the world's #1 swordsman." "Haha, very good." Gung Xiling smiled with satisfaction. "From today on I will teach you everything I know. Don't let me and Guyana down." "Yes." On the dog-headed warship, the sea breeze was gentle. Guyana quickly got into the mood, wrapping around Xilian and eagerly saying she would teach Xilian the basic sword techniques. However, Xilian learned for a short while and decisively gave up. Close combat was a rough task, best left to Yiling. She had no talent for battle or swordsmanship, just brute strength. Seeing Gu Yina's insistence to continue persuading her, Xilian's eyes turned and landed on Bogart nearby. She immediately ran over and sweetly called out, "Uncle Bogart, you are a swordsmanship expert, right? Could you teach Sister Gu Yina?" Bogart nodded, expressing his willingness to teach this talented girl, finally drawing Gu Yina's attention, leading her aside to practice. Gu Yina left the dojo with Xilian, indirectly changing her once tragic fate, and now there was no need to worry about her safety. Xilian pondered that the remaining point of concern was Nami's hometown, Coco Village. Nami's hometown would be attacked by the Arlong pirates. Nami's mother, participating in the resistance, was ultimately killed, and Nami was coerced by Arlong to draw sea charts promising to release the villagers if she gathered 100 million berries, but the Arlong pirates had no intention of letting them go. Having resolved the matter of Gu Yina, Xilian slipped back to the bow of the ship, climbing onto the stool beside Carp, pointing at the islands passing by and asking questions. Knowing the village name, it didn't take long for a Navy soldier to reveal the location of Coco Village, which was not far away. Carp waved his hand, changing direction directly. After sailing for half a day, the warship docked again. This time, there was one more Gu Yina disembarking. Xilian pulled Gu Yina and Carp together off the shore, starting to wander in Coco Village. Everything in the village seemed normal, with bright sunshine villas and orange orchards. The village was quiet, looking very suitable for a vacation. Xilian felt a stone lift from her heart. It seemed the village had not yet suffered the ravages of the Arlong pirates. While walking along the road, Xilian finally saw the young Nami and Nojiko, and also met the former Navy Belmir. Nami and Nojiko were about the same age as her, bouncing along like oranges and blueberries. Belmir had a head of apricot-colored hair tied in a single ponytail, holding Nami and Nojiko by the hands, preventing them from running around. They looked like a family. However, Xilian knew very well that Nami and Nojiko were just children adopted by Belmir. She immediately walked over, relying on her harmlessly cute appearance, and quickly became familiar with them in just a few words. When Belmir saw Carp, she was surprised, recognizing him as the former Navy and knowing his status as a Navy hero. Carp also learned from Belmir that she was a former Navy, and the two engaged in an interesting chat. A rare opportunity, Xilian suggested letting Nami show her and Gu Yina around Coco Village. Nami gladly agreed, and Nojiko joined in upon seeing this. The four cute little girls walked ahead of the two adults, looking here and there, becoming a unique sight. Gu Yina, as a newcomer to the island, continuously observed her surroundings, finding everything to be a novelty. Xilian recorded the scenery along the way with her camera. After meeting Zoro and Gu Yina, and now encountering Nami and the others, the collection level from both places has improved, but the progress only shows halfway. The collection progress has stopped fluctuating, and the memory energy has unlocked an additional 1, with the current total unlocking at 8. To advance further, it seems that some special impressions or experiences of the storyline are necessary. At the dojo, Zoro seemed to avoid speaking to her entirely. Nami had already interacted and spent the afternoon with him, but the progress no longer increased. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, and Xilian gained more understanding about Nami. At this age, Nami already had dreams of drawing nautical charts. After a while, it was finally time to leave. Xilian asked for a transponder snail from Carp and handed it to Belmir, saying earnestly, "Sister Belmir, if you encounter danger, call Grandpa Carp directly. He is very formidable. I'm just a retired Navy officer. This seems too precious for me," Belmir said, taken aback. Each transponder snail is custom-made, especially Carp's, which can directly connect to the Navy headquarters, making it an essential item to carry. "It's fine, I have a spare transponder snail. This is a kind gesture from my granddaughter, don't refuse it." Carp waved his hand dismissively. "You are an excellent Navy officer. Feel free to contact me if you encounter any difficulties." "I understand. Wait a moment, before leaving, to thank you, let me bring you some oranges." Belmir nodded, then picked up 2 bags of oranges and walked into the orange grove. Noki, Gao, and Nami also wanted to follow in, but Xilian pulled Nami back in advance. "What's wrong, Xilian?" Nami looked at Xilian in confusion. "Take this." Xilian took out a pouch of money and handed it directly to Nami. Feeling the weight of the pouch, Nami shook her head, repeatedly returning it to Xilian. No. I can't take your money, you gave me so much." Surprisingly not greedy. "Is this really Nami?" Xilian thought to herself, and pushed the pouch back. "Don't worry, this is a loan to you." "A loan to me? But I don't need money." "Nami, just keep this money hidden and don't tell anyone. Sister Belmir might be in danger later. This is a total of 150 berries, which could save a life. You wouldn't want Belmir to have an accident in the future, right?" "Of course not, but why prepare so much money? You'll understand when the time comes. If nothing happens, consider it as me asking you to keep it safe." Xilian smiled mysteriously. Regarding Belmir, Nami accepted the money and said earnestly, If nothing unexpected occurs, I will definitely return the money to you. Watching Nami leave, Xilian sighed silently in her heart. That 1500 berries was borrowed from Carp. Initially, when Carp learned that Xilian wanted some change, he wanted to give her more, but she only asked for 1500 berries. The evil dragon pirate crew seized Cocoa West Village, and the first step was to extort money from the villagers to buy their lives. Due to insufficient funds, Belmir was killed by the evil dragon while trying to protect Nami. The only thing she could do now was this. As for the rest, it would depend on whether fate would be changed. During the journey to Marineford, it was not smooth sailing as they encountered many unscrupulous pirate groups along the way. These pirates, relying on their numbers, attempted to intercept Carp's warship, unaware of the iron wall they were about to crash into. At the bow, Carp held a massive iron ball in his hands, a playful smile spreading across his face, and with a single throw, the iron ball, wrapped in terrifying energy, smashed a pirate ship's hull, creating a large hole, with wood splintering everywhere as the pirates screamed and fled in all directions. "Come on, let's get some practice in," Carp said as he placed Xilian and Guyana on his shoulder and jumped onto the deck of the pirate ship. Xilian steadied herself and immediately summoned Bai. The figure of Bai appeared out of thin air with white hair and a white robe, standing tall. However, he surveyed his surroundings. The ground was littered with ordinary pirates wielding knives and guns, all displaying fear, with not a single decent character in sight. Bai's expression became somewhat subtle as he tilted his head, looking at Xilian with a strange gaze, as if to say, "Is this it?" Xilian felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze and scratched her cheek, awkwardly laughing. "Let's just practice for now, as stronger opponents will come later." Upon hearing this, Bai smiled slightly, said nothing more, and then stepped forward into the group of pirates. With one punch per pirate, it was swift and decisive. Those pirates couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes and were scattered like flies. Although it was Guyana's first real experience on the battlefield, her palms were sweaty. However, with Xilian and Carp beside her, her heart gradually settled. She gripped her sword tightly, her gaze growing increasingly determined. Her sword techniques were sharp and decisive, knocking down several pirates in succession. Although her moves were still somewhat immature, the ferocity and talent made Carp clap his thighs in approval. In the blink of an eye, the deck was left empty, with only groans of pirates left on the ground. Good, good, good. As expected of my granddaughter, and the one my granddaughter admires. Carp laughed heartily, growing fonder with each passing moment. "Xilian, Guyana, you two little ones have great talent. You will surely become remarkable warriors in the future." Marine Headquarters, Marineford. This pure white city, standing at the entrance of the New World, is the center of the entire sea. The enormous crescent-shaped harbor extends into the sea, with dozens of massive warships docked neatly. The white hulls reflect the cold and piercing white light of the noon sun like drawn blades. Carp's warship slowly entered one of the docks and came to a steady stop. Carp jumped off the ship first, followed by Xilian, Guyana, and the others. On the dock, many Navy soldiers, upon seeing Carp, quickly walked over and saluted him. "Vice Admiral, welcome back. Grandpa Carp, long time no see." Carp showed no airs at all, instead grinning widely as he pulled each approaching Navy officer in for a hug, proudly pointing to Xilian next to him. Come, everyone, take a look. This is my new granddaughter, Xilian. How adorable, right? And this child is exceptionally strong." Being called out, Xilian could only politely bow to each Navy officer, her smile somewhat helpless. Along the way, Carp had praised her to at least 10 high-ranking Navy officers. Bogut took Guyana to go through the team registration process. Xilian had just left the port with Carp when another person approached. The newcomer was tall, wearing an eye patch with slightly explosive curly hair, dressed in a white vest and a dark blue shirt, hands in his pockets, exuding a lazy demeanor. It was Admiral Akiji. "Oh, Mr. Carp, I heard you were back, so I thought I'd drop by for a look." Akiji squinted, his tone as nonchalant as ever. Carp's eyes lit up as he pulled Xilian in front of him and began his usual routine. "Kazan, you arrived just in time. Take a look, this is my new granddaughter, Xilian. And she's very strong. Not just in potential, but really strong." Akiji tilted his head, his gaze falling on Xilian's petite figure. He sized her up. The little girl appeared quiet and well-dressed, with an air of a noble young lady, and there were no notable fluctuations in her aura. He truly couldn't see anything special about her, but since Carp confidently claimed she was very strong, perhaps she had consumed some remarkable devil fruit. "Oh dear. Didn't you say strong, instead of just potential?" Kazan said playfully, yet his words indicated what an interesting little girl. He withdrew his gaze, squatted down to meet Xilian's eyes seriously, and extended his hand. "Hello, little granddaughter of Carp. I am Admiral Akiji. You can just call me Uncle Kazan. Xilian looked at the seemingly lazy yet unfathomable man before her unabashedly extended her hand for a shake, and politely replied, "All right, Uncle Kazan." Her tone was calm and composed, lacking the typical nervousness and fluster that a child would show in front of an admiral, which prompted Akiji to glance at her again, a hint of barely perceptible approval flashing in his eyes. Suddenly Carp slapped his forehead, as if remembering something, grabbing Akiji's arm. "By the way, Kazan, come with me. I'll take you to the new recruit training ground, so you can see Xilian's abilities firsthand. That's going to be so much fun." Akiji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, sure, I have nothing else to do." At the new recruit training ground, a man with short purple hair, a sturdy build, and a serious expression stood on a platform, giving a motivational speech to a group of naval recruits. Xilian immediately recognized Zifa, the current chief instructor of the Navy headquarters, known as Black Arm Zifa. Memories of Zifa from the anime flashed quickly through her mind. The man who lost his right arm protecting his students, the tragic hero who ultimately turned against the Navy to avenge his fallen students. In the anime, Zifa led a training ship that was attacked by pirates, and all his most beloved students except for Ein and Bins were killed, and his own right arm was severely damaged. Later, he fitted a mechanical prosthetic and embarked on a path opposing the Navy, ultimately being killed in a crackdown led by Admiral Kizaru, with his body personally buried by Kazan in an ice coffin. But at this moment, the Zifa standing before her had both arms intact, his expression serious and upright, indicating that the tragedy had not yet occurred. Xilian didn't know exactly which point in time it was now, but at least everything was still on schedule. Noticing Carp and Akiji approaching, Zifa raised a hand in greeting. "Carp, Akiji, what brings you here?" Akiji looked at Carp, who laughed heartily and pulled Xilian closer, proudly introducing Zifa. "Look, this is my new granddaughter, Xilian. She has a very interesting ability, and he'll say it again, she's very strong." Hearing this, Zifa's gaze fell on Xilian, this little one who required him to lower his head to see could she really be someone Carp was so proud of. His serious expression softened a bit. "I'm Zifa, you can call me Uncle Zifa." For someone to be recognized by that old man Carp, it indicates that she indeed has considerable potential. "Oh no, that won't do, Teacher Zifa." Akiji interjected with a smile, a hint of teasing in his tone. "I've already had little Xilian call me Uncle Kazan. Doesn't that make us the same generation?" Zifa shot Kazan a glare. "You brat, stop playing with words." He paused, waving his hand helplessly. Forget it. Let little Xilian call me Grandpa Zifa." "All right, Grandpa Zifa." Xilian blinked her big, colorful eyes and sweetly called out. Her obedient politeness and lack of shyness made Zifa glance at her again, his eyes holding a bit more appreciation. Especially that word grandpa brought him an unprecedented feeling. Having lost all his family to pirates in his early years, he could only devote himself to teaching his students, treating them as family. But the students would only respectfully call him teacher. It was the first time he had been called grandpa by a child today, which inevitably surprised him. After collecting himself, Zifa led Carp and the others to the center of the new recruit training ground. The surrounding recruits, seeing an admiral and a vice admiral arriving, all stopped training and curiously gathered at the sidelines. Zifa decided to personally test her. Standing opposite Xilian, with his arms crossed, he said in a deep voice, "Come on, little Xilian, let me see your abilities." With Carp's encouraging gaze upon her, Xilian obediently walked up to Zifa. Taking a deep breath, she began to introduce her ability. "Grandpa, Zifa, my ability is to summon the heroic spirits from stories. They come from the stories I tell, and I can manifest them from the narrative." With that, she took out a drawing tool and began to sketch the image of Bay. Seeing Zifa patiently waiting without moving, and with a good number of spectators around, Xilian began to narrate the story of Wang Faluasi. More of Zifa's students had completely set aside their training, encircling the training ground, listening to Xilian's clear voice as she narrated the tale of the white-haired young man. The image of Bay gradually took shape in the drawing. White hair, white robe, azure eyes, tall and upright. Zifa listened while observing the already formed Bay. I must say, this heroic spirit had a high degree of recognition. White hair and white robe, clearly one of the main characters from the story. The details on him were also rich. The folds of his clothing, strands of hair, and even his expression were vividly lifelike. If it weren't for the lack of highlights in Bay's eyes, he would truly resemble a real person. Since this wasn't a dedicated storytelling occasion, Xilian had only condensed the story into a brief summary and quickly finished. "All right, let's begin." Zifa nodded. "Attack me." Xilian controlled Bay, whose figure instantly flashed, rushing forward with a punch aimed directly at Zifa's face. Zifa easily sidestepped, commenting, "Good speed." Next, Bay threw a series of punches, each swift and accurate, but all were effortlessly dodged by Zifa. Zifa's evasion skills were exceptionally sharp, he instantly recognized the limitations of Bei's attack. Almost ready, Zifa uttered, then launched a thunderous punch straight into Bei's chest. Bei staggered backward several steps, but did not fall. He stood firm, rooted like an ancient oak. A flicker of surprise crossed Zifa's eyes. Most of his students required a moment to recover after taking one of his blows, yet this silver-haired heroic spirit had absorbed the impact barehanded and remained upright, unwavering. Impressive, Zifa nodded. This ability holds remarkable potential. Xilian, sensing the moment ripe, interjected gently, Grandfather Zifa, this is merely my first ability. The heroic spirits summoned via Eiji portraiture are hollow shells. I possess a second ability, one that summons true heroic spirits. At these words, Zifa's brows lifted slightly, his gaze sharpening with genuine anticipation. Oh. Then show me. Xilian dispelled the Eiji portraiture and extended both hands forward. Azure white light coalesced in her palms, swirling, intertwining, then bursting forth. Once more the silver-haired, heroic spirit materialized before them all. Students nearby murmured with mild disappointment. It's the same person again. Hardly any different. Yet while the students watched idly, Garp chuckled and leaned close to Akiji's ear, whispering quietly about Bei's power. Zifa's easy demeanor hardened instantly into solemn gravity. He locked eyes with the newly manifested Bei, and felt unmistakably a subtle pressure emanating from the silver-haired heroic spirit. It was not mere superiority in raw strength, but a profound hierarchical dominance, as if standing before him was no mere construct, but a sovereign warrior forged in the crucible of true legend. This time Zifa held nothing back. His aura erupted violently as he lunged forward, fist wreathed in jet-black armament haki. Bei did not retreat. Calm and unshaken, his sapphire eyes gleamed like honed blades as he met the strike heat-in with a counterpunch. Boom! The collision unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave radiating outward from the two figures. Students at the edge of the training ground were hurled sideways, several tumbling flat onto their backsides. Akiji's usual languor vanished entirely. Astonishment flickered across his face as he watched the silver-haired, heroic spirit trade blows with Zifa in perfect parity. At first he deemed the spirit unremarkable, but now reborn it exuded an undeniable quiet authority, a palpable weight pressing upon the air itself. Zifa, ever perceptive, had already deployed armament haki, proof that he now regarded Bei not as a projection, but as a legitimate adversary. Garp meanwhile slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. Akiji's gaze shifted slowly toward Xilian, his expression grave, unprecedented in its intensity. That gravity faded swiftly, replaced once more by his customary nonchalance, though his tone carried newfound seriousness. Mr. Garp, you've truly delivered to the Marines a treasure beyond measure. The battle raged for over 10 minutes, fists whistling like storm winds, energy surging like tidal waves. Zifa grew increasingly exhilarated, escalating his assault to probe Bei's absolute limits. Heroic straight punch. In the end, Zifa unleashed his signature technique. Bei could not withstand the sheer force. He was hurled backward, feet carving twin furrows deep into the earth, sliding over a dozen meters before finally dissipating the impact. Bei's hands trembled faintly, but his sapphire gaze remained sharp, unbroken. Zifa nodded, satisfied. Just as he prepared to press forward, he froze mid-motion, Bei's shadow suddenly shimmering, growing translucent. Bei glanced once at Zifa, then turned toward Xilian and offered a gentle, silent smile. No words passed his lips. Yet Xilian understood her reserves were spent as she could no longer sustain his presence. She clenched her fist, only to find it utterly drained of strength. Bei parted his lips as though to speak, but closed them again, leaving silence intact. He closed his eyes and dissolved into shimmering stardust, fading softly into the air. Witnessing Xilian's sudden exhaustion, Zifa and the others instantly grasped what had transpired. Zifa stroked his chin, mind racing through rapid assessment. Though Xilian sustained Bei only briefly, the sheer undeniable potency of that manifestation sent seismic ripples through his thoughts. Such power manifesting in a child so young, if properly nurtured, her future would defy imagination. Without delay, Zifa strode briskly to Xilian's side, his eyes alight with admiration and fervent excitement. Little Xilian, your ability is extraordinary. I say this with full conviction that heroic spirit has already brushed the threshold of admiralty mastery. A collective gasp rippled through Zifa's students. They had witnessed the duel firsthand. The silver-haired heroic spirit named Bei had fought the fleet instructor Zifa to a breathtaking stalemate. Now Zifa himself had declared it admiralty, meaning this seemingly 80-year-old girl's latent capacity already rivaled that of a Marine rear admiral. Flustered and humbled, Xilian waved her hands hastily. Grandfather Zifa flatters me. I'm still far from worthy. Garp chuckled, ruffling her hair with paternal pride. I too was stunned the very first time she unveiled her power. These days I dare not underestimate her, not even for a heartbeat. Her destiny will shape the very tides of the Grand Line. Zifa turned to Garp. Does Sengoku know? Garp shook his head. I've just returned. I haven't had the chance to present her yet. Then go report immediately. I have matters to attend to. I'll soon lead my students on their maritime internship. At the phrase maritime internship, Xilian's breath caught, her mind flashing instantly to the tragedy awaiting Zifa. She blurted out, Grandfather Zifa, when do you depart? 3 days hence, Zifa replied offhandedly. 3 days. Xilian etched the date silently into her memory. After bidding farewell to Zifa, Xilian walked toward headquarters, pausing frequently to lift her camera and capture fleeting moments, while Garp and Akiji followed at a leisurely pace. Noticing her movements, Garp smacked his forehead. Ah, I nearly forgot. I promised little Xilian a proper tour of the base. Kazan, would you kindly report to Sengoku on my behalf, and include Xilian's case in your briefing? I'll escort her myself to help her acclimate. I knew it, Akiji sighed, shaking his head. You dragged me here, knowing full well I'd end up as your errand boy. Fine. Though grumbling, he accepted the task without hesitation, and strode purposefully toward headquarters, his posture still relaxed, yet his steps noticeably quicker than before. He needed to deliver this revelation to Sengoku, without delay. Arriving in Marineford for the first time, Xilian stood entranced by the city's pristine ivory grandeur. With quiet reverence, she raised her camera and began recording every arresting vista along the way. Her documentation proved challenging. Her small stature often denied her ideal vantage points. When frustration threatened once more, Garp ambled over with a warm grin and effortlessly hoisted her onto his broad shoulders. Perched atop this living observation tower, Xilian finally commanded the perfect height. She beamed, pressed the shutter, and immortalized the breathtaking scale of Marineford in brilliant clarity. On the bustling street, Garp walked while continuously introducing various aspects of Marineford to Marineford, this world-renowned naval headquarters, is built upon mountainous terrain, guarding the vital passage from the Grand Line to the New World, delivering heavy blows to every pirate attempting to reach the New World. In addition, it bears the important responsibility of protecting the world nobility, the celestial dragons, who reside in the holy land of Mariewa. Speaking of the celestial dragons, Garp's expression turned serious as he specifically explained to Xilian the background of this group. He lowered his voice and said, those guys are no good, arrogant, and dangerous. Avoid them as much as you can, and whatever you do, don't get into conflict with them. Xilian nodded, listening attentively. She had no interest or fondness for the celestial dragons. After all, they were merely a group of pigs raised in the Holy Land. What truly made her wary were the 5 elders of the world government and the Knights of God, as well as their true master behind the scenes, They suppress all races and restrict technological development. They are the ultimate villains of this world. She shook her head, deciding not to think too much about it. These matters were beyond her current capabilities, and overthinking was pointless. From the Oxbell bustling residential areas to the central square, Xilian captured everything with only the headquarters building left to document. At this time the sun was setting, casting a golden glow that adorned every building in Marineford with a layer of brilliant gold, creating a dreamlike beauty. Putting down her camera, Xilian glanced at the system. The collection progress for the Marineford map was nearing half. It was an expected result. Xilian let out a big yawn. Today had been filled with intense battles and continuous photography. Although she had ridden Garp like a mount for most of the day, she still felt a hint of fatigue. As drowsiness washed over her, Xilian carelessly leaned on Garp's head and fell into a deep sleep. Noticing that Xilian had fallen asleep, Garp immediately softened his steps, moving cautiously, with each step afraid to make any noise that might wake the little one on his head. Originally, he planned to take Xilian to the headquarters to meet Sengoku, but seeing her sleep so soundly, he silently changed direction, deciding to take her there tomorrow instead. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Garp's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he helplessly pulled out the incessantly ringing den mushi from his pocket. The den mushi wriggled a few times and transformed into a face wearing frog glasses, looking extremely serious. Garp, where the hell are you now? You didn't report back to the headquarters after returning. What are you thinking? And about your granddaughter, both Zifa and Akiji have reported to me about her. We can't be careless with this matter. You need to get to the office right now. Sengoku directly shouted on the other end of the line, his tone filled with undeniable accountability. I know. You don't have to be so loud you'll wake my granddaughter. Carp held the din mushi a bit farther away. You? Son. Sengoku's tone finally softened, but it still carried a sense of helplessness. For such an important matter, why didn't you report to me sooner? What have you been doing? I was having too much fun and accidentally forgot. Carp laughed carefreely. The line fell silent for a few seconds. Forget it, hurry up and bring your granddaughter over. We need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of her. Don't forget about your son's matters. I've already called Crane, Kizaru, and the others over. Now everyone is waiting for you in the office. Sengoku's tone became serious again. I know. Just rest assured little Xilian will definitely meet your expectations. I'm hanging up now, Carp said, not giving Sengoku a chance to respond, and directly hung up the phone with a click. Putting away the din mushi, Carp thought of something and sighed softly. He carefully adjusted Xilian's sleeping position to make her more comfortable, then stepped toward the direction of the Navy headquarters building. At the Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, Marshal Sengoku, sporting his signature Buddha-like head, frowned slightly and sighed at the din mushi that had just been hung up. Vice Admiral Crane sat elegantly on a separate sofa, leisurely flipping through documents with a calm expression. The Red Dog, wearing a baseball cap, sat stiffly on the sofa with an unchanging grim face. Akiji slouched in his chair, yawning, nearly slipping to the floor. Kizaru leaned against the window, the golden light just fading away, and slowly spoke. Marshal Sengoku, what happened that you were in such a hurry to call me back? And at this time? Is there overtime pay? Sengoku slammed the table, causing the documents. Kizaru obediently found a place to sit down, and Akiji shifted slightly in his seat. With his head full of white hair, Vice Admiral Crane put down the documents in his hands and said calmly, Carp's granddaughter, huh? If what Akiji said is true, this little girl will be an extraordinary figure in the future. After speaking, her sharp eyes swept over Akiji, Kizaru, and the Red Dog, making her meaning unmistakable. Kizaru quickly raised both hands, exaggeratingly exclaiming, Hey, are you serious? Comparing us to a little girl? That's terrifying. The Red Dog's expression improved slightly as he said solemnly, If that's the case, it's indeed good news. Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward Akiji. Akiji helplessly spread his hands. He had already recounted everything he had witnessed with his own eyes, yet these people still appeared half skeptical. Indeed, it seemed they would only believe it after witnessing little Xilian's abilities themselves. However, he was a bit looking forward to what expressions they would show at that time. Akiji's lips curled slightly, secretly thinking to himself. At that moment, a heavy and powerful sound of footsteps approached from afar, and the office door was knocked twice before being pushed open, causing everyone to look up in unison at the newcomer. Oh, even Zephyr Sensei was called over. It seems things are quite serious. You're all here. Sengoku called me because of Carp's granddaughter, right? Zephyr glanced at Kizaru, and then turned to Sengoku, his tone steady and certain. I have personally verified her abilities. Her potential is undoubtedly top tier. Even at this stage, she can be regarded as a force not to be underestimated. You who are usually so strict actually give such high praise. A glimmer of interest flashed in Crane's eyes. I am increasingly eager to meet that little girl. I heard. She is only 8 years old this year. Quite impressive. Xilian, although merely 8, had already had her summoning abilities validated by Zephyr and Akiji. It was precisely for this reason that Sengoku summoned Crane, Zephyr, and the 3 admirals to the office to specifically discuss how to arrange for this child. This demonstrates Sengoku's emphasis on Xilian. Finding a spot to sit down, Zephyr crossed his arms and said directly, How do you plan to arrange this? Did Carp mention anything to you? Sengoku tiredly pressed his temples and said, I have prepared several plans, you all can take a look. Sengoku spread a document on the desk, besides through Zephyr, and the 3 admirals gathered around. Upon seeing the first arrangement, their eyes all widened in surprise. Admiral Seed Quota. Of course, the first option is the most ideal. There are also plans for senior officers and special training camps, which mainly focus on prioritizing her development. How terrifying. Oh, it's been a long time since I saw this plan. Isn't it quite good? Have you gone mad, Marshal? Just because of a little brat? Akainu glared at Sengoku, radiating a fierce aura. The Admiral Seed Quota is a privilege granted by the government and the highest ranks of the Navy. To obtain the quota, one must go through layers of approval. Only those truly recognized as monsters among the new generation have the chance to obtain it. The last person to receive this quota was precisely one of the current 3 admirals. Akainu and the others couldn't help but be astonished. Tsuru picked up her pipe, took a puff, and slowly exhaled. Although it's quite crazy, don't worry, Sakazuki Sengoku, and I will personally review her. As long as it's not that old guy Carp, I have nothing more to say. Akainu glanced at Zephyr, who was glaring at him, It's not that I don't trust you, Teacher Zifa, but the justice pursued by the Navy requires bloodshed. You don't really intend to let a little brat charge to the front, do you? I have no objections. As long as she becomes my student, I will treat her like family. Sengoku Tsuru, don't make things too difficult for my student. Zifa said, casually grinning. So you're already planning on a predetermined choice. Sengoku looked at Zifa with displeasure. Tsuru shook her head and smiled. Oh dear, it seems I have to play the bad guy this time. Ew, I hope little Xilian won't hate me in the future. The review process for the Admiral Seed is decided by the Marshal Chief of Staff and the Chief Instructor. Unexpectedly, Zifa directly designated Xilian as his student without a second thought, leading to a conflict between them. Tat tat tat, bang. As another set of footsteps approached, the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Carp strode in, a small figure resting on his head, breathing steadily and deeply. Xilian, who had already fallen asleep. Sengoku's temples throbbed as he shouted, Carp, can't you knock first? Paha. Sorry. Carp laughed nonchalantly, carefully lifting Xilian off his neck. Xilian was still asleep, her head resting comfortably against the soft sofa. Carp sat down beside them, his movements surprisingly gentle. Sengoku and the others exchanged glances, momentarily silent. Was this the same careless Carp they knew? Sengoku had no intention of waking Xilian. He understood that the child had exhausted all her strength during the test, and it was most important for her to rest well. Sengoku cleared his throat and said in a low voice, All right, while this child is asleep, let's discuss seriously how to arrange your granddaughter. Xilian's future. Carp suppressed his smile and said seriously, My thoughts are simple, let her stay in the Navy. With her talent, being with us is the right path. But Tsuru extinguished her cigarette and asked flatly, But what? After a moment of silence, Carp sighed and said, I asked her what her dream is. What did she say? Sengoku pressed. She said she wants to go home. Carp rubbed his head, continuing with confusion. But her hometown is too far away. It's particularly difficult to go back. She said it's only possible to reach it by crossing the Star Sea. As for that Star Sea, do you know where it is? Sengoku and the others thought for a moment and shook their heads. It was the first time they had heard the term Star Sea. Sengoku frowned. Besides the Grand Line and the Four Seas, I've never heard of any Star Sea. What about you? Everyone shook their heads. Only Kizaru's expression changed slightly, a glint passing through his eyes, but he quickly returned to his nonchalant demeanor. He lazily leaned back in his chair and said, Oh, how impressive. They say that Star Sea is up in the sky. How did it end up in the sky? Zifa looked at Kizaru in confusion. Are you referring to the Sky Island? Tsuru asked. No, it's the sea that carries the stars in the sky. This time Kizaru's mysterious words still left Sengoku and the others confused. What does it mean for a sea to carry the stars from the sky? Under the gaze of everyone, Kizaru could only shrug. You all know I not only protect the Holy Land, but also command the scientific troops. I often hear strange terms from Vegapunk. Sometimes Vegapunk tinkers with odd telescopes, gazing at the sky for long periods. He always utters unfamiliar terms and claims that our world is just a grain of sand in the universe. The term Star Sea was also something I heard from him, and he even explained what it was. However, the content was too shocking, so I never brought it up with anyone. Forbidden knowledge. Sengoku thought of something and whispered. Everyone fell silent, not daring to continue this topic. Because further questioning would lead to the blank century, which is a taboo of the world government. Forget it, when Xilian wakes up, we can ask her ourselves. After Sengoku finished speaking, no one responded. He suddenly felt something was off and turned sharply to look at Carp. He saw that this guy had already blown a huge bubble of mucus with his head resting on the sofa's back, snoring soundly. Carp, you idiot. Sengoku's temples throbbed as he shouted. Pop. The bubble burst in response. Carp jolted awake, groggily wiping his mouth and opening his eyes in confusion. What was I saying just now? Was the meeting over? Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, both deeply sighing. Forget it. Sengoku rubbed his temples and waved his hand. Xilian was unaware of the discussion in the office. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a pure white space. There was no ceiling, no walls. The surroundings were boundless white, as if someone had erased the entire world, leaving only this void. Before she could think much, she saw a familiar figure quietly standing not far away. It was the first memory spirit she had summoned. Bai. Xilian couldn't help but call out. Hearing her voice, the figure turned slowly, smiled slightly at her, and spoke she. However, Bai paused slightly in her address. Xilian was taken aback, then widened her eyes in astonishment. You. You really have independent consciousness. I had suspected before whether Bai Yi had independent consciousness, but every time I summoned Bai Yi, he was always responsible and focused entirely on the battle, never exchanging a word with me. I never expected him to find me today. Bai Yi smiled gently, his tone calm. This is a dream space generated from memories of originally. There was nothing here, only darkness. He paused for a moment and continued, actually, I am a spirit generated according to your memories, and I can only exist by relying on your power. I cannot die, but I am not a person in the true sense of the word. Why didn't you speak before? I thought you were just fighting on instinct. Xilian crossed her arms, looking intently at Bai Yi. Summoning a real hero, allowing the hero to come alive, is too extraordinary. Oh, I worry that others might have their eyes on you. Alright, that's acceptable. So why are you only telling me this now? Once your memory energy unlocks to 10, I can also exert 10 of my normal form's power. As more is unlocked, I will be able to unlock more powers, and even transform into a destructive form. As for this space, it seems to have been born along with the progress. I can communicate with you here. Xilian hurriedly called out to the system in her mind, and the system displayed witness the highest level naval meeting. Memory energy unlock increased by 3, current 10. The highest level naval meeting. When did that happen? Didn't I just enjoy a nice sleep? Am I still in the country? You are only conscious in this space. The you outside is still asleep, though you have been taken to the Admiral's office by Old Man Carp. Seeing Xilian still in a daze, Bai Yi offered an explanation. So that's how it is. Bai Yi smiled and said seriously, by the way, I understand more about the relationship between memory spirits and memory substances than you, the master. Actually, the two are interconnected. Only as long as the memory spirit is placed into an appropriate memory substance body, its power can be better utilized. This is what I've always wanted to tell you. During the previous tests, I didn't use my full strength and didn't bring out intrusion dawn because I was worried your body couldn't withstand the consumption. Xilian was stunned. Suddenly she remembered something. Earlier Bai Yi had turned back to speak, but ultimately did not say it out loud. It turned out he wanted to tell her that overlapping memory substances with memory spirits could better utilize power. Thank you, Bai Yi. You've always been thinking of me. Xilian sincerely expressed her gratitude, then awkwardly scratched her face. Thank you for your concern. But I'm not the real Xilian. I'm just wearing her appearance, merely a person with a similar appearance. Perhaps I have been holding you back all along. Bai Yi shook his head gently. No matter who you are. His voice was soft yet firm. For me, the story of Wang Feilos has already ended. I am a new entity copied from your memories, and the fact that you can gain this power represents your qualification. You are the one chosen by the system. You know about the system? Xilian suddenly looked up. You've mentioned the system since just now. It seems you know more than I do. Do you know what my system is called? Bai Yi thought for a moment. I am your first memory spirit. Since the moment I gained consciousness, I have sensed a familiar aura. According to your memories, the system should be called Damayuka. Xilian was so surprised that she couldn't speak and found it hard to believe. To learn that the system that had always accompanied her, but had never spoken, was actually named Damayuka. Goodness, could it be that the system on me is the whole of Wang Feilos? Because Damayugu is the heart of Wang Feilos world. Wang Feilos is a world simulated by a computer, and Damayugu is the soul and heart of this computer itself. Why did it turn into my system? And doesn't Damayugu have its own soul? The one known as Big Xilian by the players. She should have her own consciousness, yet this system has always been mute, showing no trace of Damayugu. How much do you know? I only vaguely sense a familiar energy, and dare not say that this judgment is 100% accurate. Taking a deep breath, Xilian tried to calm her surging heart, then looked up at Bai Yi and said seriously, forget it. Once I unlock all the permissions, I'll know the answer. You won't be disappointed in me, and I can rest assured. To be honest, I also don't want to keep living as someone else. But even characters in stories can achieve selfhood. Seeing Bai Yi's puzzled expression, Xilian smiled and said, because you possess selfhood, you seek me out on your own and wish to talk to me. Isn't that the best proof? You are a real person. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment. His clear eyes trembled slightly as he quietly repeated, a real person. Yes. Xilian nodded vigorously, her gaze burning with intensity. Bai Yi, you are certainly not a copy or a tool of mine. You resemble a real person more than anyone else. You worry about my well-being, hesitate on how to address me, and you even proactively seek me out to talk. None of these could be accomplished by a program. So please stop saying that you are not a living being, alright? The white space fell silent, leaving only their breathing. Bai Yi remained silent for a long time. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice much lighter than before. Do you know? After the story of Wang Feilos ended, I was supposed to dissipate. I was like a wisp of lingering soul only able to manifest because of your memory, barely maintaining my form. Logically, I should not have these thoughts, should not wish to talk to you, and should not care about your feelings. He raised his head, his gaze carrying a tenderness and determination that Xilian had never seen before. But you say I am a real person. Then I will use this last remnant of my soul to do something that only a real person would do. Oh, you have a goal now. That sounds more like a person. Xilian smiled slightly. Bai took a step closer to Xilian, his voice gentle, yet incredibly solemn. Though I am a remnant soul, I can sense the deepest desires of your heart, know your past, and I know. You want to go home, right? Xilian was momentarily stunned, but did not deny it. You don't need to answer. Bai chuckled softly, a smile of relief on his face. Because from the moment you first summoned me, I knew about your origins and your past. You do not belong here, you have always wanted to go home. He extended his hand to Xilian. Xilian, or should I call you partner? Since I have been reborn in this place, I should have a reason for existing. Xilian smiled, her eyes brighter than ever, looking at the hand extended before her. You possess a good awareness. Xilian, or partner, you can call me whatever you like. From now on, I'll rely on you to help me find the way home, partner. Xilian grasped the large hand before her. On the surface, she remained calm, but inside she was shouting wildly. Goodness, I've officially latched onto a big leg. Family. Consciousness slowly withdrew from the memory space. Xilian blinked her slightly sore eyelashes and finally returned to reality. A wave of discussion reached her ears. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, her vision gradually focusing, then she froze. Sengoku Carp, 3 Admirals Zephyr. A room full of high-ranking naval figures, all dressed in formal suits draped in navy cloaks inscribed with the word justice. At this moment, they all turned to look at her, their gazes filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of barely restrained anticipation. As expected, Carp had directly brought her to Sengoku's office, where nearly all the heavyweight figures of the Navy she knew were gathered. Oh, our little princess has finally awakened, said Kizaru, dragging out his signature lazy tone. Although she possessed an adult soul, being stared at by so many heavyweights made Xilian's little face flush, and she hurriedly turned to Carp beside her. I'm sorry, Grandpa Carp, I accidentally fell asleep. Carp laughed heartily and ruffled Xilian's hair. It's all right, little Xilian. Sengoku and the others all know you were too tired and specifically told me not to wake you up. Indeed, you don't need to apologize, Sengoku also spoke up. Xilian then sighed in relief and nodded. She raised her big eyes and boldly scanned the entire office, seriously introducing herself. Hello everyone, my name is Xilian, and I am Grandpa Carp's granddaughter. Her voice was soft yet unpretentious with a confident tone. Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances, beginning to truly appraise this little girl before them. Draped in a purple windbreaker over a white dress, her skin was fair and delicate, and her large pink-blue eyes sparkled with unreserved innocence. The more they looked, the more satisfied they became, and their scrutinizing gazes gradually faded. Kizaru was the first to stand up, sauntering over and bending down to praise her. At such a young age you possess such good etiquette and mindset, remarkable indeed. Are you a noble? Noble? No, my hometown is a little village called Ai Limesia. A little village. That makes it even more impressive. Kizaru nodded to himself. Meanwhile, Akiji also approached and nodded towards Xilian. Only Akainu remained seated, hands on his knees without standing up, but his sharp eyes were firmly locked on Xilian, lost in thought. I am Admiral Sengoku. This is Vice Admiral Crane, and they are Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, the current 3 admirals of the Navy. Zephyr, you have already met. Sengoku regained his authoritative demeanor and introduced them one by one, then stated his purpose. I have some questions that I need you to answer truthfully. Xilian instinctively looked at Carp, who gave her a thumbs up, silently signaling her to answer freely. Taking a deep breath, Xilian nodded and gazed earnestly into Sengoku's eyes. Sengoku began to ask questions, all revolving around social stability and moral values, basic inquiries to determine if a person had any dangerous tendencies. For someone like Xilian, who had been spiritually nurtured by socialist core values, these were simply easy questions. She was inherently a person with a strong moral compass, responding clearly and without hesitation. As Sengoku listened, his tense expression gradually relaxed and satisfaction became increasingly evident in his eyes. This child harbored no dangerous thoughts. I hope you can join the Navy. Sengoku finally got to the main point. Xilian was taken aback, displaying a troubled expression. Can I do that? But I really want to go home, or I just can't find the way back. Crane shot Sengoku a fierce glare. This old man was too impatient. Sengoku chuckled at the glare and quickly remedied the situation. Carp has already informed us of your situation. You can join the Navy first, and they will do their utmost to help you find your family. Once we find information about your family, you can resign and leave at any time. We will not hold you back. Xilian lowered her head, contemplating seriously. The Navy's resources and connections were exactly what she needed right now, and having this identity would make it much easier to operate in this world. Her purpose in coming here was also to help Luffy establish connections so she could report in advance and facilitate going out to sea. After all, having a solid background was crucial in this line of work. The Starry train was not the top force in the universe, but it had extensive ties, and no one dared to touch them. In the end, she nodded. Okay, I agree, but I have a small request. Sure, go ahead and tell me your request. When I grow up, I want to lead a ship out to sea myself. I plan to personally search for news about my hometown. Carp has already mentioned your background, and I understand your longing for home. Sengoku stroked his beard and continued. All right, when your strength is sufficient, I will let you personally command a warship. This request is not high, and Sengoku's gaze towards Xilian became increasingly satisfied. From now on, just call me Grandpa Sengoku. Crane also stepped forward, gently ruffling Xilian's hair, and said softly, You can call me Grandma Crane. Grandpa Sengoku, Grandma Crane. Kizuru squeezed beside Xilian, pointing at his own face, his tone filled with anticipation. Quick, call me Uncle Kizuru, and let me hear it. Seeing Kizuru suddenly crowding over, Xilian obediently called out, Uncle Kizuru. Kizaru's face instantly lit up with uncharacteristic joy, his usually lazy demeanor bursting into a rare radiant smile. He pulled out a den mushi from his pocket, shoved it into Xilian's hand, and said, I happen to be a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, and I'm quite fast. If you need anything in the future, you can call me directly. Xilian stared blankly at Kizuru, her mind racing with questions. Having watched the anime, she understood Kizaru's character all too well. He would only exert minimal effort, unless given a raise, opting to lie down whenever possible. Why was he suddenly so eager to take on work? Carp patted Xilian's shoulder from the side, assuming she was shy, and boomed, This is a rare opportunity, quickly accept it. Snapping back to reality, Xilian earnestly thanked Kizuru, then carefully stored the den mushi. Akiji, not wanting to fall behind, pulled out his own den mushi and swiftly stuffed it into Xilian's arms. Xilian looked up at him, and Akiji merely smiled, hands in his pockets. As Carp's granddaughter, you can consider me half a father. If you need anything, feel free to find me. You rascal, what do you mean half a father? Carp shot him a glare. Nearby, Sengoku rolled his eyes at Carp and Akiji, but refrained from voicing any reprimands. After understanding Xilian's basic situation, Sengoku announced the meeting was over, allowing Xilian to rest first, with a final review scheduled for the next afternoon. Having announced this, he stood up and left. Zephyr nodded to Carp and Xilian, following Sengoku out. As Crane walked past Xilian, she ruffled her hair again and whispered, I originally wanted to take care of you personally, but other places need you more. She gave Carp a meaningful glance before turning to leave the office. With everyone gone, only Carp and Akainu remained standing. Akainu approached Xilian, looking down at her, his deep red eyes piercing as if they could see right through her. After a few seconds of silence, he asked in a deep voice, What do you think of pirates? Xilian placed her finger on her lips. Almost without thinking, she answered, There are good and bad pirates, but no matter what they are, thieves, they are pirates. Most of them commit heinous acts and need to be severely punished. Akainu was silent for a moment, and a smile finally appeared on his cold, hard face. Though it looked somewhat terrifying, it was indeed a smile. I will be here for the review tomorrow. He left that remark and turned to stride away. Once Akainu left, Xilian began to seriously recall his character. Akainu was a man of integrity, but ruthless in his methods, absolutely intolerant of any evil. He believed that justice must be absolute, not allowing even a trace of evil to exist, and would even eradicate all seeds of wickedness with a harsh and intense belief. This pure ideology made many in the Navy fear him. In the anime, Ace met his end at Akaina's hands. Even if it meant using the most extreme methods, he would defend the order, in his heart misunderstood by the entire world. Though she didn't like his character, he lived up to the word justice behind him, and later he was unafraid of power and even scolded the Gorosei, making him a well-crafted, positive character. After leaving, Carp personally took Xilian to the naval dormitory, where there was a single room already arranged by Sengoku. After everything was settled, Carp bid farewell to Xilian and returned to work. Xilian carefully examined the room in front of her. The overall tone was calm and clean, with a soft and tidy bed that carried the unique crispness of military life. She put down her camera and bag, which contained her change of clothes. Before she could sit down, there was a knock. Opening the door, Xilian was surprised to find Kana standing there, wearing a new Navy recruit uniform with a training wooden sword tucked at her waist. Xilian was slightly taken aback and quickly invited Kuna in to sit down. Kuna plopped down on the edge of the bed, excitedly recounting her experiences from the day. After we parted, I was taken by Admiral Bogart to register as a Navy recruit and received 2 new recruit uniforms. I just finished training when I heard you were assigned next door, so I rushed over to see you. After chatting about ordinary things, Kuna clenched her fists and said with bright eyes, I have my own ideals. My goal is to become the world's #1 female swordsman. Xilian smiled and cheered her on, then shared her own goal. My goal is to explore the vast ocean and return to my hometown after traversing the Starry Sea. Kuna was momentarily confused, turning her head several times without understanding how the stars and the sea were connected. Nevertheless, she nodded vigorously. Even though I don't quite get it, it sounds amazing. If you ever need me, just call on me. The two did not chatter endlessly like ordinary little girls. After sharing their dreams and solidifying their paths, Kuna bid goodnight and returned to her room next door. Xilian lay on the soft bed staring at the ceiling, her mind echoing with the words Bai Yi had once told her about the relationship between Yi Ji and Yi Ling. Yi Ji represents matter, while Yi Ling represents the soul. Combining the two, she turned over carrying this notion and gradually slipped into a dream. Early the next morning, Xilian woke up. After taking a nap the previous afternoon, she felt refreshed and energized. Without a Navy uniform, she washed up, dressed in casual clothes, and put on a purple windbreaker before walking out. She knocked on Kuina's door, and Kuina had already woken up. After they had breakfast together in the cafeteria, they headed to the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Kuina didn't rush to start her training, as Xilian wanted to practice too. She planned to observe first. Kuina knew that Xilian possessed immense power and had always been curious about how Xilian trained. Now she finally had the opportunity to see it for herself. Xilian stood still, her fingers tracing the image of Yi Ji in the air. The image gradually solidified, and then she used the Yi Ji image as a medium to summon Yi Ling. Very well. Xilian smiled. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. As expected, the eyes of the Yi Ji image brightened, and a steady aura began to spread out. Bai Yi calmly surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no enemies, before looking curiously at Xilian. Yo Bai Yi, Xilian greeted, raising her hand. Did you sense any changes? Bai Yi moved his wrist, feeling the power within him. My body is much more stable than before, and I won't consume your energy excessively anymore. I feel it too, Xilian nodded. Summoning you using the Yi Ji image is no longer as difficult as it was before. The consumption has also decreased, so it seems I can summon you anytime in the future. Kuna had already run over, staring in amazement at the imaginary friend that had appeared beside Xilian, unable to hold back her exclamation. Xilian, how did you manage to bring him to life? This was the first time Kuna had seen Xilian use her ability, as she thought Xilian was going to do some physical training. Xilian smiled and explained, this is my ability, I can summon the heroic spirits from stories. Heroic spirits? Is that the character from the story you told me? Is this big brother the main character? Kuina's curiosity spiked as she immediately circled around Bai Yi, her gaze landing on the exquisite fabric of his attire, marveling repeatedly. Bai Yi felt a bit embarrassed under her scrutiny. After Kuina finished observing, Xilian pulled her aside to allow Bai Yi to demonstrate his strength. Bai Yi reached out and grabbed at the void, summoning a large sword that materialized in his hand. Its golden sun-shaped guard, streamlined blade, and swirling sparks made it look imposing. Incredible. This was the first time Xilian had seen Bai Yi's exclusive weapon, and it truly had an extraordinary presence. After performing a few swift sword flourishes and feeling it out, Bai Yi seriously said to Xilian, I can now exert 10% of my original strength at full power. As for the damaged state, I need to recover to over 80% to unlock it. That's not bad. Xilian nodded as if she had anticipated this. Being able to exert 10% of Bai Yi's strength at full power is already quite impressive, meaning Bai Yi now possesses the combat prowess of a naval officer. As for the damaged state, she didn't have high expectations. That was world-destroying level power, and if he truly unleashed his full strength, the entire pirate world wouldn't know if it could withstand it. One could easily imagine that if a meteorite fell, the entire planet would suffer. It would end this world's journey. Bai Yi began to demonstrate a few moves based on memory. The grand and unparalleled swordsmanship left Kuna mesmerized. She followed Bai Yi like a little tail, eagerly asking what kind of sword technique that was, wanting to learn it herself. Bai Yi appeared a bit awkward, seeming to realize that dancing with a sword in front of a stranger girl was somewhat rude, and quickly bowed his head to apologize, introducing himself. My name is Bai Yi. My dream is to become the world's #1 female swordsman. Bai Yi instinctively looked at Xilian beside him, who was also a bit surprised, but then nodded slightly, explaining Kuna is my good friend and has excellent swordsmanship talent. Since there's still time, Bai, if you don't mind, you can teach her a bit. Scratching his head, Bai displayed the heavy sword in his hand to Kuna and said, frankly, my swordsmanship doesn't follow a specific school. It's just a compilation of experiences from many, focusing on a tough and domineering practical route. I worry that this might not suit you and could even hinder your training. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment appeared on Kuna's small face. However, Bai soon smiled again and added, although my swordsmanship might not suit you, I can still teach you some fundamental sword techniques. You practice the sword first, and it'll guide you from the side. Kuina obediently began practicing while Bai patiently corrected her posture. As time passed, more and more naval soldiers gathered in the training ground, many curiously sizing up Xilian and her companions. The morning sun shone on the naval headquarters training ground, where a handsome young man in a white cloak stood leisurely at the side, surrounded by two little girls. One was wearing a very small recruit uniform, looking serious and earnest, while the other was a cute little girl with pink hair, but she wasn't in uniform. The recruits gathered in small groups, whispering to discuss the origins of these unfamiliar faces. Who was that young man in the white cloak? He looks so strong. I don't know, but that recruit seems to have been brought by Admiral Bogart. And what about that cute little pink-haired girl? I've never seen her before. She might be some noble lady. It's possible. The Holy Land isn't far from here, and many nobles come here for inspections. Just as they were discussing, Karp's subordinates strode over, lowering their voices to explain the identities of Xilian and her companions, which caused the curious crowd to disperse somewhat. As the crowd dispersed, Bogate approached Xilian and the others with steady strides. He had just sent his subordinates to clarify the situation and scatter the soldiers who had gathered. Bogate first nodded slightly to Xilian and Bai, greeting them with a calm good morning. His sharp gaze then fell upon Guyina, who was sweating profusely as she practiced drawing her sword repeatedly. Guyina also halted her movements, turned around, and deeply bowed to Bai sincerely, saying, "Thank you, brother Bai." As she finished speaking, she trotted up to Bogate and stood at attention. Bogate looked her up and down, nodded, and said, "I instructed you to come to the training ground today because I intend to personally train you for a few days. Your foundation is quite good, but it still needs refinement. You need to adapt to my training as soon as possible." Guyina nodded earnestly, saying, "Yes, I will give it my all." Bogate's gaze then slowly swept over the large sword in Bai's hand, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Mr. Bai is actually a swordsman as well." Bai smiled slightly, not denying it. As fellow swordsman, a spark of combativeness ignited in Bogate. He placed his hand on the hilt at his waist and earnestly proposed, "In that case, I would like to spar with Mr. Bai, if that is all right." Bai did not respond immediately, but turned to Xilian, his gaze conveying a question. Seeing this, Xilian pretended to be annoyed, puffing up her cheeks and placing her hands on her hips, saying, "Bai, just decide for yourself. You don't need to ask me every time. You're not my tool, so stop treating me like your com." Upon hearing this, Bai's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently replied, "Well, thank you, partner." Seeing their natural interaction, Bogate was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "It seems the heroic spirits from the stories have truly come to life." As his words fell, the two had already taken their positions. Bang! Bai and Bogate simultaneously drew their swords, engaging in an instant clash, the sound of metal striking metal resonating. The two wielded their swords with rapid precision. Bai's swordsmanship was bold and vigorous, with each strike exuding a thunderous intensity, his offensive like a torrential storm. Bogate's technique and strength were equally formidable, with his swordplay precise and steady, each of his strikes perfectly timed to intercept the gaps in Bai's attacks. In an instant, the two became a whirlwind of combat, the incessant clashing of blades filling the air, and they exchanged blows for 20 rounds. The surrounding crowd was captivated. Just the exchange of swordsmanship left the onlookers transfixed, not daring to breathe. To think he could hold his own against General Bogate, this is incredible. I can't see their movements. And with such a commotion, are they really just exchanging ordinary sword techniques? Who on earth is that? I've never seen someone like this before. The intensity of the battle attracted more Navy personnel, and the fierce swordplay elicited gasps from the soldiers. Bogate's strength was no less than that of a vice admiral. The only reason he remained a brigadier general was that his superior, Admiral Karp, had not been promoted to admiral, which kept Bogate at his current rank. The battle did not yield a clear victor. After about 50 exchanges, Bogate was satisfied, and a smile emerged on his typically serious face as he genuinely said, "Excellent swordsmanship. It is a powerful technique geared toward actual combat. Each strike is clean and precise, without any unnecessary movements. I am beginning to believe the tales of Wang Faluo. He then turned to Xilian, his tone becoming much gentler. That will be all for today. Little Xilian, you have your review this afternoon, so I cannot let you expend too much energy. Go rest for a bit. All right, Xilian replied obediently. She did not leave. After letting Bai return to the memory space, she sat alone on the steps outside the training ground, quietly sensing the extent of her fatigue. With the memory image as a vessel, the consumption of her memories was reduced by more than half. After just a short rest, she had already recovered quite a bit of energy. As long as I don't exhaust my energy, I can summon Bai several more times. Based on previous experiences, Bai can now exist for twice as long, lasting up to half an hour, and can exert even greater strength. With this significant breakthrough, Xilian felt elated and began to leisurely watch Guyana, who was being personally taught by Bogate, secretly thinking that Bogate indeed held high hopes for Guyana as his new disciple, as he was truly training her himself. Approaching noon, Carp came boisterously to the training ground, spotting Xilian at a glance, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Little Xilian, are you hungry? Come, Grandpa will take you to eat something delicious." At that moment, Bogate had just finished Guyana's training, and Carp called them over. The four of them went together to the large restaurant in the residential area, found a big table to sit down, and ordered a feast. The lunch was sumptuous, with seafood, roasted meats, and soups all included, and the four of them enjoyed the meal. The four of them went together to the large restaurant in the residential area, found a big table to sit down, and ordered a feast. The lunch was sumptuous, with seafood, roasted meat. Bogate glanced at him helplessly. "Mr. Carp, please mind your table manners." Carp mumbled indistinctly, "Well, as long as it's delicious." Guyana quietly held her bowl, without moving, looking a bit shy. Xilian smiled, and encouraged her by offering her some food, telling her to eat without worry. After lunch, Bogate took Guyana and bid farewell to Carp and Bai. Guyana was already registered under Carp and had many training tasks awaiting her. As Bogate served as Carp's aide, he was the exclusive training instructor for Carp's team, and he would return with Guyana. "Guyana, practice well." Xilian waved to her. Xilian, I won't let you down." Guyana clenched her fists, her eyes full of determination. Carp picked Xilian up onto his head and marched towards Sengoku's office. Along the way, they encountered several high-ranking Navy officers who all saluted Carp, and Xilian spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Rina, user of the Kanken fruit. She sported a stylish light pink middle-parted long hairstyle, wearing a pair of purple-tinted sunglasses, dressed in a rose-colored professional outfit with a navy justice cape draped over it, and deep purple gloves that showcased her competence. Her tall stature, nearly 1.8 meters, made her particularly conspicuous in the crowd, exuding an aura of sharpness and elegance from afar. Rina approached quickly, and upon stopping, called out, "Admiral Carp." Carp nodded in response, saying on. Seeing Rina looking curiously at Xilian, who was sitting on Carp's head, Carp chuckled and introduced, "This is my granddaughter Xilian. And this is Major Rina, who has recently been promoted in the Navy headquarters. I think you and Rina resemble each other quite a bit, both having pink hair." Upon hearing this, Rina's eyes widened slightly behind her sunglasses as she exclaimed with delight, "Rina has heard of it. I can't believe there's actually a pink-haired one that looks just like me. What a coincidence." Xilian smiled politely and said, "Hello, Major Rina." Rina squatted down to match her gaze with Xilian, speaking eagerly, "So cute. Are you a noble from the Holy Land?" "No, really not." Rina was quite surprised. She glanced at Carp, who nodded at her. "As long as you're not a noble, you can call me Sister Rina from now on. I can lead a warship now." Speaking of which, has little Xilian joined the Navy? Any plans for which department to go to? Why not come with me? Sister Rina is in need of personnel right now. How about coming aboard my ship? Rina loved adorable girls like you. If you come with me, I will definitely take good care of you. Unexpectedly, Rina spoke so much in one breath and directly extended an invitation. Xilian was taken aback, thinking of her purpose, and could only politely decline. "Thank you, Sister Rina, but I have already made plans for my future. I also want to lead a warship myself, and my dream is to explore the seas with my companions. Although I feel a bit regretful for not being able to recruit Xilian, I actually admire her decision." Rina said seriously, "Even though I missed the invitation, I will support you. Sister is looking forward to the day you set sail." Thank you, Sister Rina." Xilian nodded vigorously. After chatting a bit more, Rina reluctantly bid farewell to the two of them. Walking into the headquarters building, the personnel inside were busy, and when they passed by Carp, they merely nodded slightly before continuing with their work. The Marshal's office was on the highest floor of the headquarters, where Marshal Sengoku and Chief Strategist Crane had been waiting inside for quite a while. Carp pushed the door open with a loud voice that echoed through the office. "I brought little Xilian over." Sengoku shot him a glare and said impatiently, "You're more anxious than we are urging us to start the test right after lunch. Can't we have a little break?" As he spoke, he added, "Forget it, I've already notified Kizaru and the others, you can sit for a while." Xilian jumped down from Carp's head and obediently called out, "Hello, Grandpa Sengoku." "Hello, Grandma Crane." Sengoku and Crane immediately revealed kind smiles, nodding at her repeatedly. Sengoku gently asked, "Little Xilian, where is your hometown? Tell Grandpa about it." "My hometown is Wangfaluo," Xilian said directly. Carp slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "So those stories you were telling before were all real events that happened in your hometown. I knew you couldn't have described things in such detail." Sengoku and Crane instantly became interested, exchanging glances that reflected their curiosity. Xilian began to gather her thoughts. The reason she mentioned Wangfaluo as her hometown was to better open up the storytelling. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and Kizaru was the first to arrive. He nodded at Xilian with a raised hand as a greeting, then found a corner to lazily sit down. Clearing her throat, Xilian began to tell the story of Wangfaluo. Sengoku and the others listened with great attention as the story was filled with substantial information. Titan's Fire Chaser's world reincarnation. Those grand and fantastical settings gradually built a vast worldview in their minds. They sensed a deep yearning in Xilian's tone. It didn't sound like she was fabricating a story, but rather that everything she spoke of truly happened in her hometown. Before long, Akiji and Akainu also arrived one after another. Seeing Xilian telling a story, they quietly took their seats without interrupting. Sengoku noticed this and quietly explained the information from the previous story that they had missed. The magical and grand worldview of Wangfaluo left them greatly shocked. Akainu frowned deep in thought. Could such a place really exist? In the office, everyone was engrossed in the story. Before they knew it, an hour had passed, and the story finally came to an end. Sengoku glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up, saying, "It's just in time, let's set off." Seeing that Xilian was still looking towards the door, seemingly waiting for someone, Sengoku explained, "Zifa will not be coming. He has already agreed to the seed plan and will no longer participate in the review. He is still teaching his students." Xilian nodded gently, saying nothing more. Sengoku walked ahead, leading everyone out. They passed through the corridors of the Navy headquarters, arriving at the farthest edge of the headquarters. A huge building was constructed against the wall, appearing quite unremarkable on the outside. Upon entering the building, there was another long corridor, and everyone arrived at a secret space. The space was large and set up like a training ground with numerous precision testing machines placed around, and many researchers were moving about adjusting various instruments and equipment. Carp and the three generals took their seats on the edge, and Sengoku signaled Crane. Crane picked up a notebook and paper, walked in front of Xilian, and introduced, "This is the Navy's underground testing ground, with top-notch soundproofing and shock absorption. No matter how loud it gets, it will be hard to affect Marineford. You can safely showcase all your abilities." Looking at the row of testing machines, Xilian nodded, but just by observing the environment, she already understood what she needed to do. Sengoku's review of Xilian's abilities mainly focused on her physical fitness, speed, and strength. First, test your speed and endurance, then measure your reaction limits, and finally test your strength. Sengoku instructed in an orderly manner. Xilian followed each instruction. During the running test, her speed far exceeded the standards for her peers. In the reaction limit test, she nearly reacted the instant the command was issued. In the final strength test, her small fist struck the machine, producing a heavy muffled sound, the immense power astonishing everyone. After obtaining the precise data and making a preliminary judgment on Xilian's strength, Sengoku and the others fell silent. At only 8 years old, she possessed superhuman physical qualities. Her overall capabilities were already comparable to some of Zifa's elite students, but those were all 15 or even 20-something young adults. Even the three admirals in their childhood couldn't reach this level. Moreover, Xilian appeared very composed during the tests, seemingly holding back. With such a solid foundation, if well nurtured, her future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Additionally, she possessed some strong devil fruit abilities. The position of admiral could definitely be contended for. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Sengoku decided to continue testing Xilian's abilities. Xilian closed her eyes, shaping her body with a million qualities, then summoned Bai Yi Ling to infuse into it. The entire process lasted about 5 seconds. When the figure in white opened its eyes again, its aura had completely changed. Crane silently noted the words 5 seconds in her notebook, then calmly analyzed. The weakness seems to be the need for 5 seconds of preparation and duration. Carp seemed to have discovered something as he squinted his eyes, seriously sizing up the current, by noticing that the pressure he felt from Bai was greater than before. Sengoku and the others also noticed something, their expressions becoming solemn as they all focused. They all sensed the faint pressure emanating from Bai. Years of battle experience told them this person was definitely a master. Seeing that the others from the warring states had not spoken, Bai was the first to reveal a sunny smile and took the initiative to speak. Hello everyone, I presume you have heard of my story. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Bai from the AI Limisia. Everyone except Xilian widened their eyes in surprise at Bai. A being created can actually communicate. Warring states quickly regained composure and asked solemnly, Bai, sir, do you have your own consciousness? Bai chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. To be precise, I am an awakened remnant soul. Tion's gaze sharpened and he asked in a deep voice, remnant soul, could it be that Wing Phalos' journey of flame truly exists? Yes. Bai nodded affirmatively, it indeed exists. It is that experience that grants me my current strength. After saying this, he glanced back at Xilian, who smiled faintly. This was the explanation they had prepared in advance, otherwise it would be difficult to account for Bai's formidable combat power, which also helped leave an impression on warring states and the others. With Bai's confirmation, both warring states, and he as well as the three generals were momentarily stunned. The entire room fell silent for a few seconds. Now they had to confront a question. Where exactly is Wang Phalos? Everyone's gaze shifted past Bai, looking at Xilian. Xilian's hometown is Wang Phalos. Perhaps that is why she has been telling stories about Wang Phalos. Because she couldn't find her way home, she kept talking about her hometown, not wanting to forget it. Huang Yuan was the first to voice a question. What is Wang Phalos like now? Bai shook his head. I don't know either. I mentioned before that I am just a remnant soul. Besides me, there are actually other companions. I owe my return to the world to Xilian. To be precise, it is the power of the memory fruit. Because of this ability, my former companions and I can manifest as memories preserved in this world, and she awakened me. Memory fruit. No wonder. Warring states pondered. I have seen it in the devil fruit encyclopedia. It is a very rare fruit. Is the memory fruit truly real? The group exchanged glances, and with warring states as a witness, they believed Bai's words. Bai's strength in life was already impressive, which also explained why the heroic spirit summoned by Xilian was so strong. Only the memory fruit can manifest the elegance of a heroic spirit. Behind Bai, Xilian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The memory fruit was also the explanation they had prepared long ago. The memory fruit was consumed by Big Mom's daughter Bryn, and very few people knew this information. Does little Xilian still remember how she appeared in Windmill Village? Warring states continued to ask. Under the gaze of everyone, Xilian shook her head and softly replied, I don't know. I don't know why I am here. Why she had suddenly appeared in Windmill Village 3 months ago. Everything here was different. She didn't know how to return. Her voice was soft, yet it left everyone present in silence. Warring states and the others had mixed thoughts. The conclusion of Wang Phalos in the story was a good one. The train of exploration saved Wang Phalos. However, the subsequent story was cut off, and Xilian herself did not know what happened next. Perhaps her appearance here was related to the train of exploration. Since Bai's combat ability had already been verified by Zephyr Carp, and Aokiji warring states planned to further test Bai's limits. He decided to let the three generals take turns to attack Bai. Outside the arena, Akainu was not in a hurry to enter, while Huang Yuan seemed to be in high spirits, lazily raising his hand. Then he'll go first. As he was born from Xilian's memory, Bai was aware of the information about the three generals' abilities. He tensed his body slightly, spreading his feet ready to react at any moment. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Huang Yuan asked with a smile. Before his words fell, Huang Yuan was enveloped in golden light, appearing at Bai's side, in an instant kicking out. Bai, relying on his powerful combat experience, raised his elbow, just in time to barely block Huang Yuan's kick. However, because the block was too rushed, his feet left 2 marks on the ground, and he slid back 3 meters. Although he was pushed back, such a quick reaction still surprised those watching from the sidelines. Even if it was their first time facing Huang Yuan's ability, they would become flustered, yet Bai's performance was even slightly better than when they first encountered Huang Yuan. That's really scary, Huang Yuan whistled. Huang Yuan, take this seriously. Warring states glared. Yes, yes. Huang Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, but his eyes carried a hint of seriousness. Bai, be careful, it will be fast next. Bai adjusted his stance, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. I can't let my partner worry, can I? Since Bai could react to Huang Yuan's speed of light kick, Huang Yuan decided to test with a ranged ability. Laser beam. Huang Yuan pointed, and a dazzling beam of light shot forth. Bai tightened his nerves, predicting the trajectory to dodge, and Huang Yuan immediately launched a second wave of attack, which Bai continued to evade. After dodging the first two attacks, Huang Yuan jumped into the air, both hands clenched, golden light particles gathering in his palms. Yada no Kagami. Countless light orbs rained down like a storm. Bai could barely dodge the initial attacks, but once the numbers increased it became difficult to avoid and many attacks grazed his body. Seeing the attacks becoming more dense, Bai's right hand grasped at the void, and a large sword appeared out of thin air. He swung the great sword, the sword light, like a curtain, chopping down all of Huang Yuan's attacks. The light orbs collided with the sword body, exploding into countless tiny light points. Are you serious? Huang Yuan and the others widened their eyes. The ability of the Goro Goro no Mi was actually so easily dispelled. Seeing that Huang Yuan had stopped, Bai knew it was time to counterattack. He raised the great sword before him, and a halo resembling the sun appeared behind him, radiating brilliant light. I am the blazing sun that shall rise. The entire space was illuminated by the sun's radiance, and the azure blue of Bai's eyes shone with dazzling golden light. Feeling the intense sense of crisis emanating from the great sword, Huang Yuan gathered photons in his hands, forming a light sword. Dawn creation split the sky open. Tengai Shinsei. Bai's great sword emitted a blazing and domineering glow, then executed a simple, yet powerful horizontal slash. Huang Yuan knew this blow would be difficult to dodge, so he chose to take it head-on. Boom! The two swords collided, and an unparalleled shockwave swept across the entire space, causing Xilian to stagger back 2 steps from the impact. The clash held for a moment before Huang Yuan was forced back by the immense force, leaving a long mark on the ground beneath him. Oh, this is interesting. Huang Yuan slid 5 meters before stopping, unable to help but express his admiration, then readied his stance again. Bai East continued to close in, and the great sword and light sword clashed violently once more. Boom! This time Huang Yuan withstood the attack, neither side giving way. In the arena, golden figures flickered continuously, and the sounds of weapon clashes echoed incessantly as Bai and Huang Yuan fought for over a dozen rounds. By the sidelines, warring states and the others were left dumbfounded, momentarily speechless. Despite Huang Yuan usually appearing lazy, they knew very well the depth of his abilities. Beneath his seemingly idle demeanor, he possessed an unfathomable strength. Even Akainu and Akiji did not believe they could decisively win against Huang Yuan. His speed, attack range, and even close combat abilities were impeccable, and his swordsmanship had already reached the realm of a great swordsman. As for Bai, while his speed was not fast, being able to react to Huang Yuan's attacks was already enough to not be underestimated. Moreover, that great sword seemed to possess some special power, effortlessly countering the attacks of the Goro Goro no Mi. Warring States took a deep breath. Bai's combat power had exceeded imagination. He shouted, "That's enough." Bai and Huang Yuan immediately stopped. After an intense battle, neither showed any signs of fatigue. Warring States had Huang Yuan step down to rest, and called Akiji to take the stage. Akiji entered the arena and looked at Bai seriously, saying, "I am a user of the Hi no Mi, Bai, be careful." He waved his hands, summoning dozens of ice sculptures that whistled towards Bai. Bai swung his sword, chopping down each ice sculpture, which shattered into a shower of ice shards. Taking advantage of the moment Bai was defending, Akiji stepped onto the ice blocks and swiftly approached Bai. Under the full force of the Hi no Mi, a biting cold enveloped Bai. It was as if he had not reacted at all, directly turning into an ice sculpture, sword raised and frozen in place. Akiji exhaled a cloud of white mist, standing straight and examining the ice sculpture before him. Everyone held their breath. Bai, trapped in ice, did not keep them waiting long. A few seconds later, intense radiance erupted from his body. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ice shattered, and Bai broke free from his bindings, stepping out from the pile of ice unscathed. "Arara, that's really scary." Akiji scratched the back of his head, giving a wry smile. "Admiral, my ability is countered by him." "I see, and don't speak like Huang Yuan." Warring States shot him a glare before turning his gaze to Akainu. Akainu had already risen, hot air swirling around him, parts of his body transforming into magma, with drops of magma falling to the ground. The ground burned black spots. "Let me have a go," Akainu said in a deep voice. Akiji scratched his head and said to Bai, "Be careful, Sakazuki hits hard." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the sidelines. "Thank you for the reminder." Bai Yi expressed his gratitude and turned to look at Xilian. Xilian smiled and nodded at him encouragingly, saying, "Your energy consumption is still less than half, so fight with confidence, partner." Leave it to me." Bai Yi turned back, his gaze becoming sharp. Akainu stopped confronting Bai Yi. The air between them seemed to ignite. "I am a user of the Magu Magu no Mi," Akainu said solemnly. "You are strong, I will not hold back. Come at me." Hellhound. The opening move was a lethal strike. Akainu's arm instantly transformed into magma, stretching out violently like a fierce dog lunging at Bai Yi. Bai Yi swung his sword to block. The Hellhound was extremely fast and powerful. He could not fully negate its force, and was pushed back 5 steps, cracking the ground beneath him. But he swiftly flicked his great sword upward, the sword light, slashing down, successfully destroying the Hellhound with magma splattering everywhere. "You are quite good," Akainu nodded, then suddenly swung his fist. "How about this?" Great eruption. A torrent of magma erupted from Akainu's fist, sweeping in like a volcanic explosion. Bai Yi continuously swung his sword, cutting down the magma one by one. However, even though the magma was cut down, it still remained on the ground, the heat rising, and the scorching temperature began to rapidly envelop the entire space. Akainu did not stop. As more magma was cut down, the ground beneath Bai Yi was already covered in a layer of rolling magma, the heat rising, causing visibility to start to blur. If he did not act soon, he would be completely surrounded by magma. Since that was the case, Bai Yi sought an opportunity and slashed his sword downward. With a powerful strike, the ground was blasted open and magma slowly flowed into the pit. As for the surrounding boiling heat, it did not affect Bai Yi at all. He was blessed by the radiance of the blazing sun, easily adapting to the high temperatures. Hey, Sakazuki's ability can't affect him at all. That's really scary. Huang Yuan smirked, speaking in a somewhat annoying tone. Ignoring Huang Yuan, warring states, and he exchanged glances, their hearts churning, their eyes filled with undeniable shock. Akiji had put away his usual laziness, watching the battle with keen interest. Carp was laughing heartily, pounding his thighs and shouting, "Huh? My granddaughter's ability is simply strong. Did you see that? Did you see that?" This earned him another roll of the eyes from warring states. He had lost his temper with Carp because Carp had truly brought an incredible treasure to the Navy. Realizing that his ability was ineffective, Akainu transformed his hands into magma and chose to go close combat with Bai Yi. Akainu's close combat skills were top-notch, with magma surging from his fists, each punch carrying overwhelming power. In close combat, the constantly splattering magma made it somewhat difficult for Bai Yi to fight. Although he could adapt to the high temperatures, the magma splashing onto him could inflict real damage. After just a few exchanges, Bai Yi's clothes were burned with numerous holes from the splattered magma, and his exposed skin bore charred marks. This won't do. Bai Yi's mind shifted, and as Akainu swung his fist, he dodged to the side, avoiding the molten fist, and then leaped away to create distance. Raising his great sword, the blazing sun halo reappeared behind him, shining even more brilliantly than before. Then he slashed out a sword chi like the blazing sun, directly aimed at Akainu. The shockwave, accompanied by a heat wave, swept across the field, causing everyone's clothing to flutter loudly, and the seriousness was evident on every face. As the dust gradually settled, Bai Yi and Chi Quan stood their ground, their clothes tattered but their breath steady. Once again, there was no clear victor. The 3 generals took turns to strike, yet none could easily suppress him. Zhang Guo, and he pondered the strength of Bai Yi in their hearts. Bai Yi raised the great sword in his hand, eager for another fight, when he noticed Xilian swaying unsteadily, her face pale. He hurriedly sheathed his great sword, offering Xilian an apologetic smile, before his form dissipated like shattered light, returning to the memory space. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xilian, her condition clear to all. Zhang Guo spoke up, "All right, this is where we stop. The test is over." Chi Quan silently walked off the testing ground, his dark eyes questioning Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo took a deep breath, looking around at everyone before announcing word by word after the test, "Xilian. Or perhaps Bai Yi possesses strength close to that of a general." Hearing this, Chi Quan fell silent for a long time before slowly nodding, acknowledging the statement. Huang Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, lazily remarked, "They indeed possess such capability." Qing Ji crossed his arms and casually agreed, "I think so too." Kapu laughed heartily, patting his knee as he said, "Puha, she's my granddaughter. Of course she's formidable." Everyone turned their attention to Zhang Guo. He calmly asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" "Keep the test results under wraps. I brought her here for testing, to protect her secret, to display strength close to that of a general at just 8 years old. It's beyond comprehension how spreading this information would only invite disaster." Zhang Guo spoke solemnly, looking towards Xilian. "Will you agree to conceal your true strength Xilian nodded without hesitation. The power of memories is indeed formidable, but she had not truly grown. Once the power was exhausted, her overall strength would be roughly on par with the elite members of Zifa's class. Zhangguo nodded, but the next question troubled him. Where should Xilian be placed? He first dismissed Ka. You spoil her too much, Zhangguo said bluntly. Leave her to you, and in just a few days you'll lead her astray. Suddenly being called out, Kapu looked disgruntled. Hey, what are you talking about, Zhangguo? Zhangguo ignored him, turning to He. He shook his head, saying, my department is all administrative, not for training combat personnel. Although I would like to take her, it would hinder her growth. Little He is right, so it's best for little Xilian to stay with me. She's a born warrior, ha. Kapu concluded for himself. Kapu hasn't given up on being a warrior, ha. Xilian's lips twitched, but she remained silent. At this moment, Chi Quan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. They'll take her. Everyone was slightly taken aback, not expecting Chi Quan to speak first. Qing Ji raised his eyebrows casually, adding, actually, I'd like to help lighten Kapu's load a bit. Huang Yuan, rarely taking the initiative, spoke with a hint of amusement. How about I take her? It sounds like it would be quite interesting. Zhangguo furrowed his brows. Having the three generals take her was indeed a good idea, each possessing their own characteristics. But who should it be? Zhangguo found himself unable to decide. In the end, everyone's gaze fell upon Xilian. Let her choose for herself, Zhangguo said, stroking his beard, allowing Xilian to make her own choice. Xilian lowered her head and thought, memories of Zifa's storyline flashing through her mind. This was an opportunity. I want to go to Grandpa Zifa. Xilian raised her head, her voice clear and firm. Zhangguo finally nodded. Zifa is the Marine Chief Instructor, having trained countless rookie sailors. All three admirals were cultivated by him. Given your current situation, he is indeed the most suitable choice. Meanwhile, Kapu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. Having Zifa teach Xilian is undoubtedly the best solution. He couldn't point out any flaws, and Zhangguo took out a prepared appointment letter from his pocket and handed it to Xilian. Tomorrow, go find Zifa yourself and have him sign it for confirmation. I have follow-up matters to handle with He. You all can go back now. After saying this, he turned to leave with He. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Kapu and threw out a remark, you have a mission tomorrow, don't forget. Upon hearing this, the joy on Kapu's face instantly vanished, and he crouched down, holding his head. He knew this meant he would have to part ways with Xilian. Xilian hurriedly ran over her face, full of guilt, as she said, I'm sorry, Grandpa. I want to get stronger quickly and didn't consider your feelings. Kapu suddenly looked up, instantly reverting to his carefree smile, laughing heartily. What nonsense. With Zifa taking you under his wing, Grandpa is very at ease. Tomorrow, he'll return to work. Let's take this opportunity to stroll around the city. Okay. The old man and the young girl strode out. Qing Ji and Huang Yuan exchanged glances, following behind, while Xilian looked back to see Chi Quan also following from a distance. On the way, Kapu patted Qing Ji's shoulder, saying, Kazan, while I'm out on missions, please take good care of little Xilian. Qing Ji nodded, agreeing. Huang Yuan circled around Xilian, asking a flood of questions, all centered around the term otherworld. Those stars, those unknown worlds. Xilian remembered Huang Yuan often interacted with Vegapunk, perhaps knowing something about the otherworld, so she patiently explained. The moon is a satellite that orbits our planet. Beyond the moon are countless stars, planets, and an entire universe. More vast and wondrous than anyone can imagine. Huang Yuan's expression grew increasingly complex as he listened. There was shock, contemplation, and indescribable emotions, all while hidden beneath his lazy facade. Kapu and Qing Ji were also listening nearby, but completely understood nothing. Kapu could only keep praising, as expected of my granddaughter. You understand so much. Upon exiting the building, Huang Yuan stopped, casting a complex glance at Xilian softly, saying, then he'll take my leave now. He then transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly disappearing into the sky. Chi Quan approached from a distance, wanting to say something, but was met with a fierce glare from Kapu. With Kapu watching over him so closely, Chi Quan couldn't say much, only nodding at Xilian and Qing Ji before turning to leave. After wandering around Marineford for a while, it soon became evening. After dinner, Xilian bid farewell to Kapu and headed straight back to her dormitory. Just as she was about to rest, there was a knock on the door. It was Kana, who had just finished training. As soon as she entered, Kana slumped down beside Xilian, exhausted, and began to complain about today's training. Bogart didn't regard her as a rookie at all, directly placing her in the training squad of regular soldiers. Moreover, Bogart clearly calculated that she wouldn't be able to endure. Even when running training left her as the sole participant, he did not call for a stop, allowing her to continue running with no intention of halting. In the end, she gritted her teeth and pushed through with all her might. Even though the training has ended, my whole body feels as if it has fallen apart, and I can't muster any strength. After quietly listening to Guyana's complaints, Xilian smiled gently and said, even if you didn't finish within the stipulated time, you did well enough. Uncle Bogart was actually testing your will. Guyana was taken aback, recalling Bogart's silent, yet watchful gaze during today's training. Her tone softened, so that's how it is. I misunderstood, Master Bogart. Awakened by Xilian's words, Guyana seemed to reignite her fighting spirit and stood up abruptly, saying she would return to her room to practice more. Xilian encouraged her with a few words. As Guyana reached the door, she couldn't help but turn back, her face filled with curiosity. Where have you been assigned, Xilian? In preparing to go to Zifa's elite class. In an instant, Guyana's eyes brimmed with uncontrollable envy as she exclaimed, Zifa's elite class. I've heard of him. His students are the backbone of the Navy's future, and none of them are insignificant. Even the current 3 admirals are all students of instructor Zifa. Xilian is indeed impressive. It seems I still have a long way to go to catch up with her. Guyana clenched her fist slightly and then slowly relaxed it. She looked earnestly at Xilian and said word by word, one day I will catch up to you. With that promise, Guyana walked back to her room without looking back. Xilian stood in place, smiling as she watched Guyana's departing figure. Guyana has always possessed a strong will. In this world, a powerful will is the stepping stone for the strong. In the future, Guyana will undoubtedly grow into an extraordinary powerhouse. With a soft flutter of her powder blue eyes, Xilian found herself once again in that pure white world. In the distance, a figure stood quietly. She realized she had returned to the memory space. Xilian clearly remembered that after she fell asleep, she appeared here the next moment. Did Ella bring me in? Ella turned around and greeted Xilian warmly, saying, good evening. Why have I come back to this space? Were you calling for me? Ella shook his head. I didn't bring you in. He paused and asked in return, can you influence this space now? Feeling it out, Xilian honestly replied, I cannot. I don't feel any connection between the space and me. Seeing you here is also quite a surprise. You must have entered through your subconscious. The memory space is definitely bound to you. Your power is still growing, and if this trend continues, you will be able to fully control the entire memory space in the future. Looking around, Xilian saw nothing but endless white, and with a hint of helplessness in her tone, she said, but there's nothing here except you. Even if I mastered this space, what could I do? Once you regain more of your memory power, you'll naturally know the main storyline of Wang Falrose has ended. How can there still be riddles? Xilian couldn't help but mutter. Upon hearing her, Ella burst into hearty laughter. With Ella's reminder, Xilian began to seriously sense the memory space. She could vaguely feel a certain connection between her and this space, but it felt like sand slipping through her fingers, impossible to grasp. Ella noticed her impatience and advised, don't rush. You can only unlock your full memory power when the story truly begins. Indeed, it was because the plot hadn't started yet that she couldn't complete the system's tasks and unlock more. With a soft sigh, Xilian tidied her mood and looked at Ella standing alone in the white void, feeling a bit gloomy inside. Do you stay here all the time when not summoned? Yes. You are the only one in this entire space. Don't you feel lonely? I've endured over 30 million cycles. Oh, waiting is trivial. Ella chuckled lightly, his tone calm. Xilian's heart trembled slightly, and after a moment of silence, she asked, if you just maintain the summoned state and don't come to battle, how long can you last? Ella lowered his head and analyzed, about an hour. If you fight with full strength, the consumption will increase and the time will be halved. Recalling that she felt fatigued after about half an hour during each test, she nodded in understanding. Since she was here, Xilian continued to explore the memory space. After a long while, she still found nothing. Suddenly an idea flashed through her mind, and she summoned the system panel. In this space, the system panel had changed. 2 new options appeared alongside the original world map: memory scenery and exit. Xilian smiled awkwardly at Ella. It turned out the operation method of the memory space had always been on the system panel, and she only just discovered it. Ella curiously leaned over to check together. Xilian glanced sideways, and indeed Ella could see her system. The memory scenery contained many options. All the scenes Xilian had recorded, both Windmill Village and Marineford, could be recreated in the memory space. Moreover, at the very bottom of the memory scenery, there was an additional map. Ella's gaze fell on that map, and his eyes widened in shock. The third map was the one he was most familiar with, Ailey's secret pavilion. Looking at the incredibly familiar map image, Xilian's gaze trembled slightly, and her breath unconsciously quickened. She slowly looked up and met Ella's eyes. Ella nodded heavily at her, his eyes filled with uncontainable expectation. Xilian took a deep breath and touched Ailey's secret pavilion with her fingertip. In the next moment, the memory space began to tremble violently, like a heartbeat. The memory power erupted suddenly centered around Xilian. The scenery from her memories rapidly spread like a tide. When Xilian came to her senses, she found herself, and by Ella standing in a golden wheat field. The next day, Xilian woke up early with an indescribable feeling. She climbed onto a stool and stood in front of the wash basin. The mirror reflected her somewhat disheveled appearance. Her pink hair was sticking up in several places, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. The changes that occurred in the memory space last night kept her awake for a long time. Fortunately, staying in the memory space allowed her physical body in reality to rest adequately, ensuring that her state the next day was not affected. Throughout the night, she explored the Ailey's secret pavilion with Biella. It was truly identical to her memories, every detail strikingly real. The only regret was that there were no other figures around, and she couldn't cross the boundary of the Ailey's secret pavilion. It seems that the memory space has only restored the Ailey's secret pavilion for now. Thinking of Biella's childlike joy while exploring the Ailey's secret pavilion, Xilian couldn't help but smile contentedly. In the future, when she returns to the memory space, at least she won't have to see Biella standing alone in the pure white void anymore. Knock knock. Not long after finishing her washing, the door was knocked. Xilian opened the door, and before she could see who it was, a wrinkled, smiling face leaned in. It was Grandpa. Why are you up so early? Xilian rubbed her eyes in surprise. Carp chuckled, holding two neatly folded uniforms in both hands, presenting them to her, as if offering a treasure. Here, I went early to get you the tailored clothes. This is the smallest uniform since the Navy was established. Xilian was taken aback for a moment, quickly letting Carp into the room to sit down. After pouring a glass of water for Carp, she took the uniforms and walked into the bathroom to change. After changing, Xilian stood in front of the mirror and finally saw the complete picture of this uniform. The upper body was tailored in pure white, clean and neat, with a small shoulder insignia pinned on, exquisite yet understated. The lower part of the pants was specially modified into a skirt style, paired with small white knitted boots, which made it convenient for movement while retaining a touch of girlish playfulness. Additionally, a delicate little hat and a mini justice shawl were paired, draped over her shoulders with an air of confidence. The girl in the mirror was both dashing and adorable. Even Xilian couldn't help but steal a few more glances before she hurried out. Upon seeing Xilian's outfit, Carp nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with uncontainable pride and his mouth nearly splitting from ear to ear. Grandpa, what exactly is this uniform? Does the Navy have such uniforms? Xilian asked curiously. Clearing his throat, Carp deliberately put on a serious demeanor. This is specially tailored for you. Sengoku said that due to your special circumstances and young age, to protect you before you truly grow up, you can only start as a Navy major for now. Xilian felt a warmth in her heart. She knew this was Sengoku's goodwill, both recognition and protection. She no longer hesitated and accepted it calmly. But why is mine a skirt? Of course it's Grandpa's preference. How about it? Is it special enough? After tidying up her uniform, Xilian and Carp pushed the door open and saw someone leaning against the doorway. It was Kuina. Upon seeing Xilian's specially made uniform, Kuina's eyes lit up instantly, unable to help but exclaimed, "So cool." Xilian smiled and said, "When you become stronger in the future, you will also be able to wear such a uniform." Hearing this, Kuina immediately began to fantasize herself wearing a white Navy uniform, standing imposingly at the bow of a warship with the sea breeze blowing her justice shawl. The more she imagined, the more engrossed she became, her expression incredibly serious. Hearing this, Kuina immediately began to fantasize herself wearing a white Navy uniform, standing imposingly at the bow of a warship with the sea breeze blowing her. She wondered what expressions the two would have when they met in the future, and whether Kuina would suspect that her father had an illegitimate daughter outside. The three of them had breakfast together in the cafeteria. Kuina left first to say goodbye, leaving Carp to take Xilian to the elite class training ground to report to Zephyr. The students had already gathered at the training ground, and Zephyr was supervising the students training on the side. Still clad in his purple suit, his posture was as rigid as iron, and he was stern. Upon seeing Xilian and Carp approaching, his usually serious face softened slightly. "Sengoku has already informed me. Welcome, Xilian. However, this batch is about to graduate for internships, so you will follow me for now. I will start a new elite class next year." "Okay." Carp reluctantly handed over the appointment letter, formally transferring Xilian to Zephyr. Before leaving, Carp suddenly crouched down with a pitiful expression, refusing to let go of Xilian's small hand, his voice tinged with grievance. "Little Xilian, Grandpa still can't bear to part with you." Xilian was amused by his appearance and comforted, "Grandpa, once your mission is over, you can come back to see me, but it's not like we can't meet again." Carp still wanted to be coaxed by his granddaughter before he left, which made Zephyr's eyelids twitch beside him. He silently cursed in his heart, "Damn Carp. Is he deliberately bullying me for not having family?" Thinking of the family members who had been killed by pirates, Zephyr felt a heaviness in his heart, but quickly recovered. The past was already gone, what was the point of regretting? However, he still internally criticized Carp. Fortunately, Carp did not linger for too long. Watching Carp leave Zephyr's side and look down at Xilian. Xilian looked up at him with her pure, innocent big eyes, her gaze clean and calm. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, Zephyr could only feign seriousness and say, "For the next 2 days you will train with my students. I plan to let you participate in the internship as well." Since they will be going out to sea for practical training in 2 days, Zephyr couldn't give her too much breathing time and directly arranged for Xilian to train with his students. When Xilian appeared in the training ground wearing that dashing and adorable Navy uniform, Zephyr's students were all taken aback. Their expressions turned strange as they all looked at Zephyr. Such a small child. Training here. What kind of devil is Teacher Zephyr? And that rank actually a major. With such power, could she be some noble young lady? Zephyr glared back and said in a deep voice, "Don't think too much. This is Carp's granddaughter, and she's very strong." The students obediently withdrew their gazes, but many still had discontent in their eyes. In their view, what could such a small girl be capable of? Wasn't she just relying on connections coming here to gild her resume? The training officially began. The training intensity was extremely high, far exceeding normal limits, and even Zephyr's elite students had many who needed to grit their teeth to persist. For the training, Xilian adapted exceptionally well. Both her physical fitness and reaction speed far surpassed that of her peers, even exceeding many of the students present. Seeing that Xilian had already adapted, Zephyr secretly felt relieved. The elite class students who originally had a watching the show mentality were now completely stunned. They initially thought Xilian was just a noble young lady here to experience Navy life, but who would have thought this little girl would have such terrifying physical abilities, adapting completely to their training content right away. A small body could unleash energy equal to theirs. For a moment, many students felt their worldview was collapsing. "She really is only 8 years old," someone murmured, filled with disbelief. However, being students of Zephyr, everyone quickly adjusted their mindset. They no longer viewed Xilian as a little child, but treated her as an elite of the same generation. The disdain in their eyes quietly transformed into seriousness and respect. Clearly, it was her first time participating in training, but the Navy elite students were all instantly impressed by Xilian's strength. As soon as the training ended, everyone rushed over surrounding this extraordinarily talented little girl. The boys and girls who could enter the elite class were all talented individuals selected from across the seas, each one a physically strong youth. Even the female students were rarely under 1.6 meters tall. Standing in the center of the crowd at just 8 years old, Xilian felt as though she had wandered into a land of giants. However, with her cute and elegant demeanor, Xilian quickly blended in with the elite class students. What moved her even more was that she saw 2 familiar faces. Ain and Binz. At that moment, they were still very young, having just consumed their devil fruits not long ago. Ain possessed the reverse fruit, while Binz had the flourishing fruit. The other students also had varying degrees of fruit abilities, and their development of those abilities was still in the early stages. Xilian quietly observed these 45 youthful faces. These individuals were all future elites of the Navy, cultivated with Zephyr's efforts. In the original story, they encountered an attack shortly after going out to sea for their internship, and ultimately only Ain and Binz survived. Now I must change this tragedy. Since I have come to this world, I must make the story more perfect. Now that it happens to be just before Zephyr sets out to sea, everything is still in time. The day of training finally came to an end. After sending all the students off to rest, Zifa asked Xilian to stay behind. After a moment of contemplation, Zifa said in a deep voice, "Your abilities are quite strong, but you have 2 fatal weaknesses. They are a slow reaction time and insufficient duration. If these 2 issues are not resolved, no matter how strong your abilities are, they will remain limited." "I know." Xilian nodded seriously, as she was aware of these issues herself. "You have a solid foundation. I have a method to help you become stronger faster, which is to learn the technique of shave." Zifa paused, frowning. "Shave can make up for some of your current shortcomings. However, we will be setting sail the day after tomorrow, and there isn't enough time for you to learn slowly." Seeing the look of regret on Xilian's face, Zifa added, "Don't worry, there is a reason I asked you to stay. Oh, I plan to teach you shave personally. Shave is an advanced movement technique that allows you to quickly dodge danger while also helping you find opportunities to use your abilities. First, master the technique of shave. As for the even more advanced moonwalk, it'll teach you that after we set sail." "All right." Xilian agreed, without hesitation, her eyes sparkling. Zifa nodded in satisfaction, and then began to teach her personally. The sun set in the west, and it wasn't until the sky was completely dark that with her almost monstrous talent, Xilian managed to barely execute shave. Though her movements were still a bit awkward, the burst of speed she displayed in that moment caught Zifa's attention. Indeed, your talent is astonishing. Zifa rarely showed a look of appreciation. At this rate, with just one more day of practice, you'll be able to properly utilize it. Xilian felt warmth in her heart, and was about to express her gratitude, when Zifa waved his hand to interrupt her, his tone casual yet serious. All right. I treat all my students like family, and you are no exception. Besides, that guy Cap has specifically instructed me to take good care of you if anything happened to you. Had nagged me to death when I returned. Go back and rest now. And when no one else is around, just call me Grandpa Zifa. Xilian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Grandpa Zifa. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xilian saw Guyina waiting at the door. Why are you back so late today? Guyina leaned against the door frame, her tone curious. Xilian moved closer and recounted the day's training in detail. When Guyina heard that Xilian had a similar experience to hers, but with a vastly different fate, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, that's just like you. Guyina shook her head, her tone tinged with reluctance. I hope I won't fall too far behind you. The two chatted about daily matters for a while, and then Guyina returned to her room to continue her extra practice. In her own room, Xilian sat at her desk writing word for word on a piece of white paper. She silently thanked the system in her heart. Not only could she use the language of this world, but she could also use the written characters as if they were etched in her mind, allowing her to use them skillfully. The letter was addressed to Luffy and Ace from Windmill Village. Luffy, Ace, I plan to join the Navy. We will set sail the day after tomorrow, and I haven't forgotten our promise. Joining the Navy is to become stronger faster, and when I grow up, I will definitely sail with you. After writing the last word, Xilian carefully folded the letter, placed it in an envelope, and set it squarely in the center of the desk. Looking at the envelope, she slowly exhaled. I wonder what expressions Luffy and Ace will have when they see my letter. Since we promised to set sail together, I can't break that promise, but I never said I would necessarily accompany Luffy to become a pirate. With the Navy as a backing, I could establish an exploration fleet in advance, and have Luffy sign as captain. That would work just as well. After all, I had instilled more than 2 months of exploration knowledge into Luffy. He wouldn't just shout about becoming a pirate anymore. Sometimes he would even say he wanted to be the king of explorers. Luffy is easy to deal with, but Ace is different. Despite all the knowledge I've given him, Ace still stubbornly insists on becoming a pirate without telling me why. He is very concerned about his lineage. Even if he doesn't say it, Xilian still knows the reason. Ace wants to follow the path that Roger took to discover the identity of his biological father. He's not as easily swayed as Luffy. Whatever the ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge, thinking about things from years later is pointless now. She took off her outer garment and lay down on the bed, slowly closing her eyes. After falling asleep, her consciousness sank into the memory space. When she opened her eyes, the scene was submerged in golden wheat fields with the gentle wind swaying the wheat spikes like waves. Her purple cloak danced in the wind, and everywhere she looked it was still the familiar scenery of Misha. She walked into Misha intending to check on Bai. However, just as she reached the village entrance, Xilian couldn't help but stop. Bai, dressed in yellow clothes and purple pants, was standing by the wheat field, his rustic outfit almost making Xilian think Misha had refreshed an NPC. Could you change to another color? As she got closer, Xilian twitched her lips, scanning Bai up and down. Bai awkwardly scratched his cheek. I just like wearing this. I'm used to your usual attire, this looks too plain now. He chuckled, this looks pretty good. You know, if it weren't for the journey of fire, I would just want to live a quiet life. Alright, as long as you're happy. Xilian no longer pressed the issue and changed the subject. I want to practice shave. Do you want to join me? Shave? Have you learned the Navy's 6 styles? After explaining to Bai that she had just started, Xilian began to practice shave earnestly. The uniqueness of the memory space allowed her to practice repeatedly while sleeping. Bai watched for a while and eagerly started to learn alongside her. To Xilian's surprise, Bai's learning speed was extremely fast. He could execute shave after just a few looks. Not bad. What an interesting technique. Bai couldn't help but praise. In regular combat, I have inherent speed limitations, and the technique of shave perfectly makes up for my shortcomings in that area. Xilian watched him happily and genuinely felt happy for him, but still curiously asked, your speed is still slow. With all the fire seeds you've mastered, you should be able to use the 100 Realms Gate, right? Not at all. Bai shook his head. Currently, I am only at the stage of negative existence. My power hasn't fully recovered yet, and to activate the destruction form, I need to unlock all the powers. I need to unlock at least 80 of them. I see. I wonder if there are any other methods to gain progress points. Xilian sighed slightly. She had already explored almost all the places she could go, but since the plot hadn't progressed, the exploration points were stuck, and she couldn't obtain any unlock points. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Xilian separated from Guyana and found the Navy's postal department, handing the envelope to the mailman. Elite class training ground. Today's training content had changed. Zifa gathered all the students and after glancing around spoke solemnly. You have already witnessed Xilian's strength yesterday, but I tell you that is not all. Now it's time for you to see what a true genius looks like. Zifa looked at Xilian. Come up and some. Xilian roughly guessed Zifa's intention and silently mourned for these students for a second before summoning Bai. With white hair and blue eyes, Bai's white robe billowed in the wind. As the imposing Bai appeared, the girl's eyes instantly lit up. Cough, cough. Zifa cleared his throat to quell the murmurs, then began calling names. Binzi, you're up first. Spar with him. Binzi stood tall and broad-shouldered, his physique and prowess ranking among the very best of the students. Stepping onto the platform, he wore an air of quiet confidence, bordering on arrogance. No matter how splendid your spirit warrior looks, it's useless, he sneered, already clutching several seeds in his palm. I am a verdant fruit devil fruit user. Watch closely. I'll shatter your spirit warrior. The moment the words left his lips, Binzi hurled the seeds with explosive force. The instant the seeds struck the ground, they erupted into furious growth, twisting into two sinuous serpentine vines that shot forward with uncanny precision, coiling tightly around B's body, wrapping him layer upon layer, until he was utterly immobilized. That's all you've got. Binzi smirked, hands planted defiantly on his hips. Xilian's lips curved faintly upward as she spoke, voice calm and measured. Bai, take this seriously. At her words, Bai stretched his shoulders and arms. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The vines shattered, instantly splintering into drifting fragments. Shaking off the remnants like dust, Bai stood unruffled, as though nothing had transpired. Binzi's expression darkened. Refusing to yield, he flung out a dozen more seeds, each sprouting into thick whip-like vines that surged from every direction toward Bai. The vines wove a suffocating net, sealing every possible escape. With a glance both casual and incisive, Bai pinpointed the gaps in their assault and slipped through them effortlessly. The vines struck empty air, slamming into the ground and fracturing its surface with jagged fissures. In the next breath, boom. The floor beneath B's feet exploded outward in radial cracks, and he vanished from sight. Wow, what is this technique? Binzi whirled wildly, panic flashing across his face. Everyone strained their eyes, scanning desperately for Bai, but saw only fleeting afterimages shimmering across the arena. Bai moved too fast, far beyond mortal perception. Behind you, came a voice, flat and unflustered, directly at Binzi's back. Bai had materialized there without warning, and now gently tapped Binzi's shoulder with two fingers. Wawa. Binzi leapt skyward, startled beyond reason. Silence fell like a shroud over the entire courtyard. Even Zifa's eyes widened in disbelief. That was Rokushiki, shave. It clicked instantly. He'd taught shave to Xilian just yesterday, and here Bai wielded it with flawless mastery. There was no doubt, it was Xilian who'd passed it on. To master shave in a single day, truly only a legendary hero could achieve such a feat. The cadets stared dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Bai had moved. His speed alone rendered him invisible to their eyes. Speed alone was enough to crush them utterly. On the training platform, Xilian watched Binzi's flustered expression and couldn't suppress a subtle, knowing smile. Humiliated and burning with indignation, Binzi vanished in a blur of motion, activating Shave himself, darting across the platform in frantic mirrored exchanges, two ghostly afterimages flickering back and forth. The entire assembly stood spellbound. Damn it! On the platform, Binzi's brow glistened with cold sweat as he accelerated again and again, yet each time the figure behind him remained unshaken, unshakable. Bai was faster. Every time Binzi halted, Bai was already there, poised at his back. Refusing surrender, Binzi pushed harder, pouring every ounce of speed into escaping. 5 minutes passed. At last, spent and breathless, Binzi collapsed, carried off the platform in silent, sheepish disgrace. Zifa nodded in quiet approval. Among the male cadets, Binzi was the most fiercely tenacious. Enduring BS pressure for so long was no small accomplishment. Any others wished to challenge him? Zifa turned to his students. Without hesitation, a second cadet raised his hand and strode onto the platform, undeterred even after witnessing B's overwhelming dominance. Zifa watched serene and unmoved as one student after another stepped forward, only to fall short retreating from the platform in quiet embarrassment. These prodigies, drawn from every corner of the sea's proud members of the elite class, carried themselves with innate superiority when facing peers. Today Bai would temper that arrogance, justly and decisively. For 2 days Zifa drilled his students relentlessly, until the eve of their voyage when he granted them half a day's rest to prepare. The following dawn sea breeze swept across the harbor. In Crescent Bay Harbor, the Hope, a vessel symbolizing the Navy's future, glided gracefully out of the channel. Passing naval officers paused mid-stride to render crisp salutes, many of them Zifa's former students well aware of whom this flagship served. Once again Zifa led his cadets to sea for field training. Xilian sailed aboard his training vessel. Across the boundless azure expanse Zifa steered with unwavering purpose, directly toward the nearest unstable maritime zone. For days the warship scoured the open sea, until at last it detected the unmistakable silhouette of a pirate vessel. At Zifa's command cannon fire roared, volley after volley hammering the pirate ship. Splinters flew like shrapnel, sails burst into tattered ribbons, masts snapped, and tilted violently. Within moments the vessel was crippled dead in the water. Zifa immediately ordered the warship to close in, granting his cadets their first true test in close-quarters combat, blade blood on steel. The elite class students, facing white-hot steel for the first time, betrayed nervous tension across their faces. Some gripped their swords with trembling hands, others breathed shallow and rapid eyes darting ceaselessly between Zifa and the enemy vessel. Xilian, however, remained composed. At first Zifa had worried she might struggle with life at sea, or worse falter amid real combat against pirates. But upon learning she'd once been thrown onto the battlefield by Vice Admiral Garp, he set those concerns aside and allowed her to join the cadets without reservation. Boom! The warship slammed alongside the pirate vessel. Ahawk! Roars of fury erupted. Steel met steel and brutal close combat erupted in an instant. Though this was their first overseas engagement, the elite class cadets proved themselves worthy of the title, responding to chaos with surprising discipline, coordinating with instinctive cohesion, not a single soul retreating. Amidst the melee, Xilian quietly summoned Bai, not to engage openly, but to remain hidden in the shadows, ever vigilant, shielding Zifa's students from unseen peril. The battle concluded swiftly. The defeated pirates were secured below deck in iron-bound cells. Watching his cadets' gazes grow steadily sharper, more resolute, Zifa allowed himself a slow, satisfied smile. Day and night the warship carved its path across the endless sea. Over a month passed, field training progressing flawlessly. The weather held fair, the ocean calm and glittering under sunlight. Zifa stood at the bow of the Hope, flanked by Xilian, Ain, and Binzi, the sea wind lifting the hems of their uniforms. Gazing toward the distant horizon, Zifa spoke with quiet pride. Our training pace has doubled expectations. After resupplying at the next island, we'll set course for home. Yes, sir. Ain and Binzi replied in unison, voices firm and respectful. Zifa turned to Xilian, his gaze softening, carrying genuine gratitude. Thank you for watching over my students throughout this journey. Ain quickly added, indeed. Had Xilian not entrusted Bai to guard us covertly, several of our comrades might well have fallen. Binzi scratched the back of his head, all traces of earlier defiance gone. With sincere humility he said, Master Bai truly transcends all measure. Xilian, I owe you an apology for underestimating you before. I'm truly sorry. Xilian smiled shyly and waved her hand lightly. Please don't mention it. You're my seniors, and you've always treated me with kindness. This is simply what I should do. Hee. Seeing his students transform after the baptism of the battlefield, Zephyr felt quite pleased. He began to chat casually with Xilian and the others about their battles with pirates over the past month, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. However, just as they were about to reach the rest island, Zephyr's gaze suddenly sharpened. Ahead by a pile of rocks, a solitary small boat was anchored, and on it stood a figure as large as a meatball. Next to that figure was a shorter shadow. Zephyr did not recognize the person, but his years of combat intuition made him alert immediately. He said sternly to his students behind him, everyone stay alert. They have arrived. Xilian recognized the two figures immediately. Although she did not know the exact name of the tall figure, she clearly remembered. This was the pirate who claimed to be Whitebeard II, the later new warlord of the sea, along with his mother. Edward Weevil had a crescent-shaped white mustache identical to Whitebeard's. His figure was exaggeratedly robust, fat, and extremely ugly. His nose was perpetually dripping, his lips thick like two fat worms, his upper body was piled with fat, and his legs were disproportionately thin. With a head of golden hair, the braids on either side of his temples, he bore several shocking stitches across his. Beside him, Bakin Gom Stussy wore heavy red lipstick sunglasses, leaned on a cane, was short, wrinkled, and dressed in a leopard print coat, looking gloomy yet shrewd. At this moment, Bakin Gom also spotted the approaching ship, the Hope. A cryptic smile appeared on her lips as she turned to Weevil and said, "Weevil, your first real combat opportunity has arrived. Crush that Navy ship for me. And don't forget to introduce yourself." Edward Weevil nodded seriously and replied in a deep voice, "Okay, Mom." Xilian's heart tightened, and she immediately prepared to summon Bay. But Zephyr raised his hand to stop her, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This guy is very dangerous. How can I let you test him? Let me meet him personally." As they got closer, Zephyr leaped onto the rocks, confronting Edward Weevil, and he clenched his fists slightly cautiously, sizing up the enormous figure before him. Edward Weevil raised his chin and shouted, "Mom told me to fight you. By the way, I am Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard." Zephyr frowned and let out a cold snort. "Whitebeard too, huh? That guy actually has such an ugly son." "Don't call me ugly." Edward Weevil instantly erupted in rage, his furious roar shaking the rocks. He raised his naginata, exuding a terrifying aura like an enraged beast. The crew on the ship gasped, their faces pale. They all felt the terrifying power radiating from Weevil. He was definitely not an enemy they could handle. Fortunately, Zephyr was wise and did not let them engage first. Xilian quietly retreated, secretly gathering a memory projection ready to act at any moment. Worried about unexpected events, she also stealthily took out a transponder snail from her pocket, clutching it tightly. In her memory, Zephyr had been defeated by Whitebeard too. She did not know how Zephyr had lost. However, her interactions during this time made it clear that Zephyr now possessed genuine Admiral-level strength, which was not something Whitebeard 2 could contend with. But in the anime, he still lost to Whitebeard 2, suffering heavy losses and even losing an arm. To change the impending plot, she made preparations. The battle was about to commence. Facing Edward Weevil's ferocious charge, Zephyr's fists were enveloped in dark ink-like armament hockey, circulating with an oppressive aura. "I am the son of Whitebeard," Weevil roared. Zephyr did not reply. He moved. A punch. No flashy techniques, no build-up, just pure power and speed. Armament hockey wrapped around him, the sharp punch wind directly slammed into Weevil's naginata. In the impact, a piercing wail was heard, and Weevil was sent sliding backwards several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the hard rock, ground stones scattering everywhere. "Too light," Zephyr said coldly, his tone filled with disdain. The second punch followed closely. Weevil blocked with his sword, the naginata bent under the force, and he took a step back. Zephyr gave him no opportunity to catch his breath. The third, fourth, and fifth punches. Successive heavy blows fell like a torrential downpour, each punch carrying enough terrifying power to shatter a warship. Weevil was forced to retreat step by step, his arms beginning to tremble. Ein, watching from a distance, clenched his fists and murmured, "Teacher. Still so strong." Benz couldn't help but agree that guy who claims to be Whitebeard's son is simply no match for the teacher. Although they had the upper hand, Zephyr grew increasingly alarmed. This Whitebeard too could actually withstand his full strength attacks. His strength was already considerable, but unexpectedly his defensive capabilities were even more astonishing. Up until now, he had thrown dozens of punches and the opponent could still stand firm. This surpassed his expectations. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Zephyr continued to unleash his full power, his fists hammering down on Weevil like iron hammers. Suddenly, Zephyr's movements paused for a moment. Just a fleeting instant, but his breathing changed. A deep, abnormal hiss resonated from his chest, as if something was suddenly constricting in his windpipe. Zephyr's fist was still reaching forward, but stopped just an inch from Weevil's face, unable to advance any further. Zephyr's eyes widened. That old problem that had plagued him for decades seized his throat at the most inappropriate moment. His breathing became rapid and shallow, his chest heaving violently, but he could not draw in enough air. Weevil's mouth bled, and his eyes precisely captured this opportunity. He lifted his naginata and swept it toward Zephyr's waist. Zephyr strained to raise his arms to block the armament hockey on his hands, visibly fluctuating, flickering like a candle flame in the wind. The armament hockey withstood the naginata for 3 seconds, then dissipated. The back of the blade struck Zephyr's chest solidly. He flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing through 2 rocks, and finally embedding deeply into the cliff. Debris fell, dust swirled, and the entire pile of rocks trembled. "Teacher." Ein was the first to rush out, stepping on the moonwalk. Benz followed closely behind, scattering beans in the air, fully unleashing his abilities as several thick vines rushed down from 3 directions to pounce on Weevil. Ein jumped onto the vines, rapidly closing in on Weevil as he swung his naginata with all his might, unleashing a sharp blade of air. The piercing blade aura swept across, shredding the vines in midair into fragments with chips scattering everywhere. Ein was hurled away by the sword chi, and Binzi was also affected, both crashing heavily beside Zifa. Ignoring the blood at the corner of their mouths, Binzi and Ein struggled to get up, unhesitatingly blocking in front of Zifa, who was clutching his chest and gasping heavily. Wyber was steadily approaching. At this moment his gaze swept past Zifa, Ein, and Binzi, landing on a group of young naval cadets on the warship not far away. Those individuals were retreating in terror, some were trembling, while others had ashen faces. Wyber raised his naginata. Zifa struggled to stand, he could not bear to watch his students get harmed. Bang! Just as Zifa was about to rush over, a white figure descended from the sky, a great sword horizontally blocking the naginata, forcefully intercepting it. The sound of metal clashing echoed between the rocks. Bai, brother Bai. Ein and Binzi's eyes lit up as they looked towards Xilian, who was far away at the bow of the ship. Seeing Bai appear, Zifa's gaze shifted to Xilian, the seriousness and unwillingness on his face slightly alleviated. Who are you? Wyber stepped back a bit, cautiously asking. I am Bai. Bai's voice was deep and calm. I am here specifically to punish scoundrels like you. With that, Bai forcefully swept aside the naginata, the great sword swinging continuously, each strike powerful and heavy. Wyber did not expect Bai's strength to be so immense. He hurriedly blocked with the naginata, but was pressed back by Bai, the rocks beneath his feet shattering. In the distance, Beijingham saw Wyber being suppressed again and angrily stomped his feet, shouting, Wyber, focus. What are you doing? Wyber did not dare to reply and had to defend even more desperately. The blazing sunlight behind Bai pierced his eyes painfully, and the attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. The strength he once prided himself on was unexpectedly inferior to that of his opponent. This filled him with both shock and anger. In the midst of chaos, Bai finally found an opening. He flickered away the great sword, tracing an arc, then appeared behind him. Splat! Blood splattered. A long sword wound appeared on Wyber's shoulder. Seeing Wyber injured, Beijingham's eyes widened, her jaw almost dropping to the ground. Wyber's tears and snot flowed out together, clutching the wound on his shoulder and retreating continuously, emitting a painful whimper. Impossible! Beijingham screeched. Wyber is my lifelong masterpiece, possessing a body as strong as the four emperors big. How could he be so easily breached? She saw clearly that this suddenly emerged white-haired youth had not even used hockey from start to finish. How could someone who doesn't use hockey break Wyber's defenses? Who exactly is he? To possess such strength at such a young age, he cannot be an unknown. Her gaze fell upon the great sword in Bai's hand, her pupils constricting suddenly as realization dawned. That sword is no ordinary weapon. Wyber, come back. We're leaving. You can't defeat him. Beijingham decisively shouted and turned to head for the ship. They could not stay any longer. The opponent could not only break Wyber's defense, but Wyber was also frightened out of his wits. If the battle continued, they would not be able to escape. Unexpectedly, their first battle at sea almost ended in defeat at the hands of the Navy. Don't think you can escape. Bai intensified his assault, sword light pouring down like rain. Yet Wyber desperately blocked every strike. After the initial panic, the injured Wyber unexpectedly erupted with intense ferocity. His eyes turned crimson, strength surging, the naginata swirling with the wind, momentarily pushing Bai's attacks back. Seeing this, Bai decisively retreated. The blazing sunlight radiated a blinding glow behind him, power gathering on the great sword. Then he slashed out a blazing sword chi directly aimed at Wyber. Feeling the scorching aura of the sword chi, Wyber's hair stood on end, and he also exerted all his strength to slash out his sword chi. Bang! The sword chi collided, shockwaves sweeping outward, rocks shattering, and seawater gushing back. Using the recoil from the impact, Wyber jumped on a Beijingham's small boat, and by the time Bai chased over the small boat, was already speeding away with rocket flames. Seeing this, Bai slashed out another blazing sword chi, and Wyber turned back to slash out a sword chi as well. The two sword chis collided midair, the violent impact actually increasing the small boat's speed. By the rocks, Bai scratched his head in frustration, not expecting his attack to be utilized by the opponent. Chasing out 200 meters was already his limit. He could not stray too far from Xilian, or he would directly dissipate. Thus, he could only stop watching helplessly as the small boat departed. On the other side, among the rocks, Zifa was being supported by his students preparing to return to the warship. Bai, who rushed back, glanced from afar, and then flew down to Xilian's side. I'm sorry I let them get away, Bai quietly explained the situation. Xilian thought for a moment and asked, which direction did they go? That way, Bai pointed. I can still see their shadows. Don't worry. Xilian suddenly smiled. I think they won't be able to escape. Just as Bai was about to ask, it seemed he sensed something and looked up at the horizon. A beam of golden light rushed in slowly, taking human form above the warship. Kizaru's figure materialized. He lazily glanced at Xilian and Bai, then his gaze fell upon Zifa, who was being assisted by the students remaining silent. Zifa looked up and snorted. What are you doing here? Came to see the teacher's joke. Well, Kizaru drawled. I was called by little Xilian. It seems. The matter has been resolved. Saying this, he lightly landed on the deck. Upon hearing Kizaru's response, Zifa couldn't help but look towards Xilian. Xilian generously nodded in acknowledgement. When the opponent claimed to be the second Whitebeard, I was worried there would be changes, so I called Uncle Kizaru early in the morning. I thought Uncle Kizaru would arrive quickly since he is the fastest. Little Xilian is quite clever, and even protected teacher Zifa well done. Kizaru said with a smile, then glanced at the distant rocks. But it seems I came too late. Xilian ran over, grabbing Kizaru's yellow and black striped pant leg, looking up earnestly, and said, No, it's still not too late. Uncle Kizaru, could you take me along? Across the vast ocean, a small vessel spewed flames as it raced forward. Once certain they had fully vanished from the Navy's line of sight, Beijingham exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the deck, muttering complaints under her breath. What rotten luck. My very first voyage with my son, and we run straight into 2 Admiral-level Marines. If I hadn't retrofitted this ship beforehand, we'd have perished there for sure. Frustration mounting, she slammed her palm hard against the gunwale. Wiper cowered nearby, head bowed low, whispering repeatedly in remorse, I'm sorry, Mama. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough, and I've brought you such disgrace. Beijingham shot him a glance. Her tone remained sharp, yet the ferocity in her eyes softened slightly. Enough already. Just heal your wounds first. Remember this humiliation, we will repay it. Oh dear, seeking vengeance against the Navy. That's tantamount to declaring yourselves pirates, isn't it? A languid sigh drifted down from high above, soft yet piercingly clear into the ears of both aboard the tiny vessel. Beijingham froze stiff, a Wiper snapped rigid. Both jerked their heads upward. Golden light shimmered across the sky as Kizaru hovered midair, posture effortlessly relaxed, as if strolling through a sunlit garden. Cradled securely in his arms was a little girl with pink hair. Keikazu. Beijingham's eyes widened in shock, her voice cracking, blood draining from her face. What now? She had no energy to spare for the child in Kizaru's arms. Nor did the girl grant her much time to panic. Silently, the girl raised a small hand, and Bai materialized midair, gripping a colossal greatsword whose blade blazed with sunlight-like radiance. Then, like a meteor plummeting to earth, she descended, bearing annihilation itself, straight toward the vessel where Beijingham and Wiper stood. Boom! The impact sent a 100-meter-high tidal wave roaring skyward. Seawater exploded into a blinding curtain before cascading back down like torrential rain. When silence finally settled, only faint ripples spread across the sea's surface. Beijingham's meticulously modified vessel had vanished without a trace. Not even a splinter remained. A floating platform coalesced upon the water's surface. Bai landed firmly atop it, greatsword held ready, gaze locked warily on the deceptively tranquil expanse below. Seconds later, Guru, Wiper surfaced, drenched and disheveled, Beijingham clinging desperately to his head, her soaked hair plastered across her face. The moment she broke the surface, she pointed an accusing finger skyward at Kizaru and shrieked hysterically, "How despicable of the Navy to launch a sneak attack! Do you still have the strength to mock the Navy? In this state, do you truly intend to keep fighting?" Kizaru gazed down, fingertips shimmering with golden light, voice unruffled as ever. At the sight of that golden glow, Wiper flailed helplessly in the water. His feet found no purchase, no solid ground beneath him. Beijingham instantly grasped the direness of their position. She threw up both hands and screamed frantically, "We surrender! We surrender! Surely that's enough!" Soon after, as Zephyr's warship glided slowly into view, Beijingham and Wiper were dragged humiliated onto its deck. Wiper's massive naginata was confiscated, heavy iron shackles bound his wrists and ankles, clanking with every unsteady step. Beijingham too wore cold, unyielding manacles, but even then she refused to yield, verbally glaring defiantly at the Marines. "You're bullying us. Wiper has barely set foot beyond Windmill Village. He has zero combat experience. You're ganging up on him." Zephyr stepped before her and demanded gravely, "Who are you?" Beijingham clamped her mouth shut, turning her head away with stubborn pride. Yet Wiper answered earnestly, "I'm Whitebeard II, the son of Whitebeard. Mama met Whitebeard aboard the Rocks pirate's ship." "Shut up," Beijingham's face turned deathly pale as she screamed, voice raw with terror. Hearing this revelation, Kizaru and Zephyr exchanged startled glances. After a moment's silence, Zephyr issued his command, separate them. I will interrogate each individually. Clack. As Beijingham and Wiper were led off in opposite directions, Xilian quietly lowered her camera and gazed down at the system interface shimmering before her. Successfully altered Zephyr's fate. This message flickered once, and Xilian noticed the long-dormant memory energy bar, which had been stuck at 10, suddenly leaped forward to 11. Though only a single percentage point, Xilian's eyes lit up and a quiet, knowing smile curved her lips. Joining the Navy had clearly been the right choice. Back in Windmill Village, the progress bar had stagnated at 7 and remained utterly motionless no matter what she did. Yet now, merely days into her naval service, it had surged by 4 full percentage points, reaching 11. This confirmed her long-held suspicion. Even before the main narrative unfolded, she could still engage pivotal historical moments, witness them, influence them, and earn the system's validation. Oh, why such a radiant smile? Kizaru had approached, silently peering down at Xilian with genuine curiosity. Xilian tilted her small face upward, blinked once, and smiled softly. A secret. Then her expression turned solemn as she bowed deeply. Uncle Kizaru, thank you for your aid. Kizaru gently stroked her hair and murmured, it is I who should thank you. Were it not for you, Master Zephyr and his cadet students would likely have met disaster today. His tone carried rare gravity. Xilian had not only safeguarded Zephyr's life, but also preserved the Navy's future elite, a contribution far greater than appearances suggested. I must report back now. Oh, and Vegapunk sends his regards. Who is Vegapunk? Though she knew full well, Xilian asked anyway. How shall I put it? A fiercely independent scientist, calls himself the man closest to the Perhaps you'll meet someday. Well then, I'm off. Kizaru waved lightly and dissolved into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Vegapunk, the strongest scientist in the world of pirates, was watching her. Why? As Kizaru departed, Xilian barely had time to ponder before Ain and the other cadets swarmed around her, voices overlapping in heartfelt gratitude. Surrounded by them, Xilian smiled bashfully. At the edge of the crowd, Zephyr approached, supported by Binz, watching her in quiet, thoughtful silence. Another month passed. The training ship returned to Marineford, its massive hull gliding smoothly into the crescent-shaped harbor and docking steadily beside the pier. Zephyr led Xilian and the others ashore. Behind him marched Beijingham and Wiper, faces grim, tightly bound, and escorted under heavy guard. They radiated palpable gloom, especially Beijingham, who muttered venomous curses under her breath all the way. At the dock, Sengoku and Garp stood waiting, having arrived long before. Seeing Zephyr descend the gangplank unharmed, Sengoku's taut expression finally eased, and he released a long, deep breath. Although a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, Garp showed no mercy, striding forward and pointing at Zifa's nose as he began to berate him. How could you be an instructor, Zifa? You actually let the students encounter such danger. If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, could you bear the responsibility? Under Garp's scathing words, Zifa opened his mouth, ultimately just giving him a glare, without retorting a single word. He understood that the reason they had fallen into this perilous situation was largely due to his own misjudgment. If it weren't for Xilian being there, this trip would have likely ended in disaster. Thinking of this, Zifa unconsciously turned to look at Xilian, his gaze softening. Seeing Zifa's expression, Garp quickly stepped in front of Xilian, squatting down with his back to Zifa, gently resting a large hand on her shoulder, scrutinizing her from top to bottom and asking with concern nonstop, "Are you hurt? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? Is anyone bullying you?" Xilian smiled obediently and replied, "Grandpa, Zifa and the seniors are taking great care of me. The internship is going very smoothly, so Grandpa Garp doesn't need to worry." Hearing this, Garp finally relaxed, completely breaking into a wide smile. On the other side, Sengoku had already come over with a group, bringing along the closely escorted Beginkum and Weibel. The threat level of these two was undoubtedly the highest. After all, Zifa was once a vice admiral. After the interrogation and trial, he planned to send them directly to Impel Down, the ultimate prison located beneath the deep sea. After completing the handover with Sengoku, the internship came to a close. Zifa clapped his hands and announced to everyone, "Everyone can take a 2-day break, and we will gather again in 2 days." After saying goodbye one by one to Ain and the others, Xilian followed Garp back. On the way, Guena also hurried over. She had heard that Xilian was back and specifically took leave to come see her. As the sun set in the west, the corridor of the naval headquarters was bathed in a warm golden light. Xilian leaned against the railing chatting with Goena about her internship experiences over the past 2 months. She spoke vividly, recounting everything from the reckless pirates they encountered at sea to the attack by Whitebeard, one by one. Goena listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and sometimes asking for more details. Carp listened nearby, arms crossed over his chest, a slight smile on his lips, a rare look of leisure on his weathered face. As they were talking, a soldier rushed over and saluted. "Vice Admiral Carp. Admiral Sengoku requests your presence in the office." Carp's leisure vanished in an instant, a gloomy frown replacing it, as he muttered, "Here we go again. Can't that guy Sengoku let people have a moment of peace?" But despite his complaints, he straightened his posture. Before leaving, he suddenly seemed to remember something, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a cloth bag, stuffing it into Xilian's hands with a hearty laugh. "A gift to celebrate your return from the internship. This is my favorite snack. Here, try it." Xilian was taken aback, receiving the bag without the chance to express her gratitude before Carp had already hurriedly followed the soldier away. Waving at his retreating figure, Xilian looked down and opened the bag, finding 5 neatly arranged donuts inside, the golden frosting glistening in the sunset. Donuts. Everyone in the naval headquarters knew that Carp's favorite treats were donuts and senbei. They were his lifeblood. Usually Sengoku would be refused even a single piece, let alone such a generous offering. A wave of warmth surged in Xilian's heart. Though merely a grandfather, she had acknowledged Carp's care for her was something she remembered deeply. After strolling around with Goena outside and returning to the dormitory building, the first thing she did was check the mailbox. Opening the mailbox, she found several letters inside, the handwriting on the envelope's messy and crooked, addressed to Xilian. Goena leaned over curiously, asking, "Who sent you these?" Xilian picked up the envelope and flipped it over, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. "It's from Luffy and Ace. They are my friends." "Friends?" Goena blinked, not probing further, but quietly watching as Xilian sorted through the letters. There were over 30 letters, and once Xilian had organized them, she took the initiative to explain. "Luffy and Ace are Carp's grandsons. They are family to me." Goena nodded in understanding, silently noting in her heart, "So they are Carp's grandsons, which makes them Xilian's family as well. They should get along well in the future." Xilian did not notice Goena's thoughts. She bid farewell to Goena and returned to her own room. Sitting at her desk, she opened each letter one by one, reading them carefully. At the beginning of each letter, the same sentence was written. "Xilian, have you set sail? What is the real ocean? Xilian, why haven't you replied? Are you okay? Xilian, are you still alive? Please reply to us as soon as you receive this letter." Clearly, just writing a letter to check in would have sufficed, yet, because they hadn't received her reply, Luffy and Ace kept writing one letter after another, each beginning with concern for her well-being. The later sheets of paper had some creases and water stains were visible on them. It was likely the work of the tear. Thinking of this, Xilian couldn't help but chuckle. "What 2 worrywart brothers? Didn't I mention in my letter that I was going out to intern? How could I reply to you while at sea?" She scolded them playfully, but her heart felt warm. To prevent them from worrying further, she immediately spread out the letter paper, picked up her pen, and replied to both of their letters. After finishing, she folded the letters neatly and stuffed them into envelopes, then dashed out, hoping to catch the Naval Postal Department before they closed. On her way back, the sea breeze brushed against her face, cool and refreshing. Xilian took a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed. After a night of peace, she returned to her room, turned off the lights early, and rested. 2 days passed like grains of sand slipping through fingers, quietly and unknowingly. During these short 2 days, Xilian only went out occasionally, spending most of her time beside Goena, training together. Now, summoning Bay was more than sufficient for an hour, as long as there was no combat involved. Under the careful guidance of the 2 masters, Bay and Bogart, Gina's strength was growing rapidly. Not only that, but she had also grown 2 centimeters taller, making her appear even more upright. Bogart was very pleased with her performance and had officially recognized Goena as his disciple, which made her overjoyed. During breaks, Xilian would go out shopping with Goena. Walking down the street, Xilian's outstanding appearance and temperament attracted a lot of attention, and many recognized her at first glance. Several vice admirals even approached her to greet her, including the renowned elite vice admirals such as Akainu and Doberman. Due to Carp's influence, almost everyone in the Naval High Command knew she was Carp's granddaughter, and many were very curious about her, wanting to see the descendant of this legendary hero in person. However, Xilian quickly realized that her presence on the street attracted too much attention, drawing gazes and discussions wherever she went. Thus, she decided to refrain from going out frequently and stayed home to rest. When she had some leisure time, she would enter her memory space to practice the techniques she had learned. On the third day, just after Xilian finished her morning routine, there was a knock on her door. Knock, knock, knock. When Xilian, dressed only in her white loungewear, opened the door, she found Ayn standing there accompanied by a few familiar girls, all students of teacher Zifa. What brings you here? Ayn smiled at her, speaking cheerfully. Aren't we supposed to gather today? We came to invite you along. Xilian nodded, telling them to wait a moment, while she hurried back to her room to change into her specially made small naval uniform. Once changed, Xilian walked with them towards the headquarters square. As Ayn and his group set off, they soon arrived at the square. In the distance, a crowd of Navy personnel surrounded the area, all eyes focused on the group of people in the center of the square. These were the elite students of Zephyr. Dressed in perfectly uniform Navy uniforms, they stood tall and straight like pine trees, their expressions solemn, gazing intently at a few tall figures on the high platform. Xilian was about to join Ayn in the ranks, but was abruptly pulled aside by Carp standing beside him to walk. You have other arrangements, no need to go over there, Carp explained boisterously. Xilian looked up, noticing that on the distant platform Sengoku, Crane, and the three admirals were present, creating a serious and solemn atmosphere. Zephyr stood on the platform scanning the crowd, and suddenly spotted Carp, and Xilian laughing and standing by the viewing platform, prompting him to shoot Carp an annoyed glare. Carp pretended not to see and even gave him a thumbs up. With a cold snort, Zephyr chose to ignore him, cleared his throat, and began his speech. Today was the graduation ceremony for his elite class. He called out the names of the students one by one, making suggestions for their assignments based on their abilities, and then presented them with assignment letters for their signatures. Those willing to stay at headquarters would start at least as lieutenants. Those planning to develop in branches would have one rank higher, with the highest even being promoted directly to major. Several of Zephyr's core students remained and were assigned to various important departments at headquarters. Ayn and Binzi chose to stay by Zephyr's side, serving as his assistants. After arranging the students, Zephyr stepped back, and Sengoku came forward to say a few words of encouragement. Amidst the thunderous applause, the graduation ceremony officially concluded. After the ceremony, Xilian was taken by Carp to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, she saw Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane already seated, while Carp led Xilian to a sofa to sit down. Sengoku glanced at Zephyr, noticing that he wasn't looking at him, and couldn't help but sigh, initiating the conversation. Xilian is still young and cannot participate in the graduation ceremony. She is still young, and if she appears in such occasions too early, she will attract many ill-intentioned gazes. You should clearly remember your own experiences. Zephyr remained silent, but his tense shoulders visibly relaxed a bit. Carp also chimed in. Sengoku is right, little Xilian is not yet suitable for too much exposure. Xilian listened with a confused expression, blinking as if she didn't quite understand what they were saying. Sengoku softened his tone, saying, I am doing this for your protection. So I plan to promote you to major. Major? Xilian exclaimed. Major? She had just been promoted to lieutenant colonel, and now she was being promoted to major. Is it really that fast to get promoted in the military? The higher the rank, the easier it would be to approve her own exploration fleet in the future. There is so much hope for her future. I agree. Thank you, Grandpa Sengoku. Xilian nodded vigorously, her eyes curving into crescents. However, upon hearing the word major, both Zephyr and Carp's expressions changed simultaneously. The two old men glared at Sengoku in unison, their eyes seemingly saying, Are you crazy? Sengoku glared back without backing down, slapping the table. I know that little Xilian has the greatest contributions this time, but didn't I remind you about her promotion 2 days ago? Why the big reaction now? He paused, his tone growing heavier. Promoting her to major is already quite risky. A high rank will make little Xilian easy to target. Don't tell me you don't know how valuable her talent is. She is a true genius. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Zephyr sighed deeply and turned to Carp. Carp remained silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. Little Xilian has no objections, so of course I have no objections. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, but Xilian noticed that the hand resting on his knee was clenched tightly. The expressions of all three old men were not lost on Xilian. The only beings that could make figures like Sengoku and Carp wary were not just some notorious pirates, but also the 5 elders of the world government. The world government, the most powerful international organization in this world. In the name of absolute justice, it is the guardian of justice, with over 170 member countries, the largest-scale international organization formed through solid alliances, claiming to be the world, governing the entire world, and maintaining the order of the judicial world. That was a true behemoth. The Navy could not operate without the support of the world government. Unfortunately, the world government only protects the celestial dragons, caring only for their interests, which is in stark contrast to the justice upheld by the Navy. Carp despised the celestial dragons even more as they enslaved the myriad races and committed all sorts of heinous acts. He refused to become their bodyguard, which is why he never accepted the position of admiral. Xilian silently thought, feeling a deeper appreciation for Sengoku. She understood that they were all protecting her, hiding her in their own way, allowing her a safe space to grow. I know that Grandpa Sengoku is doing this for my sake. Xilian slightly lowered her head, formally thanking him once again. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried a steadiness beyond her years. Sengoku's gaze fell gently upon Xilian. This child, so young, yet so sensible, never causing others worry, and yet possessing that enviable strong talent. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but glare with jealousy at Carp, who was sitting nearby with his legs crossed and picking his nose. How could this old bastard have such good luck? Retracting his gaze, Sengoku cleared his throat and began discussing the future plans for Xilian's actions. Xilian, you will continue to learn from Teacher Zephyr. Until you complete your growth, you must not attract too much attention. Sengoku's tone grew serious. Currently, besides the three of us Crane and the three admirals, only Zephyr's students know of your true talent. Zephyr, standing aside, spoke in a deep voice. Rest assured, Commander, I trust my students. Moreover, little Xilian has even saved their lives. They are very tight-lipped, so you can be assured. Sengoku nodded, surveying the room, and asked, is there anyone else who has something to add? After a few seconds of silence, Carp suddenly raised his hand and said boldly, I also want to take Xilian. It would be great for that girl to learn boxing from me. Ooh, I can teach her. Rejected. Sengoku did not even lift his eyelids, decisively rejecting him. Carp was not convinced. Hey, why not? Sengoku finally raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Carp with a tone full of reproach. How can you say that? It's because of that big mouth of yours. Almost the entire Navy in Marineford knows that Xilian is your granddaughter. Are you hoping she is not noticeable enough? This statement was like a bucket of cold water, causing Carp to open his mouth, but unable to say a word. Sengoku continued, the granddaughter of a Navy hero will undoubtedly be targeted by pirates. And not just pirates, even the world government will set their sights on Xilian. Do you think this is a good thing? The office fell silent. Carp remained silent, as well lowering his head, his large fingers unconsciously stroking the armrest of his chair. All along he had hidden his family well. Outsiders only knew him as a naval hero, Iron Fist. Carp, unaware that he had a grandson and a granddaughter, and that he too had weaknesses. It was precisely because no one knew that his family could live safely. Sengoku was the same, he never exposed his weaknesses. But now, because he spoke too hastily in a moment of joy, Xilian was thrust into everyone's view. She became the granddaughter of a naval hero, and also Carp's weakness. As initially decided, handing her over to Zifa was the most ideal outcome. Zifa silently clenched and released his fist. His family had suffered from pirate retaliation. Having once been as naive as Carp, he could not reprimand him. Taking a deep breath, Carp raised his head to look at Zifa, his tone unusually serious. Zifa, I entrust Xilian to you. Continue to teach her well. After a pause, he added, however, I will also come by when I have time to teach her together. This girl has the potential to become a warrior. That power is perfectly suited for learning my techniques. Carp's techniques. It seemed to be called something like fistbone impact or shattered star. Xilian couldn't help but imagine herself unleashing the nuclear bomb fist in her mind. Her fist smashing down, creating a large crater in the ground, rocks flying, smoke billowing. The power was immense, comparable to a nuclear bomb, but it would leave her in a mess completely contrary to Xilian's image. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. That was just too ungainly. If it were in her original body, it wouldn't matter, but now doing so, while looking like Xilian, was simply unacceptable. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. That was just too ungainly. If it were in her original body, it wouldn't matter, but now doing so, while Carp was in a bad mood now, and she didn't want to refuse him to his face, as that would embarrass the old man. Seeing that the three had made their decision, Sengoku turned his gaze to Xilian. Xilian, what are your plans? Xilian thought for a moment and replied earnestly, I plan to study and work at the naval headquarters for 9 years. After 9 years, I want to lead a fleet out to explore. The idea of exploring was something Xilian had already shared with them, and Sengoku and the others were not surprised. They all knew Xilian wanted to find her way home. For the past 2 months, Sengoku had secretly sent people to search for the place called Wingfellows, but after going through all the sea charts and materials, they found no news. Sengoku did not oppose Xilian's decision. However, he still smiled and said, when the time comes, the review process is unavoidable. You have to follow the rules. Of course, the first requirement is that you need to be of age. Xilian smiled slightly. I won't let you down. Time passed, and more than a month went by. The cold wind howled, and the new year had arrived. Carp and Xilian boarded the dog-head warship together to celebrate the new year in Windmill Village. At the port of Windmill Village, Luffy and Ace had already been waiting for most of the day. The two were bundled in coats, huddling their necks, stamping their feet, their noses red from the cold, continuously breathing out white mist. They're coming. It's Grandpa's ship. Luffy was the first to spot the dog-head warship appearing on the distant sea, excitedly jumping up and waving. The ship slowly approached, and Xilian changed back into her regular clothes, wearing a white inner layer wrapped in a purple coat, her shoulder-length pink hair slightly lifted by the wind. Carp, meanwhile, wore his unchanging white suit draped in a justice cloak, casually standing at the bow of the ship, showing no fear of the cold, as if the biting wind did not exist for him at all. Luffy and Ace simultaneously raised their hands, shouting from afar. Xilian ignored completely. Carp was infuriated, his mustache standing on end as he jumped in front of the two, hands on hips, glaring furiously. Hey, you two brats. Is there only Xilian in your eyes? Luffy and Ace exchanged glances, swallowing hard in unison. It's Grandpa. Luffy chuckled awkwardly. The old man is back too. Ace followed with a wry smile. Boom, boom. Two muffled sounds echoed, and Luffy and Ace each had a big bump on their heads. The two covered their heads, tears welling up in their eyes. Carp, with a proud expression, said, You two brats, what's wrong with Grandpa coming back? If it weren't for Xilian helping with the work, I would have been busy for several more days before returning. You won't even show gratitude and dare to ignore me. Why do you hit us as soon as you come back? Luffy, holding back tears, asked pitifully. What do you mean hitting? I'm giving you the iron fist of love. Do you understand? Xilian stood at the bow, covering her mouth with her hands, unable to suppress her laughter. That laughter was crisp and pleasant, particularly distinct in the cold wind. Luffy and Ace turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes darting over. Xilian immediately restrained her smile, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but rise. The four of them went to Makino's bar together. Happy New Year. Xilian smiled and greeted Makino. Happy New Year, Xilian. Happy New Year to you too, Grandpa Carp. Makino replied with a smile, then looked at Luffy and Ace. You too as well, you've grown taller again. The four of them sat at the bar counter together. Luffy imitated Ace and Carp, shouting for drinks. Makino smiled and nodded. Xilian proactively stepped behind the bar to help Makino. Let me mix their drinks. Xilian rolled up her sleeves and started mixing drinks skillfully. She first mixed a strong drink for Carp, a moderately strong one for Ace, and a fruity one for herself. Then, while everyone wasn't paying attention, she quietly swapped Luffy's drink for juice. Cheers. Carp raised his glass. Everyone lifted their glasses to drink. Luffy's expression instantly fell. What? It's still juice. He stared at the glass in disbelief, his mouth pouting as if it could hang an oil bottle. A burst of laughter erupted in the bar. Luffy got juice again. Since little Xilian came, it's always like this. Seeing Luffy genuinely unhappy, Xilian shook her head, helplessly mixing him a small glass of low-alcohol, sweet wine and pushing it in front of him. Luffy's face instantly brightened, and he took a big gulp, shouting loudly, Delicious. By the way, doesn't the old man write letters? Ace looked up and glared at Carp. Because of the letter issue, we were worried about Xilian wanting to write to you, but we didn't know your address at the Navy. Oh, you wanted to write to me? That's nice. Let me tell you about my address at the Navy headquarters. Carp became even happier upon hearing this, immediately telling Ace where he lived at the naval headquarters. The group chatted casually for a while, and then bid farewell to Makino, with Xilian following Carp and the others up Mount Gorgopal. Since Xilian had written to Luffy and Ace early notifying them of her return date, the Dayton family had already prepared a sumptuous New Year's dinner. Dinner was as lively as ever. Carp, Luffy, and Ace were running around the house, playfully chasing each other, while Dodon's little brothers cheered them on amidst flying plates and splattering soup. Xilian dodged with practiced ease to Dodon's side, skillfully avoiding the incoming food projectiles. She even habitually pulled out her camera from her pocket, quickly snapping photos to capture the lively scene. At night, outside Dodon's house, there was a small campsite. Xilian, Luffy, and Ace sat around a bonfire, the flames casting a warm glow on their faces. Xilian sat on a large stone, leisurely recounting her experiences in Marineford to them. She spoke of the nervousness during the aptitude test being noticed by Admiral Sengoku and Rear Admiral Zifa, at the same time participating in practical tasks and being attacked by powerful pirates. Luffy and Ace listened intently, their eyes sparkling with excitement, occasionally gasping in amazement. And then, did you win? Luffy asked eagerly. Of course I won. Xilian smiled saying, but that was just luck. It's not so simple on the battlefield. They didn't expect me to have the White Calamity. If it weren't for Kazara's help, I wouldn't have caught them. Ace nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed perilous. They were just lacking information. If it had dragged on, it would have been dangerous. I wonder how I would perform when I go to sea in the future. Luffy clenched his fist, his face full of longing. I want to go to sea too. I want to be the king of the sea. After witnessing the true power of the White Calamity, both Luffy and Ace yearned even more for the unknown starry seas. Moreover, knowing that Xilian was doing well in the Navy improved their impression of it slightly. However, Luffy still pouted, but being in the Navy means being controlled by the Navy, which isn't very free. Ace chuckled and glanced at him. In 9 years. No, in 8 years it will just be your coming-of-age day, right? All right, Luffy exclaimed as he slapped his forehead. My plan is to set sail right after I come of age. They'll leave before you guys, so I won't have to worry about you. Ace looked at Xilian. Xilian, I'll leave Luffy in your care. Luffy immediately protested, unsatisfied in the older brother. I should be the one taking care of her. In the older sister, actually. Xilian retorted, stretching Luffy's face long, like modeling clay. Luffy appeared indifferent, showing no sign of pain. Xilian had no choice but to give up and release him. Such a method was ineffective against Luffy's rubbery body. She looked at Luffy's serious expression, somewhat surprised. After considering her a sister, Luffy seemed to have developed a bit of Ace's calm demeanor. Could this be what is called the responsibility of an older brother? This version of Luffy was quite nice, so she decided to let him be. If it didn't seem to have a good effect, she would have continued to correct him. The three were engrossed in conversation, unaware that a shadow was quietly standing behind a large tree not far away. The figure listened silently for a long time before leaving without a sound. Inside Dodon's small house, when Carp pushed the door open, Daden was still tidying up the room with her little brothers. Upon seeing Carp walk in with a smile, Daden shot him a glare, saying, "Didn't you go to find those little brats? Why are you back so soon?" Carp didn't respond, casually plopping down and pouring himself a cup of wine, taking a swig. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said with rare sentiment, "Children have their own dreams. As adults, it's best not to interfere too much. As long as I silently support them from behind, that's enough." Daden paused her work and turned to look at Carp seriously, saying, "Xilian already has the demeanor of a Navy officer, but Luffy and Ace." "Don't worry," Carp waved his hand, his smile filled with certainty. "As long as Xilian is around, the two boys will be just fine." Daden frowned. "Why do you say that?" Carp chuckled, putting down his cup of wine. "Paha. They'll tell you then that girl Xilian has already secretly paved the way for Luffy and the others. However, compared to Luffy, Ace is still a bit awkward. Perhaps it will only be after he truly sets sail that he will understand." Daden was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, "That child Xilian. Heaven truly favors you, old man. That's because I have good vision." Carp laughed proudly, his laughter echoing in the room. As the night deepened, the moonlight fell on the extinguished bonfire, leaving only a few embers flickering in the darkness. In the distance, the first light of dawn of the new year was quietly creeping up over the horizon. Having rare days off, Carp didn't slack off at all during this time. He personally took Xilian, Luffy, and Ace up the mountain to begin a new round of training. The mountain winds carried the salty taste of the sea as Carp stood on a large stone, hands on his hips, smiling kindly. Of course, in Luffy and Ace's eyes, that smile was more terrifying than a demon. "Come on, Xilian, my girl, Grandpa will teach you my iron fist. Watch closely." Carp slammed his fist into the ground, instantly shattering it, and creating a massive pit 5 meters wide. He dusted off his hands, looking at Xilian with great anticipation. "If you master this move, you can easily collapse a mountain with one punch. Do you want to learn?" Luffy and Ace were still dazed while Xilian came back to her senses, glanced at the pit on the ground, and then at the dust on Carp, decisively shaking her head. "I don't want to learn." "Why not? You are a natural warrior. You should learn my iron fist." Carp pressed on. "It's just not Xilian replied expressionlessly. "In the game she might punch, but what does that have to do with me, Xilian?" Luffy bounced up beside her, his eyes shining like 2 stars. "Grandpa, I want to learn. I want to learn your iron fist." Ace didn't speak, but his eyes clearly conveyed the message, "I want to learn too." Carp looked down at the 2 little brats, snorting with a laugh. "You both want to learn, but you're 100 years too early. First build a solid foundation. Only when your physiques match little Xilian's can we talk about it." Suddenly thinking of something, Carp grinned and evaluated Luffy and Ace. "Since you both want to learn, be prepared. I'm going to add extra training now." "Huh." Thus the hellish training began again. Push-ups, squats, mountain running, sparring practice. This round of training was absurdly demanding, leaving Luffy and Ace gasping on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Xilian was doing better. She could still stand, but she was also sweating lightly. Witnessing Xilian's powerful physique again made Ace unable to help but shout Monster Powder Fox. During the break, Xilian leaned against a tree feeling utterly bored. She closed her eyes and softly called out in her heart. The air trembled slightly as a silver-white figure coalesced before her. Why did you suddenly call me? I let you out to get some fresh air. You can't just stay in the memory space all the time when there's no fighting. Xilian stood up and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Shall we practice the moon step together? Sure. The moon step was a technique she learned before returning to Windmill Village, allowing one to walk in the sky by stepping on the air without any external aid. The two practiced for a short while not quite mastering it. Bai slowly jumped a few times in the air, his white hair fluttering in the wind. He looked down at his feet, nodding in satisfaction. I really like this technique. It doesn't consume too much energy, making it especially suitable for me right now. Xilian deeply agreed and nodded. Although her memory power was formidable, its growth was extremely slow and each use would leave her physically drained. Both her stamina and memory energy required a good half-day of rest to recover. Therefore, she couldn't summon Bai constantly, but she would let him out for some fresh air daily to avoid suffocating him. After their training, Luffy and Ace spotted Bai from a distance and rushed towards him like puppies smelling meat. Bai, big brother. Bai, big brother. Luffy hugged Bai's arm, looking up with an eager face. Can you tell us more about your battle experiences? I didn't hear enough last time. Although Ace didn't pounce like Luffy, he stood nearby with his ears perked up, looking as if he wanted to listen, but was too shy to say so. Even Carp walked over with a hearty laugh and plopped down on a rock, patting the spot beside him. Come, Bai, sit down and tell us. I love to hear it too. Bai smiled helplessly and sat down amidst the crowd. Since his arrival, Xilian no longer narrated the stories herself, but shifted the storytelling burden onto him. This time, Bai recounted the daily stories of Wang Faluosi. He spoke of the companions from the journey of fire, those comrades who had experienced life and death together, remembering each person's character and story clearly. He talked about Agria, who initially was a mischievous young lady, but was actually very caring and later faced great costs in confronting fate. He spoke of T Bao, who always faced everything with a cheerful attitude, and the lively T, and who could uplift others, while the quiet T Ning was brave and resolute. He also mentioned his friend Wan Di, who might express stubbornness, but always stood at the forefront during critical moments. One by one, the golden descendants who faced fate and chose to move forward began to gradually materialize in the minds of Luffy, Ace, and even Carp, as Bai narrated. Previously, Xilian had only shared the official history of Wang Faluosi with them, discussing major events and important figures, but had never detailed the daily lives of the golden descendants. Now that the main character was present, they were able to hear many heroic secrets that outsiders were completely unaware of, captivating the few listeners. Luffy's eyes grew brighter, his fists clenching tightly. Wang Faluosi. I must go see it. That's true adventure. Ace turned his head and gazed out at the distant sea, reflecting on his own background, his voice lowering a bit. I want to see such a world too. You all want to go, huh? How could you forget about your grandpa? I want to go too. Carp laughed heartily. Ace couldn't help but roll his eyes. Bai and Xilian's hometown is definitely very, very far away. Old man, aren't you going to take care of the Marines? Carp waved his hand dismissively, looking righteous. The world is so big, I want to go out and see. At worst, I could take a long vacation, and if worst comes to worst, I could resign from the Marines job. The Marines wouldn't fall apart just because I left. Luffy grinned and leaned closer, thumping his chest. I want to be the king of the seas in the future. If Grandpa comes, I'd be very welcome. I've already promised Xilian to be the captain. Bang! Carp punched Luffy on the head, causing Luffy to spin around on the spot. You brat. You want to be my captain? You're still 100 years too early. Suddenly, a noise caught everyone's attention as they all turned to look at Carp. Carp was taken aback, scratching his head as he pulled out a Den Den mushie from his pocket. The Den Den mushie wriggled in his large hand, opening and closing its mouth, emitting urgent sounds. Who is calling? They aren't trying to assign me work at this time, are they? Carp muttered. The face of a little girl slowly appeared on the Den Den mushie. This face was familiar to Xilian, but she couldn't recognize it immediately. Xilian, help us. The Den Den mushie transmitted the girl's trembling voice, laced with sobs. Carp, Luffy, and Ace exchanged glances, unsure of who was on the other end of the line. This voice. Xilian finally recognized it. It was Nami. Nami was calling for help during this period, apparently due to the arrival of the evil dragon pirates. Nami. Xilian rushed to Carp's side, and Carp, seeing this, held the Den Den mushie out to her. Nami, is that you? The Den Den mushie paused, and a sobbing voice came through, saying intermittently, It's me, my village has been invaded by pirates and everything has been looted. I thought those pirates would leave, but they've turned our village into a stronghold and refuse to leave, demanding we pay them to spare our lives. Belmare was also injured. Carp's expression instantly darkened. Luffy and Ace also stopped smiling, their fists unconsciously clenching tightly. Taking a deep breath, Xilian suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to keep her voice steady. Nami, listen to me, you have to be careful. Agree to whatever demands they have at first, don't confront them heathen. I will bring people to deal with those scoundrels soon, just wait for me. Xilian, Luffy, and Ace exchanged glances and almost simultaneously moved jogging to keep up with Carp's pace. Carp paused and turned back with an annoyed expression. I won't say anything about little Xilian, but what about you two? Do you want to go fight pirates with me? Grandpa, I'm really strong. I can definitely help. Luffy held his head high, looking serious. Ace crossed his arms and smirked. Old man, you underestimate me and Luffy too much. I'm much stronger than before. Now whether in Windmill Village or at the finish line, no one can match me and Luffy. Huh, I think it's pretty average. Carp pinched his nose, looking indifferent. That's just you. You're too strong. There's no way to compare. Ace shouted with bulging eyes. Carp, startled by the shout, rubbed his ears and waved his hand. I know, why are you shouting? All right, since it's a rare request from my grandson, I will naturally fulfill it. He'll take you there. The four of them descended the mountain, striding towards the port. The dog-headed warship at the port glimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Due to the New Year holiday, only 1/3 of the soldiers remained on the warship, while the deputy officer Bogart and Kuna each went home on leave. As soon as Carp returned to the ship, the remaining Navy personnel immediately stood at attention. The situation is as follows: Cocoa Village has been attacked by pirates. Full speed ahead. Eyed. The warship roared away from the port, and the waves churned into white foam at the bow. Luffy and Ace excitedly ran around the warship, filled with curiosity about everything on board. Cannons' cabins masked the helm. They had seen ships before, but this formal steel warship was a first for them. The Navy hero's warship was naturally not comparable to ordinary vessels in size. Wow, this one is huge. Luffy touched the cannon barrel, his eyes wide with amazement. If this were to fire, its power must be terrifying. Ace stroked his chin deep in thought. After the tour, the two ran back to the deck, jumping onto the ship's edge, their feet dangling above the sea, excitedly gazing at the endless ocean together. The sea breeze tousled their hair and clothes, and the sunlight illuminated their youthful faces filled with vitality. A subordinate approached, intending to say something, but Carp waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Don't worry about them. They are not ordinary kids. The subordinate nodded and left without doubt. Xilian stood beside Carp, gazing at the sea ahead. Helping Nami fend off the dragon pirates was something she had long planned. Unexpectedly, the opportunity to aid Nami would come now, coincidentally, with Luffy and Ace also coming along. How much would the plot change with Luffy meeting future companions so early? The sea breeze howled as the dog-headed warship sliced through the azure, sea white waves crashing on both sides of the bow. On the deck, Carp stood with one hand on his waist, and the other holding a bag of senbei, crunching happily. Luffy and Ace stood side by side at the bow, their eyes fixed on the gradually appearing outline of the island in the distance. Xilian quietly sat at the bow, her legs swinging, her pink hair gently blowing in the sea breeze. Grandpa, Cocoa Village is just ahead. Xilian pointed at the island in the distance. That's right, we'll arrive in 2 days, faster than I expected. Carp chuckled and popped another senbei into his mouth. Before the words left his mouth, the sea suddenly surged. Roar! A gigantic creature suddenly leaped from the water, creating a water column dozens of meters high. The monster was nearly the size of the warship, resembling a sea lion, but sporting a pair of thick horns like a bull, its 4 flipper-like limbs slapping against the surface of the sea, creating waves that almost capsized the dog-headed warship. It's a sea monster. Ace's pupils constricted as he instinctively assumed a combat stance. Luffy, however, remained unperturbed and instead widened his eyes in excitement. Wow, this guy is huge. Is it also the king of the near sea? Xilian stood on the ship's edge, casually glancing over. She recognized this sea beast as the pet of the dragon pirates, seemingly named Moo Moo. Is it trying to block our way to the island? It's probably the pet of the dragon pirates. Grandpa, we don't have time to waste with it. Well said, leave it to me. Carp glanced approvingly at Xilian, then tucked the bag of senbei into his coat and strode toward the ship's railing. The monster opened its massive jaws and emitted a deafening roar, attempting to intercept the warship's path. At the bow, Carp firmly planted his feet on the deck, the sea breeze causing his navy cloak to billow. He casually raised his right fist and swung it towards the monster's direction. Get back to sleep. Boom. A visible shockwave erupted from his fist, crossing dozens of meters of sea and accurately striking the monster on the head. The colossal creature barely had time to scream before its eyes rolled back, and its massive body toppled backward like a kite, with a severed string, creating a tremendous wave before sinking into the depths of the sea, never to be heard from again. Luffy and Ace's eyes widened simultaneously. No wonder he's the old man. Ace murmured softly. Luffy nodded in agreement. On the west side of Cocoa Island, the sunset glowed brilliantly, and the coconut trees swayed. A luxurious villa once belonging to a wealthy individual was now occupied by the dragon pirates, with the flag of the fishermen pirates fluttering in the sea breeze. Inside the villa, over 30 fishermen gathered in a spacious courtyard, tables laden with fine wines and delicacies, cheers and laughter filling the air. Arlong, draped in a luxurious yellow coat and wearing a white head wrap, sat at the main seat. He raised his wine glass, surveying the surroundings, his voice booming. Listen up, everyone. We have just broken away from the Sun Pirates and arrived in the East Sea. We don't have our own foundation or territory, but from today on, he slammed the table forcefully, this will be our new paradise. No one can take it away from us. Oh, the fishermen cheered loudly, raising their glasses in celebration, creating a scene of extreme revelry. On the east coast of Cocoa Island, as Carp and his group set foot on the island, they saw two figures stealthily running out from the woods. It was Nami, followed closely by a village guard. Nami's eyes were red and her face bore the marks of unshed tears, but she held her composure and swiftly approached, looking at Xilian, who sat on Carp's shoulder. Xilian, you all finally made it. Nami's voice was hoarse, as if she had been crying for a long time. I am the village guard Kenjutsu. Thank you for coming to help. Kenjutsu said softly beside her. Please follow me, Bellmare. Her situation is not good. The group followed Nami through the orange orchard and arrived at a simple small house. Nojiko was crouched beside the bed, holding a wet towel, carefully wiping the sweat off the forehead of the person lying on the bed. The village doctor was busy nearby, looking serious. Lying on the bed was Bellmare. Belmole's eyes were closed, her chest wrapped in bandages, her complexion as pale as paper, and her breath weak and rapid. Xilian jumped down from Carp's shoulder and walked to the bedside, glancing gently at Belmole's injuries, frowning slightly. Luffy and Ace stopped simultaneously, their fists clenching unconsciously. Carp's smile vanished as he stood silently at the door, his expression profound. Nami could no longer hold back, squatting by the bed, tears streaming down her face. At that time, the dragon pirates suddenly attacked the village. Nami choked, her voice intermittent. They said everyone could buy their life for 100,000 berries. When it was our family's turn, because we were short one person's money, the dragon, he was going to shoot Belmole's mother. Nami suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with grief and anger. I quickly said there was still money. Then, I took out the berries that Sister Xilian had prepared for me earlier. The dragon snatched my bag of money directly. Then they said that fishmen are the most trustworthy, so they let Belmole's mother go, but Nami's voice suddenly became sharp. But just when Belmole's mother turned to leave the dragon, he still shot her from behind. One shot turned my mother into this. Talking about trust, then turning around to shoot. How can such a thing be called a pirate? Ace's voice was cold, his fists cracking with tension. I can't bear it. I can't bear it at all. Luffy ripped off his straw hat from his back and slammed it onto his head, his eyes burning with anger. Hey, take me there. I want to send that dragon flying into the sky. Nami lifted her head, looking at Luffy, then at Ace, and finally turned her gaze to Carp and Xilian. Carp laughed heartily, waving his hand. Don't worry, little girl, these two boys are quite strong. And with me and little Xilian here, nothing will go wrong. Xilian walked in front of Nami, looking her in the eye, and introduced seriously, this is Luffy, my brother. That is Ace, they are my family. They are also very strong, you can trust them. Luffy tilted his head as if he heard something, but didn't pay much attention due to his anger. Nami sniffed, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and stood up. My name is Nami. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming firm. Okay, I'll take you there. After speaking, she took the lead, heading towards the villa where the dragon pirates were located, with Luffy and Ace immediately following her outside. Carp waved his hand to his naval subordinates behind him. You keep an eye on the surroundings, don't let anything happen to the villagers. He then followed after Luffy and the others with Xilian. The banquet of the dragon pirates continued for 2 days. The fishmen were eating and drinking heartily, laughter echoing throughout the villa. Arlong was raising his cup to drink when suddenly, the makeshift door along with its frame was blasted away by a tremendous force, crashing into the center of the venue and smashing a long table covered with food and drink. Glasses shattered, wine splattered, and the fishmen screamed as they scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, two small figures stood side by side at the doorway. The newcomers were none other than Luffy and Ace. Their expressions were more serious than ever, with not a hint of laughter in their eyes. Nami hid far away under a coconut tree, quietly peeking out. Ace stepped forward first, his voice booming. "Who is the dragon? Come out here." Luffy lowered the brim of his hat, his voice cold. "I'm going to send you flying into the sky." The more than 30 fishmen in the hall were initially stunned, then all glared towards the entrance. After seeing the newcomers, several fishmen burst into laughter. "Huh, just two little brats. Where did these human brats come from looking for death?" Arlong set down his cup and slowly stood up. He suppressed his anger, turning it into a disdainful sneer. "Two human brats dare to seek death. They really don't know how to live." He waved his hand, casually. "Go take care of them." A dozen fishmen henchmen rushed forward with a roar. Luffy was the first to strike. His arms stretched out like rubber, throwing a punch that struck a fishman in the face, sending him flying and knocking down a row of companions behind him. Then he swung his fists in rapid succession, each punch packed with tremendous elasticity, knocking down fishmen one after another. Ace wielded a water pipe, his movements swift and decisive. Each strike hit a fishman accurately, and with each blow the fishman doubled over, foaming at the mouth as he fell. In less than 3 minutes, all the henchmen were lying on the ground groaning. Arlong's expression darkened. "They have some skill. Let's see how you fare against my officers." Two figures stepped out from behind Arlong. Xiaoba, with 6 arms, wielded 6 shining knives. The other was Kruby, a master of fishman karate. Xiaoba and Kruby moved towards their respective opponents. Luffy's opponent was Kruby, while Ace's opponent was Xiaoba. Xiaoba launched the first attack, swinging all 6 knives simultaneously, creating a dense net of blades that enveloped Ace. Ace raised his water pipe to block the sound of metal clashing, ringing out as sparks flew. Xiaoba's 6-blade style was incredibly tricky, with varying angles that made it hard to defend against. Ace gradually found himself at a disadvantage, barely able to fend off the attacks, soon covered in several wounds. On the other side, Luffy's rubber fist swung towards Kruby, who sidestepped and then closed in, executing his ultimate move, the 1,000-tile punch, striking Luffy. Luffy's body bent and stretched backward like rubber, then flew back, sliding on the ground for 10 meters before stopping. Kruby frowned slightly. That hit felt like it struck cotton, quite unsatisfying. Wiping his thumb across the corner of his mouth, Luffy grinned, continuing to stare at Kruby, his eyes filled with battle intent. Arlong's forehead bulged with veins, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, the chair creaking under his grip. Good. Arlong gritted his teeth. Arlong just arrived in the East Blue, and 2 little brats dare to challenge me. You human brats must die here today. Arlong grabbed the massive saw knife beside him, its blade glinting coldly under the light. He slowly stood up and walked towards Luffy's battlefield. But just then, "Hey, the battle has just begun. You, the boss, can't sit still. You're really useless." An old man's voice leisurely rang out from behind Arlong. Arlong's steps suddenly halted. The entire villa courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The fishmen, still standing, looked at Arlong in disbelief. Arlong slowly turned around. He saw an old man who had somehow casually crossed his arms and stood in front of the chair Arlong had just vacated. The old man was dressed in a navy uniform, a cloak emblazoned with the word justice draped behind him, with a pink-haired little girl perched on his head. It was Carp and Xilian. Seeing all the fishmen frozen in place, Carp smirked, sat down, and crossed his legs. Xilian, sitting on Carp's neck, swung her legs, casually surveying her surroundings without a hint of fear. Both battlefields halted their movements simultaneously. Little 8 turned his head, and the moment he saw Carp, his body began to tremble violently, nearly dropping the 6 knives he held. Along what? What should we do?" Little 8's voice trembled. It wasn't just him. All the fishmen turned pale the moment they recognized Carp's face. Some fell to their knees, their legs giving way, while others dropped their weapons with a clatter. Along's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly unhinged. The large saw knife in his hand began to shake uncontrollably. Navy hero. Carp. Along stepped back in fear, his mind a chaotic blur. They had come from the New World to the East Sea. How could they not know the name of the Navy hero? That was a creature that made the entire pirate world tremble. They had clearly bribed Colonel Mouse in advance to dare to come to the East Sea. They never expected to run into this person they shouldn't have encountered right upon arrival. Could it be that Colonel Mouse sold them out? Cold sweat poured down Along's face, sliding down his cheeks. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile. "Are you Colonel Carp? How did you get here? Did someone inform you?" "Haha." Carp burst into laughter, waving his hand casually. "No need to worry about who informed me, but it's rare to have a day off and still see a good show. The evil dragon pirates, huh? Your two subordinates are not bad, just the right amount of pressure for the two kids. It's quite lively. As long as you're happy. A long smile was more painful than crying. What are you doing? You four continue fighting, don't mind me. Carp waved his hand, then stroked his beard, his gaze landing on Along. How can we miss the main event? He raised his hand and pulled Xilian's collar, bringing her from his head to in front of him. Little Xilian, you should also get some exercise. This little shark is yours to handle. Huh? Xilian lifted into the air, widened her eyes, pointing at her own nose. I fight the evil dragon. Since you're here, just compare with those two kids and see who can deal with their opponent first. However, you mustn't call for white disaster. Grandpa doesn't love his granddaughter anymore. Xilian pretended to be sad, trying to invoke Carp's conscience through familial ties. Ha ha ha. It's a rare opportunity. Don't worry, this little shark is not your opponent. Since you said that, what's the point in fighting? Forget it, put me down. Xilian rolled her eyes. Carp laughed heartily and set Xilian down. Once on the ground, she turned quickly, looking up at the evil dragon standing 10 steps away. Her height only reached the evil dragon's thigh, the size difference between them akin to a hill and a small mound, a stark disparity in strength. The surrounding fishmen dared not breathe, the entire hall silent except for the sound of breathing. Meanwhile, Along was completely bewildered. He looked down at Xilian, trying to discern any threat from this little girl, yet all he saw was an innocent, childlike face. Colonel Carp, what do you want me to do? Along couldn't help but ask. Under normal circumstances, he could crush such a little girl with a single finger. But she just claimed to be Carp's granddaughter. So should he fight or not? Treat her as an ordinary opponent. If you satisfy me, I won't hit you too hard later. I understand. He resignedly raised the large saw knife, but his eyes were scheming. There was still hope of escape. He would use this little girl as a hostage soon. Bang, bang, bang. The battles on the other two sides continued. Ace and Little Eight's duel had already reached a fever pitch. Ace was covered in wounds, his clothes slashed in several places, blood dripping down his arms. Yet his eyes shone brighter than ever. He was gradually adapting to Little Eight's six-knife flow's rhythm and speed. I can see the opponent's movements now. Ace murmured to himself, then suddenly sidestepped to avoid the cross slashes of two knives, the steel pipe precisely wedged between the third and fourth knives, and with a strong shove. Clang! Little Eight's two knives were knocked away, and the six-knife flow revealed a flaw in an instant. Ace seized the opportunity, swinging the steel pipe down hard on Little Eight's abdomen, sending him flying several meters. On the other side, the battle between Luffy and Crocodile continued. Luffy was struck by a heavy punch from Crocodile, flying backwards and crashing into the wall, which cracked upon impact. However, the next second, he jumped out of the ruins as if nothing had happened, brushing the dust off himself. I can still fight. Crocodile's face showed a look of despair. He had no idea how to deal with such a physically resistant opponent. He looked around, his gaze landing on a nearby pool, and with a smirk he leaped into the water. Luffy stopped at the edge of the pool, staring at the water's surface. Moments later, Crocodile emerged from the other side of the pool, swinging his arm to unleash a water bullet. Luffy dodged, immediately reaching out to grab him, but Crocodile submerged again, disappearing from sight. Luffy scratched his head in frustration, unsure of what to do next. On the other side, Xilian and Along's standoff continued. Along planted his large saw knife into the ground, crossing his arms in a feigned, generous manner, saying, "Little girl, you can strike first. I, Along, do not bully children." "All right then, I won't hold back," Xilian replied without hesitation. She thought to herself that against an evil pirate like Along she need not show mercy. Fortunately, her opponent was willing to stand still and take her punch. Xilian closed her eyes, envisioning Carp using his fist to strike. The technique of concentrating all one's strength into a single point and exploding it in an instant. She silently raised her right fist, slowly gathering strength in the manner Carp had taught her, an invisible momentum rising from her small body. Behind her, Carp seemed to sense something, a grin spreading from ear to ear. He thought to himself, as expected of my granddaughter, she grasped that realm so quickly. Watching Xilian's tiny fist, Along's eyes were filled with disdain. He stood motionless, even too lazy to adopt a defensive posture. In that instant, shave, Xilian silently chanted in her heart and dashed towards Along. To Along, it seemed Xilian vanished from her original position and instantly appeared right in front of him. Before he could react, Xilian was already mere inches from his chest. Pooh! That seemingly ordinary little fist produced a sonic boom as it broke the sound barrier, and it struck solidly against the evil dragon's chest. Bang! A shadow darted past the two battlefields at a speed almost impossible to perceive, crashing into the base of the towering attic behind the villa. The attic was struck, causing the entire structure to tilt abruptly, and dense cracks spread like a spider web. Then, boom. The attic collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air. Everyone's movements came to an abrupt halt. Little Ba, who had just managed to get up, Luffy gazing at the pool. Even Ace all turned to stare blankly at Xilian, watching her maintain her punching stance, a wisp of white smoke lingering around her tiny fist. Under the gaze of everyone, Xilian froze for a moment, slowly retracting her fist and returning to her usual elegant and composed stance. To ease the awkwardness, she patted off non-existent dust from her clothes, tilted her head, and said with a puzzled tone, "Strange. How could such a big person just disappear when mentioned?" Outside the door, the villagers of Cocoa West Village, alerted by the commotion, began to gather one by one. They clutched sticks, bowls, shovels, and some even raised a tattered fishing net as a makeshift weapon. Though fear was evident on everyone's faces, their feet did not retreat. Because the evil dragon had just attacked the village, their spirit of resistance had not been extinguished. Nami hid by the doorframe, peering in to watch everything unfold. Luffy and Ace's battle followed by Xilian's punch that sent the evil dragon flying. She felt as though she must be dreaming. 3 little kids. 3 children roughly her age could defeat the evil dragon pirate crew. Not to mention Luffy and Ace, a Xilian. That punch shattered her worldview. That tiny fist actually knocked the evil dragon, weighing over 200 pounds, away like a kite with a broken string. Looking at the collapsed building, Nami knew that this strike would not be easy for the evil dragon. Got it. At that moment, Luffy by the pool suddenly brightened his eyes. He interlocked the fingertips of both hands and pulled them apart, stretching his rubbery arms into a massive net that covered half the pool. Rubber. Net. Kruby in the pool did not expect Luffy to pull such a move. He was stunned for a second before the rubber net sealed off his escape route, and he was tightly ensnared by Luffy's fingers. What? Let go of me. Kruby struggled desperately, and the strength of the fishman was indeed considerable, stretching the net a circle wider. But Luffy gritted his teeth and yanked back with all his might, shouting, "Come out." Kruby was forcibly dragged out of the pool, splashing water everywhere. In midair, he attempted to counterattack, but Luffy offered no chance, swinging the net away and using inertia to slam him down onto the ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into a crater, and Kruby rolled his eyes back, mouth agape, already unconscious. Got it. Luffy clapped his hands and turned to look to the other side. Ace's opponent, Little Ba, completely lost his will to fight the moment Arlong was sent flying. He slumped to the ground, 6 knives placed beside him, muttering, "Impossible. How could Lord Arlong lose to that little girl?" With his opponent lacking any fighting spirit, Ace could only stop attacking in disappointment, tilting his head to watch Luffy's battle. Seeing Luffy defeat Kruby, a faint smile of relief appeared on his lips. Suddenly, a massive disturbance caught everyone's attention. A tall figure slowly rose from the ruins. Arlong looked disheveled, his clothes torn in several places, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his blue fishman's skin was covered in dust. In his eyes, those murky orbs burned with a frenzied fire. Ha ha ha. This world has truly gone mad. A little girl around 8 years old could send me flying. I am the evil dragon, the future ruler of these seas. He disregarded his injuries and suddenly spread his arms wide. Blood seeped from his wounds, and with his fishman abilities, he flung out blood-red beads. Die, little brat. The blood beads shot out like bullets, incredibly fast, accompanied by a whistling sound. Xilian furrowed her brow and pushed off the ground. Shave. Her figure instantly vanished from the spot, with all the blood beads missing, embedding into the wall behind her and leaving deep pits. Arlong, unwilling to admit defeat, fired off several more blood bullets, but Xilian's speed far exceeded his reaction limit. Each attack merely grazed her clothing, not even touching a single strand of hair. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Arlong leaped out from the ruins, gripping his massive serrated sword and swinging it fiercely at Xilian. The serrated sword whistled down through the wind, and Xilian sidestepped the blade, passing within 3 centimeters of her face. She used shave to create distance, but the evil dragon pursued her relentlessly like a mad dog. Each slash was filled with murderous intent, every step crushing the ground. Xilian dodged attacks continuously while the evil dragon kept chasing her. After several exchanges, Xilian seized the opportunity and stomped heavily on the ground. Moonwalk. She soared into the air, stepping on the air itself. The sea breeze lifted her clothing as she looked down at Arlong, her expression calm. Arlong, panting heavily, looked up, his expression shifting from anger to a begrudging sense of mockery. Little brat, is running all you can do? He roared, his voice echoing throughout the villa. If you're brave enough, come down. Face me directly. Xilian did not respond. Her gaze drifted past the evil dragon to Carp, who stood at a distance. Carp was standing with his arms crossed, sporting his signature broad grin, showing no intention of intervening. He even winked at Xilian, the meaning crystal clear. "You handle this yourself." Xilian let out a sigh. She slowly raised her right-hand palm facing up. Moisture began to rapidly condense into ice in her palm, and a crystal-clear ice bow shimmering with a ghostly blue light took shape in her hands. The bow was crafted from memory substance, its surface glimmering with fine ice crystals resembling a work of art. She placed her right hand on the bowstring and slowly pulled it back. An arrow formed on the bow. The arrow was also made of memory substance, but purer than the bow itself, pure ice, pure cold. Wisps of white cold air spread from the arrowhead, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Arlong felt the overwhelming chill. The madness in his eyes was finally overpowered by fear. He widened his eyes in shock. He wanted to retreat, but Xilian's arrow had already locked onto him. There was no escaping. Arlong's heart trembled once more. Xilian released her finger. In the instant the arrow left the bow, it transformed into a beam of ice-blue light cutting through the night sky towards the evil dragon. Ah! Arlong used the last of his strength to raise the serrated sword and struck fiercely at the ice arrow. Bang! The moment the ice arrow collided with the serrated sword, it shattered. A glint of ecstasy appeared on Arlong's face. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. But the next second his expression froze. The arrow did not dissipate, but instead, after shattering it, unleashed all its power in an instant. The cold air spread wildly from Arlong's center. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Eventually, everything within a radius of over 10 meters was frozen into solid ice. A chill pervades the air. Arlong maintains his stance with the knife, raised his expression of wild joy, forever frozen within the ice. He has completely transformed into an ice sculpture. The villagers outside exclaimed in surprise, "The evil dragon has been defeated again." "Good, good, good." Carp laughed heartily, his voice shaking the chair. Luffy and Ace looked up simultaneously at the slowly descending Xilian in the air. Luffy's eyes sparkled while Ace had his mouth agape, saying, "Hey, Xilian, is this your full strength?" "I suppose so," Xilian replied after a moment's thought. For over a month, she had practiced the moon step with Bay in the Ailey Pavilion and explored further applications of her memory manipulation ability. The memory energy provided by the system can create many substances, perhaps allowing for contemplation of daily or even more combat applications. For instance, she could construct weapons and other items. Thinking of weapons, her first impression was the oath bow, the same weapon used by Xilian in the game. The results were unexpectedly good. She could summon the oath bow effortlessly and sensed a special connection between the bow and herself. This was her first time using the oath bow in actual combat. Glancing at the nearby ice sculpture, Xilian nodded secretly, the effect exceeding expectations. The evil dragon could not escape the freeze created by her memory energy. Luffy felt curious about Xilian's new power, continuously asking her how she achieved it, while Carp also stood nearby, his gaze equally inquisitive. Xilian had no choice but to attribute her power to the devil fruit. Ace watched quietly, his eyes filled with reluctance, but more with acceptance. "No wonder she's so strong, even more than I imagined. Will I ever have a chance to surpass her?" As the evil dragon and 2 of its subordinates lost their combat capabilities, the remaining fishmen completely collapsed. They dropped their weapons, crouching down with their heads covered, no longer daring to resist. With the situation resolved, Carp quickly notified his subordinates to come and capture the evil dragon pirate crew. At the main entrance, the villagers of Cocoa West Village fell into a prolonged silence. They exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before them. Then, "We won! We won!" Someone shouted first, and immediately the cheers surged. The villagers dropped their weapons and crazily rushed towards the 3 children. "Incredible! You 3 little ones are amazing." The little girl knocked the evil dragon away with just 1 punch. "I've never seen anything like it in my life. Boys, tonight I'll treat you to roasted meat. No, we must hold a banquet." Nami stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Xilian, Luffy, and Ace being surrounded by grateful villagers, her eyes turning red. Having only met once, they gave their all to help her defeat the evil dragon pirate crew. Truly 3 fools. The banquet's ingredients were naturally taken from the treasure of the evil dragon pirate crew. Those gold coins, jewels, jerky, and fine wine were originally plundered from Cocoa West Village. Carp waved his hand, generously indicating that the villagers could take everything back. "The banquet is on," shouted a villager who retrieved food with great joy. At night, the bonfire was lit, and the banquet officially began. Cocoa West Village became lively. Luffy and Ace sat in front of the largest pile of roasted meat, competing to stuff their mouths, their cheeks puffed out like hamsters. I've eaten 20 skewers already. Only 20 skewers. I've had 30. Though Ace was wrapped in bandages, his actions and words were still defiant. Then let's see. Whoever eats 50 skewers first wins. Carp watched with amusement, taking another large gulp of wine. Nami and Nojiko sat together chatting and laughing. Nojiko handed Nami a piece of fish meat, saying, "Eat more, you're too skinny." "You are too," Nami replied with a smile, then stole a glance at Luffy and the others before quickly averting her gaze. Xilian had been quietly sitting next to Luffy, nibbling on an apple, but soon the villagers crowded around her. "Little girl, tell us how you became so powerful." Yes. Where are you from?" Xilian thought for a moment, stood up, and voluntarily jumped onto the small stage the villagers had built. "Let me tell you a story." She cleared her throat, her eyes sparkling in the firelight. "In a place far, far away, there is a place called Wingfaros." The villagers instantly fell silent, all looking up with curious eyes. "There are trees taller than mountains, titans of the gods, and heroes who chase the fire." The story grew more exciting and more villagers gathered. Even Nami unknowingly approached, leaning against a tree to listen intently. Ace, with his mouth full of meat, mumbled to Luffy, "Xilian is getting better and better at telling stories." Luffy nodded repeatedly, not speaking, his thoughts still on the food. The night breeze blew over Cocoa West Village, the bonfire crackling, laughter and storytelling intertwined. Concerned about Belmir's injuries, Nami returned early to take care of her, while Nojiko chose to stay and help Luffy and the others roast meat. The bonfire crackled, the meat on the grill sizzled and oozed oil, the aroma enveloping the entire. The banquet continued from dusk until deep into the night. Initially, the villagers gathered around the fire singing and dancing, but soon one by one they leaned against each other and fell asleep. Luffy, Ace, and Carp, having eaten and drunk enough, leaned their heads together, snoring in unison. Aside from them, many villagers had drunk too much and collapsed to sleep on the ground, leaving no space to step. Xilian walked to Nojiko's side and softly said, "Could you lend me 3 large blankets? It's cool at night. I don't want them to catch a cold." "Of course. You are the saviors of the whole village. Such a small request is certainly granted." Nojiko smiled and nodded, quickly going to the nearby house to bring out 3 thick blankets. After receiving the blankets, Xilian carefully unfolded them and gently covered Luffy and the others, tucking in the edges. Nojiko stood aside, watching Xilian finish her task, then took a deep breath and bowed earnestly. "Xilian, thank you so much. If it weren't for the transponder snail and those berries you left, we could never have gotten help so quickly. Belmir, she might really have been killed by the evil dragon." Xilian straightened up and gently patted Nojiko's slightly taller head, her tone soft yet serious. "I just like to make stories a bit more complete. Since I've come here, I should do what I can. If you all can listen and take good care of yourselves, I am very happy with that." Nojiko bit her lip and nodded vigorously. After inquiring about Belmir's condition, Xilian urged Nojiko to go back and rest. Once Nojiko left, Xilian turned and walked towards an empty house beside the square. This room was originally arranged for them to rest, but since Carp and the others were sleeping so soundly, she didn't want to wake them. The next morning, as dawn broke and the sky was still dimly lit, Xilian had already awakened. She got up and walked to the window, gently pushing open the wooden frame. A refreshing breeze, characteristic of the morning, swept in, carrying the unique salty scent of the distant sea, invigorating her spirit. Looking through the window, she saw that the square below was already bustling with activity. Many villagers were up and were tidying up the mess left from last night's feast. Some were dousing the still smoldering embers of the bonfire with water, while others were working together to move heavy tables and chairs, creating a lively scene in the square. The Cap family of 3 was still fast asleep, and no one disturbed them. After putting on her coat, Xilian headed to the square, intending to help the villagers clean up, but before she could start, she was playfully stopped by the villagers. "How can we let the little hero work? Just take a good rest and we can handle this." Rejected, Xilian had no choice but to sit on the steps at the edge of the square, resting her chin on her hands while waiting quietly. "How can we let the little hero work? Just take a good rest and we can handle this." Rejected, Xilian had no choice but to sit on the steps at the edge of the square, resting her chin on her hands. His expression paused for a moment, then he instinctively turned his head. When he saw the small figure quietly sitting at the edge of the square, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Thinking that it was Xilian who prepared the blanket for him, Cap couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. He lifted the blanket and with one hand under each picked up Luffy and Ace as if they were small chicks. Luffy struggled drowsily, rubbing his eyes and sleepily asking Grandpa, "Is breakfast ready? All you think about is eating. You're awake." Ace didn't say much, yawning and glancing at the blanket beside him, then at Xilian, saying nothing, but slightly curving his lips. The villagers had already thoughtfully prepared breakfast. Hot soup, grilled fish, fresh bread, and fruits. The few of them sat together and ate heartily. After putting down her bowl and chopsticks and wiping her mouth, Xilian suggested, "Let's go check on Belmar in the orange grove." Cap nodded in agreement, and Luffy and Ace had no objections. Arriving at the orange grove, Nami and Nojiko were already awake, standing guard by Belmar's bedside. Belmar's condition had stabilized. Although her face was pale, she seemed much better. Hearing the commotion at the door, she struggled to open her eyes and looked towards Cap and the others at the entrance, nodding slightly to express her gratitude. Cap crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, his tone filled with approval. "You did well." Belmar managed a weak smile. Although her voice was soft, it conveyed a hint of determination. "I am a former Navy officer. How could I back down in front of pirates? Do you have plans to return to the Navy?" Belmar slowly shook her head, her gaze shifting to Nami and Nojiko beside her, choosing not to speak further. The meaning was clear. She was no longer a Navy officer, she was now the mother of these two children. Cap shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "All right, I won't force you." After exchanging greetings with Belmar, Xilian, Luffy, and Ace went back outside, standing together under the orange tree. Glancing at Nami, who was still inside caring for Belmar, Xilian lowered her voice and said to Luffy and Ace, "I heard Nami mention that her dream is to draw a map of the entire world, capturing all the places she hasn't been to." "Why would you want to draw a map?" Luffy asked, curious. "That's a truly grand dream that requires sailing around the world to achieve." "Sailing?" Luffy and Ace exchanged glances, puzzled about why Xilian was telling them this. "Well, let me elaborate a bit more. Nami possesses exceptional navigator talent." "Navigator?" Luffy's eyes lit up, and he immediately patted his chest, exclaiming, "I want to invite her to be my future companion." Ace leaned against the trunk, hands in his pockets, and remarked casually as Luffy spoke, "So you know about navigators in such detail, Luffy?" "Hee, I met Shanks' crewmate Snack, who is a navigator and a friend of mine. He once told me that navigators are very important." "Shanks' pirate crew, huh? I see. It's fine. Nami is about your age, so I won't compete with you as an..." "Great." Luffy dashed into the house like a gust of wind. "Nami, do you want to be my future companion on our journey at sea?" Luffy boldly invited as he ran up to Nami. Nami was taken aback for a moment, tilting her head and asking, "Sailing? Future companion? Why do you want to invite me?" "Because you want to draw the world map." "That's an impressive dream." Luffy grinned widely, revealing his white teeth. Nami turned to Xilian, who had just entered, and with hands clasped, Xilian apologetically said, "I'm sorry. I told him. How could I blame you?" Nami smiled, her smile brighter than the sunlight in the orange grove. She walked up to Xilian and asked seriously, "Xilian, are you planning to go to sea with Luffy?" Xilian paused slightly, but nodded, "Yes, we've already made a pact to sail together when we come of age. I will be Luffy's navigator." Nami's eyes suddenly sparkled as she grabbed Xilian's hand, pulling her in front of Luffy and raising her head with a clear and determined voice. "I promise to be your companion. So let's make a pact too." Luffy laughed heartily and extended his hand. "All right. Then we have a pact. Let's sail together when we grow up." Under the orange tree, Ace quietly watched this scene, smiling with satisfaction. Seizing the moment, Xilian picked up a camera and shouted to Cap, who was chatting with Belmar, "Grandpa, please take a picture of the four of us." Cap walked over, took the camera, and grinned. "All right, everyone, come outside and line up." Click. In the photo under the orange tree, Luffy was putting his arm around Ace's shoulders, smiling carefree. Nami was beside Xilian, her smile radiant. With the affairs of the dragon pirates coming to a pause after spending half a day in Cocoa Village, Cap announced it was time to leave. Outside the small dock, the Doghead warship slowly started up, its engine rumbling low. Luffy and Xilian leaned over the ship's edge, waving vigorously towards the shore. "Nami, we will definitely come back," Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs. Nami stood on the dock, waving her arms with all her might, tears welling up in her eyes, yet smiling brighter than anyone else. Nojiko and some villagers stood behind Nami, also waving goodbye. As the warship moved further away, the outline of Cocoa Village gradually shrank, eventually disappearing over the horizon. The entire Evil Dragon Pirates crew was imprisoned in the lower deck of the Carp warship. Due to the extremely vile character of the Evil Dragon, Carp initially planned to take them directly to the Navy headquarters for trial. However, considering that Luffy and Ace were still on the ship, he had to change course and return to Windmill Village first. Yet the warship had not left Cocoa Island for long when the lookout ran over to report. "Vice Admiral Carp, a Navy warship has been spotted ahead approaching us." Carp squinted his eyes. "Whose warship is it?" "Report it's Colonel Mouse's fleet." "Colonel Mouse?" Xilian suddenly lifted her head. "Colonel Mouse? Isn't he the Navy who secretly colluded with the evil dragon in the original story? If the other party had not shown up, she might have almost forgotten about this matter. She frowned and quickly considered in her mind. Why would Colonel Mouse appear here? The evil dragon pirates had only been in the East Sea for a few days. Could he have already gotten in league with the evil dragon? If that were the case, his objective in approaching must be the evil dragon pirates. Because of Colonel Mouse, the evil dragon had been able to dominate the islands of Nami's hometown in the East Sea for 20 years, demanding monthly payments for their lives, executing those who couldn't pay. During this time, far too many people had been killed by the evil dragon pirates. Both the evil dragon and Colonel Mouse were beyond redemption. Anyone who could collude with pirates must surely be a villain. Let's see what he intends to do first. If it truly is as I suspect, then I must think of a way to deal with Colonel Mouse. The two warships drew closer, and Colonel Mouse boarded the Doghead warship with several subordinates, giving Carp a standard military salute. Vice Admiral Carp, I have long admired your name. I am Colonel Mouse from the East Sea Branch, and I heard that there is a pirate group called the Evil Dragon active in this area, so I specially led my subordinates to apprehend them. Carp chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "You're a bit late. The evil dragon pirates have already been captured by me. They are locked up below." Colonel Mouse's eyes subtly changed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as he smiled and said, "Is that so? That's truly wonderful. You've gone to such trouble. However, Vice Admiral Carp, since you are still on vacation, why not hand over the evil dragon pirates for me to escort back to headquarters? It would spare you the trouble." Just as Carp was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly felt someone gently tugging at the hem of his pants. He looked down to find Xilian hiding behind him. Xilian gently shook her head at him and then motioned to the side with her mouth. Carp understood and said to Mouse, "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Walking to the corner of the ship's railing, Xilian first had Carp squat down, then she leaned closer to his ear and said a few words in a low voice. Carp's expression changed from casual to serious and finally transformed into an uncontrollable anger. He abruptly stood up straight, glaring fiercely at the back of Mouse at the bow of the ship. "If what you said is true," Carp gritted his teeth, "then we must interrogate the evil dragon first. All right, leave it to me." He took a deep breath, reining in all expressions, and strode toward Mouse, wearing a smile once more. "Haha, well, Colonel Mouse, I can hand over the evil dragon to you for escorting. You just wait here while I fetch him." Colonel Mouse secretly breathed a sigh of relief, not bothering about the misaddress or rank, and respectfully bent over, saying, "Then no trouble, Vice Admiral Carp." In the dark cell, the lights suddenly turned on the dazzling brightness, causing Arlong to squint his eyes. He was shackled with heavy chains, leaning against the corner, looking disheveled. The iron door was pushed open, and Carp walked in with two subordinates, smiling and appearing in a good mood. Arlong raised his head, sneering. "Tisk, the Navy hero personally, comes to see a prisoner. What is the occasion? Guess how I found you in just 2 days." Carp pulled over a chair, sitting down with his legs crossed. Arlong's pupils suddenly contracted. "What do you mean? You just arrived in the East Sea. How could I have zeroed in on you so quickly? You should have the answer in your heart already, right?" Carp grinned wickedly. "Do you need me to help you say it out loud?" Arlong's face instantly turned ashen, and he struggled violently, the chains clanking loudly. "Bastard! Who exposed my whereabouts?" He had only been in the East Sea for a few days. It was impossible for the Navy hero to pinpoint him so quickly. Someone must have leaked his location. "Oh, you must have had the answer in your heart already, right?" Carp said deliberately, slowly. "Damn. The only one who could give you information is definitely someone from the Navy." Arlong gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. "It's Mouse. It must be that damned Mouse. I just gave him benefits to help cover my tracks, and he turned around and sold me out. I won't let him get away with this." "Oh, you guessed it so quickly." Carp raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. "How much did you give him back then?" "I gave him 80% of the treasures I brought from the New World. That greedy bastard took my treasures and still reported my whereabouts directly to you." "Yeah, he is indeed very greedy." Carp smiled, inexplicably stood up, and said no more as he turned to leave the cell. The iron door slammed shut behind him. Carp wiped the smile from his face, glanced back at his subordinate, who immediately took out a Dindin Mushi from his cloak. The Dindin Mushi was displaying the facial features of Sengoku. Sengoku slowly began, "I understand the situation. Carp, please control Colonel Mouse for now, and then take him to the East Sea First Branch. I will send someone to meet you. As for the 16th Branch, I will send others over to investigate and take over." Really troublesome, I got it. On the deck of the warship, Mouse was still waiting at the bow. He paced back and forth on the deck, occasionally peeking toward this side of the cabin. The blazing sun and sea breeze incessantly beat down on him, but he paid no mind to it. His heart was in his throat, waiting for Carp to come out. The evil dragon had leverage on him, if it were exposed, his Navy career would come to an end. No matter what, he had to be the one to take the evil dragon away. The cabin door finally opened. Mouse hurriedly stepped forward, his gaze crossing over Carp's broad shoulders to look inside, only to see two Navy soldiers following Carp. Where is the evil dragon? Why wasn't the evil dragon brought out? He couldn't question Carp and could only feign calmness as he asked, Vice Admiral Carp, where is the evil dragon? Carp grinned a smile that looked innocent yet sent a chill down Mouse's spine. In the next moment, a large hand heavily pressed down on Mouse's shoulder, and Carp's imposing aura suddenly surged, as if a mountain was bearing down on him. Mouse's legs went weak. In his eyes, Carp's already tall figure seemed to swell continuously, transforming into a massive beast ready to devour him. The chilling pressure enveloped him like a tidal wave, and the Mouse simply couldn't withstand it. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the deck. He looked up at Carp, his voice trembling. Carp. Vice Admiral Carp. Why? The evil dragon has confessed everything. Carp looked down at him, his voice as cold as the ice on the sea surface. Little Mouse, do you have anything to say? The Mouse was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing as he protested, I didn't do anything. I just heard about the pirates attacking the village and rushed over with my men. Carp leisurely tapped his nose, flicking away the dirt on his fingertip, and casually said, Very well, if you are truly innocent, just cooperate with the investigation. Unable to fight back, unable to escape, and now even the suspicion couldn't be cleared. The Mouse opened his mouth, but no words came out. The two subordinates of the Mouse exchanged glances, none daring to question Carp's decision. They could only watch helplessly as the Mouse was restrained by two soldiers, his hands bound in cuffs. Luffy and Ace had just finished their training and returned to find a military ship behind them. After asking Xilian, they learned that Carp had temporarily taken over the Mouse's warship. Carp redirected the fleet towards the East Sea First Branch. After half a day, the fleet arrived at the East Sea Navy branch. Carp did not bring Luffy and Ace, only allowing Xilian to disembark with him. The person assigned to take over was surprisingly a familiar face. Xilian unexpectedly lifted her head to look at the youthful version of Smoker. He was a muscular, tall young man with somewhat disheveled silver short hair and sharp reddish-brown eyes that radiated a spirit of defiance. He wore an open, thick white jacket with a prominent scar on his right chest and had two cigars clenched in his mouth, the smoke swirling around him. At this stage, Smoker was still a straightforward young man around 24 years old, already holding the rank of lieutenant colonel. A row of soldiers stood by his side, their gaze fixed on the restrained, evil dragon pirates behind Carp. Having just been assigned to the East Sea upon hearing of the collusion between the Navy and pirates at the East Sea branch, he volunteered, without hesitation, to take on the investigation. Recently awarded the title of Mad Dog, Smoker was favored by Sengoku, and it was only natural that this task fell to him. Smoker saluted Carp with a standard military salute, saying, Mr. Carp, I have great respect for you, and have always wanted to meet you. Oh, you look quite familiar, aren't you a student of Zifa? Yes, my name is Smoker. I graduated 2 years ago, and was just assigned to the East Sea this year. Carp stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder with such force that Smoker swayed slightly, yet he stood firm. Carp laughed heartily, saying, I've heard of your deeds. You were one of Zifa's most outstanding graduates. I heard you've done quite a bit at work, but I like your straightforwardness, your ability to discern right from wrong without ambiguity. He paused, his expression sobering slightly. He'll leave the Mouse and the evil dragon to you. Smoker nodded seriously, understood. At that moment, he noticed a little girl standing quietly behind Carp, her curious eyes observing him. Could it be? Is this your granddaughter? Smoker asked. Carp immediately perked up, pulling Xilian in front of him, his eyes brimming with uncontainable pride. That's right. This is my granddaughter, Xilian. Isn't she adorable? Xilian was somewhat embarrassed by this sudden display, but she stood up straight and politely said, Hello, I am Xilian. Smoker extinguished his cigar, his tone unexpectedly softening as he replied, Hello, I am Smoker. He respected Carp and naturally treated Carp's family with even more courtesy. Xilian observed the young officer with the cigar, silently thinking, so this is the future Admiral Smoker. He's still in his youth, should I secretly take a photo of him? Smoker continued to chat with Carp about affairs in the East Sea, even wanting to invite Carp to sit at the branch for some tea before leaving, but Carp waved his hand to decline. It's rare to have time off, though I need to continue spending time with my granddaughter, no time to spare. Smoker nodded, not pressing the issue. At this point, his subordinates had already finished taking over the Mouse and evil dragon pirates crew. After nodding to Carp, he directed his team to head back towards the branch. By the time they left the East Sea First Branch, it was already afternoon. Due to the sudden incident with the Mouse, the route changed and Carp replanned the course. Xilian, listening nearby, suggested wanting to visit the Moonlight Island upon hearing of its proximity. Carp naturally agreed to Xilian's request, and the warship changed direction towards Moonlight Island. Since they were already there, they might as well rest on the island for a night. This time Luffy and Ace also disembarked. The four of them had dinner together at an inn on the island. After eating their fill, Luffy and Ace could hardly sit still, dragging Xilian outside. Carp couldn't keep up, only instructing them not to run too far. The three children wandered around the village, hearing from the villagers that this was West Rob village, where life was very peaceful, and the only recent pirate visit was from the red-haired pirates last year. Upon hearing the name red-haired pirates, Luffy's eyes immediately lit up. He rushed to the villager and asked a flurry of questions. Red-haired pirates. Shanks. Did they come here? How long did they stay? What did they do? The villagers were startled by the child's enthusiasm, but smiled as they replied, the red-haired pirates rested here for several days before leaving. They were a pretty quiet bunch, mostly resting on their ship and not lingering much in the village. The red-haired pirates rested here. I had a familiar feeling when I heard about Moonlight Island before. It seems this place indeed has its peculiarities. Xilian kept recalling the plot, and suddenly a name flashed through her mind. Usopp. Usopp's father Yasopp was indeed in the red-haired pirates. As for Usopp himself, he would be the sharpshooter on Luffy's ship in the future, with a dream of becoming a great warrior of the sea. Usopp had a long-nosed love to boast and deceive, and was never easy to deal with since childhood. He would become one of Luffy's important partners in the future. Hence Xilian casually inquired with the villagers, and surprisingly someone actually knew Usopp. You mean that kid with the long nose? The villager chuckled and shook his head. He lies all the time, very dishonest. He seems to have gathered a group of kids to form some Usopp pirates running around the coast all day. Upon hearing about the pirate group, Luffy and Ace both became interested. Let's go. Let's check it out. Ace had already taken off running. Luffy followed suit with his usual carefree demeanor. At the back, Xilian could only helplessly follow behind them. The three of them rushed toward the western coast, and from afar they spotted the wreckage of a broken ship along the shoreline. Before they got closer, Usopp jumped out from a pile of rocks with his three little companions, striking a pose to confront them. I see you. You came from that naval warship intending to deal with my Usopp pirate crew. Usopp said confidently, wielding his slingshot. Pirate crew? Where? The trio, Xilian and her companions, were not intimidated. Instead, they looked at Usopp with curiosity. He was about the same age as Luffy, had a long-nosed black curly hair, and wielded a bow accompanied by three even younger sidekicks. At this moment, Usopp was also sizing up Luffy and the others. Luffy with the straw hat, the cool Ace, then his gaze turned to Xilian, and he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What a cute girl. Under Xilian's clear big eyes, Usopp felt inexplicably awkward. He forced himself to shake off the distraction and looked at Xilian, trying to maintain his composure. Humph, even if you were the Navy, I won't show mercy. My Usopp pirate crew has 8,000 subordinates, so we are not afraid of you. Wow, that's impressive. 8,000 subordinates. Luffy believed him, a look of admiration on his face, and began to look around, trying to spot Usopp's so-called subordinates, but found not a single shadow. Xilian and Ace exchanged glances, both seeing the same thing in each other's eyes. This guy was boasting. Ace stepped forward, his fist meeting his palm with a crisp sound, grinning as he looked at Usopp, standing in the middle. You must be the captain of the Usopp pirate crew. I want to challenge you. Usopp was taken aback, taking a step back, but still cleared his throat and waved his hand grandly. Green pepper head, radish head, onion head, you go first. The three little kids listened to Usopp without question. They rushed forward, each blocking one person, shouting arrogantly, If you want to challenge the captain, you must get past us first. Luffy grinned. Interesting. Bring it on. Before Xilian could say anything, a little brat pounced at her, forcing her to be drawn into the fight. Then, the battle ended in 3 seconds. Usopp's three little companions moved as slowly as if they were strolling. Seconds. Seconds. Instant kill. Usopp exclaimed in shock. The three little kids cried as they ran behind Usopp. On the rocks, Ace looked down at Usopp with a fierce glint in his eye. Seconds. Seconds. Instant kill. Usopp exclaimed in shock. The three little kids cried as they ran behind Usopp. On the rocks, Ace looked down at Usopp with a fierce glint in his eyes. Monsters. Usopp's heart sank, and at that moment, meeting Ace's cold gaze made his knees weaken, and he knelt down on the spot. I surrender. We aren't real pirates. Oh, we're just playing house, and we've never even left the sea. I never believed you in the first place, Ace said, scratching his head, a look of indifference on his face. So you're not pirates? Luffy looked disappointed. Xilian stepped in at the right moment to smooth things over, poking Luffy's arm. Aren't you curious about the red-haired pirates? Luffy smacked his forehead and immediately turned to Usopp. Do you know anything about the red-haired pirates? I've never heard of them. Usopp replied without thinking, but then thought of something and straightened his back, proudly crossing his hands on his hips. But I can tell you that my dad is also a powerful warrior of the sea who said he set sail because the pirate flag was calling to him. A powerful warrior. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bombarded Usopp with questions. As Luffy kept asking, Usopp became more and more excited, spinning a wild tale and finally patting his chest, declaring he would also become a formidable warrior of the sea one day. It really was a case of one daring to speak and another daring to believe. Luffy, you don't really believe his words, do you? Ace looked at Luffy, then fixed an unfriendly gaze on Usopp. How dare you deceive my lovely little brother and sister, the detestable Usopp, I will. Seeing Ace's expression, Usopp couldn't help but shrink his neck. No one would believe him. All right, I've made up my mind. Luffy suddenly announced loudly. When I grow up, I'm going to set sail. You come and be my future partner. Usopp. Huh? Usopp froze in shock. This Straw Hat actually believed him. Yes, Usopp will definitely become a powerful warrior of the sea in the future. Xilian timely added, her eyes clear and showing no signs of lying. You all. Usopp's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart nearly moved to tears. No one had ever taken him seriously before, never. But this straw hat-wearing boy and the cute girl actually believed in him. He opened his mouth ready to agree, but for some reason he swallowed the words back down. I need to think about it, I'll go back first. Usopp lowered his head and hurriedly ran away. His three little companions followed, looking quite dejected. Why did he just leave? Luffy scratched his head, puzzled. Luffy, I won't say anything, but Xilian, why do you believe him too? He's clearly lying. He's so timid, how could he possibly become a warrior? Ace looked confused. Is he lying? No way, he will definitely give an answer. After all, he said he wants to become a warrior of the sea. Xilian shook her head, her expression serious. Really? Luffy grinned, hugging his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. There should be an answer tomorrow. Seeing Xilian's confidence, Ace said nothing more, just stared in the direction Usopp had left. Would he come back? The matter of partners was left unresolved. When Usopp returned home, the sun had already set. Pushing open the door, Usopp saw his mother Banshee. Her face was pale, and she coughed a few times with every movement. Usopp hurried over to support her. Mom, are you all right? He asked worriedly. I'm fine, I just need to rest a bit. Banshee smiled faintly, looking at Usopp and jokingly asking, So Captain Usopp, how was today's battle? I met 3 strange kids today. Thinking of Luffy and Xilian, Usopp's mouth curled slightly, and he sat on the edge of the bed, recounting everything that had happened today. He boasted about his Usopp pirate crew with great grandeur, saying that those 3 kids wanted to challenge him, but were ultimately impressed by his strength, and one even wanted him to join as a future partner on the sea. Banshee listened quietly, a gentle smile appearing on her pale face. So what do you think? Usopp paused. He glanced at his ailing mother, his throat feeling blocked by something. Mom, you're not well. And I'm still young, so I haven't decided to set sail yet. Banshee didn't press further, but switched to another question. Where did they come from? How strong are they? They came from overseas, and their ship is docked on the shore, and they seem to be from the Navy. Usopp answered honestly, they are very strong. He didn't voice that they were terrifyingly strong. Banshee gently held Usopp's hand, her voice weak, yet exceptionally firm. This is a great opportunity. I can tell you are hesitating too. Be brave, Usopp, make your own decision. But Mom, your health. Don't worry, Mom is fine, just a little weak. Besides, it's not like you will leave right away. You'll definitely wait until you all grow up and set off together. Banshee smiled and patted his hand. They are the children from the Navy ship, right? They are probably leaving tomorrow. You must seize this opportunity. You are a brave warrior. Don't disappoint your future companions. Usopp slightly tightened his fist. Moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating his mother's pale, yet gentle face. His eyes stung slightly, but he held back his tears. I understand, Mom. His hesitation gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. The next morning, Carp was doing the final mobilization, preparing to leave Moonlight Island. On the deck, Xilian leaned against a lounge chair, putting down her storybook to glance at the ship's edge. Luffy was lying there, staring intently at the coast. Ace noticed too, walked over, and jumped onto the railing, casually saying, Luffy, stop waiting. That kid loves to lie. How could he possibly agree to be your companion? I believe in him. Luffy didn't look back, but his voice was extremely firm, because he said he wants to become a warrior of the sea. Ace scratched his head, glancing at Xilian with a hint of a plea in his eyes. Xilian walked over, and Luffy immediately turned to look at her, his eyes filled with the expectation of, you think him right too, right? Xilian nodded and said seriously, I trust Luffy's judgment. With her affirmation, Luffy's mood visibly brightened, and he turned back to gaze at the coast. Ace shook his head, muttering, "It's impossible for him to come," but he didn't walk away, occasionally glancing toward the coast. The Navy ship became busy, and the soldiers began to retrieve the anchor chain, preparing to set off. Just at the moment of departure, a figure finally appeared on the shore. Luffy suddenly raised his hand and waved vigorously. "He really came, Ace's eyes widened. Usopp on the shore saw Luffy waving at him, his nose tinged with emotion, tightly pursing his lips. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, "I promise you. We made a pact. You will become He sounds great." Luffy grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "But I am the captain." "Of course. I am the captain." "No, I am the captain." Their peculiar dialogue made Xilian and Ace glance at each other. The Navy ship slowly sailed away from the shore. "I am Luffy from Windmill Village. See you later," Luffy shouted one last time. Usopp stood on the shore, watching the Navy ship grow smaller and smaller until it became a black dot on the horizon. The sea breeze tousled his curly hair and dried the moisture at the corners of his eyes. He clenched his fists, turned around, and walked away with determination. The dog-headed Navy ship sailed slowly on the azure sea. 2 days had passed since leaving Moonlight Island, and the sun shone on the deck with a lazy warmth. Carp was standing in the middle of the deck, conducting daily training with Luffy and Ace. His calloused hands clapped the heads of the two little guys from side to side, shouting, "Another 100 squats, run another 20 laps." His voice was like a bell shaking the water buckets on the deck. Luffy was panting, lying on the ground, while Ace was also sweating profusely, gritting his teeth to complete the last set of exercises. When he stood up, his legs were trembling, but his expression was very stubborn. On one side of the deck, Xilian sat quietly, holding a storybook and engrossed in reading. In the pirate world, there are no phones, no internet on the ship. Besides training, fishing, and enjoying the scenery, the only remaining leisure was reading. Fortunately, she brought quite a few of these books, otherwise this return trip would probably be so boring that mushrooms would grow. Ever since the battle with the evil dragon pirates, Luffy and Ace seemed to have been stimulated. Their training enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high, even actively asking Carp for extra training. Carp was naturally delighted. The stronger his two grandsons became, the happier he was as their grandfather. Thus some time passed, and a familiar island silhouette gradually appeared on the distant horizon. "That's Seymour Village." Xilian put down her book, stood up, and pointed to the distant island. "It's Kuna's hometown." "Who is Kuna?" Luffy immediately leaned over, his eyes full of curiosity. Ace also stopped his movements, peering over with a similarly interested expression. Xilian smiled and explained, "Kuna is my friend, 3 years older than me, a very strong swordsman, currently a recruit on my grandfather's ship. Her home is right here, and she followed me and Grandpa back to the East Sea. Grandpa originally planned to go back to headquarters and then come back to pick her up." "A swordsman?" Luffy's eyes instantly lit up like two shining stars. Because Shanks was also a swordsman, he couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing the word swordsman, wanting to jump off the ship to meet her immediately. "Can I invite her to be my companion? Being noticed by you must mean she's strong." "Luffy, this time I won't let you." Ace patted Luffy on the shoulder, smiling. "I will also invite Kuna to be my future crew member." Luffy huffed in dissatisfaction. "Why not? It's my idea to invite her first." Seeing that both little guys were so interested in Kuna, Carp laughed heartily and waved his big hand. "It's just in time for you to get to know each other." On the shore, before the Navy ship had fully stopped, Luffy and Ace couldn't wait to jump ashore, rushing into Seymour Village one after the other, as if competing to see who could meet Kuna first, so that they could invite her to be their companion. Can this be a competition? Sighing helplessly, Xilian and Carp disembarked, walking leisurely toward the village. Before long, when Xilian and Carp arrived at the Xuanyue dojo, they were both stunned by the sight before them. The dojo was in chaos, with disciples sprawled all over the place, while Luffy and Ace faced off against Kuna and Zoro. In the center, Kuna and Zoro stood together, each holding a wooden sword, staring intently at Luffy and Ace across from them. Behind everyone, Gung Shiro stood silently with his hands in his sleeves, quietly watching. As Carp and Xilian approached, all eyes finally turned to them. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. In the reception room, everyone sat around a wooden table. The tea was steaming, yet no one took a sip first. So it was a misunderstanding. Hearing the whole story, Carp laughed heartily, slapping Luffy and Ace on the shoulders, causing them to stagger and nearly topple over. "I apologize on behalf of these two reckless boys. They jumped off the ship shouting to find swordsmen, surely scaring your disciples." Gung Shiro sighed, gently, his tone soft yet tinged with helplessness. "My disciples were too impulsive. They thought someone was here to challenge them and directly surrounded them to fight. I also bear some responsibility, and I apologize to you as well. After glancing at Luffy and Ace, Xilian turned her gaze towards Guena and Zoro. Noticing Xilian's gaze, Guena awkwardly chuckled. I'm sorry, Xilian. I had heard about your family, yet I didn't recognize them. My sincere apologies. Haha, no need to apologize to me. Xilian waved her hand, leaning in closer and lowering her voice, her eyes filled with curiosity. It's I who failed to stop these two. I am the one who should apologize. By the way, who won your earlier duel? Well, this. Guena was about to speak. Oomph. Zoro snorted coldly, interrupting her words, confidently declaring, if we continue to fight, they are no match for me and Guena. What did you say? Ace suddenly stood up, his face turning red. If it weren't for the lack of a proper weapon, do you really think you could block me? He regretted getting off the ship too quickly, not bringing his prized weapon, the water pipe. Luffy also jumped up excitedly, shouting, we haven't finished fighting yet. Do you want to have another match? Bang, bang. Two muffled sounds. Luffy and Ace both clutched their heads and crouched down, each sporting a large bump, Carp's iron fist still steaming. Zoro was also pressed down by Gungshiro, obediently shutting up and returning to his seat. The confrontational atmosphere calmed down for the moment, but Luffy, Ace, and Zoro continued to glare at each other, unwilling to avert their eyes. I apologize, as Zoro has always had this personality. However, since they have said so, Mr. Carp would... Gungshiro adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting in the sunlight. Carp grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth with a hint of competition in his gaze. Let the children resolve their own issues. What do you think, Master Xuanyue? Gungshiro paused for a moment before nodding. If that's the case, let them show their true skills in the arena. Let me state beforehand, whether it's my daughter Guena or Zoro, they are both my most prized disciples. Especially Zoro, ever since my daughter joined your navy, I have been personally teaching him. Now Zoro's strength is already on par with Guina's. Huh, that's even better. But my grandson will definitely surprise you. Carp laughed heartily. Hee. Gungshiro smiled slightly. Guena and Zoro possess unparalleled swordsmanship talent. I just hope they don't hurt your child. My grandson can take a beating. But your two disciples are delicate, make sure they don't cry from being hit. You need not worry about that. Both Guena and Zoro's wills far exceed that of ordinary people. Xilian looked back and forth between the two adults. Though both spoke politely, as if exchanging pleasantries, she could see an invisible lightning sparking between their gazes. Xilian silently picked up her teacup and took a sip. Since the two adults had begun to confront each other, it was best not to get involved. In the sword training hall, Carp and Gungshiro were seated side by side at the innermost position of the hall. Xilian, Luffy, and Guena sat on the side of the training hall. In the center, Ace and Zoro stood facing each other, each holding a wooden sword. Both of them had steady breaths, their gazes sharp as blades. Gungshiro raised his hand and calmly shouted, begin. No sooner had he spoken than Zoro and Ace moved simultaneously. Zoro struck first, his wooden sword slicing through the air in a fierce arc aimed directly at Ace's face. Ace did not dodge, instead using his wooden sword to defend. The two wooden swords clashed heat, producing a crisp clap sound. They were locked in a stalemate, neither giving an inch. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden swords continued to clash, with chips flying everywhere. Ace and Zoro exchanged dozens of blows, each strike accompanied by a slicing wind. Zoro's swordsmanship was evidently superior. He gradually overpowered Ace's wooden sword, finding an opportunity to strike 3 rapid blows, forcing Ace back 2 steps. Fortunately, Ace was seasoned in battle and quickly found a chance to counter. He suddenly surged forward, closing the distance to Zoro in an instant. Zoro's wooden sword couldn't be wielded properly, his moves disrupted. Taking advantage of Zoro's confusion and exposing a flaw, Ace flanked him from behind, wrapping his arms around Zoro's waist, and with a particularly rogue move he slammed Zoro to the ground, pressing his entire body on top. The victor is decided. Gungshiro fell silent for a moment before making his judgment. Zoro struggled to get up with a face full of unwillingness, glaring at Ace. Your sword is not pure. And your fighting style is too unscrupulous. Ace casually flicked his wooden sword, grinning. I'm not a swordsman, so I truly can't match you in swordplay. But all I need to think about is how to win. So do you want to have another match? Zoro glanced at Gungshiro. Gungshiro said nothing, his gaze calm, revealing nothing. I admit defeat. Zoro took a deep breath, graciously conceding. But he quickly added, his eyes ablaze. Next time I will definitely win against you. Hey, alright. Ace slung the wooden sword over his shoulder. Bring it on any time. Next it was Luffy's turn against Guena. Luffy dramatically picked up the wooden sword, swinging it wildly. With a ferocious attack, the wooden sword whooshing through the air. Guena, with her agile movements, remained calm, and collected, always dodging Luffy's attacks. Luffy didn't know any swordsmanship. His attacks were straightforward, and Guena quickly spotted an opening, skillfully striking Luffy's wrist with her wooden sword, causing the wooden sword to fly out of Luffy's hand, and he was knocked to the ground. So impressive. Luffy lay on the ground, but quickly got up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I'm a user of the gum-gum fruit. Swordsmanship is not my strong suit. Let's go again. Luffy grinned as he spoke, putting his straw hat back on his head. Guena narrowed her eyes, tightening her grip on the wooden sword. Devil fruit. During her time with the Navy, she learned about many things she had never seen before, including the devil fruit. It is said that whoever eats it will gain special abilities. What kind of ability would Luffy's rubber power be? So Luffy is also a fruit user. Let me have a good look then. Guena smiled calmly, waiting in place. He watched closely. Luffy swung his hands behind him. Guena gripped her sword tightly, tensing her entire body. Rocket punch. A fist flew rapidly towards Guena. It was too fast for her to block, so she hurriedly dodged, creating an opening as she recoiled. Guena seized the opportunity to observe. Luffy's next punch came at her again, but this time Guena had adapted to his speed, and using his retraction quickly closed the distance, swinging her wooden sword horizontally. Luffy twisted his waist into a shape, dodging Guena's slash. You can do that too. Guena stared in shock at her empty swing. Taking advantage of Guena's pause, Luffy stepped back slightly, his arms starting to stretch and retract wildly, moving so fast that they left only after images. Rubber. Machine gun. Countless fists poured out like a torrential rain, and Guena hurriedly defended herself. This time Luffy's punches were dense and rapid, sealing off all her escape routes. Each punch carried the sound of breaking air, impenetrable. What? Guena's pupils constricted as the barrage of punches came swiftly and heavily, forcing her to respond in a panic. She never expected Luffy had such a technique, let alone that his punching speed could reach such a level. Because of her earlier overconfidence, Guena now had no time to create distance, only able to frantically block with her wooden sword. But Luffy's attacks gave her no chance to breathe. 1 punch, 2 punches, 10 punches, 20 punches. Her wooden sword was finally knocked away, and Guena was sent flying, rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. Gung Shirlang sighed lightly and calmly announced the result. Luffy wins. Thus both Zoro and Guena were defeated by Luffy and Ace. While Guena and the others rested in the dojo, Gung Shirlang and Carp returned to the reception area, discussing something unknown. Chiron sat beside Guena, offering her a cup of water. Guena accepted the water and said somewhat embarrassedly, Chiron, I'm sorry. I underestimated the— It's okay, Chiron patted her shoulder. You did great. Luffy is a fruit user, and without information it's easy to fall into a trap. In the pirate world, the devil fruit really is like a bug, allowing a person's strength to undergo a qualitative leap. Therefore, at this stage, Luffy has a greater advantage than Guena, and even Ace sometimes struggles against him. Of course, once Ace obtains the flame fruit, his strength will also rise significantly, nearly rivaling the 7 warlords. Meanwhile, Ace and Luffy walked towards Zoro. Zoro was leaning against the wall, expecting them to come and mock him, waiting with a stern face. But instead, Luffy and Ace squatted in front of him, their eyes sparkling as if they were looking at some treasure. What are you staring at me for? Zoro felt uncomfortable under their gaze. You're really strong, and I want to invite you to be my partner for our future adventures, Luffy declared loudly. As my brother said, our purpose here is to witness a genius swordsman. You want to invite me to be your crew. Why me? Zoro tilted his head. Ace generously patted his shoulder. My original target was Guena, but your swordsmanship is stronger. If it weren't for the lack of experience against rogue tactics, I might have lost. With the other's affirmation, Zoro felt much better. Luffy nodded vigorously beside him, saying earnestly, we're going to set sail when we grow up. We want to explore the seas, so we need very strong partners. Explore the seas. Zoro repeated in a murmuring tone, somewhat unable to keep up with Luffy's words. But after thinking seriously for a while, he finally voiced his dream. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. As long as you don't stop me from pursuing my dream, I can follow you. As for who the captain is, I care even less. Zoro's gaze turned to Luffy, his eyes carrying a bit more seriousness. However, I am very interested in you who can defeat Guena. I want to fight you again. Luffy nodded without hesitation. All right, let's go. After a brief rest, Luffy and Zoro faced off in the center of the dojo once more. Facing the Luffy who had defeated Guena, Zoro dared not let his guard down. From the start, Zoro closed in on Luffy, delivering fierce slashes with his wooden sword. Luffy also stopped his playful demeanor, dodging nimbly to the sides, evading Zoro's attacks one by one. The two exchanged blows for dozens of moves. Zoro continued to attack, not giving Luffy a chance to use his rubber abilities. Relying on his physical advantages, Luffy always dodged the attacks at strange angles, occasionally retaliating with a punch. Neither side gained an advantage. Luffy was pressured closely by Zoro, unable to find an opening to unleash his machine gun. Meanwhile, Zoro's blunt wooden sword striking Luffy felt like mere scratching, as his rubber physique made him nearly immune to all physical blunt impacts. Neither could do anything to the other, and they could only reluctantly stop panting heavily while staring at each other. "It's a draw," Chiron declared. Zoro sheathed his sword, though unwilling. He had to admit this outcome. A draw isn't bad. Luffy grinned widely, extending his hand. Zoro looked at that hand, paused for a second, and then firmly grasped it. "I will challenge you again." On the other side, Ace approached Guena, discussing something. Seeing this scene, Xiron's lips curled slightly, as he quickly captured the moment of the four interacting in the dojo with his camera. When they left the dojo, it was already afternoon. The sun cast a slanted light on the stone path of the harbor where Carp and the others were boarding the warship. Guena stood at the edge of the dock, bowing earnestly to her father Gung Shirlong, her eyes slightly red, but managing not to let the tears fall. "Father, I will continue to grow stronger." "Go on, don't bring shame to the dojo." Gung Shirlang turned his back. Guena took a deep breath, glancing at Zoro. "What are you looking at?" Zoro felt awkward under her gaze. "Zoro, you've really gotten stronger. That's for sure. The next time we meet, I will truly surpass you." Zoro smiled confidently. Now his strength was already comparable to Guena's, and during this time, they had exchanged victories in battles. That's not certain. Well then, goodbye. Guena also smiled confidently, then turned to follow Carp's pace. The warship slowly sailed away from the harbor, the sea sparkling. During the voyage with Gina's addition, Carp's training camp suddenly gained a new member. Gina's sword skills were pure and exquisite, each strike carrying the steadiness and precision honed from months of overseas training, leaving Ace at a disadvantage during their sparring. Because he couldn't use the same underhanded tactics he used against Zoro for a girl, no matter how battle-hungry Ace was, he felt awkward using that kind of method. The two exchanged blows, wooden swords and water pipes clashing continuously, making sounds. In the end, the result remained that neither could do anything to the other. With an equally matched opponent, Luffy and Ace became more enthusiastic, continuously engaging in conversation with Guena. The three children practiced together, turning the deck into a lively scene. The dull thuds of fists and feet clashing, the clear sounds of swords colliding, along with Luffy's excited laughter intertwined, making the entire warship seem alive. Xilian sat on the edge of the deck in a chair, swinging her legs and watching intently. She found it extremely interesting, so she decided to summon Bai Yi from her memory space. As soon as Bai Yi appeared, before he could take in his surroundings, Luffy and the others surrounded him. "Brother, you're here!" Luffy exclaimed, grabbing Bai Yi's white robe, his eyes shining like stars. "Brother Bai Yi, let's have another match. I've gotten stronger." Ace also chimed in, eager to join. "Mr. Bai Yi, it's good to see you again. Please guide me." Guena slightly bowed. This. Bai Yi had a headache as he glanced at Xilian, who was chuckling beside him. He was almost used to it. Luffy, Ace, and Guena all particularly liked him. "Every time I come out, they cling to me, asking me to practice with them, and after each session, I have to tell them stories." All right, one at a time." Bai Yi sighed, adopting a resigned stance. With Bai Yi helping out, Carp rarely slacked off. He staggered over to Xilian, plopped down in another chair, pulled out a bag of donuts from his pocket, and started munching happily, mumbling, "Haha, with Brother Bai Yi here, I can finally take a break. Grandpa has helped me so much, I should at least do my part." Xilian glanced at the relaxed Carp, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. "Haha, little Xilian still cares about Grandpa." The sea breeze gently blew, and the sun was just right. A day and a half later, the Doghead warship finally arrived at Windmill Village, slowly docking at the port. In the distance, the windmill turned slowly in the sea breeze. Luffy and Ace stepped down the gangway, setting foot on familiar land, and turned to wave at the warship. "Xilian, Guena, we're heading back. See you next year," Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs. "Don't forget our promise." Ace also waved with a smile. Xilian and Guena stood at the edge of the ship, waving goodbye to them. Without lingering too long, the warship set sail again, heading towards the Navy headquarters. The New Year holiday had long since ended, and Carp had already received orders to return to headquarters, but had been delayed due to a series of events. Marineford Navy headquarters. In the marshal's office, Sengoku sat behind a large desk piled with documents, reviewing them one by one. The door was pushed open forcefully, and Carp strode in, followed by Xilian and Guena. "Yo, Sengoku, I brought this girl along. This year I plan to let her join Zifa's new elite class for a while." Carp plopped down onto the sofa. "You. Never mind. Sengoku sighed, putting down his pen and sizing up Goena. The girl stood straight, her expression calm and determined, clearly a swordsman trained rigorously. Goena, the genius swordsman of the dojo, defeated all disciples at the age of 7. I heard she was taught by your officer for a while. Sengoku flipped through the documents on the desk, nodding. Her talent is indeed impressive. All right, I approve. He picked up a pen, quickly signed the assignment document, and handed it to Goena. Zifa hasn't returned yet, so you wait at home for a few days. They'll notify you when he comes back. Yes. Thank you, Marshal Sengoku. Goena took the document with both hands, bowed sincerely, and turned to leave the office. Once Gina's footsteps faded away, Sengoku, back in his seat, looked at Carp with raised eyebrows. Don't you have something to report? Carp slapped his forehead. All right, almost forgot. He cleared his throat and began to report on the matters concerning the dragon pirates. When he mentioned Xilian unlocking a new ability during battle, Sengoku's eyes brightened. New ability? Sengoku looked at Xilian, his tone filled with unmistakable surprise and anticipation. Show me. Xilian obediently nodded, focusing her mind, releasing the memory energy and letting it condense continuously in her hand. In a breath's time, a crystal-clear ice bow gradually took shape. A faint chill flowed from the bow, and a cold white mist rose from the bowstring, causing the temperature in the entire office to drop several degrees. Sengoku took a deep breath, feeling the icy chill emanating from the ice bow, which was no less cold than that created by Aokiji, and in some aspects even more pure and condensed. Can you create other weapons? Sengoku asked, his tone becoming serious. Or transform into powers of other attributes? Yes. Xilian retracted the ice bow slightly, closed her eyes, and the figures of the 3 admirals performing their moves appeared in her mind. First was Akainu. Xilian's memory energy surged, and a gigantic magma hand took form out of thin air, crimson magma flowing midair, radiating intense heat. Next was Kizaru. A blinding golden light emerged from Xilian's palm, the scarlet golden light, dazzling like a laser, illuminating the entire office in a golden hue. Finally, there was Aokiji. Several ice birds flapped their wings and soared out of the memory energy, flying and circling in the office, vividly alive, with ice crystals reflecting colorful hues in the light. Sengoku opened his mouth, having not closed it since the beginning. After a moment of calming down, he looked at Xilian seriously, but found himself at a loss for words. How about that? Impressive, right? This is what I raised. Carp laughed so hard on the sofa that he nearly fell over, bursting with pride. Sengoku shot him a glare, signaling him to be quiet, then calmly began to analyze an incredible ability. It can actually replicate the powers of Akainu and the others. Although the power is not as pure as that first bow, it is still remarkably lifelike. Ordinary people wouldn't sense the difference. Just by looking at the moves, they would think it was the Admiral himself. This means you can use it to confuse enemies or intimidate them. Xilian nodded, recreating the ice bow in her hand. The chill emanating from the bow was even more intense than before. Only this bow is bound to my soul. I can unleash its true power. The others are merely imitations. Does this bow have a name? Sengoku asked. Xilian pondered for a moment, her fingers gently gliding over the surface of the ice bow, its cold touch oddly reassuring. She said, love makes this moment eternal. Or rather, the vow. A divine bow bound to a soul, Zhang Guo murmured as he repeated the idea, then offered his final assessment. It is a safeguard comparable to a heroic spirit. Can you summon a heroic spirit while wielding this oath? Xilian asked, and she shook her head with regret, explaining that not yet. Using the oath together would drain energy too quickly. After that demonstration, Zhang Guo's appraisal of Xilian's capabilities rose by another degree. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the table, and after a moment's thought said that ZFA sailed out for pirate guerrilla operations every new year and still had not returned to headquarters. Kapu leaves on a mission in 2 days, he said, and in the meantime, he would temporarily assign someone to take her there. Xilian nodded obediently and answered that this was understood, Marshal Zhang Guo. By the time she returned to the dormitory, it was already afternoon. The evening light streamed through the window and bathed the room in a warm orange glow. Changing into pink loungewear, Xilian sank into the soft sofa, picked up a storybook from the coffee table, and began to read at leisure. She had been assigned to Zaifa's department, but because he had hastily formed a pirate guerrilla crew and gone to sea, he had not yet come back to headquarters. With no one giving her tasks, she simply returned to the dorm to lie down. Having nothing else to do, she chose to read. Time passed quickly, and the clatter of pots and the scent of cooking drifted from the kitchen. Nestled on the sofa, Xilian lifted her head from the book and inhaled. The aroma was enticing. Bai, apron tied, carried a steaming pot of braised noodles from the kitchen and set it on the table. Xilian noticed there were 2 portions and raised an eyebrow curiosity in her gaze as she asked whether he had prepared one for himself as well. Bai smiled and explained that although his body was constructed from easy memory matter, he could still taste. He wanted to experience a flavor from the past. He spoke in a calm tone, yet Xilian detected a faint, almost hidden note of nostalgia, and she replied that as long as it made him happy. Xilian smiled and nodded, then sat opposite Bai. He took off his apron and joined her, and the 2 began to eat together. After eating for a while, Xilian suddenly put down her chopsticks and with an absurdly solemn expression asked whether the bowl of noodles might harbor the power of destruction. Halfway through his bite, Bai choked, coughing violently until his face flushed, while Xilian burst into uncontrollable laughter, leaning back and forth with tears of mirth almost coming to her eyes. When Bai finally recovered, he scolded her not to make such jokes at the table, protesting that she knew how much he detested the word destruction. He added that she should stop imitating old man Kapu's laugh because it ruined his image. She protested that there had been no one else around, and he conceded but insisted that her image in his mind was already spoiled. Bai chuckled helplessly and shook his head, while Xilian suddenly grew serious and demanded that if other comrades later became Yiling, he must under no circumstances reveal her embarrassing moments. Setting down his chopsticks and resting his chin on his hand, Bai looked at her with meaning and asked whether it was possible that without his saying a word the others might come to know her past anyway. Xilian froze for a second, and then, struck by a horrific thought, clasped her head with both hands and let out a despairing wail. Bai was a replica produced by the system, generated according to the image preserved in her memories. Because he had been formed from her own recollections, he knew the essence of all she had been. By the same reasoning, future Huangjin, who became Yiling, would also manifest with her past memories, meaning every embarrassing incident she had endured would eventually be known to her comrades. She panicked and wailed. Then, after fretting for some time, she sighed in resignation, picked up her chopsticks again, and focused on the braised noodles before her. There was nothing to do about it for the moment, so she would eat. Time moved swiftly to the next day, and Xilian slept until noon, sunlight pouring straight down and warming the quilt. Groggy, she opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was raise her hand to summon Bai. His figure condensed in the room and met her half-open sleepy gaze before he was fully steady. She mumbled a slurred request for breakfast, rubbed her eyes, and then staggered off toward the bathroom. Bai watched her retreating back, smiled wryly, and noted that it was already noon. Was it still breakfast? Without hesitating, he opened the refrigerator, took out ingredients, and began to prepare what would pass for a late meal. After washing up, Xilian emerged with her hair still damp over her shoulders, sat down opposite Bai, and found 2 servings of noodles waiting. This time they were egg noodles, a golden fried egg nested atop the strands with a sprinkle of scallions, looking especially tempting. She asked with curiosity whether all his signature dishes involved noodles. Bai smiled and replied that he could also make fried rice, reasoning that one should not force a newly risen person to eat plain rice, as it would be hard on the stomach. She thanked him sincerely and then began to eat heartily, cheeks puffing as she chewed, which made Bai's mouth twitch into an involuntary smile. Having covered both breakfast and lunch at once, Xilian contentedly returned to the sofa with her storybook. This world still contained many fine books, and storybooks had not been systematically banned by the Shiji Zhengfu. So many good works remained. Bai cleared the dishes and sat across from her, feeling somewhat idle. He glanced at the newspaper, found only trivial pirate news, and soon set it aside. He wanted to practice his strength, but reality required consideration of Xilian's physical limits. Going out for a stroll would be constrained by distance limits, leaving only a dull circuit around the dormitory. For a time, Bai did not know what to do. Generated from Xilian's memories, he was aware of much of the Haizhe Wang world's framework, and that world felt profoundly fragmented. Leaving aside an internet, one rarely even saw a television. Even in a naval headquarters like Malin Fando, many 18th century vestiges remained. Yet Beijapanka had clearly developed numerous modern technologies: holographic projection, automatic dressing machines, automated ordering devices, vacuum rockets, laser swords, and even giant combat robots. The Shiji Zhengfu tightly controlled those technologies and strictly limited the technological development of the entire world. By an ordinary historical trajectory, people here should have been exploring the stars long ago, but the Shiji Zhengfu's blockade warped progress, polarizing nations, deforming technological growth, enforcing rigid hierarchies, and consigning the poor to a lifetime without upward mobility. The Shiji Zhengfu's rule was iron-fisted and ultimately failed, and Lu Fei's final aim was to shatter that yoke and liberate the world. Thinking of the later chapters of the Haizhe Wang manga, when all manner of mighty figures appear, Bai Yi felt a renewed urgency. Until that moment arrived, he could not let his comrades down. Bai Yi's gaze softened as he glanced at Xilian, who was immersed in the storybook, and said softly, "I will return. In the memory space, I can practice freely." Xilian looked up in confusion, about to ask something, but Bai Yi's figure had already vanished. What happened to Bai Yi? How can he just return? Xilian tilted her head in puzzlement, muttering to herself, "Forget it, I can't figure it out. I'll ask him later." She redirected her thoughts back to the storybook. Time passed once again. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Is it Guyana at this hour?" Xilian put down the book and went directly to open the door, looking up in surprise at the tall figure before her. The newcomer wore a white vest paired with a deep blue shirt, with hands casually tucked into his pockets, looking down at her with a lazy smile at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, have you had lunch yet?" Qingji's tone was as casual as if greeting a neighbor. "Qingji da. What brings you here?" Xilian's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting him to show up here. "A little Xilian actually hasn't forgotten me. I'm so touched." Qingji's lips curled in a teasing manner. "I had nothing to do recently, and was just being nagged by two old men saying I was slacking off. So they arranged some work for me. It's a headache." So it was the Warring States General and Grandpa who sent Kazan uncle. Xilian suddenly realized, then straightened her back and said earnestly, "Whatever orders Kazan uncle has, just say them. I won't be a burden. It's all good, Bim, just leisurely." Qingji stretched lazily. "Aren't you going to let me in to sit for a while?" "Ah, of course. Quick, come in and sit." Xilian hurriedly stepped aside, flustered, as she welcomed him inside. In the hall, Qingji had barely sat down before Xilian attentively poured him a cup of black tea. Qingji sat upright, took the teacup, drank it in one gulp, and then nodded slightly. "Delicious. Did you brew it yourself?" Xilian awkwardly scratched her face and admitted, "It's tea prepared by Bai Yi. I'm not very good at brewing tea." "Bai Yi, huh? What a convenient ability," Qingji remarked with interest, his fingers tracing the edge of the teacup. "Yes, Bai Yi is my partner. He takes great care of me." Xilian spoke with an unconscious pride in her tone. "Oh, not only is he strong in battle, but he's also a good partner who helps with daily needs. I want a spirit like that too." Qingji raised an eyebrow, put down his teacup, and leaned slightly forward. "Can you tell me about things beyond Wangfalrose?" "Things beyond Wangfalrose." Xilian looked at Qingji in surprise, not expecting him to be interested in the starry universe. "Like exploration, I'm very interested. I want to know how they break the barriers of each world." "So you want to hear the story of the starry train?" "Sure, let me tell you about it." Xilian recounted the journey of exploration of the train, drawing on her past experiences. Qingji listened attentively. He could see the longing in Xilian's eyes, as if in the depths of the universe the starry train had truly accomplished great feats, liberating one world after another. He too had once shown that kind of gaze. But the blood that once burned brightly was now drowned in darkness, and his judgments on justice had become increasingly apathetic. The train of exploration continually broke the rules. "Xilian, do you also possess the capacity to break the rules of this world? Can your exploration change this world? It's worth paying attention to." Although the Warring States had deliberately arranged for him to watch over Xilian, he had already planned to approach her. He sensed a potential in Xilian that might bring something different to this world. "I heard from the Warring States General that you've developed a new ability. Could you demonstrate it again?" Qingji reclined back on the sofa, his tone casual, but his gaze had turned serious. Without hesitation, Xilian began to sketch according to her memories. First, she imitated a kindness hellhound, a massive magma fist coalescing in the air, waves of heat surging. Next was Kazaris light, sword blinding golden light that seemed capable of splitting the air. Finally, two icebergs. The icebirds flapped their wings and soared out from beside Xilian, circling in the living room. Each one was lifelike, with crystalline feathers reflecting fragmented light under the illumination. At the moment he saw the icebergs, Qingji's eyes showed a hint of scrutiny. Although the hellhound and light sword that Xilian had depicted resembled their forms in essence, they were merely ordinary imitations of Akainu and Kazaris abilities, initially powerful, but not very threatening. The temperature was not comparable to Akainu, and the manipulation of light was merely forced together without much lethality. However, Xilian's manipulation of ice was purer and more fluid. Qingji felt a stir in his heart and urged Xilian to create more ice constructs and make them move. Following Qingji's instructions, Xilian created ice-based constructs, her control over ice seeming to stem from instinct. Being able to effortlessly depict various intricate ice forms while maintaining considerable power indicated that her core strength was always ice. "Little Xilian." Qingji suddenly spoke, his tone turning serious. "Do you have any plans to learn?" Learn what? Xilian looked bewildered. Of course, combat skills. Qingji stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to her as he said, I can see that your abilities lean more towards ice attributes. If you use it well, it won't be long before your control over ice catches up to mine. Learning from Qingji. Xilian was stunned, staring at Qingji's back in astonishment. She hadn't expected him to see through the essence of her power at a glance. Xilian's original energy was indeed ice attribute, and Qingji was absolutely right. Following Qingji's guidance seemed to have some merit. Perhaps it was specifically arranged by the Warring States and Grandpa. As she caught a glimpse of Xilian's hesitant expression, she turned around and smiled. Don't you dislike close combat? Once you master more applications of ice, you'll be able to restrain and freeze your enemies with just a flick of your fingers. Isn't it more convenient not to have to get close to the enemy to resolve battles? This statement was like a key precisely unlocking a door in Xilian's heart. Not needing to engage in close combat, not needing to entangle with enemies, but only needing to move her fingers to turn opponents into ice sculptures. The more Xilian thought about it, the more she couldn't contain her excitement. This was simply a battle method tailor-made for her. This is what I want. I want to learn. Xilian's eyes suddenly lit up as if igniting two small flames. She nodded fervently, her tone eager. Kazan uncle. Teacher, please teach me. Qingji smiled with satisfaction, his gaze carrying not only a hint of expectation for his junior, but also a glimmer of something different. Perfect, you can learn from me during this period. In the early morning, sunlight poured into the corridor through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Marine headquarters. Xilian donned a specially tailored Navy uniform, his cap pulled low, striding behind Aokiji toward the marshal's office. Aokiji had his hands in his pockets, his gait relaxed, looking nothing like an admiral of the Navy, but rather like an ordinary person who had just woken up and stepped out for a stroll. Xilian couldn't help but sneak a glance at him, thinking that Aokiji's personality was indeed as laid back as in the anime. The original Aokiji embodied burning justice, but his experiences at O'Hara had transformed his ideals into a form of lazy justice. This world was sick, and the Navy was merely a dog raised by the world government. He didn't know what he could do, but where could he go if he left the Navy? Thus he began to slack off. The door to the marshal's office was pushed open, and Sengoku was seated behind a desk piled high with documents. Upon seeing Aokiji and Xilian arrive, he lifted his head, his gaze lingering on Xilian for a moment before turning to Aokiji. Marshal Sengoku, Xilian wants to learn from me, and I plan to take her out for a while, Aokiji said casually. Sengoku set down the documents in his hand, pondering for a moment as his eyes scanned between the two. An admiral with freezing abilities and a granddaughter of Carp, who also wielded ice powers. Xilian following Aokiji would indeed be a perfect match for learning. Approved. Sengoku waved his hand decisively, signing the permission slip with ease, then added, just don't lose her, Aokiji. Otherwise Carp will be nagging me incessantly. Rest assured, Marshal. Aokiji smiled, turning to take Xilian away. No preparations were needed. Aokiji directly led Xilian to his long-lost warship. At the naval port, Aokiji's fleet lay quietly anchored, their hulls marked by the passage of time, appearing somewhat worn. The moment Aokiji stepped onto the deck, the soldiers who had been lazily lounging around sprang to attention. Admiral, you're back. A few subordinates had red-rimmed eyes and trembling voices. They hadn't seen their admiral for so long that they had almost thought they had been abandoned. Feeling Xilian's probing gaze, Aokiji couldn't help but clear his throat, raising his hand and saying loudly, no slacking off here. Listen up, this is Xilian, the granddaughter of Mr. Carp, and from today onward, she is my student. She will be sailing with us. The granddaughter of Vice Admiral Carp. She's actually a family member of Mr. Carp. The subordinates were momentarily taken aback, then their eyes sparkled with admiration. Carp's name resonated throughout the Navy. These men had volunteered to transfer under Aokiji precisely because they admired Carp and knew of Aokiji's close relationship with him. Awesome. Vice Admiral Carp's granddaughter must be extraordinary. Welcome aboard, Miss Xilian. Xilian was taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm and could only awkwardly wave her hand. Admiral Aokiji's fleet slowly sailed out of Marineford's Crescent Harbor amid the sound of horns. The days at sea were not easy. Although Aokiji appeared relaxed, he was unyielding in teaching his student. Every morning, he would stand on the deck personally instructing Xilian on controlling the ice element. Your memory material conversion efficiency is still not high enough. Don't think about freezing the entire sea in one go. Start by controlling the temperature within 3 meters around you. Xilian gritted her teeth and practiced repeatedly, sweat beads forming on her forehead only to be frozen into tiny ice crystals. Meanwhile, Akiji leaned against the mast, leisurely eating an ice pop while watching her. In actual combat, the pirates they encountered along the way became the best practice targets. Xilian summoned dozens of ice blades, attacking a distant pirate ship, which became largely frozen on the sea surface under the barrage of ice blades. Akiji commented beside her, Your aim is decent, but the power is lacking. Use more energy next time. You should freeze the entire ship." Yes. Half a month later, she had already been able to easily freeze her surroundings into ice armor, effortlessly conjuring various ice constructs. Ice spears, ice walls, and ice blades, all in different forms, appearing and disappearing at will. A month later, with an arrow shot from the oath bow, she could freeze everything within a 100-meter radius, instantly forming a crystalline ice field on the sea surface, even freezing the sea breeze. Any pirate crew they encountered on the way could not escape the freezing arrows. The pirates of the South Sea trembled in fear. During nearly 2 months of combat, unbeknownst to Xilian, she had gained the title of Ice Queen until one afternoon, as Xilian leaned back in her chair flipping through a newspaper, a colorful photograph caught her eye, and at first glance, she nearly threw the paper into the sea. In the photo, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Akiji on the ice, both unleashing their powers, ice constructs surging like a blizzard toward the fleeing pirates. The image was terrifyingly clear, with the headline boldly stating, "The Ice Queen emerges. Akiji's discipleship, incredible strength. A new star is born in the Navy. Who leaked my information?" Akiji lifted his head from the recliner, pointing at the sky with his lips. "Do you see those seagulls flying above? They are also called newsbirds. Everything you do is captured by them and handed to the newspaper. Damn Birdman Morgans. Don't let me catch you." Xilian silently noted this down in her heart against the Birdman. How dare he take candid shots of her, and even gave her a nickname. When she returned, many people would probably greet her with Ice Queen. How would she face others in the future? However, it was a mix of joy and sorrow. Over the past month, she had eliminated many pirates, and the world was quietly changing. The memory energy bar, which had remained dormant for so long, unexpectedly increased by 1. The total progress reached 12. This was the only piece of good news. On the deck, everything was bustling. All the crew members were busy preparing for a belated welcome party. Streamers, decorations, and a feast were laid out to celebrate Xilian's outstanding performance over the past month. "Miss Xilian is amazing. Come sail with us from now on. Having the Ice Queen on our ship is such an honor." The crew chattered around her, and Xilian could only respond awkwardly, her smile almost frozen in place. Akiji leaned against the mast, watching Xilian's shy and awkward appearance, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Over the past month, while teaching Xilian, he had also been silently observing her every move. He had never intended to manage the warship's affairs, directly handing over the command to Xilian. Xilian couldn't refuse and had to take on the responsibility. Akiji had initially thought there would be rebellious subordinates challenging Xilian, but to his surprise the opposite was true. Everyone submitted to her. Upon hearing that Xilian was Carp's granddaughter, they all became obedient, and none dared to cause trouble. Later, in her first actual combat, the strength she demonstrated made the subordinates even less likely to complain, following her orders without question. What surprised Qingji even more was the composure and insight that Xilian displayed, far beyond her years, which reaffirmed his belief that she possessed the potential to change the era. Xilian showed no mercy when dealing with the wicked pirates, as after defeating them, she captured them all. However, after handling the pirates, she would stay behind to help rebuild the villages destroyed by them. During breaks, she would sit on the deck and tell stories to the crew, and those once unruly subordinates were all corrected by her. Now on the ship, everyone followed Xilian's words. Her authority surpassed even that of Qingji the Admiral. As for the newsbirds, he had noticed them half a month ago. For some unknown reason, he found them quite amusing and did not remind Xilian. The newsbirds had followed them for half a month, and Qingji took this opportunity to personally join the battle alongside Xilian, allowing the newsbirds to capture some great footage. Xilian was growing quickly, and Qingji even considered handing the fleet directly over to her. One day, through an unexpected twist of fate, he dialed Sengoku's Den Den Mushi. "What did you say?" Sengoku exploded on the other end of the line. "You usually like to ride your bike alone everywhere, ignoring your subordinates, and now you want to hand the entire fleet to Xilian. Xilian is still young. You are shirking your responsibilities. Are you even a man?" Qingji shrank his neck, obediently admitting his mistake. Yes, the Marshal is right. I will not abandon my subordinates again." Returning to Marineford, it was already the end of March. Qingji and Xilian walked down the gangway side by side, where many people had already gathered at the dock. The reason for such a crowd was their curiosity about the recently famous Princess of Ice. Indeed, the title of Princess of Ice had spread far and wide. The disciple of Admiral Qingji, the future supernova of the Navy, and the granddaughter of Garp. Each piece of information highlighted the authority of Xilian's identity, and no one doubted the authenticity of the news. Of course, Qingji was quite pleased with it. Xilian once asked him to explain, but he firmly refused at that time, stating it was better to directly acknowledge the outside claims so he wouldn't feel troubled. Among the crowd were many familiar faces, and suddenly someone shouted, "Princess of Ice. Isn't she the Ice Queen? Isn't it more appropriate to call her a princess since she is so small?" "That's true, Princess of Ice." Soon more and more people joined in, their voices rising and falling. "What? How did it become princess again?" Xilian's body trembled involuntarily, and all she could do was maintain a rigid, forced smile, mechanically waving in acknowledgement, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It's all the fault of those damn newsbirds. They gave her such a cringeworthy title, without even asking for her consent. On the day she returned, Xilian went to the Admiral's office with Qingji. At the desk, Qingji began to report the progress of the past 2 months to Sengoku. The more Sengoku listened, the more satisfied he became, his wrinkles smoothing out, looking at Xilian as if she were his own granddaughter. Carp, standing nearby, immediately became unhappy and shouted loudly, Hey, Sengoku, what kind of look is that? It's disgusting. Xilian is my granddaughter. I don't think you can steal her. What's wrong with appreciating an outstanding young Navy member?" Sengoku glared at Carp angrily. Qingji casually remarked, "I also regard Xilian as my daughter, Mr. Carp. Why not let Xilian be my goddaughter?" Carp looked at him sideways. "What, you want to be my son?" "Well, that's not out of the question." Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku suddenly coughed loudly and slammed the table, interrupting their ridiculous conversation. "This matter you can discuss privately. Little Xilian, you go back to rest first. Kazan stays behind to report the details of the past 2 months with me." Returning to her long-missed dormitory, Xilian spotted a familiar figure standing at the door from a distance. Goina had grown quite a bit, her posture tall and imposing, clearly a skilled fighter who had undergone rigorous training. "Xilian, you finally returned." Upon seeing Xilian, she smiled with her eyes squinting, grabbing Xilian's hand and pulling her towards the training grounds. The two walked side by side on the training grounds, and Goina excitedly recounted her experiences over the past 2 months. "Teacher Zifa returned a month ago, and I immediately reported to the elite class." Gina's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. "The training in the elite class is really strict, and Teacher Zifa is particularly harsh, but I feel he has always been paying attention to me, especially focusing on my training. Perhaps it's because of your relationship with Grandpa Carp." She clenched her fist, her eyes shining. "I am now among the top in the elite class. Aside from a few devil fruit users, no one is my match." "Congratulations, Goina," Xilian sincerely said, and then called out White-E. The three gathered on a bench in the training field, and after listening to Gina's story, White-E nodded seriously. "No wonder it's you, Goina." Recognized by the two most important people, Gina beamed with joy, standing up and clapping her hands. "Let's go. They'll take you around Marineford to see what has changed in the past 2 months. The three strolled through Marineford under the sunset, with Goina acting like a tour guide, excitedly pointing out various places. After resting for a night, the next morning Goina dragged Xilian to report to the Navy training grounds. Zifa, sitting behind the desk, saw Xilian enter and immediately had her register to join the elite class without saying a word. "Previously, you were just accompanying and not a formal member of the elite class. Although you could enjoy formal privileges, there was a lack of recognition that would be detrimental to your future promotions." Zifa spoke directly, but then he continued, "From today onward, you are a formal student of the elite class." Goina clapped her hands excitedly beside her. "That's great. We're in the same class now." After bidding farewell to Zifa, Goina pulled Xilian and dashed towards the training ground. Many classmates were secretly watching, and Goina immediately introduced Xilian to her classmates, who reluctantly accepted Xilian into the elite class. The training content of the elite class was considered harsh for others, but Xilian had already participated in the previous elite class curriculum, making these contents familiar to her. However, she was too shy to slack off, so she had to complete the training alongside the new elite class members. "This training is really tough." Xilian wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, turning her head to look at the elite class members sprawled on the ground. "Huh. No wonder it's you." Goina struggled to prop herself up on her knees, panting, yet her eyes were full of smiles. The other sprawled students looked at Xilian, who stood as if nothing was wrong, with eyes full of astonishment. They had long since put away their initial disdain. This girl, several years younger than them, had a physique that was simply terrifying. It should be noted that the members of the elite class were all young geniuses filtered from various branches, and even the 4Cs. How could they now be outmatched by a little girl? No, it's two people, and another Guyana. For over a month, Guyana has been looming over them. Apart from a few users of devil fruit powers, no one can match her. The female students were fine, but the male students wore expressions of unwillingness. They could never let themselves be outdone by them. All the boys gritted their teeth and struggled to rise their gazes resolute as they looked towards Instructor Zfa. Instructor Zfa glanced at the group of boys in surprise, then at Xilian, and Guyana, instantly understanding something. He broke into a hearty laugh. Ha! You young men have ambition. Good. Tonight I'll train with you. The boys' faces instantly fell, but not a single one retreated. At this time outside the Navy headquarters, news of Xilian had spread across the seas, as if it had grown. The girl known as the Ice Queen, merely 9 years old, had already become the youngest supernova in Navy history through her astonishing talent and strength, with a future pointing directly towards the rank of admiral. The name Xilian is now known far and wide across the seas. Grand Line, White Land Island, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. In a solemn conference room, Revolutionary Army leader Long sat quietly in the main seat, holding a copy of the latest newspaper. His expression was tense, his brow slightly furrowed as his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the contents of the newspaper, as if trying to see through the paper. The front-page headline prominently displayed the latest photo of the Ice Queen Xilian. In the photo, the little girl wore a specially designed Navy uniform tailored sharply, yet cleverly retaining a hint of childlike cuteness and playfulness. Her pink hair glimmered under the sunlight, and her azure eyes conveyed an air of coldness and determination that belied her age. Beside the photo were several alarming headlines. Disciple of Aokiji. New freezing powers awakened. And the line that made Long's heart skip a beat, her true identity is actually Garp's granddaughter. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. The other military leaders exchanged glances. Each one, though tactfully refraining from speaking, immediately wore expressions full of excitement. Some were left slack-jawed, others widened their eyes, and a few who could no longer contain themselves shook with laughter, clearly trying to suppress their amusement. About this matter, I honestly don't know. Long finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. He raised his hand to cover his forehead, pressing his fingers against his temples. As for this sudden emergence of daughter Xilian, he himself was utterly baffled, having received no prior hints. He had only just learned of it. Just a few minutes ago, Military Commander Ivankov had tossed this newspaper in front of him during the meeting, a wicked grin on his face. Long still remembered Ivankov's expression at that time, an odd mixture of mockery, scrutiny, and a look that said, "You actually kept this from us." Long took a deep breath, lowered his hand, and scanned the group, his voice deepening. "Don't overthink it. My father. That is, Garp is just like that, very easygoing by nature. Perhaps he took a liking to this child and whimsically recognized her as his god-granddaughter. I have only one son, and that is Luffy." When he mentioned Luffy, Long's tone softened slightly, but the worry in his eyes deepened. Tisk, what a lovely little girl she is. Didn't you say you only had one son? Ivankov, unconvinced by Long's explanation, leaned closer to the newspaper, pointing at Xilian's photo and blinking. This talent and strength are undeniable. Being called a supernova at 9 is simply monstrous. Long, are you really not interested in recognizing her? She could one day rival an admiral. Ivankov paused, his smile deepening. I am indeed very interested in her. Should I reach out? If we could bring such a talent into the Revolutionary Army. Once this topic was opened, the other military leaders who had been holding back their laughter instantly became everyone eagerly joined the discussion, each person contributing their thoughts on Xilian's potential, debating whether they could attempt to make contact with her, and some had even begun to devise contact plans. Long remained silent, quietly listening. He observed the excitement of these comrades with whom he had fought side by side, yet his heart was filled with complexity. He knew that if he did not state his position, divisions might arise within the revolutionaries. Some might take matters into their own hands. As the discussions gradually quieted down and all eyes turned back to him, Long stood up. Her matter will be handled by me. Long's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. You all should focus on your own affairs and not act independently. After saying this, he did not look at the reactions of the others, turning directly to leave the meeting room. Stepping out, Long quickly turned the corner of the corridor, then vanished swiftly against the wall. He cautiously peeked around, alertly watching the corridor behind him. Seeing that no one was following, he pulled a den mushy from his pocket. He stared quietly at the den mushy in his hand for a moment. This den mushy could connect him to someone he hadn't seen in a long time, but he had no choice but to dial it now. BRR. BRR. The sound of the din-din mushy echoed particularly clearly in the empty corridor. On an unknown island, the sun was shining brightly, and the sea breeze was gently blowing. An elderly man with graying hair was lounging in a deck chair without a care, with a straw hat covering his face, seemingly enjoying a rare moment of vacation. Suddenly, the din-din mushy on the table rang. Garp removed the hat from his face, squinted to take a look, and reached out to answer it. "Who is it?" "I was just sleeping." Garp's loud voice conveyed a sense of impatience. "It's me." The deep voice of Long came through the line. Hearing the voice of the dragon, Garp was momentarily taken aback, then threw his straw hat aside in disdain, saying, "It's you, huh? How dare you contact me? If it's about the revolution, then forget it. I don't want to hear your grand theories." Long fell silent for a moment, lowering his voice. "Dad, I have a question for you. What's the deal with the girl named Xilian?" On the other end of the line, Garp burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? Even you are paying attention to her. It seems my judgment isn't too shabby after all. What? Have you taken a liking to that girl, and want to acknowledge her as your daughter?" Long's expression stiffened a bit, and he slowly replied, "My path is too dangerous. It's not suitable for her." He paused, shifting the topic. "How has Luffy been lately?" "Hee Luffy." Garp picked his nose, looking quite proud. "Since he got a little sister, that kid Luffy has been so happy. He's been following Xilian around all day, almost forgetting about you, his father. I really don't understand what you're thinking, abandoning your son like this." Long remained silent for a bit, and his tone turned serious. "The Navy has decayed, Dad. Haven't you seen those countries oppressed by the celestial dragons? Do you still want to rot in this system?" Garp's voice suddenly became somber, uncharacteristically devoid of his usual playful tone. "I have witnessed the actions of the celestial dragons and the world government with my own eyes." "Then why don't you help me?" Long pressed urgency, lacing his words. "Right now I just want to protect Luffy. And Xilian." Garp interrupted him, his tone becoming exceptionally firm. "Let me tell you, Long, don't even think about having designs on my granddaughter. Whoever dares to touch her, I will knock them out." Long tightened his grip on the transponder snail, remaining silent for a long while before slowly saying, "I know that. But Dad, she is your recognized granddaughter. With her talent and personality, she will definitely see the same scenery as I do. At that time, what do you think she will decide?" This question was like a thorn piercing through Garp's heart. After a long silence, Garp finally let out a cold snort. "Umph. Such matters can wait until they reach adulthood. Right now, Xilian is already a rising star in the Navy. With me watching over her, she will surely not go astray. I will keep an eye on her and not let her take the wrong path. The Navy is ultimately just a tool of the world government. There is no justice to speak of. Whether it's the Navy or the Revolutionary Army, I just want them to grow up safely. I only want them to be safe and protect their dreams. Everything else can wait." "I understand," Long replied softly before hanging up the phone. He silently put away the transponder snail, turning around to gaze out at the desolate wilderness through the corridor's window. The wind rustled his clothes, making him appear somewhat forlorn. In his mind, the cold and resolute little face of Xilian from the newspaper surfaced, along with Garp's earlier words, though course, were filled with a sense of protectiveness. Growing up safely. Long murmured to himself, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew that the girl named Xilian, no matter where she was, had already been swept into the whirlpool of this era, unable to remain an outsider any longer. Time rushed by. The elite class had only a one-year semester. A year later, Xilian and Kuna successfully participated in the graduation ceremony. In the audience, Garp was crying uncontrollably, his face smeared with tears and mucus, holding Xilian's hand tightly. "Xilian, you're not going to another place, are you? Grandpa is going to miss you." Xilian had grown quite a bit now, around 135 meters tall. At this moment, she was helplessly comforting Garp, managing to get him to stop crying. Seeing that Garp was feeling better, Xilian began to contemplate her future path. At her current age, she couldn't apply for her own warship and had to wait until she was of age to obtain permission. Standing on the graduation stage, looking at the distant sea horizon, Xilian silently calculated the timeline in her heart. Everything seemed to align with the time when Luffy set sail. It seemed the system had calculated everything long ago, which was why she appeared on this timeline. After successfully graduating from the elite class, Xilian's formal naval career was about to commence. Admiral Sengoku did not immediately throw Xilian into the front lines, but instead, after careful consideration, arranged for her to work alongside Vice Admiral Tsuru. Spending some time in the headquarters for administrative work would help her familiarize herself with the operational processes of the Navy and allow her to systematically learn about fleet dispatching, nautical chart reading, and logistics. To this Xilian was eager, as she needed this knowledge to enhance her skill set, so she gladly accepted and stayed honestly at the headquarters. However, just 1 month later, Xilian had completely mastered the material that Vice Admiral Tsuru believed would take at least 3 months to grasp. Tsuru sat behind her desk flipping through the notes organized by Xilian, growing increasingly astonished. The clarity of her logic and her ability to apply knowledge made her marvel at this child's terrifying learning talent. Xilian, aren't you considering staying in the administrative department? Tsuru set down her notebook, her tone filled with genuine sincerity. With your abilities, staying here will definitely make you a pillar of the Navy in the future. Xilian slightly bowed, her tone gentle yet firm. Thank you for your kindness, Grandma Tsuru, but I still want to go to the front lines. Administrative work is important, but I want to explore the seas more. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed reluctantly, sending Xilian back to Carp. Afterwards, Xilian officially joined Vice Admiral Carp's fleet and set sail with them. During this time, she partnered with Kana to strike out, one with ice abilities that were unparalleled, the other with swordsmanship that reached the peak. Together, they wreaked havoc on the pirates of the East Sea. Wherever they went, pirates were either frozen into ice sculptures or swiftly defeated in one strike. The number of pirates in the East Sea decreased at an alarming rate, and for a long time, not a single pirate ship could be seen along the East Sea coastline. Carp leaned against the railing of the warship, munching on snacks, watching another batch of captured pirates being escorted back, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Xilian, are you trying to finish all my work? If this keeps up, I might need to take a vacation. Xilian stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze blowing through her hair, jokingly saying, Then Grandpa can take a vacation and leave the warship in my command. That's not impossible. Carp nodded with a hearty laugh, his eyes filled with pride. It's just a pity that there are no more pirates in the East Sea for you to practice on. It really is like that. Xilian nodded helplessly, turning her gaze to the system panel. After clearing the pirates in the East Sea, her memory energy had indeed increased by 1. Now it had reached 13. It seemed that dealing with pirates could also indirectly affect the timeline, changing some plot points and increasing the unlock rate. Now, as her unlock rate increased, she became more adept at utilizing her memory energy. In Xilian's eyes, those pirates were not just ruthless criminals, but rather walking progress bars of the system. The more she captured, the higher the chance of unlocking progress. Currently, no pirates dare to show their faces in the East Sea, so it was time to switch to a new sea area. Therefore, Xilian thought for a moment and said directly to Carp, Grandpa, I want to go to Uncle Kazan's fleet. Sure, Carp replied without a second thought. Over this time, he had come to understand his granddaughter's nature. This girl had an almost obsessive enthusiasm for capturing pirates, never needing anyone to supervise her, and always taking the initiative. The pirates of the East Sea were nearly swept clean by her, and the reputation of the Ice Queen had grown even greater than before. Coincidentally, Kazan was in charge of the South Sea, giving her a new target. To let Kazan know, Carp immediately took out the Den Mushi. Hearing the news, Guana immediately rushed over, patting Xilian's shoulder and saying, I want to go too. There are no news of pirates in the East Sea. It will definitely be more interesting in the South Sea. Xilian naturally agreed. During this time, she and Guana had fought side by side, developing a deep mutual understanding. Thus, the two returned to headquarters together, planning to report directly to Kazan. After inquiring, and upon learning Kazan's location, the two walked towards the square. Kazan was lazily lying on a bench in the central square, basking in the sun. Seeing Xilian, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, approaching, he slowly sat up and casually greeted. Yo, isn't this little Xilian? Long time no see, what brings you here? Xilian briefly explained her intentions. After hearing this, Kazan did not hesitate for even a second, waving his hand directly. Sure, your grandpa has already told me my warship is at your disposal. Go wherever you want. I'm too lazy to move anyway. After hearing this, Kazan did not hesitate for even a second, waving his hand directly. Sure, your grandpa has already told me my warship is at your disposal. Go wherever you want. I'm too. She found it hard to explain to Guana why Kazan was so easygoing. Because Kazan had that kind of personality, if someone was willing to do his work for him, he would gladly accept. After regaining command of Kazan's warship, Xilian's target was set on the South Sea. And Kazan, as Xilian expected, he spent his days lounging on a deck chair, leaving all matters to Xilian. Guana understandingly patted Xilian on the shoulder, saying nothing more. The combination of Xilian and Guana struck again. Within 2 months, the pirates of the entire South Sea were swept clean by Xilian and Guana. All the notorious criminals were shipped back to headquarters, while those who had committed minor offenses were handed directly to the local naval detention center. In no time, the public order of the South Sea improved to an astonishing degree, becoming as peaceful as the East Sea, the two seas, now the calmest in the four seas. The people of the Southeast Sea spoke of the Ice Queen's reputation in awe, and Xilian's fame briefly equaled that of the naval hero Carp. While reviewing documents in the marshal's office, Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this news, putting down his pen and leaning back in his chair. No wonder she is Carp's granddaughter. This drive is so reminiscent of his younger self. But after laughing, Sengoku began to feel a headache. Xilian was performing too well, so well that he didn't know how to arrange things. Carp, who already loved to slack off, was now even more indulged, spending all day at the naval headquarters doing nothing. As for Kazan, there was no need to mention, Xilian was doing his work as well. Now Kazan and Carp both spent their days loitering at headquarters, and Sengoku found it hard to find an excuse to scold them. After all, the pirates of the East Sea and the South Sea were scared to show their faces by the reputation of Xilian's Ice Queen, so Carp and Kazan naturally became even more idle. Just when Sengoku was rubbing his temples in distress, an unexpected visitor came knocking. Akainu had been secretly observing Xilian's performance. Upon hearing that Carp and Kazan were doing nothing because of Xilian, he couldn't help but frown, directly entering Sengoku's office to voice his request. "Marshal, please assign Xilian to the North Sea." As soon as he finished speaking, the two lazy fish on the sofa, Carp and Kazan, instantly became alert, turning their heads in unison to glare at Akainu. The murderous aura startled Akainu. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from the two. Before Sengoku could speak, Carp and Kazan had already refused in unison. "No way." The two even jumped up from their chairs, simultaneously twisting their bodies as they said in unison, "It's time to get back to work. We're leaving now." Sengoku glared angrily at the two who had just been lounging on the sofa and was about to explode when Akainu calmly added, "Marshal Xilian is a supernova of the Navy currently on the rise and the most suitable person to suppress the North Sea." Sengoku showed signs of hesitation. He also knew this was a good opportunity. Using Xilian's Ice Queen reputation, the North Sea would definitely calm down for a while. However, the North Sea was under Akaino's jurisdiction and was the most chaotic sea among the four. It had the highest number of pirates and the strongest powers, with countless pirates offering bounties over 100 million. Although Akainu had long been suppressing the pirate forces in the North Sea, the world government did not allow him to pursue the pirates deeply, so he had never been able to completely eradicate them. He had actually wanted to arrange for Xilian to go to the North Sea for a long time, but he was afraid something would happen to her, so he had kept quiet. Now that Akainu had come to him, he felt he could wait no longer. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku suggested in front of Carp and Kazan, "How about this, Akainu? You go talk to Xilian and see what she decides." Carp and Kazan shook their heads in unison. "I disagree." Akainu glanced at the two of them, feeling a bit dazed. How had Kazan reverted to his old self? The old Kazan used to like following Carp and learning useless things. Shaking his head slightly, Akainu said nothing more and turned to leave the office. Seeing this, Carp grabbed Kazan and chased after him, forgetting to close the office door. Sengoku could only helplessly rub his temples, staring at the wide-open door, and let out a deep sigh. Not long after returning to headquarters, Xilian was resting on a bench at the dock, enjoying the sea breeze while closing her storybook. In front of her, the system panel displayed the progress of memory energy. Memory energy unlocked 14. Reaching 15 will unlock a new memory spirit. Looking at the 14 progress, Xilian felt both excited and helpless. Excited because she was about to unlock a new partner, helpless because she had been so diligent in capturing pirates lately that very few had shown up in the Southeast Sea for a long time. She could only spend her days at headquarters reading books, shopping with Guena, or practicing her abilities. Although besides the Southeast Sea there were also the West Sea and North Sea, those two seas were outside her work area, and Sengoku would not allow her to go to the West Sea and North Sea. Because the pirates in the West Sea and North Sea were the most insane, with many offering bounties over 100 million. The same was true for the Grand Line and the New World. Before she grew up, neither Sengoku nor Carp would let her venture into dangerous places. While she was troubled, Xilian did not notice a red figure stopping in front of her. After a while, Xilian finally noticed that there was someone in front of her, quickly looking up at the newcomer with a hint of surprise on her face. It was none other than Akainu. Akainu got straight to the point without any small talk, stating his purpose. "Xilian, the pirates in the North Sea need someone to eliminate them. Are you willing to go?" Xilian's eyes instantly brightened, and she was about to agree when Carp and Akiji suddenly appeared on either side of her. "Grandpa, Uncle Kazan, you two are here too," Xilian said, somewhat bewildered, but still politely greeted them. Akiji leaned against one side of the bench, speaking casually. while keeping his gaze fixed on Akainu. The North Sea is very dangerous. You plan to send a little girl to deal with the pirates there, Sakazuki. Carp was even more direct, shaking his arms as his fists cracked ominously. Sakazuki, you actually thought of using my granddaughter for this. Do you believe I could knock you out with one punch? Seeing Carp and Akiji still trying to stop him, Akainu gritted his teeth, looking somewhat troubled. But he took a deep breath, steeling himself, and slightly lowered his head to look at Xilian, his voice much softer than usual. Xilian, you have an unwavering sense of justice. If you come with me to the North Sea, I can help you capture more pirates. What's your answer? Carp and Akiji exchanged glances, both shocked by what they saw in each other's eyes. Akainu would actually speak in such a humble tone. Xilian stepped forward, tilting her head up, seriously looking at Akaino's typically stern face. After a moment of silence, as if weighing something, she slowly nodded. All right. Akaino's lips immediately curled into a rare smile. Carp and Akiji were about to say something again, but were interrupted by a look from Xilian. With her arms crossed and her head tilted, she looked at the two of them. If you're really worried about me, why not just come along? Grandpa and Uncle Kazan have been cooped up at headquarters all day. They might grow mold. Go together. Carp and Akiji exchanged glances, both clearly showing anticipation in their eyes. That afternoon, Admiral Sengoku looked at the two additional sea expedition applications on his desk. With a headache, his brows tightly furrowed. It was the sailing orders of a certain rear admiral and a certain admiral deploying a warship directly to the North Sea. They didn't even ask for his consent, just dropped the applications and left. Meanwhile, at Crescent Bay, two warships had set sail. They were Akaino's fleet and Carp's dog-headed warship heading north together. The North Sea, a paradise for pirates. With Akaino's strength, he could easily suppress the pirate forces in the North Sea, yet the opposite was true. For unknown reasons, every time Akainu tried to delve deeper into the North Sea to strike against the pirates, he would be forcibly recalled by the world government, ordered to guard important sea passages. This was one of the reasons for the rampant pirate strength in the North Sea. However, this time was different. Akainu continued to guard the key sea passages, but a dog-headed warship surged into the North Sea with great momentum. Xilian set out with Carp's warship, and this time Akiji also followed. With Carp and Akiji joining in, the pirates in the North Sea could no longer hide, and wherever they passed, no pirate crew could escape. Even some Blackheart forces that oppressed the common people were eradicated by them. Carp stood at the bow of the dog-headed warship, a massive iron ball in hand, which he hurled with great force, the ball cutting through the air at an incredible speed. The sheer kinetic energy brought by the speed and destructiveness left the pirates with nowhere to hide, and their ships were shattered into pieces, with pirates on deck being sent flying before they even had time to react. Akiji was even more terrifying. With a push of his hands, the entire sea was instantly frozen, trapping both people and ships in place, unable to move. The two's extraordinary efficiency left Xilian unable to intervene at all, forced to stand on the deck, exchanging glances with Kuna. Because as soon as they encountered a pirate crew, that crew would quickly lose their combat capability before Carp and Akiji, leaving no opportunity for them to act. The news spread quickly. A naval hero, an admiral, and a naval supernova. Once this lineup was revealed, the entire pirate world in the North Sea was shaken. In no time, not a single pirate was seen poking their head above the sea. With Carp and Akiji's full cooperation, their journey in the North Sea was remarkably smooth. Any pirate that dared to show themselves was thoroughly eliminated. At the North Sea branch, Akainu looked at the battle reports in his hand, feeling extremely complicated inside. Carp and Akiji were notoriously lazy in the Navy, always preferring to lie down rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. Yet because of Xilian's presence, they were both exerting themselves fully, continuously striking against the North Sea pirates, as if they had transformed into entirely different people. Akainu seized an opportunity to contact Akiji via a den mushi, asking his question. Akiji, why have you changed so much? Akiji, holding the den mushi on Carp's ship, paused for a moment, then scratched the back of his head. You actually asked this. Well, there's nothing particularly special. I just don't want to disappoint Xilian. And if we finish the work early, we can take her back sooner. The North Sea isn't safe, though I don't feel at ease staying there for too long. Akainu fell silent. This answer was far beyond his expectations. It wasn't some grand reason or noble belief, just an utterly ordinary plan. Finish the work early and take that child back because the North Sea wasn't safe. Such a simple thought, yet it drove the usually lazy Akiji to unleash power far beyond his usual capabilities. The lazy justice had changed. He transformed back into the Akiji who always followed Carp, just not as carefree as before. What kind of magic does that extraordinarily talented girl, Xilian, possess? Carp's warship continued deep into the North Sea. The pirates in the depths of the North Sea were even more rampant alongside numerous black market transactions from gangs. Along the way, Xilian noticed many pirates engaged in black market transactions, and after capturing a few and questioning them, she learned that they were involved in even more gray industries and had connections with several gangs, including the Don Quixote family. Xilian's expression shifted slightly as she recalled the original plot. Isn't the Don Quixote family the influence of Doflamingo? She wondered where Corazon and Law were. Corazon's real name seemed to be something like Nandi, an undercover agent of Sengoku, and the brother of Doflamingo. She wondered if he was still alive. It was necessary to investigate. With a decision made, Xilian urged Carp to continue probing into these gray industries related to the gangs, while simultaneously striking against them. Half a month later, in the North Sea at the headquarters of the Don Quixote family, the door to the family conference room was suddenly pushed open and Doflamingo strode in, his eyes filled with a fierce anger behind his signature sunglasses. He sat heavily in the main seat, slamming his hands on the table, causing the wine glasses on the table to clink. Who can tell me what the Marines are doing? Don Quixote. Doflamingo spoke coldly. The air in the conference room hung heavy and still. Treble rose reluctantly. Why, young master? In just 3 days, 7 of our bases have been destroyed, 4 smuggling routes severed, and over 200 personnel lost. 200 personnel. Doflamingo shot upright, veins pulsing violently across his forehead like writhing centipedes. 200 lives, just gone like that. What exactly are you all doing? Young master, it's not that we haven't tried. Truly, it's simply that the enemy is far too formidable, one officer replied, face drawn with despair. That Marine prodigy Xilian. We cannot stop her. From a kilometer away, she looses a single arrow, and an entire ship freezes solid in an instant. No escape, no resistance. And worse still, she travels with Garp and Akiji. With those two beside her, even 10 lifetimes wouldn't grant us the courage to oppose them. Doflamingo's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. He knew it all too well. Xilian, the Marine prodigy, barely 10 years old now, a nightmare haunting the North Blue, and yes, haunting him as well. Other naval engagements unfold at close range. Cannon barges, then boarding combat. But she draws her bow from afar, unleashing arrows imbued with freezing power capable of encasing an entire pirate vessel in ice within a heartbeat. More terrifying still were the 2 titans flanking her, the Marine hero Garp and Admiral Akiji. Who was Garp? A monster who once pursued Gold Roger himself. And Akiji, the current Admiral of the Marines. 2 monsters and 1 Marine prodigy. Together they tore through the North Blue like a force of dimensional annihilation. Even if Doflamingo screamed his title as Shichibukai to the heavens, he dared not so much as brush against the whiskers of these 3. Damn it! What on earth are those 5 ancient fools thinking? Sending an admiral to the North Blue? Have they grown senile, so blind they can no longer leash their own dogs? Clenching his teeth, Doflamingo paced back and forth, deepening the room's suffocating silence. Moments later, he halted abruptly and snatched up the din mushy on the table, a golden shell connected directly to Mariajoa and the world government. Blubler. The call connected. Seconds passed before a voice, aged, grave, and commanding, resounded from the other end. Doflamingo. What brings you calling upon us so suddenly? What brings me? What brings me? Doflamingo exploded, temples throbbing with bulging veins. What exactly are you 5 elders doing? How much do I funnel to you each year? Half the North Blue's gray market trade exists only because I run it for you. And yet, Marines storm my very doorstep, and you remain utterly oblivious. Silence, Doflamingo. Mind your words. You address the highest authority of the world government. Mind my words. To hell with that. Doflamingo abandoned all pretense, roaring outright. You claim to keep Sakazuki leashed like a rabid hound. Yet now the Marines move freely in the North Blue. A 10-year-old prodigy, Xilian, marches unchallenged across my domain, flanked by Garp and Akiji. What is this? A declaration of war. Over 200 of my men dead. 7 bases razed. For smuggling arteries severed. Will you act? Or shall I sever half your North Blue gray market revenue right now? Weigh carefully how much those coins truly fill your coffers. A long, heavy silence followed. Then the elder's voice returned, less haughty, more somber. Tell us, this 10-year-old Marine prodigy, what is her name? Xilian. Her name is Xilian. 10 years old. Female. Prodigy. Possesses long-range cryogenic assault. Her arrows freeze ships whole. She moves with Garp and Akiji. No force in the North Blue dares stand before them. My men are slaughtered on sight. The elder did not reply, immediately murmuring something softly to someone nearby. After a pause, another voice interjected. Sakazuki remains under strict surveillance. He could not have authorized such deployment. As for Garp and Akiji, how they came to the North Blue remains unclear. Xilian is indeed a newly cultivated admiral designate. We never anticipated she would command such senior figures. I don't care how it happened. Doflamingo roared. All I know is, if this isn't resolved, my entire North Blue operation collapses. And when it does, not only will my funds vanish, but yours will vanish too, down to the last berry. The elder's voice lowered, grave and measured. Doflamingo, calm yourself. This matter will be addressed. I hope your resolution comes swiftly, Doflamingo sneered. Should you fail to present a credible plan, consider our alliance dissolved, and half your North Blue revenue severed without warning. He slammed the den mushy shut. Marijoa, the Holy Land. At the apex of the red line, the beating heart of the world government's power. Deep within Marijoa lay a secret chamber, 5 high-backed chairs arranged in a semicircle. 5 elders sat within, the 5 elders, supreme arbiters of the world government. Their presence, united in solemnity, signaled gravity beyond measure. The North Blue crisis had escalated beyond any single subordinate's capacity to contain. A single marine prodigy had shaken the entire North Blue. Pirates and syndicates alike dared not raise a hand against her. Recently, the Navy has been making too much noise in the North Sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo contacted us personally asking for a solution. The 5 elders, leaning on their canes, spoke first, his tone suppressing evident dissatisfaction. He tossed a stack of intelligence reports onto the table, the papers scattering open, densely packed with battle reports from various regions of the North Sea over the past few months. Among them was also an intelligence report on Xilian. That old man Karp, along with Akiji, launched a joint operation to eliminate a large number of pirates. On the surface, it seems they are upholding justice, but do they even know what they're taking down? The sword-wielding elder continued, his voice low and chilling. They wouldn't understand. Nearly 40% of those pirates and gangs that were eliminated had direct transactions with us. Smuggling of weapons, human trafficking, drug transport. The North Sea has always been one of the core areas operated secretly by the government. They need to support the celestial dragons by providing them with slaves. Every pirate crew Karp and Akiji take down is equivalent to smashing a financial lifeline for the government, which will anger the celestial dragons. The blonde elder snorted coldly. It's not just a matter of financial lifelines. If those undefeatable projects get exposed, the repercussions won't just involve a few shipping lanes, but the entire underground network of the North Sea. How many years has this web been in operation? With their meddling, everything is thrown into chaos. Let's not forget about the previous incident in White Town. The elder with a crescent beard interjected. That girl, the Navy's supernova, the Ice Queen Xilian. Her involvement is the most lethal factor. Karp and Akiji were unexpected, but the real collapse of our deployment in the North Sea was caused by her, as she brought Karp and Akiji with her. Moreover, her combat capabilities are astonishing, and her decisiveness in action leaves no room for escape. Her ice arrows can strike targets over a kilometer away, and not a single pirate ship can escape. The pirates and illicit forces in the North Sea linked to us stand no chance against her. The 5 elders fell silent for a moment. They all understood that the government's plans in the North Sea had been severely disrupted. And the root of all this is Xilian, the youngest supernova in Navy history, a little girl who shouldn't have such influence at this point in time. What about Akainu? The sword-wielding elder suddenly asked. Didn't we instruct him to remain on standby near the North Sea and not to take the initiative? Why did the Navy bypass him and go directly to the North Sea for duty? The cane-wielding elder shook his head. Akainu is a good dog, loyal, ruthless, and highly efficient. But precisely because he is so useful, we overlooked his determination. Previously, we kept a tight leash on him, preventing him from taking action. Every time he strikes, it's not simply about attacking pirates. He would turn the entire sea into ashes, burning down not only the pirates, but also our people. What we need is balance, not destruction. Now, with Xilian's appearance, the balance in the North Sea has been shattered. Akainu bypassed them and directly invited Xilian, Karp, and Akiji to join forces to purge the pirates in the North Sea, leading to the current situation. The 5 elders fell silent again. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze as everyone weighed the pros and cons. Finally, the sword-wielding elder broke the silence. Since the deployment in the North Sea is already in disarray, we cannot allow it to continue that way. Karp and Akiji must be recalled immediately. They should leave the North Sea and return to headquarters. Without their leadership and the support of the Navy, a little girl won't stir up much trouble. What about Xilian? One of the 5 elders asked. The cane-wielding elder's eyes sparkled with insight. Xilian is the key. I've seen her report. She's a user of the memory fruit, but her actual performance is completely different from the description in the report. That power is far beyond what a memory fruit should possess. She must have other secrets, the cane-wielding elder asserted. As a member of the 5 elders, how could he not know the effects of each fruit? While she's still young and manageable, we should pull her from the front lines and relocate her to the Holy Land, where we can control her personally. Moreover, such a talented individual presented to that esteemed person would surely please them. Indeed, what can a mere Navy supernova do? Without Carp and Aokiji, she is nothing more than that. As long as we keep her under control, the situation in the North Sea will revert to a controllable state. We can also conduct research on her. This proposal received unanimous approval from the other 4 elders. They quickly formulated an action plan. The first step is to directly contact Admiral Sengoku, compelling him to summon Carp and Aokiji back immediately under the pretext of an urgent matter requiring them to return to Mariewa for a briefing. Carp is laid back, but he wouldn't dare disobey Sengoku's orders. Aokiji may be indifferent, but he wouldn't publicly defy the Admiral's summons. The second step needs to be carried out discreetly. Secretly contact Akainu. The orders are simple: have him take Xilian and head straight to the Holy Land Mariewa. There's no need to explain the reason to him, nor to let anyone know of this phone call. Have Akainu bring her to the Holy Land. The sword-wielding elder concluded, a significant smile appearing on his lips. Once in the Holy Land, it doesn't matter whether she is the Ice Queen or a Navy supernova, we will have the final say. Indeed, for someone so young to possess power rivaling that of a general reminds me of certain ancient races, someone suddenly remarked. The conference room fell silent in an instant. The 5 elders exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Although they had long sensed something was amiss with Xilian, this reminder made them unable to resist suspecting her connection to ancient races. Just like the Lunaria tribe, they were an ancient divine race full of limitless potential. Regardless of whether the speculation is right or wrong, she must be captured. The true undercurrents have only just begun to stir. At the Navy headquarters in the Admiral's office, Sengoku slowly set down the den mushi. The little snail retracted into its shell, as if sensing its master's heavy emotions. The orders from the 5 elders were clear and indisputable, demanding he immediately contact Carp and Aokiji, instructing them to leave the North Sea and return to headquarters. With a deep sigh, Sengoku rubbed his throbbing temples. He knew he couldn't refuse the 5 elders' request. The position of admiral, no matter how imposing, is just a dog on a leash in front of the world government. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku picked up the den mushi and dialed Carp. On the deck, the sea breeze was refreshing. Carp was leisurely lounging on a deck, Cherisunbei in his mouth. Next to him, Aokiji was meditating and Xilian was leaning on the railing, gazing at the sea. When the den mushi rang, Carp didn't even lift his eyelids, casually reaching out to answer the call. Carp, you old bastard. And Aokiji, are you two together? What the hell are you doing in the North Sea? Sengoku launched into a tirade, his voice so loud that even the seagulls on the deck were startled into flight. Carp pulled the senbei from his mouth and replied nonchalantly, Yo Sengoku, what's up? Who pissed you off? Stop pretending to be innocent. Zhangguo lowered his voice, which only made it heavier. The Shiji Jingfu knows you have been causing trouble in Beihai. They just contacted me personally and ordered you to return at once. Kapu's expression shifted for a moment, then quickly slipped back into that indifferent mask. He snorted, asked no questions, and complied immediately. Xilian heard everything clearly beside them, and a wave of regret rose in her chest. The Shiji Zingfus demand. It seemed there would be no refusing. She had hoped to use this chance to capture a few more pirates, unlocking more memory energy, and perhaps find an opportunity to approach Luo. Unfortunately, the Shiji Zhengfu would not allow them to press further into the Tangjike family territory. This rotten government truly had inextricable interests with Beihai. We had touched someone else's cake, so of course they would leap in. She had not expected it to be so soon, nor the orders so unbending. Fortunately, Kapu and Qingji had been overly zealous of late and captured many pirates, nudging the system's progress forward by another percentage point. In a way, the objective had been accomplished. She watched the familiar system panel materialize before her. Current memory energy unlock rate 15, unlocking the second memory spirit. A quiet joy swelled in Xilian's heart. A faint smile lifted the corner of her mouth, and her thoughts began to drift. Who would the next memory spirit be? The system offered no hint, and she could only puzzle it out in secret. The only real shortcoming now was the system itself. It provided too little memory energy, scarcely any gaps to exploit. Memory energy could only accumulate slowly alongside exploration progress. She did not lack fighting strength, but the prospect of a new companion's arrival still thrilled Xilian. Tonight, back in the memory space, she would find Bai Yi and together summon them. She mused to herself. 3 days passed. The returning Kapu smoothly rendezvoused with Sakasuki's fleet and together they set course for headquarters. The Beihai sweep had undoubtedly been a success, yet Xilian noticed that Sakasuke's face was not pleasant when he boarded Kapu's warship. His brow was knitted as if weighing some heavy burden. Shinji noticed as well, and spoke first. "Sakasuke, your face is colder than an iceberg. What's the matter?" Kapu cast a sidelong glance, chewing on a sunbae, as he waited for an explanation. Sakasuke did not conceal anything and looked straight at the three of them. "I also received orders to return. But afterwards the Wulaoxing contacted me separately and assigned me another mission." After he finished, his gaze fell on Xilian, unusually grave. "The government has set its sights on your talent. They want me to take you to Xingdi Marijoa." At those words the air on the deck seemed to freeze for an instant. Kapu stopped chewing, and Shinji narrowed his eyes. They looked at each other almost simultaneously. In the meeting of their eyes a silent accord was reached. Xilian had been singled out by the Shijijingfu. Indeed, across 3 of the 4 seas her name was spreading. At only 10 years old, she was the Navy's supernova, a prodigy of the new era. Such a genius would naturally draw the envy of the Shijijingfu. But even if the Wulaoxing themselves came to claim her, she could not be handed over. Xilian must remain with the Navy. They silently vowed that in the future she would break the world's chains and bring genuine change. This was the quiet shared conviction of Shinji and Kapu. "Me?" Xilian blinked, pointing to herself. "Yes." Sakasuke regarded her with a heavy tone. "The government needs geniuses like you. If you go, the Wulaoxing promise privileges and resources beyond imagination. What is your decision?" Xilian tilted her head and then smiled. Her smile was light, casual, as if the matter were hardly worth fretting over. "No, forget it. I want go. The sea is far freer than Xingdi Marijoa." Xilian refused decisively. Though she spoke nonchalantly, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She had not expected to be targeted by the Wulaoxing. Her recent activity must have disturbed some of the government's arrangements. If she agreed to go to Xingdi Marijoa, she might never leave again. The Wulaoxing would undoubtedly keep her under close watch or hand her over to Imu. Imu took a particular pleasure in imposing dark control over the powerful. Even without Yaima's control, the Tianlongren's capricious whims could lead them to amuse themselves with commoners and slaves. Tragedies unfolded daily in Xingdi Marijoa. If she were made to stay there, she might one day be unable to restrain herself from striking a Tianlongren. That would no longer be a matter of being watched. It would be an open rupture. Xilian looked up at Sakasuke. She had expected him to be displeased by her refusal, but to her surprise, he only nodded as if he understood. He then turned to meet Kapu and Kingsley's scrutinizing stares, his voice low. "I cannot agree to the Wulaoxing's demand. Otherwise I would not have said this in front of you." He paused a beat, then added, "When the Wulaoxing contacted me, they hinted I should secretly take Xilian to Xingdi Marijoa. They told me to use any means to take her." "Oh my!" Qingji drew out, his tone, surprise threaded through it. "You would actually defy orders from above." "I thought you were the most obedient dog," Kapu said, stroking his chin as he sized Sakasuke up as if meeting him for the first time. "Sakasuke, what are you plotting? Don't tell me you've had a sudden conscience." Sakasuke clicked his tongue, ignoring Kapu's jibe, and spoke solemnly. "Xilian is the Navy's future. She belongs with the Navy rather than the Shijijingfu. Of that I am more certain than anyone." "Thank you, Mr. Sakasuke." Though curious about his change of stance, Xilian still bowed to him earnestly. Sakasuke turned aside, waved briefly, his silhouette stiff. "Don't thank me yet. This only solves things for now. I still have to report to the Wulaoxing. They will not relent. When that time comes, you will have to find a way yourselves." In the aft compartment of the warship, under dim light, Sakasuke leaned against the hatch holding a telephone snail. A stern elder's voice sounded through the line. She did not agree. "No," Sakasuke answered crisply. "Didn't I say? By any means necessary. Bring her to Xingdi Marijoa. Do you intend to defy orders? She is Kapu's granddaughter." Sakasuke's voice sank low, and Shinji was beside her. "In front of those two, even I could not secretly take her away. If you fail, you will face Kapu and Kingsley's wrath. Do you think it worth the risk?" There was a pause of several seconds on the other end. "Very well. I will seek out Zhonghua. Continue reporting your route and notify me before you return to headquarters." Click. The line ended. Sakasuke put away the telephone snail and through the porthole watched Kapu's dog-headed warship. On the deck, Xilian stood between Kapu and Shinji, smiling as she spoke. Sakasuke silently withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. On an inconspicuous dock of an island in the North Sea, a pirate ship seemed to have anchored here, quietly resting by the shore, without raising its sails, embodying a posture of complete surrender. At the bow of the ship, a boy wearing a fluffy winter hat appearing to be around 16 or 17 sat cross-legged with a long sword in his arms, expressionless as he stared at the newspaper in his hands. Navy Supernova returns sudden. Did they encounter some mishap? Navy Supernova's battle with the gang concludes prematurely, and the ending is a Navy withdraws from the North Sea. After reading this series of headlines, Luo was utterly disheartened, unable to maintain his composure. Furiously, he tossed the newspaper behind him. Luo had always hoped that the group of crazed Navy soldiers would confront the Don Quixote family heathen. And what was the result? Just this, the Navy suddenly turned back. You're telling me you've already kicked in their door, and now you say you're leaving? It was impossible for Luo not to feel frustrated. The Navy's Supernova, the fierce Ice Queen, he believed she could definitely capture Don Quixote Doflamingo. Unfortunately, that scene never materialized. Luo held a blood feud with Doflamingo, and he needed to avenge Corazon, but his abilities simply wouldn't allow it. Originally, he had planned to find an opportunity to contact the Navy and secretly inform them, but the problem was that the Navy's combat style was far too ruthless. Anyone who dared to show their face either ended up battered or captured, with no pirate having escaped thus far. Such iron-fisted tactics made the young Luo dare not take the risk, and he could only stay hidden on this dilapidated island, waiting patiently for news. Luo had envisioned a follow-up scenario. The Navy would sweep through and eliminate the entire Don Quixote family, along with all the gangs in the North Sea. So what happened? The Navy reached their doorstep and then just turned around. Luo took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. He simply couldn't understand what that little Navy queen was thinking. At Mary Geo's, in a secret meeting room, 5 high-backed chairs were still arranged in a semicircle, the air heavy as if filled with lead. The elderly man with the cane slowly put down the snail phone, his murky eyes scanning the other 4 before speaking. Akainu has failed. Akainu is indeed disobedient. One person scoffed coldly. How could he not manage to secretly take someone away? Is it so hard to take a little girl? Another person tapped the armrest in discontent. Execute Plan B. The elderly man with the sword's gaze was sharp. Directly call Sengoku for personnel. The other 5 elders nodded in agreement. The elderly man with the cane acknowledged this and dialed another number. The call was quickly connected, revealing Sengoku's weary face. This is Marine Admiral Sengoku. What further instructions? Sengoku, my boy, the elderly man spoke with an undeniable tone. I need to request a person from your Navy. Sengoku's brows immediately furrowed, a bad feeling creeping in. You're personally specifying a name. Who do you intend to take? The Ice Queen, that little one named Shiryu. Sengoku's grip on the phone tightened slightly, not replying immediately. What do you disagree? I can't make that decision on this matter. Sengoku tried to keep his voice steady. As the Marine Admiral, how can you not make a decision? Are you planning to defy our orders? Sengoku, on the other end, took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Shiryu is a supernova of the Navy, recognized by all within the organization. Besides, she is also the granddaughter of Marine Hero Garp. Why not? Ask Garp or her opinion first. Marine Hero. Just like that, I don't need his opinion. The elderly man with the cane scoffed dismissively. What can a mere rear admiral do? Supernova is still part of the Navy and must obey your orders. Regardless, I have already dispatched CP0 to wait. Once she returns, you just need to hand her over to CP0. After finishing, the elderly man with the cane gave Sengoku no chance to refuse and hung up the phone. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku set down the snail phone, leaning back in his chair with a complex expression. This day had finally arrived. On one side was the world government, on the other side was a decades-long friendship. He found it difficult to choose. The Navy was vast, but its operation required astronomical amounts of funding, making it impossible to exist independently from the world government. He understood this principle better than anyone else. But it was precisely because he understood that it was even more painful. Sengoku sighed deeply, then looked at the snail phone, his thoughts swirling for a moment before finally dialing Garp's number. I might as well inform him in advance. Let him deal with the headache himself, Sengoku muttered to himself, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness and also a touch of relief. At the bow of the doghead warship, Shiryu was sitting on the railing, conjuring a small ice crystal in her hand, constantly changing its shape. One moment it was a butterfly, the next a flower, having a great time. Akiji leaned nearby, occasionally offering a few pointers. The key to controlling ice lies not in strength, but in imagination. You must have a clear vision of what you want it to become, and it will take shape as you envision. Shiryu nodded and continued her training. After a while, heavy footsteps approached from behind the two. Shiryu withdrew her hand from the ice and, along with Akiji, turned to face the newcomer. Kong's expression was far more serious than usual as he stood before the two, pausing for a moment before speaking. Sengoku has sent word again. The world government has not given up on you. They are starting to pressure Sengoku, and now they have issued a strict order for him to hand you over. He paused, adding, however, Sengoku has not agreed. Let's find a way ourselves. CP0 is already waiting for us at headquarters. CP0 is an agency directly under the Celestial Dragons, known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, and is the world's most powerful intelligence organization. Akiji explained helpfully. Shiryu's heart sank. She already knew what CP0 was, but she hadn't expected the world government to come demanding her so forcefully, without even asking her first. They dispatched CP0 to wait at headquarters, which clearly indicated they had no intention of leaving her any room to maneuver. Seeing Shiryu fall silent, Kong assumed she was worried, and with an unyielding tone of reassurance said, "Kid, don't worry." Akiji also stood upright, hands in his pockets, his tone casual, yet exceptionally serious. CP0 can't touch you. As long as we are here, no one can take you away. Looking at the two towering figures before her, Shiryu smiled gently and nodded firmly. This was not something to be concerned about. She was no longer someone the five elders could manipulate at will, let alone a mere CP0. It was just a pity that this trip to the North Sea not only meant she didn't see Luo, but also learned that Sengoku's adopted son had been killed by Doflamingo years ago. The news naturally came from the captured subordinates of the Don Quixote family, who said that the position of Corazon in the Don Quixote family had been vacant for many years. Night fell. The vast deep sea was adorned with moonlight shimmering like scattered silver. The doghead warship cut through the waves, sailing forward slowly. Xilian returned to her room, lying on the narrow bed and closing her eyes. Her consciousness gradually sank, the darkness before her receding like a tide, replaced by a warm and familiar scenery. The memory space, the Ailey secret pavilion. Every time she arrived in this space, her clothes would automatically change back to her usual attire. After walking for a while, Xilian saw Bei already waiting at the village entrance, dressed in his usual white hunting outfit, not wearing that mismatched yellow and purple garb. "You've come." Bei leaned against the stone pillar, arms crossed, his expression a bit more serious than usual. "Why did you change back to your original clothes?" "I knew a new partner was coming. If it were that Wandy guy, and he saw me, I would be the laughingstock. What if it's that Kishia teacher? Then I must bring out my latest masterpiece." "What masterpiece?" "Recently, unable to suppress my ideas, I secretly created a brand new battle suit." Xilian did not ask further, but shifted the discussion to serious matters. During the day, she had summoned Bei to discuss the system's progress and arranged to summon him again in the memory space at night. With the five elders watching, having one more trump card was beneficial. Xilian walked directly in front of him. "Before that, we need to discuss the world government's situation first." Bei nodded, beginning to analyze the situation with Xilian. It was not complicated. The world government wanted Xilian first, sending people to force the warlord to hand her over, but the warlord pushed back. Then the five elders changed their strategy, directly dispatching CP0 to guard the Navy headquarters, clearly intending to take her away the moment she returned to port. Xilian did not want to trouble Carp. If the matter escalated, it would not only implicate the warlord and Zephyr, but could even affect the entire Navy. Now was not the time to turn against the world government, especially since she would never go to a place like Mary. After listening, Bei fell silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping the stone pillar, as if calculating something. After a moment, he raised his head and extended two fingers. "I've thought of two plans. The first is to take action against CP0 by exploiting the information gap. But first we need to clarify how much CP0 knows about your abilities. Then I would secretly strike, creating the illusion that CP0 was attacked by pirates, defeating them and preventing the five elders from reaching out again." After listening, Xilian thought for a moment and slowly shook her head. "No," she said decisively. "CP0 is not the key. With Carp and Akiji, supporting the world government cannot do anything to me in the short term." What truly troubled her was how to free the Navy from the control of the world government. Once the world government did not get what they wanted, the most likely form of retaliation would be to strangle the Navy's finances. This was the situation she least wanted to see. She liked the Navy, and she was destined to start her expansion. In the future, when Luffy overthrew the world government and liberated this world, the Navy would be a key force in establishing a new order. "You cannot be too far from me. Even with the enhanced memory energy, now your range of activity still cannot exceed 300 meters. At such a close distance, people from CP0 would immediately suspect us." Xilian concluded her understanding. Bei sighed, retracting a finger. "Then let's go with the second plan. After saying this, he suddenly changed his expression, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xilian, unable to suppress a smile. Seeing his expression, Xilian understood what he was looking forward to. It was time to summon the second golden ally. Both Bei and Xilian were waiting for this moment. Everything depended on what the second golden ally could bring. Don't be nervous, it will definitely work. Bei patted Xilian's shoulder, earnestly encouraging her. Xilian took a deep breath, nodded, stepped forward, and pointed to the unlocking button on the system panel floating before her, gently pressing it. A golden light mass slowly materialized before her, the light points rotating and coalescing, gradually outlining the silhouette of a figure. Short golden hair adorned with a headband woven from olive leaves and flowers, arms wrapped in golden threads, and petals draped in a luxurious platinum robe, skin as white and delicate as marble, and wearing a pair of high-heeled sandals. She succeeded in the summon on the first try. Xilian's face was filled with uncontainable joy. Bei and Xilian recognized the person before them almost simultaneously, both hearts echoing the same name, Agria. They both exclaimed in unison. The teal pupils slightly opened, reflecting the figures of Bei and Xilian. The two were nervously staring at the golden-haired woman, even their breathing was lightened. After a moment of mutual gaze, Agria broke the silence first. Her red lips curled slightly, a gentle highlight appearing in her eyes. Long time no see, Bei. And Xilian. Her tone carried a hint of testing as she faced Xilian. Seeing Agria greet them with a smile, both Bei and Xilian sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was not the Agria who had lost her human emotions. Just call me Xilian. Xilian looked at Agria with a gentle smile. All right, Xilian. Agria, how much do you know about your current situation? Bei stepped forward, asking seriously. I basically understand everything. Agria nodded with a smile, her tone calm. I know about your situation, Xilian's past, the system, and even the fate of Wingfellows. I see. So you really know everything. Xilian scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. Seeing Xilian's awkwardness, Bei continued. That's great, it's the Agria with human emotions. By the way, Agria, do you still possess the powers of the romantic titan? Yes, Agria chuckled lightly, shaking her arm adorned with golden threads. But don't worry, I am now a spirit of memory, no longer using a human body to control the golden cocoon. Even if I continuously use the golden cocoon, those side effects will not affect me now. Of course, the energy must be sufficient. That's good. Bei sighed in relief. After that, Bei explained the current situation in detail to Agria. Agria listened quietly, occasionally glancing at Xilian, while Xilian continuously nodded to confirm. After hearing it, Agria lowered her eyes slightly and said softly, I see. I vaguely carry some memories. This world, isn't it also a second Wingfellows? An 800-year fate, in the end still a group of people struggling against destiny. She paused, raised her head, and her gaze became resolute. Let my remaining soul shine in this world as well. I am aware of the dilemmas you two are facing. Coincidentally, I happen to hold the key to breaking the deadlock. The solution was at hand. Truly, Agria was exceptional. Bei and Xilian exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at Agria with excitement. The Navy is constrained by the world government. Ultimately, it requires substantial funding to operate, and the world government can use this to restrict the Navy's actions. As long as we resolve this issue, we can free the Navy from the world government's constraints. At the very least, we will have the capital to counter-argue. As for where to obtain the funds as outsiders, you surely have your answers. After Agria finished speaking, her gaze subtly directed at Xilian and the others. I see now. Bei suddenly slapped one palm against the other, excitedly turning to look at Xilian. Xilian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening. The three of them exchanged glances and spoke the same answer in unison, Golden Country. With a direction in mind, the three began discussing how to seize the Golden Country. It seems that the Golden Country is already occupied by Eneru and has been renamed the Country of God. However, before that, they must first find Gaia Island. According to the plot, the Sky Island arc occurs after Alabasta, so Gaia Island should be along the Grand Line. But here's the problem. Xilian is still underage and cannot apply for his own fleet, let alone enter the more dangerous Grand Line. Therefore, to reach the Golden Country, they must find someone familiar to help. Right now, wanting to set sail means they can only hitch a ride on someone else's ship. However, Carp and Akiji have been given strict orders and cannot set sail in the near future. No, wait. Xilian suddenly realized, looking up at Bei. It seems I am also prohibited from setting sail. Not only can he not go to the Grand Line, but there is also a CP0 waiting for him back at headquarters. Bei scratched his head and looked at Aglia with a wry smile. Xilian shyly said, recently I've been causing quite a stir in the Southeast Sea and North Sea, but now I've been ordered to return, so I probably won't be able to set sail for quite a while. Aglia did not discourage them, but pondered for a moment before speaking. This was to be expected. Oh, let's put the matter of the Golden Country on hold for now. I have a second plan. As expected of Aglia, Bay immediately gave her a thumbs up. Xilian also nodded vigorously. Just call me Aya. Aglia smiled, gently raising her hand to trace through the air, and a golden thread began to coalesce and float slowly from her fingertip. Is this? Xilian and Bei both stared at the golden thread from Aglia's fingertip, unable to suppress the same thought in their minds. Aglia supported the golden thread in midair, bending slightly, to present it to Xilian with a confident smile. Did you forget who the richest person in the entire Ohima is? Marineford Crescent Bay. The doghead warship slowly docked, the hull colliding with the pier, producing a dull thud. Carp and Akiji flanked Xilian, helping him down the gangway. As they were thinking of taking Xilian to report to Sengoku, Carp and Akiji's expressions suddenly turned serious. Xilian, along with them, looked ahead and saw a CP0 agent walking towards them. A tall figure over 3 meters high, wearing a white suit and long cloak. The CP0 attire was similar to that of the Navy, but the figure had a cold mask on their face. The newcomer stood before Carp's group, without fear, their gaze locking on Xilian, who was behind the two. Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. I am here on the orders of the 5 elders to take her to the Holy Land. Huh, who the hell are you? Carp tilted his head, digging in his ear while sizing up the other person. Akiji, with his hands in his pockets, silently observed CP0, was saying nothing. Though their stances were different, CP0 could clearly feel the pressure of being firmly locked onto by the two. Seeing that Carp and Akiji had no intention of backing down, CP0 had no choice but to steel himself and say, I am CP0. Here on the orders of the 5 elders. Do you wish to defy the orders? I don't care who you are. If you have the ability, let this old man take a step back. Carp waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I only listen to Admiral Sengoku's orders. Akiji exhaled a puff of cold air, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Do you have Admiral Sengoku's orders? No, but... Before CP0 could finish, the cold air spread from his feet throughout his entire body, freezing even his expression behind the mask. In an instant, he became an ice statue, frozen in place. Huh. Well done, Kazan. Carp laughed heartily, patting Akiji on the back. Uncle Kazan, how come you? Xilian looked at Akiji in surprise, not expecting him to act directly. Well, although we shouldn't directly strike at the world government's people, letting him stand here a bit longer won't hurt, right? Akiji shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Just sealing off his movement. That's not too bad. Xilian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Akiji had really turned against them. He had thought that Carp was the most likely to act, but unexpectedly, it was Akiji who appeared the calmest, that could not hold back first. Admiral's office. I'm back. Carp barged in through the door, his voice loud enough for the entire building to hear. Sengoku raised his head slightly, not giving him a good face. Akiji nodded slightly to Sengoku as a greeting. Only Xilian earnestly saluted, saying, Admiral Sengoku. Haha, no need to be so formal, just call me Grandpa Sengoku. Sengoku's face instantly changed to a smile, gazing at Xilian with satisfaction. This treatment disparity left Carp dumbfounded. Hey, old man, why the different treatment? Little Xilian is far more polite than you. I am at least an admiral. Oh, look at you, you show no respect for the admiral, not even a formal greeting. And you too, Kazan, when little Xilian is here, at least give me some respect. Yes, Admiral, you are right. Akiji scratched his face. You old man, you were so casual before. Why are you acting all serious in front of Xilian? Carp pointed at Sengoku, looking unconvinced. Cough, let's not dwell on that. Seeing Xilian's big eyes staring at him, without blinking, Sengoku cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. By the way, have you encountered CP0? Didn't he block you at the port? Akiji's gaze drifted to the ceiling, not daring to meet Sengoku's eyes. He's probably still standing at the port. You didn't engage him, did you? How could we? If we had really fought, it wouldn't be so quiet. Carp crossed his arms and said with a grin. It seems they have temporarily evaded the CP0 issue. Sengoku did not think much about it. The success rate of CP0 trying to take someone in front of Carp and Akiji was virtually zero. The world government wants me to issue a command, but I declined. However, that's just buying time. So what do you plan to do next? Carp and Akiji fell silent, a subtle pressure emanating from them akin to a ferocious beast that had been provoked. Seeing this, Sengoku rubbed his forehead. It turns out they haven't thought of anything at all. Pahaha. Whatever, CP0, let's take them down one by one. Carp was the first to break the silence. Carp, don't forget we are the Navy. TCH, I know. Carp pouted, then slammed his hand on the table. You tell the 5 elders that my granddaughter can only be brought by me, no room for negotiation. But the Wulaoxing are adamant that we hand over Xilian. This is very unusual. Do you know why? This was the most helpless thing about Zhangguo's command. There was no doubt Xilian's talent was supreme, yet the three great commanders who had once stood at the pinnacle were no less prodigious, and the Wulaoxing had never been so urgent before. Why now did the Wulaoxing fixate on Xilian, as if unwilling to let her go? How should I know? Kapu said with a frown equally puzzled. He looked to Qingji, who could only shrug in helplessness. For a long moment the office fell silent, the air itself seemed to congeal. Seeing the state of affairs, Xilian knew she could wait no longer. She inhaled deeply and spoke. My ability has evolved. I can summon a second heroic spirit of Wangfalosi. At once Kapu cast aside his worries, eyes brightening. Summon. Summon now. Zhanghua and Qingji both nodded in agreement, eager to see what this new spirit would be like. I shall summon Ajalaya, the demigod of Langman Titan and leader of the Huangjinyi. Xilian announced first, then spread her hands and began to gather the memory energy. Soon a golden orb of light appeared, points of luminance spun and congealed, gradually sketching a human silhouette. Golden short hair, a flowing robe of gold, and white arms entwined with gilded threads and petals. An air of noble composure settled upon her. Ajalaya opened her eyes slowly, her pupils greenish gold as they fixed on Zhanghua and the others. Golden-haired, are you truly the legendary romantic demigod Ajalaya, the gold-woven? Zhanghua could not help but ask. Over the past year, Xilian had told the full tale of Wangfalosi and even produced an illustrated storybook, handing it to anyone who had the time. He and Kapu had each received a copy. The book was exquisite, and the story engrossing, a clear sign of Xilian's care. By now most of Navy headquarters knew the details of Wangfalosi's legend. Catching sight of the trio's astonished faces, Xilian could not suppress a smile. A year of effort had finally borne fruit. She had summoned Ajalaya on her first try, because everyone here recognized her and remembered her. Ajalaya's gaze swept calmly over Zhanghua, Kapu, and Qingji before settling on Zhanghua himself. She inclined herself slightly. As you surmise, I am Ajalaya, once the steward of Aohima and the leader of the Huangjinyi. Her tone was measured, devoid of boast, as if reciting the most ordinary of facts. Marshal, I have heard of Xilian's situation. I know the predicament you face and how difficult it must be for you. I have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? Oh, speak then. What I propose concerns the future path of the Navy. Zhanghua raised a brow. He thought to himself that it was no surprise a heroic spirit with self-awareness could grasp the situation. He studied the woman before him with keen eyes. She plainly bore the air of a superior. Surely, like Bei, she possessed unfathomable authority. Her approach was not without reason. Zhanghua did not press immediately. He merely nodded, faintly leaned forward over the desk with his hands clasped, and adopted a posture of attentive listening. Tell me your plan. At his words, Ajalaya raised her right hand. Golden light unfurled from her fingertips, and her gold-weaving power ignited. The void bloomed, a golden cocoon that birthed slender threads of pure gold. The filaments moved like living things beneath her fingers, weaving and winding through the air until they connected every corner of the room. The golden strands shimmered with a soft, blinding radiance under the light. The office seemed enshrouded in a delicate web of gold. Zhangguo's pupils tightened, though his expression remained composed. Kapu gaped, jaw unclosing for some time. Qingji, still languid in demeanor, nevertheless, kept glancing at the threads. Unprompted, the three reached out, and each touched a strand. The tips of their fingers met a cool, resilient texture, the unmistakable feel of gold. It was not gilding or imitation, but genuine gold thread. Zhanghua, incredulous, rubbed the strand between his calloused fingers as it whispered faintly under his touch. Zhanghua, Kapu, and Qingji exchanged a look in which the same thought flickered. If such gold thread could be produced on a sustained basis, what worry would the Navy have about funds? The allocations from the world government were hard to come by and could not support large-scale naval operations. Each year the Navy fretted over finances, equipment upgrades, pensions for the wounded, maintenance of bases. Every bill a staggering sum. And the Golden-born before them could, if she wished, conjure gold thread from nothing. Zhangguo's changing expression did not escape Ajalaya's notice. She did not hurry to speak. She let a few seconds of silence stretch on, allowing the shock to fully settle into the minds of the three. After a while, Ajalaya continued, regrettably my power is limited. I cannot produce unlimited gold thread. At my prime I could cover only the range of a single city. I suppose you have all heard my story. Zhanghua, of course he had heard it. Xilian's illustrated book had painted her image in full detail. Ajalaya the romantic, the gold weaver, a figure he had long wished to behold. As the leader of Wangfalosi's Huangjinyi, she certainly knew far more than Xilian. Agilia smiled faintly and shifted her tone. In truth, my ordinary identity is nothing more than a clothes assaulterer. Since I have come to discuss cooperation, let us begin with that craft. I can remake common garments into styles adored by the nobility, garments sewn with gold thread. The nobles of Malikia would, I imagine, be greatly pleased. Zhangguo's expression showed understanding as he tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. So that was it, Agilia intended to do business for the nobility. Zhangguo's mind raced through the calculations. Clothes embroidered with gold thread would be coveted by the aristocracy. This craft belonged to Agilia alone, unique and inimitable. Garments altered by her hand would become priceless. The Tianlongren of Xingdi lacked little in wealth. What they lacked were novel tokens of status. High-fashion pieces that proclaimed rank would surely find favor. I have appeared here to cooperate with the Navy. Agilia said, her voice steady and unhurried. I will become the Navy's exclusive tailor. You provide the clientele, I provide the craft and the gold thread. Profits will be divided between us. She finished and stood quietly waiting for Zhangguo's decision. He hesitated only a moment before rising and extending his right hand palm up in a brisk, decisive gesture. It's a deal. Welcome, Miss Agilia. I hope you will bring a new kind of change to the Navy. Agilia smiled, clasped his hand, then let go, and the three of them set about discussing the particulars of their cooperation. Sitting quietly in the corner of the office, Xilian observed the scene before her. Sengoku, Carp, and Akiji surrounded Agilia, continuously posing various questions. What is the maximum output limit of the golden silk? How much golden silk is needed for a single piece of clothing? What is the transformation cycle? Agilia answered calmly, addressing each question with clarity, dispelling their concerns. At times they would also ask the nobles of the Holy Land about their favorite styles and similar inquiries. After the preliminary cooperation method was established, Carp eagerly took off his justice coat and strode towards Agilia, thrusting the coat into her hands. Come on, make some changes for me first. I've worn this coat for many years and have long wanted to change its style. Agilia glanced down at the somewhat aged navy coat, her lips curving into a slight smile. Looking up at Xilian in the corner, Agilia chuckled and said, the first job is actually for Xilian's grandfather, huh? Xilian could only smile helplessly and nod at her. Give me 10 minutes. With that, Agilia raised her hand, summoning a tailor who skillfully held the coat aloft. Golden threads danced at Agilia's fingertips, weaving expertly through the fabric of the coat, each stitch precise beyond measure. Her movements were incredibly swift, fingers flying as if playing a stringed instrument, her posture as graceful as if she were performing a silent symphony. The golden threads flowed between her fingers, sometimes tightening, sometimes releasing, gradually covering the originally coarse fabric with a layer of splendid patterns. The golden divine power and her deft hands dazzled Sengoku and the others. In less than 10 minutes, as the tailor's scissors snipped the last golden thread, a transformed gilded coat was held aloft before everyone. The design of the shoulders and edges was exquisite, with golden threads depicting vibrant lace and shoulder motifs. Each detail was stunningly intricate. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the coat, the golden light flowing as if draped in a sunset. Wow, so gorgeous. Carp's eyes sparkled, his mouth agape. He snatched the coat from the tailor's hands, eagerly throwing it over himself, turning in a full circle before Xilian, the cloak tracing a golden arc in the air. How does it look? Is it good? Carp asked with eager anticipation. Xilian stifled a laugh and nodded seriously. It looks great. Grandpa is the most handsome. Carp instantly burst into laughter, then rushed over to Sengoku, tugging at the edge of his coat as he boasted, Sengoku, look at this. Look at this. How cool. I've worn this for decades and now it finally looks decent. Sengoku glanced at Carp with a neutral expression, too lazy to respond. Taking advantage of Sengoku being preoccupied with Carp, Akiji sauntered over to Agilia, pointing at his somewhat outdated white suit, his intentions unmistakable. Miss Agilia, your craftsmanship is truly magnificent. May I be your second customer? Agilia looked at him and smiled. Mr. Akiji wants to modify this suit, right? Of course. Clearing his throat, Sengoku finally broke free from Carp's clutches and said solemnly, remarkable craftsmanship indeed. Such skills would surely be appreciated by the world's nobles. And Kazan, don't worry, it's not like we're not giving you a turn. Miss Agilia, please help us modify a batch of high-ranking uniforms first. Of course, we will provide you with clients from the Holy Land. The Celestial Dragons love this kind of flashy gold. When they see our Navy's new uniforms, they will surely offer a fortune for you to personally modify them. Marshal, you have considered everything very thoroughly. Then let's start the first order with the high-ranking uniforms. Agilia nodded slightly. Sengoku nodded repeatedly, a rare, relaxed expression on his face. Not only could they continuously generate gold and silk, but he had also witnessed Agalaya's astonishing skills, transforming a cloak in less than 10 minutes. He felt as if he had taken a calming pill, his confidence in this collaboration increasing by several notches. It must be said that cooperating with Agalaya truly held the promise of alleviating the Navy's chronic financial pressures. With the cooperation successfully established, Xilian's previously anxious heart finally settled. The Navy would provide clientele and protection while Agalaya would offer her skills and gold and silk, and together they would harvest the wealth of the world's nobles. Xilian understood deeply that the significance of this collaboration went far beyond mere profit. The influx of celestial dragon money into the Navy meant that the Navy's economy would gradually break free from the control of the world government. In the future, the Navy would no longer be easily constrained by the world government. Later, Sengoku called Crane into the office, and together with Agalaya, they finalized the detailed contract terms, profit-sharing, gold and silk output limits, clothing modification price range, and the method of connecting with Holy Land clientele. Each clause was scrutinized to ensure absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Carp was still enamored with his new cloak, constantly showing it off to Akiji, and Xilian repeatedly exclaiming, "So cool, so cool." This made Xilian chuckle. Grandpa, you and Luffy really are cut from the same mold. Of course, Time passed, and by the time Sengoku finalized the contract details, it was already afternoon. Sengoku acted swiftly, instructing Agalaya to prepare several samples before sending the clothing to the Holy Land. He also deliberately let it be known that a legendary tailor had arrived at the Navy headquarters with astonishing alteration skills that could actually transform gold into gold and silk for modifications. The news spread rapidly to Mariawa in the Holy Land, where it was learned by a multitude of The celestial dragons, upon receiving the several luxurious golden outfit samples from the Navy, were enamored, immediately offering exorbitant prices and even rummaging through their long-held high-end garments, sending them all to the Navy, specifically requesting the legendary tailor to modify them personally. Of course, these were matters for later. At night, in the memory space, Ailey's secret pavilion, Xilian entered the village and saw Bai running towards her clad in a set of mustard yellow uniform, with purple trim, a beaming smile on her face. Xilian, look, this is the new battle suit I've been talking about. I modified it according to Aya's suggestion. What do you think? Bai exclaimed, twirling around and striking a pose as if flipping her hair. Xilian's eyes widened instantly. Bai's new battle suit turned out to be a racing suit complete with sunglasses on her head. Initially, she thought the yellow and purple combination would seem gaudy, but as it was a racing suit, it surprisingly gave a clean and sharp impression with the two colors. Xilian couldn't help but nod in praise. No wonder it's Agalaya. She could actually change the inherent impression of yellow and purple clothing. CL? Bai smiled proudly. Xilian was amused by Bai's antics. Indeed, she was still the same Bai who loved to challenge all opponents. At that moment, Agalaya approached from a distance with a stern expression, a ruler tightly gripped in her hand. Bai sensed something and immediately scrambled to hide behind Xilian. As Agria stopped in front of Xilian, she looked at the dry, smiling Bai with a pained expression, then turned her gaze to Xilian, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Bai suddenly ran over to tell me he had a brilliant idea and asked me for a proposal for improvement. At first, when he was passionately discussing motorcycle clothing design, I thought he had finally figured things out, but in the end it turned out like this. She paused and sighed. This is truly a heavy blow to my artistic aesthetic. He was indeed tainted from the moment he was born. I'm sorry, Agria, it must be my impure modern thoughts that have stained Bai once again. Xilian let out a dry laugh, keeping her thoughts to herself. Both Bai and Agria were generated by the system based on her memories, so they were aware of quite a bit of modern information. This is also why Bai could design a motorcycle outfit. His basic aesthetic has improved, but he still can't get past the hurdle of yellow and purple color pairing. Bai felt nothing was wrong. Seeing that Agria had no intention of taking action, he hurriedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Agria. I really made it cooler based on your suggestions. Looking at Bai's sincere smile, Agria felt even more helpless. In a way, it's progress, but in certain aspects it still hasn't changed. It seems I need to continue assigning you color theory homework. This is called the Earth Beast style, which embodies the most primitive beauty. Seeing Bai still rambling about the Earth Beast, Agria's expression turned cold again, and her hand, holding the ruler, was about to rise. Xilian quickly waved her hand to change the subject. Agria, have you had a chance to try out the Ailey secret? Only then did Agria lower her hand, shaking her head. I haven't had a proper look yet. I plan to wait for you to go together. When Agria returned here, she just sat by the lake in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking, and refused to take a walk in the village. I was worried she would be bored, so I thought of showing her the latest work, expecting she would be happy. Bai explained from the side. Xilian's heart stirred slightly as she recalled something, but said nothing more. Since Agria was waiting for her, she decided to personally take her for a proper tour of the Ailey secret pavilion. After being scolded by Agria, Bai obediently changed back into the original white hunting outfit and volunteered to lead the way. The three of them started to wander slowly around the Ailey secret pavilion. They visited the small courtyard in the village, walked along the bluestone path, and crossed the golden wheat fields. Finally, they arrived at the boundary of the Ailey secret pavilion, where shimmering light curtains appeared. The boundary remained closed. Xilian, not willing to give up, summoned the system panel. Aside from the memory space, the map still only showed the Ailey secret pavilion. The three could only turn back. At night, by the lake of the Ailey secret pavilion, Xilian stopped and gazed at the golden tree by the lake. The golden tree stood quietly by the lake, its crown emitting a soft golden and silver glow in the moonlight. Beneath the tree were tables and chairs with a swing hanging nearby. Everything was exactly as she remembered. Bai and Agria turned their heads simultaneously, looking at the halted Xilian. In this moment, she had indeed returned. Xilian collected her scattered thoughts and slowly walked to the base of the tree. Although she had explored most of the Ailey secret pavilion, this was the place she least wanted to face. Every time she came here, her heart would uncontrollably race, and in a moment of panic, she could not step any closer to the base of the tree. This was the last place Xilian had disappeared. Looking back at Bai and Agria, seeing their expressions unchanged, Xilian suddenly understood. They intentionally brought me here. It's truly unqualified of me to need you to comfort me. Xilian smiled helplessly. Bai sighed, leaning against the tree, trunk, his tone serious. From the beginning, I noticed you were deliberately avoiding this place. I suppose it's because of her. There's some truth to that, but not much. Xilian shook her head. Seeing the empty tables and chairs, she still recalled the scene of her disappearance. Though she was somewhat reluctant to face it, she was not avoiding it. The reality was another matter. Pressing down her racing heart, after a long time, Xilian finally spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. It's actually quite strange. I don't know what the problem is. Every time I come here, my heart races uncontrollably, and I don't know why. I didn't want to worry Bai, so I didn't speak up. So it's like that. Bai scratched his head. I thought you were preoccupied with something, but now that I hear you say this, I roughly understand what's going on. What is the reason? Both Xilian and Agria looked at Bai in unison. It's probably because this is the center of the Ailey secret pavilion. Center? Xilian raised her head. Yes. Bai's expression turned serious as he looked down at Xilian. I had analyzed this before. The system possesses powers I am familiar with. At first, the memory space had no center, making it impossible to find, but after the Ailey secret pavilion appeared, I gradually sensed where the system's center was. While you weren't here, I kept exploring the entire Ailey secret pavilion. Each time I unconsciously ended up here. I've been here no less than 10 times, but each time there was no gain. Agria has been here too, and she didn't find anything special either. Agria nodded, saying, I carefully examined every inch of land here using the power of gold weaving, and the outcome was the same as by ES. I found nothing. After saying that, Agria looked at Xilian. So we thought of you. Perhaps you would discover something different. I don't quite understand either. Xilian covered her heart, feeling the intense heartbeat. As soon as I arrive here, my heartbeat quickens. I can't stay here for too long. After saying that, Xilian silently stepped back a few paces, leaning against a stone by the lake, breathing heavily. Perhaps this place hides the core of this world, which is also the heart of the system. Agria expressed her analysis with a hint of certainty. Your heartbeat reaction is not fear, it is resonance. Your body is telling you that there is something deeply connected to you here. Is there a connection to the system? Taking a deep breath, Xilian summoned the system interface, but saw no. Shall we try getting a bit closer? Bai suggested. Yes, Xilian nodded. She too wanted to know what was. With her heart racing intensely, Xilian step by step approached the table at the base of the tree, then quickly summoned the system, wanting to see what changes would occur. Sure enough, there was a new change on the system interface, and a brand new icon appeared on the screen. The icon depicted a black silhouette with long hair, its edges shimmering with pink light, flashing like the rhythm of a heartbeat. The icon was entwined with chains, clearly not yet unlocked. Bai and Agria also gathered around to see the new icon. The two exchanged glances, and some thoughts began to form in their minds. However, what to do next remained utterly unclear. A discovery has been made. Once relaxed, Xilian quickly stepped out from under the tree, holding onto a stone and gasping for breath. Perhaps it's due to insufficient power. Seeing Xilian's exhausted appearance, Agria concluded since this is tied to the new ability, it surely requires a system unlock level to access. Your current unlock level is not enough to reach the core, so if you force yourself to stay here, your body will bear the burden. Those symptoms of increased heart rate and anxiety are warnings from your body. Bai nodded, involuntarily taking over the conversation, so we need to first improve the system's unlock level in order to unlock this icon. Right. Agria nodded, so this is not something that can be achieved overnight. But at least we now know the direction. The core is right here beneath this tree. Once she calmed down, Xilian looked up at the golden tree, the pink glow flickering in her pupils like a silent summons. She softly said, then let's take it step by step. The night wind brushed over the lake's surface, intertwining golden light and moonlight as the center of the Ailey's secret pavilion quietly awaited the day it would be unveiled. 7 days passed in a flash. During these days, Xilian stayed obediently at the naval headquarters, not going anywhere. Every day, she devoted half her time to Agria, or rather she let Agria work under the guise of a legendary tailor, while she herself lingered nearby. Over the course of the week, Agria's title as legendary tailor spread from the naval headquarters to Mariewa and even to more distant nations. In just a few days, the Navy helped her secure over a dozen major contracts worth billions of berries, the stack of orders thick enough to be considered a book. Seeing the influx of large orders, Sengoku immediately took action and arranged for Agria to have the highest configuration shop in Marineford. The shop was located in the most conspicuous position in the central square, with Navy officers and noble merchants constantly passing by. Inside the tailoring shop, Xilian was holding the bill, her eyes shining. Just counting the bills, there were already several hundred billion berries. Several orders worth over $1 billion. Xilian couldn't help but turn to Agria and wink. You alone are worth several emperors. Agria, who was focused on altering a high-end dress, looked up at the remark, her golden hair shimmering softly under the light. She smiled and shook her head, her tone calm, yet slightly serious. The emperors would lose value if you say it like that. However, the emperors are merely a means for the 5 elders to balance the new world. They are not a concern for the future. Currently, we have half the deposit, which, as agreed, should be allocated to Sengoku for the Navy's operational funds. Half of it is still over 100 billion. It's quite painful to watch. Xilian pouted, carefully putting away the bill, then looked at Agria and said earnestly, this is just the first wave of orders. It will be hard work for you, Aya, for a while. No need to thank me. Oh, I'm just doing work I enjoy and happen to be able to help you. Agria lifted her head with a slight smile, her hands not pausing in their movements. At the same time, in the Holy Land, Mariewa, the atmosphere in the secret conference room was far from relaxed. The 5 elders sat around the round table, each with a grim expression. Because Xilian stubbornly refused to come to the Holy Land, and Sengoku did not issue a death order, their previous plans had all fallen through. They had considered exerting pressure through economic means. They planned to directly cut funding for the Navy to force Sengoku to comply. But that old fox Sengoku surprisingly agreed. He would rather have the Navy's funding deducted than let Xilian be kept safe at the naval headquarters. That kid Sengoku. The elder, leaning on a cane, tapped the floor, his tone heavy. He is determined to protect. They could not continue to pressure Sengoku. After all, the fleet admiral held weight within the world government, and pushing too hard could backfire. They had to think of another way. But since Xilian had been holed up in the naval headquarters, they could not find an opportunity to take action. We can't just storm the naval headquarters and kidnap her, can we? After a long silence, one of the 5 elders suddenly spoke. The elder with the cane slowly nodded, his gaze sharpening. It can only be done that way. We cannot let that girl continue to grow. The longer we wait, the harder she will be to control in the future. He paused, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his murky old eyes. Send another CP0 team to the naval headquarters to find an opportunity to kidnap her. Since she is a devil fruit user, equip them with the highest purity sea prism stone weapons. As long as they come into contact with her, she won't have a chance to fight back, and they can take her back. Upon this proposal being made, the other 4 elders exchanged glances and did not object. The plan was quickly finalized. The 5 elders first ordered Sengoku to arrange a sea mission for Carp and Akiji. Then, under the pretext of supervising the Navy's internal financial affairs, they sent 4 additional CP0 members to the naval headquarters. Along with a CP0 member already stationed at the naval headquarters, there would be a total of 5. The 4 CP0 members quickly arrived at the naval headquarters, swiftly meeting up with their waiting companion to begin secretly gathering information on Xilian. The 5 CP0 members surrounded Xilian, tracking, observing, and recording, and after some time, they finally grasped her complete daily routine. She has a very close relationship with that legendary tailor, spending half her time in the tailor shop. One CP0 member reported in a low voice from our observations, she stays in the lobby for most of the day after entering the shop. She might be the legendary tailor's apprentice. The best time to act is when she is lingering in the tailor shop. The 5 exchanged glances. Legendary tailor. Another CP0 member flipped through the information in hand, revealing a disdainful smile. Just a woman with decent skills, nothing more. Among the materials was a photo of a woman with golden hair, a slender figure, and skin as white as marble, appearing completely non-threatening. What combat power could a mere tailor possess? Don't be careless. The leader of the CP0 said in a deep voice, but indeed, she is not a concern. However, she is still a legendary tailor. We could capture her, as well to present to the 5 elders. Greed flickered in the eyes of the other CP0 members. They quickly made a decision. Once Xilian entered the tailor shop again, they would act immediately. At noon, the sunlight was just right. Under the blazing sun, there were few pedestrians in the central square. Dressed in a pure white shirt and shorts, Xilian pushed open the door of the tailor shop. The wind chimes rang with a crisp sound. As soon as she entered, Xilian locked eyes with Agria in the shop. The two exchanged a tacit smile. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Agria set down her needle and thread, responding gently. Xilian looked around the shop and casually said, by the way, is my new outfit ready? I want to see it. It just needs the final touches. Please sit for a moment while I go get it from the back. Agria said, walking toward the back of the shop. After Agria left, Xilian remained alone in the hall, idly flipping through the collection of fabric samples on the counter. Now is the time. The 5 CP0 agents ambushed around the tailor's shop sprang into action simultaneously. One blocked the entrance, cutting off the escape route, while the other 4 surged in silently, but swiftly, heading straight for the unsuspecting Xilian. The 4 drew out their high-loose stone weapons, the eerie blue glow flashing through the air. The intel clearly stated that this little girl needed time to summon her spirit. Before that, as long as they controlled her with the high-loose stone weapons, no matter what extraordinary abilities she possessed, she would be unable to use them, just as they were about to reach her. At the very moment the high-loose stone weapon was about to touch Xilian's back, the 4 CP0 agents suddenly felt a blinding flash of golden light before their eyes, forcing them to involuntarily squint. In that split second, their bodies were completely frozen. The weapons held aloft could not be lowered at all. What is this? One CP0 struggled to take a step, but found he could only move slightly, as if bound by invisible shackles. They finally lowered their heads and saw the truth. Countless fine golden threads as thin as hair had filled the shop without them noticing. Those golden threads were nearly invisible in the light, yet at that moment they had wrapped around them several times, firmly pinning them in place. This was the reason they couldn't move. A trap. The mission had failed. Thoughts raced through the minds of all CP0 agents. They attempted to break free, but the more they struggled, the tighter the golden threads became. The 4 CP0 agents stopped struggling and exchanged glances. Someone had to relay the message and report to the Gorosei. They all turned their gaze towards the shop's entrance. The CP0 agent on lookout stood at the door, facing away from the shop, intently watching the pedestrians in the square, evidently unaware of the commotion inside. Inside the shop, the 4 wanted to speak, but the golden threads instantly wrapped around their mouths and eyes, sealing them tightly, allowing only muffled sounds to escape, while their eyes were covered, rendering them unable to see anything. Xilian slowly turned around, smiling at the 4 CP0 agents who were bound like Zhongzi, her tone as relaxed, as if engaging in casual conversation. Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Are you here for a clothing alteration? Xilian slowly turned around, smiling at the 4 CP0 agents who were bound like Zhongzi, her tone as relaxed, as if engaging in. Her gaze lightly swept over the 4 CP0 agents, tightly ensnared by the golden threads, her expression showing no sign of fluctuation, as if merely observing a few insects that had accidentally stepped into a trap. She and Xilian exchanged a nod, saying nothing, and walked straight towards the door. Outside the shop, the lookout CP0 was pretending to observe the square, but felt a creeping unease in his heart. Wasn't the plan to capture the target and then withdraw? Why hadn't he received his signal yet? He stole a glance inside the shop, but from his angle, he couldn't see the people inside. Oh, everything was quiet. There shouldn't have been any fighting. Perhaps his team had already succeeded and was dealing with that legendary tailor. The legendary tailor was also their target. With such legendary skills, if they could deliver her to the Gorosei, it would be a tremendous achievement. Just as the CP0 was lost in thought, a noise came from behind. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high-heeled sandals striking the cobbled path was crisp and rhythmic. The CP0 immediately became alert and turned around sharply. What met his eyes, however, were dozens of golden threads swirling towards him like a pack of golden snakes. The CP0 had no time to react as the golden threads wrapped around him, completely binding him like a zongzi. Agria expressionlessly yanked him into the shop. With a bang, the shop's door slammed shut. Deep within the tailor's shop, 5 CP0 agents had their mouths covered by golden threads, their hands and feet securely bound, lined up in a neat row. They kept their eyes closed, motionless like 5 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Xilian squatted before them, looking at the 5 entranced individuals, and sighed. 5 CP0 agents. To capture me, the Gorosei truly spent a great deal, even specially preparing Hylu stone weapons. How terrifying. Agria stood beside her, gently fidgeting with the almost invisible golden threads in the air, her gaze scanning the 5 CP0 agents. The 5 CP0 agents had fallen into the dream woven by the golden threads. Through the dream, she could glimpse some secrets. Xilian stood up and sighed. The Gorosei has truly gone mad, directly sending CP0 to the Navy headquarters to capture me. Luckily, Agria's golden threads could extend her senses, allowing her to observe the surroundings. For some time, Agria had already deployed numerous golden threads in Marineford, meaning she could monitor every movement in Marineford except for the Navy headquarters building. From the moment CP0 appeared in Marineford, Agria had noticed. Having the foresight, Xilian discussed countermeasures with Agria, who chose to strike without alarming the enemy, setting this trap in secret. Today was merely the formal net closing. Returning to the hall, Agria looked at Xilian seriously. The situation is clear. Through glimpsing the dream, I saw that they were sent by the Gorosei to kidnap you. As for me, they also considered me a second target, aiming to present me to the Gorosei for credit. So Agria, what should we do next? At the moment, we cannot make a fuss about the CP0 matter. If it escalates, both Sengoku and the Gorosei will find it difficult to handle. However, we also have a way to counterattack. Let's find Carp and the others to help. She paused, her gaze calm. With these 5 hostages in hand, plus Carp, Zifo, Akiji, and others applying pressure, Sengoku will have no choice but to seek an explanation from the world government. At that time, the Gorosei will have to give an account. If used well, they won't dare to take action against you again. Good idea. Xilian immediately made the decision, pulling out a den mushi from behind the counter to contact Carp, Zifa, and Akiji. However, upon connecting, Xilian learned that both Carp and Akiji were not at headquarters. They had both received C missions. Hanging up the den mushi, Xilian sighed. As expected, the world government had it planned all along. They had long secretly sent Grandpa and Uncle Kazan away just to capture me today. Agria quietly nodded, looking as if this was all anticipated. In the end, they could only place their hopes on Zifa. Fortunately, Zifa was still around. Dialing Zifa's den mushi, Xilian quickly explained the situation in detail. On the other end, Zifa remained silent for a long time. CP0. They came to the Navy headquarters to kidnap you. Zifa's voice was terrifyingly deep. Yes, 5 of them, but they have all been controlled by Agria using golden threads. Another moment of silence followed. Then Zifa simply said 2 words, "Wait for me," and hung up the den mushi. Xilian and Agria waited in the tailor's shop. In less than 5 minutes, they heard a hurried and heavy footfall approaching from a distance. Zifa, along with Ein Bins and several subordinates, rushed into the shop in a flurry. The moment Zephyr pushed open the door, his gaze fell directly upon Xilian. He scrutinized her from head to toe, examining her closely. Once he confirmed that Xilian was unharmed, the anxious heart that had been suspended finally settled back into his chest. He let out a long breath, releasing the tension that had been building up. "Where is CP0? Zephyr's tone was cold, as if squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Xilian casually pointed towards the back of the store and said, as if commenting on the pleasant weather, "They're inside, 5 of them, all tied up, not a single one got away." Zephyr strode to the back of the store and immediately saw the 5 CP0 members tightly bound by golden threads. They lay sprawled on the ground, bound securely, and were sound asleep. A vein on Zephyr's forehead throbbed violently. He turned around and said to Ein and Bins in a deep voice, "Take them away and lock them up in the detention center at the training ground. Keep a close watch, not a single one must slip away." "Yes." Ein and Bins immediately led several subordinates forward to take action. Just then a hesitant officer spoke up, unable to hold back his words of caution. "Instructor Zephyr, won't this provoke the government? After all, these individuals are agents directly under the world government. If we touch them, it might not bode well for us. Whatever happens, he'll take full responsibility." Zephyr did not turn his head back, his voice firm, with no room for negotiation. The officer opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, merely lowering his head in silence. After all the CP0 members were taken away, Zephyr finally crouched down. He extended his calloused hand and gently patted Xilian's head. Xilian could feel that hand trembling slightly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? His voice was hoarse, tinged with an uncontainable heartache. Xilian looked up at Zephyr's face filled with worry and fear, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She earnestly explained, Grandpa Zephyr, I'm really fine. AIA is actually very capable. She noticed something was off when those agents came to headquarters that day and had been keeping an eye on them, which is how I knew they were from CP0. She paused and continued, I didn't expect their target to be me, so AIA, and I set a trap to deliberately lure them in and caught them all in one fell swoop. You see, we came out completely unscathed. After hearing this, Zephyr turned his gaze to the side where Agalaya stood gratefully nodding. Thank you, Lady Agalaya. If it weren't for you, this girl might. He did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Agalaya smiled slightly, her tone calm and composed. There's no need for thanks, Mr. Zephyr. I didn't inform you in advance to avoid alarming the enemy. Once the news leaks with CP0's capabilities, they might not be captured. Moreover, her smile gradually turned cold. They are also my targets. Zephyr's eyes flickered, then he nodded in understanding. After decades of navigating the Navy, he had seen many scenes and could naturally tell that Agalaya was implying something. I see. Then, Lady Agalaya, I assume you have already thought about what to do next. Care to share it with me? Of course. Agalaya laid out her plan in detail. Without making a fuss or causing a scene, using the hostages to pressure the Wano country, forcing them to seek accountability from the Gorosei directly. This way they wouldn't escalate the situation to an uncontrollable level, while also making the world government pay a price. Zephyr nodded in agreement after hearing this. Good. Follow me, I'll take you to Sengoku. Agalaya quietly watched as Zephyr and Xilian left together, revealing an inscrutable smile before returning to her memory space. At the Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, Sengoku was engrossed in reviewing documents, a thick stack piled on his desk. Suddenly the door was pushed open and Zephyr strode in with Xilian and Agalaya. Sengoku looked up at Zephyr, who approached with a stern face, looking perplexed. Zephyr, what is it? Zephyr skipped the pleasantries and directly recounted the entire situation. After listening, Sengoku's pen halted midair, not dropping for a long time. The office was silent with only the ticking of the clock on the wall. After a long silence, Sengoku looked at Xilian, who nodded to reassure him that she was fine. Confirming that Xilian was truly unharmed, Sengoku let out a temporary sigh of relief and slowly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. Where are the CP0 members? Take me to see them. In the depths of the naval training ground at the detention center, a group of people came to a stop in front of the iron gate. Sengoku stepped forward alone, approaching the iron door. Through the cold bars, he looked at the 5 CP0 members bound and soundly asleep. Tall figures wearing high-ranking agent uniforms, all donned masks. Sengoku recognized them at a glance. He looked for a long time and then let out a heavy sigh. This day has finally come. He managed to endure when the Gorosei cut off the Navy's funding. He also gritted his teeth through various difficulties from above. But he never expected that the Gorosei would go to such lengths to obtain Xilian. They would mobilize 5 CP0 members to act within the Navy headquarters to kidnap Navy personnel. What is this? This is a slap in the face on his own turf. The Gorosei completely disregarded him as the Navy Marshal. Is this the government I have devoted myself to and stood by all along? Kapu, I am beginning to understand your feelings. Sengoku retracted his gaze and took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. You have done well. Zhangguo turned to look at Zfa and Xilian, his voice layered with complexity. Zfa, Xilian. Hand them over to me, or I will give you an explanation. Zfa did not consent at once, frowning as he pressed, what do you intend to do? Zhangguo fell silent for a moment. Wu Laoxing would not wish the scandal of CP0 abducting people from Navy headquarters to be exposed. Trust me. In the name of the Marshal, I promise to secure compensation for Xilian and ensure they never lay a hand on her again. Zfa frowned slightly and did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Xilian. What do you think? Xilian did not hesitate and nodded earnestly. I trust Grandpa Zhangguo. Receiving Xilian's sincere reply, Zhangguo's anguished expression softened a little. He bent and patted Xilian's head, his palm lingering on her crown for several seconds, as if offering a silent apology. Then he straightened and walked toward the iron gate. Xilian watched his back and suddenly felt as if that silhouette had aged by years in an instant. The once buoyant Marshal of the Navy now looked somewhat stooped. Wait for my news. Zhangguo's voice came from a head low and weary. Zhangguo took all of CP0 away. By the time they returned to headquarters, it was already afternoon. Zhangguo personally conducted the interrogations, questioning the 5 CP0s separately, but they remained tight-lipped and answers were scarce. Left with no choice, Zhang was summoned and asked her to use the shi fruit to assist with the interrogations. When he saw that the prisoners were CP0, she froze for a moment, looked at Zhang, observed his worry, and asked no more. With his help, Zhang finally completed the interrogations of the 5 CP0. After sending he to rest, he returned alone to his office and found the world outside the window plunged into darkness. Sitting at his desk, Zhang did not rest, but directly called Wu Laoxing through the den mushi. On the other end, the old man's voice drifted lazily. Zhang, boy, so late. What is it? Zhang answered evenly. Lord Wu Laoxing, you know full well. There are 5 operatives in total, all detained by me. I need an explanation from you. Seeing silence, Zhang hurriedly added. The den mushi showed Sa Tensheng's face, sweat beading his brow, yet he would not admit it. Humph, we do not know what you are speaking of. And what is this tone of yours? Are you coming at me with accusations? This time Zhang did not hedge, but spoke plainly. I do not care why you have targeted Xilian. If you do not want this made public, compensate Xilian and promise never again to strike at anyone in my navy. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to let the whole world know that world government agents kidnapped a child inside Navy headquarters. Sa Tensheng's face changed. Who do you think you are? Do not forget your own station. I know full well. I am the Navy Marshal. Zhang's voice bore no you. Precisely because I am the Navy Marshal, I cannot stand idly by. Nor do I wish the world government's scandals to be exposed. That would provoke upheaval. Very well. Realizing Zhang's resolve, Sa Tensheng yielded. I will agree to compensate you and guarantee that we shall not act against Navy personnel in the future. Only then did Zhang relent, saying calmly, tomorrow I will release them. A day later, Xilian had no knowledge of how Zhang had negotiated with Wu Laoxing. She only learned that the 5 CP0 were soon sent away. She also learned that Wu Laoxing had compensated her with a full 2.5 billion Bailey. In Zhang's office, after placing a compensation contract into Xilian's hands, his tone betrayed an unavoidable guilt. This was my negligence. Wu Laoxing's side will not strike at you again, and CP0 will not be permitted to enter Navy headquarters easily in the future. Xilian nodded silently and put the contract away. What do you think of the world government? Zhang leaned back in his chair, his face tired, but his eyes fixed on Xilian. Me? Xilian tilted her head, surprised that Zhang would suddenly ask. Yes, speak freely. I will not blame you. Well, there is a long story. Xilian lifted her eyes to study Zhang and noticed a confusion in his gaze she had never seen before. She understood that the righteousness he had always held fast to was beginning to waver. After some thought, Xilian spoke slowly. The world government ignores the needs of nations and subjugates countless peoples. It has long fomented popular resentment, which is why the Revolutionary Army continues to resist. The world is now riddled with wounds, and its root cause lies in the world government's long-standing. They permit the world's nobility to oppress the masses and levy exorbitant sky gold upon member states. The weak, who cannot pay, are mercilessly trampled by the world government. In short, the world government has utterly failed in its duties. Xilian did not continue. Some truths, when stated too plainly, can do more harm than good. Seeing Zhang lost in thought, Xilian did not wish to interrupt and rose to take her leave. Walking back to the dormitory, one question lingered in her mind. Why had Wu Laoxing fixed their gaze upon her? For her talent? Impossible. They are not short of geniuses. After much deliberation, only one possibility remained. They had sensed that her ability was not as simple as the memory fruit suggested. They believed other secrets lay hidden within her. As the world government's public leaders, Wu Laoxing must know the exact effects of the memory fruit. What she had displayed had long exceeded the fruit's expected range. They were not coveting a talent, but an existence they could not comprehend. It seems I've dug a hole for myself, Xilian murmured. Still, matters were not yet desperate. Wu Laoxing had discovered the truth too late. She had already. Catching her would not be so easy. Beyond by Es terrifying combat power, a Gulai golden threads alone could nullify all malice and keep constant watch. No one could escape. A Gulai gaze o lies would have nowhere to hide. For now, as long as she did not sail out alone, no one could touch her. She truly had to grow stronger quickly. The system's progress was stuck at 15%. Before the main plot begins, new unlocks would be hard to come by. For the moment, she could only train her body. When her memory energy was exhausted, only physical skill would protect her. It seemed that Ka Pu's Iron Fist was not beyond learning. Folding the contract, Xilian fixed her gaze on the vast expanse of sea. The matter had reached a temporary pause. But she knew this would not be the end. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. In the distance, windmills slowly turned with the sea breeze. As soon as he disembarked, Usopp hurriedly looked around, his gaze swiftly scanning the bustling crowd at the dock, finally locking onto a tavern in the distance with smoke rising from its chimney. It was the place he deemed most likely to have the latest news based on his experience. Usopp gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. His mother had fallen ill, and he had consulted a doctor who informed him that the medical conditions in Xilibu village were too poor to provide effective treatment for her. To cure his mother, he needed better medical facilities. Usopp quickly thought of Luffy and his group. They were children of the Navy and must have a way to contact the Navy to find a better treatment environment for his mother. The idea was beautiful, but Usopp had no means to contact Luffy. If it weren't for Luffy's words, "I am from Windmill Village," he truly wouldn't have found any leads. That sentence had always lingered in Usopp's heart. Thus, Usopp directly asked a neighbor to help look after his mother, and then resolutely boarded a ship to set out to sea. This required great courage. It was his first time at sea, traveling such a long distance. Usopp looked down at his trembling legs, hardly believing he had truly done it. Taking a deep breath, Usopp walked towards the tavern. As he pushed open the double doors, he hadn't even had the chance to ask anyone for help when the bartender Makino noticed the dusty, anxious boy. "Oh dear, where did this child come from?" Makino hurriedly put down the glass she was cleaning and walked around the bar to ask with concern, "You look quite travel-worn. You've come a long way, haven't you?" Usopp took a deep breath and straightforwardly asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Luffy is?" Makino was taken aback for a moment. "Luffy? You're looking for Luffy?" She scrutinized this unfamiliar boy, unable to help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you want to find Luffy?" "I am Luffy's friend." Surprised to have found someone familiar with Luffy so quickly, Usopp couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Please believe me, I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Makino blinked, then smiled gently. "So you're a friend of Luffy's? Please sit down and rest a bit, have some water." Really? Usopp suddenly stood up, his eyes lighting up, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Really, thank you." He kept expressing his gratitude, his voice trembling, making Makino feel a bit embarrassed as she waved her hands and said, "No need, no need. Please sit down." Usopp obediently sat down, sipping from the cup of water, feeling the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally drop. In the afternoon, Makino indeed took him to find Luffy. At Kalbo Mountain, inside Dodon's hut, Usopp stood in the center of the room, surrounded by Daiden and a group of her fearsome little brothers. Each of those little brothers was burly, eyeing him with a predatory gaze. Usopp's face turned pale with fear, shrinking his neck, his voice trembling. "Mom. My name is Usopp, I am Luffy's friend." After handing Usopp over to Daiden, Makino smiled and turned to leave, leaving Usopp alone to face this family. No one in Dodon's family spoke, they just stared at him in silence. Usopp swallowed nervously, thinking it was over. They surely didn't believe him. It was all his fault for being a habitual liar, aside from Luffy and that pink-haired girl. No one else would believe. Suddenly, Dodon's family burst into laughter. Daiden stepped forward, slapping Usopp's shoulder hard, nearly knocking him to the ground. "So you're Usopp?" Daiden grinned, laughter creasing the corners of his eyes. "Luffy, that silly kid, has already told us about you. He cherishes you as a friend, always saying that you tell stories as well as Xilian. You will surely have to work hard from now on, kid." "Huh?" Usopp was completely stunned, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. He stood there in a daze, then suddenly relaxed completely, his shoulders slumping. It turned out Luffy had already mentioned him to them. He had been so anxious on the way, fearing that others wouldn't believe. Seeing his dusty, exhausted appearance, Daiden waved his hand, telling him to sit and rest, and sent a little brother to call Luffy back. Before long, hurried footsteps could be heard from afar. "Usopp." Luffy burst into the yard like a whirlwind, then all of a sudden, he wrapped himself around Usopp like an octopus, tightly clutching his neck, exclaiming with joy, "Usopp, how did you come here? It's been so long since we last met." "Luffy." Usopp was nearly suffocated, but at that moment the emotions he had been holding back for several days completely broke free. The fear, exhaustion, grievance, and worry he had felt over the past few days all turned into tears, bursting forth uncontrollably. Luffy was startled and quickly loosened his grip, nervously circling around Usopp. "What happened, Usopp? Did I hurt you?" "I'm so sorry." Just returned. Ace and Dodon's group gathered around, looking at each other in confusion, not understanding why this boy suddenly cried like this. Usopp wiped his tears fiercely with the back of his hand, sniffed, and tried his best to steady his voice. My mother has fallen ill, and the situation is critical. Xilibu village can't treat her. Well, I've come to ask for your help. You are from the Navy, so perhaps you have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the yard shifted dramatically. Ace slowly walked over, his expression serious, patting Luffy on the back, and said solemnly, "It seems the situation is dire. Luffy, don't delay, go to the attic and get that thing. Luffy nodded vigorously, turning to Usopp and saying, wait for me. He then darted up to the attic like a monkey. After a while he jumped down, cradling a small transponder snail carefully in his hands. This was left by Xilian last year. She said this is her personal transponder snail, which can directly contact her. Luffy grinned, continuing, don't worry Usopp, Xilian will definitely have a way. Usopp looked at Luffy, Ace, and Dodon's family with eager eyes, his nose suddenly tinged with bitterness, but this time he held it back with all his might. Thank you all. In the legendary tailor shop, the rhythmic sounds of the sewing machine and the sharp snips of scissors intertwined uninterrupted from morning until now. Aglaya's hands moved swiftly, golden threads flying through the air as she continuously adorned high-end garments with strokes of gold. During this period the order volume had multiplied several times. Xilian flipped through the ledger, her eyes nearly glazing over. She finally completed the calculations, and the total on the accounts had reached a terrifying number. Beside her, Bay was also frantically operating the sewing machine, a thread dangling from his mouth. Aglaya occasionally glanced back, watching Bay's stitching. To increase manpower, Xilian had called Bay out to help. It must be said, with Aglaya supervising, Bay's skills were unlikely to go awry. Buzzing, suddenly the phone on the counter began to ring, its shrill sound piercing through the busy shop. Xilian set down her work and jogged over to answer the phone. Before she could speak, Luffy's frantic voice came through, nearly in tears. Xilian. Usopp is in trouble. Xilian was taken aback, tilting her head slightly. What do you mean he's in trouble? What's wrong with Usopp? There was a cacophony on the other end of the line, as if several people were crowded together. Then Luffy was pushed aside, and Ace's calm voice came through. Xilian, don't listen to Luffy's nonsense. Usopp's mother is ill. He rushed back to Windmill Village to find us, hoping to get better treatment for her. Usopp's mother. Quick, let him talk to me. The phone was passed to Usopp, his voice thick with nasal congestion. Please. Save my mom. She's lying in bed and can't get up. He'll do anything if you can save her. Xilian took a deep breath, softening her voice. Usopp, don't panic, take it slow. Tell me your mother's symptoms. Usopp sniffled and began to describe in fragmented sentences. High fever that won't subside, coughing up blood, pale complexion, bedridden for several days. The village doctor said she needs more specialized equipment to treat her. Xilian listened while quickly jotting down notes. After Usopp finished speaking, she paused for a few seconds before saying, I understand. From your description, it's not an especially severe illness. The key is to get systematic treatment as soon as possible. Tell me your home address, and I'll make arrangements. They'll have someone go directly to pick up your mother. Okay. Thank you, Xilian. Usopp's voice was After hanging up, Xilian turned around and found Aglaya and Bay peeking out from the back room, all four eyes fixed on her. What happened? Bay asked anxiously. Xilian explained the situation about Usopp's mother. Bay sighed in relief after hearing it, patting his chest. You scared me. I thought something serious had happened. I believe you can handle it. Aglaya nodded and returned to her seat to continue working. Xilian leaned against the counter, considering her first thought was to find Carp. Recently, Carp had been assigned to patrol the East Sea. Given his speed, it would only take him a moment to reach West Rob Village. With that in mind, Xilian immediately called Carp. Oh, Xilian. Carp's voice boomed like thunder. How have you been lately? Have you been eating well? Did you receive the senbei I sent you? Grandpa. Xilian quickly interrupted his pleasantries. I have something very important that only you can help with. Speak. What is it? Grandpa will take care of it right away. Carp's tone instantly turned serious. Xilian explained the situation regarding Usopp's mother needing Carp to make a trip to West Rob Village to bring the patient to the Navy headquarters for treatment. The Navy headquarters has a specialized high-level hospital, and the medical equipment is undoubtedly top-notch. Treating Usopp's mother shouldn't be difficult. Is that it? Leave it to Grandpa. Carp laughed heartily. You'll turn around and head over right now. After saying that, he immediately hung up. Once arrangements were made, Xilian let out a long breath. She called back to Windmill Village to inform Usopp of the progress. Usopp repeatedly thanked her on the other end, his voice choked. Xilian. If you ever need anything, just send me. They'll go through fire and water for you. Xilian smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? We're partners. It's only right to help you. On the other end of the line, Luffy's loud voice squeezed in again, accompanied by a bang, as if he had slapped Usopp on the back. Don't worry, Usopp. Xilian promised she would definitely be able to do it. For now, just focus on training with us in Windmill Village until your mother gets better. Thank you all. Usopp finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Carp arrived at West Rob Village without a moment's delay that day. He quickly found Usopp's mother Banchina following the address Xilian provided. Banchina was in a daze, unable to take care of herself, but fortunately a neighbor was there to help. In the humble little house, Carp immediately called over the accompanying Navy doctor. After a careful examination, the Navy doctor frowned and said the condition is quite serious and requires long-term care. For now, we can only relieve the symptoms with medication. To completely cure it, she must be sent to a better facility. Carp, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh. What are we waiting for? Let's take her away. Oh, we're heading back to Navy headquarters. After saying that, he ordered his men to carefully lift Banchina onto a stretcher, preparing to return immediately. 2 days later, Carp's warship slowly sailed into the harbor of Navy headquarters. At Crescent Dock, Xilian had been waiting with anticipation. As soon as the warship docked, Kana was the first to dash down the ship, running straight to Xilian, grinning as she exclaimed, "Xilian, I knew that patient on the warship was related to you. Did you ask Grandpa Carp to bring her?" Xilian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Then her gaze anxiously shifted past Kana to the stretcher behind Carp. This was her first time seeing Banchina. Banchina was petite with a sharp nose. At this moment, her complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes half open and half closed, appearing very weak. Carp stepped forward, patted Xilian's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, girl. The Navy hospital is best at treating such hidden ailments. I guarantee they'll take good care of her." After saying this, he waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to hurry and take her to the Navy hospital. Xilian finally felt relieved. It must be said that the Navy headquarters hospital had immediate results. After just a few days, Banchina's complexion had returned to a healthy hue, and she seemed much better, already able to sit up. However, Xilian noticed that there was always a faint layer of worry in her eyes, as if some burden weighed heavily on her heart. Thus, Xilian specifically went to inquire with Banchina's attending physician. A small office in the hospital. The attending physician let out a heavy sigh, his brows furrowed. He put down the medical record in his hand, and with a grave tone said to Xilian, "The ailments of this lady are not too troublesome. With medication and treatment, she can gradually improve. But the issue is she has a very serious psychological burden." Psychological burden. Xilian frowned slightly, recalling the animated plot. The animation did not depict Usopp's mother much. It seemed there was only one scene so distant in memory that she had forgotten. The doctor shook his head and lowered his voice in simple terms. Her will to survive is continuously fading. The physical ailments are treatable, but if this psychological burden is not removed, even if she is cured this time, it will surely relapse in the future, perhaps even more severely than this time. Upon hearing this, Xilian's gaze turned somber. "Thank you, doctor. I will find a way to treat her psychological burden." After speaking, Xilian immediately turned and returned to Banchina's ward. Banchina was leaning against the hospital bed, her eyes fixed on the window. Hearing the movement, she turned to look at Xilian. "You've come again." Banchina smiled slightly. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time, Xilian. I am Usopp's companion. Andy, do you have any worries?" Xilian directly sat down on the chair beside the bed and asked straightforwardly. "Worries? I'm not quite sure." "Not quite sure." Seeing this, Xilian thought for a moment and immediately summoned Aglia. Banchina, witnessing Xilian's transformation, was filled with surprise. "This is Aglia. She has a way of knowing your deepest desires." "Can she really do that?" "Well, then I entrust this to you," Banchina said as she slowly closed her eyes. "I apologize for the inconvenience." Aglia approached the bedside, her delicate fingertips gently flipping, and several faintly golden threads silently extended from her fingers, slowly wrapping around Banchina's pale wrist as if they were living creatures. The moment the golden threads touched her skin, Banchina's closed eyelids trembled slightly, and her breathing gradually became steady. Clearly, she had fallen asleep. Aglia sat on the chair pushed over by Xilian, slowly closed her eyes, and her consciousness sank into the depths of Banchina's dream. The dream was shrouded in darkness. Aglia saw Banchina standing alone in an empty room with dust covering the furniture around her. She repeatedly called out the same name, "Yesub, Yesub," yet all that responded to her was endless silence. The figure of that man grew increasingly distant and blurred in her memory. Banchina desperately tried to grasp that silhouette, but to no avail, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to stand again. Aglia opened her eyes, retracted the golden threads, and with a serious expression said to Xilian, "I found it. Her psychological knot is her husband Yesub. That man was her entire spiritual support. After Yesub left, it was as if half of her world collapsed, and her will crumbled with it. That's why her body deteriorated so quickly. Lost support." Xilian fell silent for a moment, then took out a phone bug from his waist pocket and dialed directly. The phone was picked up instantly. "Xilian, how is my mom doing?" Usopp asked anxiously. Xilian did not beat around the bush and directly said, "Your mother's condition has improved significantly. However, Usopp, listen to me. The doctor has examined her. The physical ailment is not the main issue. Her biggest problem is her psychological burden. The reason your mother's condition is so severe is fundamentally because your father Yesub left. He was your mother's entire reliance. Oh, once he left, your mother's spirit collapsed. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the line, followed by Usopp's voice becoming frantic. What? Mom? Is it all because Dad left? His voice began to tremble, speaking incoherently. What should I do now? I can't do anything. Don't panic. Xilian's voice was steady and powerful, interrupting his panic. Psychological burdens require psychological remedies. What you need to do now is not to be anxious here, but to bravely talk to your mother. But I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything grand. Just be like your father Yesub. He was a marine warrior that everyone looked up to. You are his son, and you can do it too. Xilian's tone softened a bit. You need to tell your mother that you will become an incredible person like Dad, giving her something to look forward to. What she needs most right now is support. Only you can save your mother. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, long enough for Xilian to think the connection had dropped. Finally, Usopp sniffed hard, his voice hoarse, yet exceptionally serious, as he said, I understand. Xilian, please let me talk to Mom. Go for it. I will wake up Annie. You two have a good chat. Xilian placed the phone bug on the small cabinet by the bed, and then woke Banchina. Then he walked out of the ward with Aglia. He did not listen to the conversation between mother and son, only knowing they talked for a long time. When he returned to the ward, Banchina looked at Xilian with gratitude. Thank you, Xilian. I almost abandoned the most important person. This time Xilian noticed the change in Banchina. Her smile became more natural. The psychological knot seemed to have been untied. The first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, gently spilling into the room and casting a patch of golden light on the floor. The young girl barefoot stepped onto the soft carpet and walked to the full-length mirror. In the mirror, the girl wore a purple trench coat tailored neatly to fit beneath, which was a pure white spaghetti strap, dressed the neckline, slightly open, revealing a slender collarbone. Her pink hair cascaded over her shoulders, glimmering softly in the morning light. A crystal flower accessory adorned the left side of her head with two delicate petals. The reflection in the mirror danced with the sunlight outside, making her appear almost luminescent. Xilian tilted her head slightly, taking a moment to admire herself, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as she nodded. Not bad at all. Even I am captivated by my own reflection, she murmured to herself, then reached out to adjust her sleeves, gently pushing up the cuffs of her inner dress before bending down to slip on her boots. After finishing her preparations, she turned to pull open the door and stepped outside with a light stride. In the hall, he was sitting on the sofa, holding an unfolded newspaper, looking relaxed. Hearing her footsteps, he lifted his head, his gaze landing on Xilian. Upon seeing her outfit, he paused for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. Indeed, this outfit suits you well, he remarked, putting down the newspaper and taking a moment to admire. Xilian nodding sincerely. Of course. Xilian proudly lifted her chin, twirling in place as the hem of her purple trench coat fluttered with her movements. I specially asked Aya to customize this for me. Her skills are truly remarkable. The tailoring is perfect, and it's incredibly comfortable to wear. I haven't worn this outfit in a long time. She paused, her twirling, putting her hands in the pockets of her trench coat, a hint of nostalgia crossing her face. It's been ages since I last wore this set of clothes. Xilian sighed, her tone tinged with reminiscence. Now that I put it back on, it feels like I've returned to the moment I first arrived in Windmill Village. Bai chuckled softly, folding the newspaper and setting it aside, his gaze soft as he looked at Xilian. Shall we eat first? Sure. After breakfast, as Bai was clearing the dishes, he asked, Are we leaving soon? But we need to wait for going off for a bit. Xilian nodded vigorously, a bright glimmer flashing in her eyes. I specially customized this outfit for today. If Luffy sees me, he will definitely be shocked. As she spoke, she seemed to envision Luffy's astonished expression, unable to help but smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Seeing Xilian's excited demeanor, Bai also seemed to recall something, a vague smile forming on his lips, nostalgic. 7 years have already passed. 7 years, neither long nor short, yet enough to bring about many changes. At this moment, Xilian remembered something and turned to walk toward the restroom. Standing before the full-length mirror in the restroom, Xilian reached up to measure her height against the marked lines on the mirror frame, then took a step back to examine herself closely. The scale read exactly 148 centimeters. She did not feel joy, but after a few seconds of silence, her expression fell. Subtracting the 3 centimeters added by the boots, I've only grown to 145 centimeters. Xilian pouted, poking her forehead in the mirror with her finger, looking gloomy. Is it because I am Xilian that no matter how much I grow, I can only be this tall? Unconvinced, she measured again, but the result remained the same. Under the harsh reality, Xilian sighed deeply, her spirit gradually fading. At this moment, there was a series of knocks on the door from outside. Bai set the newspaper down and walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Guena. Guena was no longer the frail girl of years past. She was all set to go, draped in a navy coat with the insignia of a major neatly pinned on her shoulder, making her look valiant. She had grown to 170 centimeters, her figure tall and athletic, her dark hair neatly tied back, creating a clean ponytail that swayed gently with her movements. Seeing Bai open the door, Guena instantly broke into a radiant smile, her voice bright as she called out, "Good morning, Bai." "Good morning, Guena." Bai nodded with a smile, stepping aside to let her in. Guena stepped through the door, peeking her head around the room. "Where's Xilian? Is she ready?" "She's ready, she's in the restroom," Bai replied, closing the door and gesturing toward the restroom with a nod. "She should be out shortly." "All right," Guena responded cheerfully, striding into the hall and sitting on the sofa, casually draping her coat beside her, sitting with her legs crossed, looking relaxed. Not long after the restroom door swung open. Xilian emerged, her expression neutral, even carrying a hint of lingering gloom. She glanced at Guena, who was already seated on the sofa, her gaze sweeping from Guena's long legs to her upright posture, finally resting on the figure that towered nearly 2 heads above her. A hint of envy involuntarily crossed Xilian's face. However, she quickly masked this expression, pretending as if nothing was amiss as she walked over. As soon as Guena saw Xilian come out, she joyfully stood up from the sofa and rushed over. "Xilian, good morning." "Good morning," Xilian replied with a smile. Guena, looking intrigued, circled around Xilian, sizing up her outfit, her eyes shining brighter with each glance. "Wow, I haven't seen you in this outfit for ages. It looks amazing." Guena reached out to touch the fabric of Xilian's trench coat, exclaiming, "This material feels so comfortable, much better than a naval uniform, right? Did I make this for you?" "Of course," Xilian finally revealed, a hint of pride in her expression. "It's time for our promised meeting. And besides, Luffy said he hates being watched by the Navy, so I changed back to this." She paused, glancing at Guena's naval uniform, tilting her head. "Guena, you should change too." "Huh, I need to change too." Guena looked down at her uniform. "Yes, I'm leading a covert team, so casual clothes will suffice." Xilian patted Guena's shoulder, her tongue. "I'm establishing a naval exploration unit, part of the Navy's special covert department, with standard naval privileges, and no need to wear a uniform all the time. Moreover, wearing a uniform outside might attract unnecessary attention." "I see." Guena thought for a moment, nodding. "All right, I'll find a time to change. Let's stick with this for now, since we'll be boarding soon." At that moment, Bai walked over, standing before the two. He looked at Xilian and Guena with gentle and appreciative eyes, slowly nodding. The day of departure has finally arrived. Bai's voice was not loud, yet it carried a heavy weight. After a moment of silence, he turned his gaze towards Guena, his tone becoming serious. "Guena, are you truly willing to embark on this journey with us?" Upon hearing this, Guyena's smile faded slightly, replaced by a resolute expression. She took a deep breath, looking up at the ceiling as if reminiscing. "To be honest, my goal has always been to become the world's greatest swordsman." She spoke softly. "I never intended to join the Navy. Although I have been promoted to colonel, that was merely to meet my father's and master's expectations. I do not wish to disappoint them." At this point, Guyena's voice suddenly brightened as she turned her head, fixing her gaze on Xilian, her eyes glimmering with meaning. "However, I want to explore the world beyond, to venture into the new world and see what lies outside." Upon seeing Guyena's expression, Xilian instantly understood the implications of her words. She smiled faintly, her smile carrying a sense of understanding and satisfaction. "It seems it was because of her," Xilian said softly. "Guyena's gaze now reaches beyond the sky." Guyena nodded, candidly, no longer hiding her thoughts. "I wish to continue my training, and I want to see that world you mentioned." She extended her hand towards Xilian, palm up, her eyes sincere and fervent. "From this point on, let's rely on each other for our journey." Xilian looked at that hand, her smile deepening. She lifted her own hand and gently grasped Guyena's fingers. "Then let us go witness it together." Bai stood to the side, quietly smiling at the sight of the two girls shaking hands. That smile contained warmth, nostalgia, and a kind of gentle fatherly affection. At Crescent Bay, the sea breeze gently brushed by. Many young sailors on the road tacitly paused their actions, watching the two girls who were hurrying by. To be precise, they focused their attention on Xilian, the granddaughter of a naval hero, a rising star in the Navy, and a gentle, lovely young girl. Now everyone at the naval headquarters knew of Xilian and had secretly given her the title of the cutest girl in the entire Navy. "Good morning, little Xilian." Indeed, as expected of little Xilian, still as cute as ever today. People in the crowd occasionally greeted Xilian, and several seasoned senior officers also came over enthusiastically to say hello. Guiana's eyes were full of smiles while Xilian could only laugh awkwardly, waving her hand in response, her footsteps subtly quickening. A ramhead triangular sailboat was quietly leaning against the dock, its hull shimmering with overlapping platinum hues under the sunlight, appearing both elegant and powerful. Upon arriving at the port, Xilian's gaze was firmly captured by this ship. This was the fast sailboat designed and constructed by Meili, the butler of the original works character Koya. The bow featured a finely crafted ramhead sculpture with several inconspicuous small openings beneath it. One could vaguely see the dark cannon muzzles inside the openings glinting coldly in the sunlight, making it hard to underestimate. The hull and canvas were based on a gradient of platinum hues, with the painted portions personally completed by Xilian, each stroke as exquisite as a piece of art. Unlike the wooden hulls in the original work, this was a steel hull crafted using the Navy's highest technology, robust, fast, and durable. Combining all three qualities, it was a sailboat that rivaled even the flagship of a naval admiral. Meili's Venture was its name. Xilian stood on the dock looking up at her ship in the distance, her eyes filled with, "What do you think? Cool, right?" She turned to Guiana. Guiana's mouth fell open in surprise, taking a while to stammer out, "This is way too cool. Don't just look at its surface. The Meili's Venture is equipped with an AI system." An AI system? This technology was provided by Vegapunk, and that's not all. There are many high-tech features on board, like robots that can cook and mix drinks, as well as an observation deck and party room. Seeing that you don't seem to understand much, I'll introduce you to them personally once we board the ship. Noticing Guiana's expression of confusion, Xilian smiled and planned to show her around after they got on board. At Crescent Dock beneath the Meili's Venture, there were already people waiting. Aside from the three high-ranking naval officers, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp, there were also several aides present. Among them was Bogart, dressed in a sharp suit, standing expressionlessly in the corner. As he saw Xilian and Guiana approaching together, everyone ceased their conversations. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp exchanged glances and almost simultaneously stepped forward, walking toward Xilian. "Good morning." Xilian greeted them with a respectful nod. "Are we departing today?" Carp was the first to speak, scratching the back of his head and grinning. "Do you need Grandpa to go with you?" "Grandpa happens to have nothing going on recently." "Ahem. What are you saying?" Carp's words were interrupted by Sengoku, who immediately interjected. He glared at Carp, his expression a mix of anger and helplessness. "Ha ha ha." Carp, completely unconcerned, laughed heartily and patted Sengoku's shoulder. "Just joking. Today is the day my granddaughter is leading her first expedition. I certainly want to send her off properly." "That joke isn't funny," Sengoku sighed, shaking his head, then turned to look seriously at Xilian. "All the paperwork has been completed. You can set sail at any time." He paused, his tone turning serious. "Are you sure you don't need more crew members? Just you and Guiana." "Don't worry, Grandpa." Sengoku. Xilian patted her chest confidently. "Guiana and I are more than capable of operating this ship, and with and a year on board plus the intelligent driving system, it's more than sufficient. Of course, I already have companions here. I just need to go pick them up first." "That's good to hear." Sengoku nodded and asked, "I heard your companions are all in the East Blue." "Yes, once I gather my companions, my journey of exploration will officially begin." Xilian counted off on her fingers, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Law. Cough, not a single one can be missing. Are there that many? Who are they? Can you tell Grandpa about them?" Carp's curiosity was piqued. "Don't interrupt." Sengoku pushed Carp aside, lowering his voice and speaking in a half-joking, half-serious tone. "To be honest, I really don't want to let you go. In recent years, thanks to you and Miss Xilian, the Navy has saved a considerable amount of funds. Now the Navy's financial operations are almost dependent on you too. If you leave, my good days as a marshal will come to an end." Though it was a joke, it was also the truth. In recent years, Xilian and Xilian have made tremendous financial contributions to the Navy, saving countless expenses. Zhangwa felt both joy and sorrow. Although these were the most relaxed and comfortable years since he became Marshal, Xilian still had to leave. "Zhangwa, have you lost your mind? Still dwelling on this now, eh?" Cap grew displeased, slinging an arm over Zhangwa's shoulder with a booming voice that made the nearby aides shrink their necks. "Today is the day the children set off. Why bring this up? What's wrong? Can't I just joke around? Are you sure you're not speaking the truth?" "There's no other choice. The Holy Land has started placing orders again, but for now, they must be put on hold. Those are not insignificant funds. I say, have you gone blind chasing money?" Ignoring the daily bickering of the two elders, Zifa silently approached, wearing a pair of black sunglasses. Stopping before Xilian, Zifa bowed his head and said, The Grand Line cannot be compared to the four seas. Take care of yourself. Though few words were spoken, Xilian could deeply feel the concern in his tone. She lifted her face and nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand, Grandpa Zifa. Zifa slightly nodded, then suddenly spoke again, his tone carrying a subtle hint of hope. I actually want to travel out as well. I wonder if after this year's elite class finishes there might still be room on your ship, eh? Xilian was momentarily stunned, then her eyes brightened as she smiled, and said, Grandpa Zifa, you're always welcome aboard. There are plenty of rooms on the ship. You may stay wherever you like. It's a deal then. At last Zifa smiled, revealing a rare relaxed expression on his normally solemn face. Not only at Xilian's side, but elsewhere Bogut was giving Guenau private advice. Bogut was always reserved, wearing a perpetually poker-faced expression. Yet Guenau was his proudest disciple, someone he had watched grow up. Now that she was about to embark on a long journey, he couldn't help but say a few more words. People outside cannot be trusted. Bogut's voice was low and calm. Especially in the Grand Line and the New World where countless sword masters roam. You must remain vigilant. I understand, Teacher Bogut. Guenau nodded seriously, her eyes slightly moist, but forcing a smile. Rest assured I won't disgrace you. Bogut glanced at her, patted her shoulder, and said nothing more before turning back to Cap. Before leaving, Zhangguo called out to Xilian once again. He took a card bound with a golden emblem from his chest pocket and solemnly handed it to Xilian. This card symbolizes your status, Zhangguo said with a particularly serious expression. You must never lose it. Possessing it grants you senior Navy inspection authority. Wherever you go, you have the power to oversee the Navy there. Xilian glanced down at the card, which bore the distinctive golden emblem of a rear admiral. The center of the card was engraved with the characters Songwan. This was now her official title. On the day she received this title, he even joked about giving her the name Taodu, but unfortunately that title had already been given to his own sister. That sister was one of today's rear admirals, Taodu Ziyuan. Putting aside such thoughts, Xilian continued to examine the golden emblem card. Next to Songwan were several small characters, Navy Special Unit Covert Exploration Division. Xilian's fingers tightened slightly as she carefully stored the card away, then lifted her head and nodded firmly. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Zhangguo. On the Merry Pioneer in the control room, imbued with modern craftsmanship, Bai was operating the controls skillfully. The sails slowly rose, filled with sea breeze, and the ship shuddered slightly as it officially set sail. Xilian and Guenau stood side by side at the bow, the sea wind stirring Xilian's pink hair and purple coat, as well as Guenau's deep blue ponytail. The two waved vigorously toward the harbor. At last Xilian took a pale blue camera from her pocket and snapped a photo of the people on Crescent Wharf. Zhangguo, Zifa, Cap, Bogut all stood on the dock, watching the platinum-accented sailing ship gradually disappear into the distance. On deck, warm golden sunlight spilled over everything. Xilian and Guenau stood side by the railing, quietly discussing where to make their first stop after returning to the East Sea. They quickly reached an agreement first to visit Nami's hometown, the Cocoa West village, intending to pick her up first. Already found your companions impressive indeed. A lazy voice suddenly came from above as a figure peered down with a teasing tone. Startled by the unexpected voice, Xilian and Guenau both flinched backward. Guenau's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of her sword at her waist. After recognizing the visitor, she relaxed and quickly stood at attention, respectfully greeting. Greetings, Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru waved indifferently, his gaze settling on Guenau as he asked slowly, You must be Guenau? Guenau nodded rapidly like a pecking chick, her face tinged with nervous blush. Since you're Xilian's good friend, there's no need to be so formal. Kizaru smiled, his tone casual, as if chatting about everyday matters. After all, outside of work, Xilian is actually my little boss. Little boss. Guenau looked at Xilian in shock. Ahem, it's just that we have some business dealings and Uncle Kizaru has helped a lot. Xilian hurriedly waved her hand to explain a slight embarrassment on her face, then looked up at Kizaru and changed the topic, asking, By the way, Uncle Kizaru, why did you come all of a sudden? I came on behalf of Vegapunk to tell you something, Kizaru said as he slowly pulled out an hourglass-shaped device from his pocket and without further ado tossed it to Xilian. Xilian caught it steadily and looked down. Inside the device was a crystal-clear glass sphere containing a tiny needle, motionless, pointing steadily in a fixed direction. It was a permanent compass. Before setting sail, Xilian had supplemented her navigation knowledge, and now the ship was also equipped with a log pose. The log pose was the core navigation tool for sailing the Grand Line, recording magnetic signals between islands to guide the route. During stays on islands, it automatically stored magnetic energy, and once fully charged, it could point to the next destination. Relying on its magnetic function, it could easily plan the course. The permanent compass was even rarer with extremely high production thresholds and a hefty price. It required no on-site recording as it pre-locked the magnetic field of a certain island. Carrying it allowed one to sail straight to the target without deviation, no matter how chaotic the seas in between. Why did Huang Yuan give me a permanent pointer? Xilian suddenly raised her head to look at Huang Yuan, a puzzled expression on her face. Huang Yuan scratched his head and explained, "It seems you figured out that this is a permanent pointer. This is something Vega asked me to deliver to you. He said that after you arrive in the new world, you should visit Egghead Island as he has something very important to entrust to you." He paused for a moment and added, "As long as you agree, he will waive all maintenance fees for the Mary." Really? Su Lian's eyes lit up instantly. Although she was already well aware of the storyline concerning Egghead Island, she couldn't help but feel excited at that moment. On one hand, being entrusted with an important task by Vegapunk herself is a tremendous recognition. On the other hand, saving a considerable amount of maintenance costs is like a timely help for her now. You see, in order to build this ship that carries her and everyone else's dreams, she had spent all her savings accumulated over the past few years. Not to mention that she still has to pay a significant amount for maintenance periodically, which is the real headache. This is also the reason why the Mary Explorer, despite having advanced propulsion engines, still requires sails to save energy whenever possible. Over the past 7 years, apart from a few missions at sea, she has spent the remaining time making money at the headquarters. Aglaya and Bai Yi have worked hard, with Aglaya constantly providing golden threads and craftsmanship, while Bai Yi has nearly worn out the sewing machine. Of course it's true. We've been cooperating for so many years, oh, what is there to be worried about? If the ship lacks anything, just tell me directly, and I'll bring it to you." Huang Yuan said, gently stroking Su Lian's pink hair, a contemplative smile appearing on his face. "You've really grown up a lot. This ship is also built quite luxuriously. If I could retire right away, I would want to move onto the ship and live there. The hammock on the observation deck is something I really like. Before you all arrived on the ship, I was lying there waiting for you, but accidentally fell asleep and just came down now. So you were being lazy. If Uncle Huang Yuan wants to come over, you can do so anytime. That hammock was prepared especially for you." Su Lian nodded vigorously. "Hee, you are thoughtful." Huang Yuan smiled contentedly. After chatting for a few more moments, he decided not to linger any longer. Before leaving, he mentioned that he had to hurry back to Mary Geo's to work, and then he transformed into a dazzling golden light, instantly disappearing at the horizon. Finally free, Su Lian eagerly pulled Guena and began exploring the ship. Su Lian started from the bottom of the ship, introducing the internal structure made of atom wood, which has 3 layers: the tool room, the modification room, and the engine room. The first deck is filled with rooms like the party cabin, kitchen, storage room, and studio. The second layer consists of living quarters, while the third layer is for viewing and leisure, with the top floor serving as an observation deck. Along the way, Su Lian introduced Guena to the astonishing high-tech devices one by one. The automatic cooking machine. Just put the ingredients in, and a few minutes later a steaming plate of food will be served. The automatic washing machine. You no longer need to wash clothes by hand, you just throw the dirty clothes in and it's done. The beverage robot. Whatever flavor you want, just say it, and it will be made immediately. There's even an autopilot system, just record the sailing route, and next time you need manual control at all, the ship will sail accurately to the destination. Each item is a product of the cutting-edge technology of today's world, all-encompassing, completely suitable to be considered a new home. Gina's eyes widened, her mouth agape for a long time, continuously exclaiming in amazement along the way. "This is incredible. How is this even possible? Such things exist in this world." After touring the entire ship, Guena felt that she had exhausted her lifetime's worth of amazement today. After the tour, Guena finally became familiar with the structure of the Mary Explorer. The journey went smoothly. By noon the next day, Su Lian and her group arrived at Cocoa Village. When the Mary Explorer docked, Su Lian saw Nami standing on the pier from a distance. The girl with orange hair wore a simple white cotton casual shirt and an orange short skirt, holding a small bundle in her hand, while Belmare and Nojiko stood beside her. Su Lian. Nami also spotted Su Lian on the ship and immediately waved her hand, excitedly shouting. Su Lian jumped off the ship with a smile and gave Nami a big hug. "Long time no see, Nami. Hee, I waited all morning and finally got to see you." Nami released Su Lian, her eyes fixed on the Mary Explorer, filled with amazement. "This ship is just too cool. Of course it's specially built for me, my dream ship." Su Lian proudly lifted her chin. Belmare stood aside, arms crossed, shaking her head with a smile, saying, "You really are something, kid." She initially thought Su Lian's promise to Nami was just a whimsical decision among children, as she never expected Su Lian to actually prepare a warship. Belmare sighed slightly. It seems that Nami is destined to follow Xilian. Nojiko looked gently at Xilian and Nami softly saying, "Be careful on your journey." "Don't worry, Sister Nojiko, Aunt Belmare. I will bring Nami back safely." Xilian winked. Under the watchful eyes of Belmare and Nojiko, Xilian pulled Nami onto the ship. On the ship, Guena and Nami introduced themselves to each other, and the two instantly hit it off, causing Xilian to glance over constantly. They had only just met for a short while, yet they seemed to have bonded like sisters. The second stop is Frostmoon Village. Guena, who was about to return to her hometown, eagerly changed out of her navy uniform. She wore a pure white female hunting outfit with a long hem and tight black shorts. With a sword at her waist and her ponytail tied high, she looked exceptionally spirited. Xilian looked Guena up and down, unable to help but envision her as a female version of Bai. Gina's outfit was also customized by Aglaia, and she didn't expect it to turn out this way. It would be even better if she could dye her hair too. Xilian thought it was a pity. Arriving at the coast of Frostmoon Village, Guena waved her hand and got off the ship by herself. She rushed to the dojo and excitedly pushed open the door. "Dad, I'm back." The dojo was empty. Only Gina's father, Gungshiro, was sitting in the adjoining room drinking tea, startled by his daughter's shout and nearly dropping his teacup. Gungshiro placed his teacup down, stood up, and walked in front of Guena, giving her outfit a once-over before nodding in satisfaction. "You're back. Hee, I've officially set out on my journey to the sea. By the way, Dad, where's Zoro?" "Zoro? He went out for training. Recently, he often goes out to be a pirate hunter, and it takes him several months to return each time. Even I don't know where he is now." "What a—" Guyaina's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't even know?" Gungshiro shrugged helplessly. "Zoro is usually obedient. I don't understand why he has been gone for several months." Not finding Zoro, Guyaina exchanged a few pleasantries with Gungshiro before bidding farewell. She returned to the merry-go. Guyaina, looking dejected, walked onto the deck and glanced at Xilian and Nami, who were chatting. "Xilian, Zoro is not home. He has gone to sea to train as a pirate hunter, and even my dad doesn't know where he is." Upon hearing this news, Xilian was not too surprised. "Zoro, huh? He probably got lost again." "Lost? How do you know?" Guyaina looked at Xilian speechlessly. "Just a guess." "Don't worry, Guyaina." Xilian stood up, patted Guyaina on the shoulder, and smiled confidently. "We will definitely find him, trust me. In any case, let's go to the next stop." "All right." Although Guyaina didn't understand why Xilian was so confident about finding Zoro, she chose to believe him. At this moment, Xilian had already turned around and waved to Bai in the control room. Bai's next stop is Windmill Village. Bai adjusted his sunglasses, grinned, and swiftly got to work. He was starting to like this control room a bit. The merry-go continued its journey. Windmill Village. Luffy had been standing at the port for a long time. He was now an adult, wearing his signature straw hat, a red sleeveless vest, and blue shorts with sandals. With one hand on his waist and the other shielding his eyes, he eagerly gazed at the horizon of the distant sea. The sea breeze fluttered his straw hat and stirred the huge windmills behind him. Behind Luffy stood several villagers from Windmill Village. The old village chief leaned on his cane, smiling as he looked at Luffy. Makino stood beside him, her hands clasped in front of her abdomen, wearing a gentle smile. "Luffy, you've been standing here all afternoon." Makino couldn't help but speak up. "It's okay, I'll keep waiting." Luffy shouted back excitedly without turning around. "Xilian said she would come to pick me up today. I'm getting on the ship. I'm going to be the captain." Yes. Makino chuckled helplessly. After waiting a while longer, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw it. A ship was slowly sailing over the horizon. With a ram's head at the bow and a platinum hull, it shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. It was indeed the merry-go. "It's coming, it's coming, it's coming." Luffy jumped up in excitement. As the ship drew closer, he eagerly stretched out his arms, his limbs elongating like rubber, and seized the ram's head sculpture at the bow, propelling himself onto the ram's head of the merry-go. So cool. Luffy crouched on the ram's head, touching the horns with sparkling eyes, and waved at Xilian at the bow, grinning widely. "This is my exclusive seat. Xilian, you are amazing for getting such a beautiful ship." Xilian stood at the bow, unable to contain her laughter at Luffy's eager expression. "Luffy, you are still the same as ever." Of course. I'm going to be the king of pirates." Luffy pounded his chest proudly. At that moment, Nami and Guyaina also walked over, looking at Luffy together. "Yo, Nami, Guyaina, and Bai." Luffy cheerfully waved at Nami and Guyaina, and then noticed Bai in the control room waving more vigorously. Nami and Guyaina were about to respond. Splash! Suddenly, the sea surface behind Luffy surged up. 10 meters away from the ship, the water was violently parted, and a monstrous creature resembling a water dragon emerged from the depths. Its jet-black body glimmered coldly in the sunlight, and a pair of murky giant eyes fixed their gaze on Luffy atop the ram's head. Sensing something, Luffy tightened his grip on his straw hat and slowly turned around. He saw the monster, and instead of being afraid, he grinned. It's the King of the Near Sea. The day has finally come. We should settle this. The King of the Near Sea let out a deep roar, opening its massive jaws and lunging directly at Luffy. Instead of retreating, Luffy charged forward, his feet firmly planted on the ram's head, and with a swift and powerful pull of his right fist, Gomu no pistol. His fist shot out like a rocket, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, and accurately struck the King of the Near Sea in the face. Boom. The tremendous impact sent the King of the Near Sea crashing backward, heavily splashing into the sea, creating waves that soared several meters high. Then there was nothing further. The King of the Near Sea was defeated in an instant. The villagers at the port exclaimed in astonishment. On the ram's head, Luffy retracted his fist, blew off the non-existent dust from it, and turned to Xilian with a grin. Xilian, have I gotten stronger? Looking at the King of the Near Sea gradually sinking below the surface, he also observed Luffy's proud expression. You still love to stir up trouble as always. Xilian shook her head helplessly, but the smile at the corners of her lips couldn't be suppressed. You really have gotten stronger. She lifted her head, gazing at the boundless sea ahead with sunlight and waves reflected in her eyes. Let's go, Luffy. Set sail. The goal is to become the king of pirates. Everyone, goodbye. Luffy joyfully leaped up, waving farewell in the direction of Windmill Village. The merry-go hoisted its sails, propelled by the sea breeze, and sped forward in the direction they had come. The journey of exploration had officially begun. Guena introduced Luffy to all the equipment on the ship. Along the way, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim how cool everything was, particularly fascinated by the automatic cooking machine. After a tour, they returned to the party cabin. Luffy eagerly ran in front of the automatic cooking machine, followed Guina's instructions to operate it, and kept his eyes glued to the food outlet. He was drooling, continuously shouting for food, delicious food. In less than 5 minutes, steaming hot dishes indeed appeared. Luffy happily carried the plate, which contained a dish similar to a rice bowl, and sat down at the table to eat. Delicious. While Nami was looking at the drawing, she noticed the commotion and immediately walked over, curiously asking, Luffy, why do you want to be the king of pirates? Because I gave the title of Pirate King to Ace. Luffy replied matter-of-factly. Can you really do that? What about Ace? Ace set sail 3 years ago. Nami said. I was just about to ask you, so Ace has already set sail. Why didn't he look for Zoro? Guena also walked over, expressing her thoughts. At that time, Ace wanted to invite her to join the crew, but she had refused. Zoro, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, thinking that Ace would seek him out, but he ended up sailing alone. I didn't know that. So Zoro didn't go with Ace. Luffy said in surprise, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Then let's go find Zoro. As for Zoro, I also don't know where he is. Is that so? Just then Xilian, carrying a backpack, walked into the party cabin. All right. Xilian approached, looking at the three of them one by one. We need to discuss where our first stop will be. Luffy finished his juice in one gulp and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Let's go find Zoro. Xilian glanced at him and smiled. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. I propose our first stop should be Shell's Town. Nami put her cup down on the nearby table, looking at Xilian curiously. Shell's Town? Isn't that just a small town? Why do we want to go there? Xilian placed his hands behind his back, gazing slightly upward at the sky with a smile that held a hint of mystery. Perhaps we will encounter something interesting there. Guena leaned against the table, crossing her arms as she pondered, then spoke. Shouldn't we look for Zoro first? Xilian turned around and looked at Guena seriously, saying, when we get to Shell's Town, we might just have news of Zoro. You have a point. Since there are no leads, let's go to Shell's Town first. Guena thought for a moment and ultimately nodded. Seeing that everyone had made a decision, Luffy pulled his straw hat down to cover half of his face, revealing only a bright smile. Since Xilian said to go to Shell's Town, then we shall go. I trust Xilian. Nami muttered quietly on the side. Luffy really has unconditional trust in Xilian. After the decision was made, Xilian suddenly reined in his smile, his expression turning serious. He took out a neatly folded canvas from his bag and placed it on the side table, slowly unfolding it in front of the three. The edge of the fabric hung down from the corner of the table, and Luffy, Nami, and Guena all leaned in curiously to gaze at the canvas. The base color of the canvas was pure white, and in the center was an iconic straw hat design. Above the brim of the straw hat hovered a large bird with outstretched wings, resembling a seagull with clean lines full of power. This is the flag I designed. Xilian held the canvas up with both hands, looking at Luffy with eager eyes. Luffy, do you think it looks good? Luffy tilted his head to look at it, casually clapping his hands. Not bad, it looks great. But the next moment he suddenly froze, eyes wide and pointing at the seagull. Wait a minute. This seagull looks exactly like the emblem on Grandpa's warship. Why? Xilian's lips curled slightly, a hint of pride in his tone. This is our privilege, you know. Privilege? Luffy looked utterly confused. What privilege? This isn't a pirate flag. Nami, however, instantly realized it, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at Xilian and Guana. So we are still Navy. Xilian smiled and nodded at Nami. Luffy remained puzzled, scratching the back of his head. What are you all talking about? What Navy? Isn't this a pirate flag? Guana, seeing that Luffy completely did not understand, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, explaining seriously. Luffy, listen carefully. We belong to an independent department of the Navy, the Exploration Unit. Xilian is the captain of the Exploration Unit. We have an independent organization not under the jurisdiction of the world government. Not only that, but Xilian is also a candidate admiral, and we have the authority to explore and inspect Navy branches in various locations. This means you can go anywhere you want as long as it's to defeat bad guys. And most importantly, you won't be treated as a pirate by the Navy. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slowly forming an O shape. I see. He suddenly slammed his fist into his palm, hands meeting with a satisfying clap, then excitedly raised both hands. Thank you, Guana. As long as no one gets in the way of my adventures, that's all that matters. He pushed his straw hat back, spreading his arms wide toward the sea, shouting, let's start the adventure. The sea breeze lifted his red vest, and the voice of the young boy echoed across the surface of the sea. Guana watched Luffy's alternating playful and serious expressions, unable to help but smile. That feeling was wonderful, as if she had suddenly gained a younger brother. Xilian stood quietly to the side watching the three companions, and then took out the camera from his waist to capture the moment. Luffy cheered at the bow of the ship. Nami shook her head with a smile, and Guana leaned against the ship's railing, smiling. This day had finally come. It was just a pity that Ace was not with them. 3 years ago, Ace had secretly set sail ahead of her, telling only Luffy before leaving. She thought that after Ace set sail he would look for Guana and Zoro to be his companions, but he didn't, leaving the two for Luffy. In the end, just like in the original story, he chose to set out alone. That guy Ace still has that same personality. Xilian sighed inwardly. He must have known that the path he was about to take was too dangerous, so he didn't look for Zoro and didn't wait for her, fearing she would lecture him. Well, one day they would meet again. Until then, it was important to keep an eye on Ace and not let him get into trouble. The merry exploration continued to sail through the waves. Equipped with a Stadioff-Tart engine modified by Vegapunk, the ship sliced through the sea, leaving a trail of white froth in its wake, moving at an astonishing speed. After about half a day, when the sun was blazing, Guana, who had been standing on the lookout holding a telescope, suddenly shouted, Xilian. Luffy, who was eating meat on the deck, immediately dropped the bone and jumped to the lookout, snatching the telescope. A pirate ship. Interesting. Where is it? Guana snatched the telescope back and frowned, saying, Don't just find it interesting, listen to me. There are kidnapped civilians on that ship, and it looks like they have been taken hostage. Luffy's smile instantly vanished from his face. His eyes became sharp, and without a word he strode to the bow of the ship, bracing his hands on the railing, staring intently at the distant pirate ship. He'll go deal with those pirates. His tone was calm, yet there was no room for doubt. Nami held her forehead, sighing helplessly. It really has come to this. She couldn't help but recall the moment she first met Luffy. Back then too, after hearing about the evil dragon's deeds, Luffy immediately declared he would go and defeat the dragon. Truly, he hasn't changed at all. Thinking of this, Nami couldn't help but smile. Luffy, you really haven't changed. Luffy turned back and grinned at her, then looked towards the control room. Brother Bai, please bring the ship. Bai, who was steering the ship, had already noticed the commotion. Upon hearing this, he pulled down his sunglasses, turned the steering wheel, and the merry-go neatly adjusted its bow, speeding towards the distant pirate ship. As the two ships drew closer, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. He stretched out his rubber arm, crossed the sea, and grabbed the railing of the opposing pirate ship, launching himself forward like a slingshot. I'm off first. What a mess. Guana and Nami simultaneously looked at Xilian. Xilian leaned against the mast, arms crossed, chuckling and shaking her head. Don't worry, Luffy is enough by himself. She had already seen clearly who the master of that pirate ship was. Yalta, the first female pirate Luffy encountered in the first episode of the anime, not particularly strong, but her figure certainly had a sense of oppression, wielding a spiked bat and very self-absorbed. However, for Luffy, who had just set sail, this level was merely a warm-up. Moreover, in this battle, Luffy would also rescue a future naval escapee, the hero Kobe. She had no good feelings towards Kobe. His character development was abrupt, his stance unstable, having been a deserter on the battlefield, and in the future, he would put Carp in danger. Besides Kobe, there was another character she found annoying. He took advantage of various conveniences, but was cowardly and weak, lacking responsibility, showing his foolishness at such a young age, making inappropriate advances towards Nami and Robin. As expected, things unfolded as anticipated. Yalada was easily knocked away by Luffy's punch, and a few lackeys were taken down in a couple of moves, freeing all the civilians tied up in the cabin. At this moment, on the deck of the pirate ship that belonged to Yalada, Luffy and Kobe looked out at the sea. The sea breeze blew, and Kobe trembled with nervousness. "Hey Kobe," Luffy tilted his head to look at him casually, "did you just say your dream is to become a navy?" Kobe, frightened, shook his hands repeatedly, his voice trembling. How could a coward like me become a navy? I might die on the battlefield soon." Clap. Luffy slapped Kobe hard on the shoulder, the force nearly knocking him to the ground. Kobe looked up in confusion, meeting Luffy's serious gaze beneath the straw hat. "If you don't dare to bet your own life, then don't talk about dreams." Luffy's voice was not loud, but every word was clear without a hint of jest. Kobe was stunned, his lips trembling slightly. Forget it." Suddenly Luffy resumed his playful demeanor, patting Kobe's head. "I'll leave this ship to you." He squatted on the railing, turning back to Kobe and calling out, "You know the way to the Navy base, right?" No. That's good. I'm off now." Luffy stood up, giving him a big smile. "Go and do what you want to become. The moment you take action, your dream will no longer be distant." After saying that, his arms stretched out, suddenly grabbing the railing of the merry-go, and then he pulled himself back to the merry-go like a rubber band. Kobe stood there watching Luffy's figure grow farther away, and the tears in his eyes finally couldn't hold back, deeply bowing towards the direction Luffy had left. On the merry-go, as soon as Luffy landed, he was caught by Nami, who stretched his face, pulling it long. "Can't you come back properly? You always scare me like this." "Nami, what are you doing?" Luffy remained unfazed. "To make you remember." He got it. "He'll be careful next time." Goena shook her head with a smile beside them, while Xilian leaned against the railing, looking at the pirate ship that was gradually drifting away, feeling a mix of emotions. Everything was unfolding as in the original story. However, Kobe, not leaving with Luffy what kind of chain reaction would ultimately occur. Putting her thoughts aside, Xilian walked to the control room. "Let's continue, Bai. Our next target is Shell's Town." "Understood." Bai firmly grasped the steering wheel, and the merry-go broke through the waves again, heading full speed towards Shell's Town. The control panel had a detailed map of the East Sea, automatically indicating the direction. Luffy sat at the bow, his straw hat slightly lifted by the wind, gazing at the boundless sea ahead, his smile brighter than the sun. "Zoro, wait for me." The merry-go sailed through the waves quickly, leaving the pirate ship. Kobe was on far behind, and arriving first at the coast of Shell's Town. The ship smoothly docked at the pier, and the four of them stepped off the ship, their feet landing on solid ground. As soon as Nami set foot on the ground, she couldn't help but look back at the merry-go, her brows furrowing. "Xilian, are we just leaving like this? What if no one watches the merry-go and it gets stolen? This is our own." Xilian smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, Nami, the merry-go is not an ordinary ship. It is equipped with the most advanced technology system that can automatically identify approaching individuals. The ship is also covered with a layer of high-voltage electric net. Any wrongdoer who gets too close will be zapped thoroughly. Moreover, only those whose information is recorded in the system core can safely board this ship." "System? Record?" Nami blinked, looking confused. "When did this happen? I don't remember any records being made when I boarded. I just got a card." Luffy leaned in, his face full of questions. "Xilian, what are you talking about? I don't understand either. What is that card for?" Luffy and the others exchanged glances, both directing their gaze at Goena, as if saying, "You've been with Xilian the longest, you explain it." Goena stuck out her tongue, helplessly spreading her hands. "Don't look at me, I don't know what a system is." I didn't understand a word of what Xilian said. "That card is your identification card. Before you boarded the ship, I had already recorded your information into the system," Xilian explained with a smile, lifting her foot to walk towards the town. "I'll explain this to you, we'll talk about it on the way." The four of them walked along the streets of Shell's Town. From the outside, Shell's Town does not appear large, it is a small coastal town. Shortly after entering, Xilian could distinctly feel an unusual atmosphere. The pedestrians on the street hurried along, their faces bearing an indescribable expression of fear and caution. Upon seeing the naval patrol passing by, some immediately lowered their heads and walked away quickly, not daring to breathe. At that moment, the entire street was enveloped in a heavy silence, with the only sound being the heavy footsteps of the naval patrol. Almost no normal conversations could be heard. Xilian already knew the reason, but kept it to herself, urging Nami and the others to observe more. This town, under the absolute rule of Colonel Monka, was currently shrouded in a stifling sense of oppression. Indeed, Nami and the others quickly sensed that something was amiss. Nami frowned and whispered, "The atmosphere in this town is really strange. These people seem to be afraid of the Navy." Guena nodded, her hand unconsciously resting on the hilt of her sword, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. As the four walked along, they casually struck up conversations with the pedestrians to inquire. They quickly learned the cause. From several different townsfolk, they pieced together the complete situation. This town is under the absolute rule of a naval colonel named Xilian Monka. Colonel Monka runs rampant here, oppressing the common folk, and the residents live in dire straits. Moreover, Monka's son Barumabur is even more ruthless, abusing his father's power to bully others, committing all sorts of atrocities. Finally, they also obtained information about Zoro. "You really found a lead." Guena looked at Xilian, and although they had a direction, they heard that Zoro had been captured by Monka. Luffy chuckled nonchalantly, revealing a set of white teeth. He then turned to a vendor at a fruit stall by the roadside, striding over and loudly asking, "Hey, uncle, do you know where a guy named Zoro is? I heard he's been captured." The vendor's face turned pale upon hearing the name Zoro, and he nearly dropped the apple he was holding. He looked around in panic, lowered his voice, and spoke in a tone almost inaudible to others. Are you mentioning that name here is a death sentence." Luffy scratched his head, about to press for more information, when a commotion arose not far away. A group of Navy personnel was separating the townsfolk and walking towards them. "Get out of the way. Don't block my path." A loud, arrogant voice rang out, followed by several soldiers in Navy uniforms roughly pushing aside the townspeople in their way. Leading the group was a young man with long golden hair, wearing sunglasses and a flashy shirt. He held a delicate food box in his hand, his face adorned with a cruel and detestable smile. "That's young Master Barumabur." The vendor, upon hearing that voice, was so frightened that he lost his composure, abandoning his stall and squatting under the table, not daring to show his face. Barumabur is indeed the son of Colonel Monka. He swaggered up to Luffy, sizing up Xilian, Nami, and Guena with a lewd smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Roronoa Zoro. That man known as the Pirate Hunter has committed a crime and has already been captured by Colonel Xilian Monka. How dare you mention that swordsman here? It seems you are in cahoots with him." Barumbur's gaze swept back and forth over Xilian, Nami, and Guena several times, his eyes making one feel extremely uncomfortable. "Indeed." Luffy boldly admitted, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Barumabur was momentarily taken aback. The threats he had prepared getting stuck in his throat. He had originally approached seeing three beautiful women with ulterior motives, but upon hearing Luffy inquire about Zoro, he intended to use that as leverage to pressure Xilian and the others into giving him up. Unexpectedly, this Straw Hat Kid admitted it outright, completely disrupting his plans. After a brief silence, Barumabur regained his composure, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Since you admit it, then I can only have you all arrested. Attack." He waved his hand, but the soldiers behind him exchanged glances, none daring to move. Barumabur was instantly furious, pointing at them and shouting, "What are you doing? Have you forgotten whose son I am?" "Yai, sir." The soldiers finally snapped out of their daze, mustering up their courage to surround Luffy, Xilian, and the others, their guns aimed at them. Luffy cracked his knuckles, still maintaining his fearless demeanor, grinning and saying, "Oh, are you guys going to fight? That's great." Nami helplessly rubbed her forehead, sighing, "This is such a hassle. Xilian, what should we do? They've come right to our doorstep." Xilian smiled, her tone as relaxed as if discussing what to eat today, but her eyes were already coldly fixed on Barumabur. "Let's beat them up first. This is really embarrassing for the Navy." Guena snorted coldly, her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword. Before her words had faded, her figure flashed like a ghost. The 5 Navy soldiers fell to blur before their eyes, and before they could comprehend her movement, all 5 collapsed to the ground unconscious. After taking down the soldiers, Guena silently sheathed her sword and returned to her position as if nothing had happened. The remaining 3 soldiers trembled in fear, but still pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 The bullets whizzed out, heading straight for Luffy. But when the bullets hit Luffy, it was as if they struck rubber, rebounding instantly. The 3 Navy soldiers were hit by their own bullets, screaming as they fell to the ground. The situation flipped in an instant. Barumabur stared in disbelief at what was happening before him, his mouth agape. Then came a surge of even greater fury. He pointed at Luffy and the others, his voice trembling. You dare to resist me? Do you not know who my father is?" "Who is he?" Luffy asked enthusiastically. "My father is He is the ruler of this town. You better surrender quickly, or I will have my father punish you." It seems I've been away too long. The Navy and the branch doesn't even know my name anymore. A gentle voice suddenly rang out, but what followed was a bone-chilling coldness. Ouroboros was left shivering, his teeth chattering. He looked in astonishment at Xilian, the petite girl among Luffy's group. The small girl who had always worn a smile now exuded an icy aura beneath her gentle expression, as if a slumbering beast had just awakened. You're actually… Ouroboros suddenly recalled something. But before he could utter another word, half his body froze solid, leaving only his shoulders and head exposed, immobilized in place. Frost radiated outward. Xilian, standing at its epicenter, exhaled a faint wisp of warm breath. So cold. Luffy and Nami stared in astonishment. They had never seen Xilian wield her power this way before, and it was terrifyingly potent. Kuina smiled calmly, accustomed to such displays. Having followed Xilian the longest, she knew better than anyone just how fearsome Xilian's true strength truly was. Freezing everything around her in an instant was merely the tip of the iceberg. Tell me, where is the captured swordsman? Xilian had no patience for fools. Her voice felt cool and detached. He's at the plaza. He's bound to a pillar in the plaza, on public display. Ouroboros stammered. Having obtained their answer, the group wasted no time, striding resolutely toward the direction he indicated. At the heart of Shell's Town's plaza stood a towering cruciform post, encircled by a low stone wall. A man hung there, his short emerald green hair stark against his pale skin, his white t-shirt and black trousers torn and stained with fresh bruises. Though bound tightly with thick hemp rope, and having endured 8 days of starvation, Zoro's gaze remained as sharp and unyielding as a honed blade, betraying not a shred of submission. When Xilian and the others arrived, they saw Zoro from afar. True to form, Zoro, even in such dire straits, carried himself with that same indomitable spirit, unbroken and unbent. Luffy vaulted over the wall in one fluid motion and landed directly before Zoro. Just then Zoro lifted his head. Their eyes met. For a heartbeat, silence held its breath. Zoro. Luffy tilted his head, baffled. What are you doing up there? Zoro's eyes widened, astonishment flooding his face. After a pause, his cracked lips parted. It's you, Luffy. Yeah, been ages. So what are you doing? Luffy nodded, curiosity alight in his eyes. Nothing at all. I'm training. Yes, training. But you're tied up. Ha ha ha, so embarrassing. Luffy burst into unrestrained laughter, utterly devoid of sympathy. I told you, I'm training. Zoro roared, fury blazing, then paused, lowering his voice. Luffy, are you alone? Nope, not at all. Xilian, Nami, and Kuina are all here too. Really? Zoro's voice trembled faintly. We promised we'd set sail together after coming of age. Everyone's come. Only you and Usopp remain. Everyone. Zoro's disbelief was palpable. Quick, Luffy. Untie me now. By now townsfolk had gathered along the plaza's edge, drawn by Luffy's sudden arrival. Xilian, Nami, and Kuina pushed through the crowd, converging upon the central pillar. Luffy tugged frantically at the coarse ropes, yet made no progress. So utterly unreliable. Zoro thought, exasperated. By the time the three reached him, he flushed crimson, turning his head sharply away, refusing to meet their gaze. Seeing Zoro's battered state, Kuina rushed forward, joining Luffy in loosening the ropes, while urgently asking Zoro, how were you captured? Wait. I wasn't defeated. I agreed to that man's challenge, and willingly let myself be bound here, fasting for 8 days. So don't look at me like that. Nami and Xilian exchanged a knowing glance. Kuina stifled a chuckle. All right, she murmured, and deftly untied the final knot. Exhaustion had sapped Zoro's strength. He swayed instantly upon release, knees buckling, but Kuina caught him firmly before he collapsed. Xilian stepped forward, holding out a cloth sack. This is for you. Before coming, we encountered Ouroboros, the son of Commodore Maka, and learned your situation from him. So we brought provisions. Ugh, why now of all times? Zoro muttered, mortified, yet his hands reached out, instinctively accepting the sack without hesitation. Inside lay 2 greasy flatbreads and a bottle of water. All dignity abandoned, Zoro seized a flatbread and devoured it ravenously, teeth-tearing mouth full, swallowing in frantic gulps, like a man starved for 3 days, though in truth he had fasted for 8. Nami watched, then burst into laughter. Slow down. You're not racing anyone. You wouldn't understand. Try surviving 8 days without food. Zoro mumbled through a mouthful, words slurred and indistinct. He knew Nami well, and she in turn studied him closely. Over the past 7 years, Xilian had spoken often of their future crewmates. Though meeting for the first time, their rapport felt effortless, natural, as if long forged. Just then heavy footsteps echoed from afar, deep, deliberate, commanding. Make way. All of you, step aside. A low, authoritative voice cut through the air. The crowd parted instantly, clearing a path. A towering figure strode forth, clad in naval uniform, jaw forged from cold iron, gripping a massive battle-axe. His eyes gleamed with the glacial stillness of ancient ice. "Commodore Maka," someone cried out from the crowd. Maka's gaze swept slowly across Luffy, then settled unblinking on Zoro, now freed, standing tall. He raised his axe, its edge pointing straight at Zoro. "Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, guilty of conspiring with pirates and rebelling against the Navy." He raised his axe, its edge pointing straight at Zoro. "Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, guilty of conspiring with pirates and rebelling against the Navy. His crime is unforgivable. Execution immediate." Maka's decree thundered across the town. "Yes, sir." Dozens of naval soldiers snapped rifles to their shoulders, black muzzles locking onto Luffy and his companions. "Why again am I staring down gun barrels?" Xilian thought, inwardly exasperated. Luffy's expression darkened, swift and absolute. He stepped forward, placing himself squarely before the others, fists clenched. "I'm the captain. Then come at me." Before the words fully left his lips, Luffy vanished. "What a—" Maka's pupils contracted in shock. In the next instant, Luffy reappeared before a naval soldier, fist flying. The man rocketed backward like a cannonball, crashing into an entire line of comrades behind him. "Fire!" Maka commanded, voice icy and absolute. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of rifles discharged in unison, the deafening volley echoing across Shell's town. Gunpowder smoke coiled thick and acrid. Every breath held, every eye locked tense and unblinking on the center of the plaza. As the haze gradually thinned to sight, seared itself into memory forever. Luffy stood unmoved, arms spread wide, his body studded with bullets, dinted, scarred, yet utterly unbroken. Luffy grinned at the stunned sailors, flashing brilliant white teeth. "My body. It's made." With a single sharp recoil, every bullet shot backward, striking down each shooter where they stood. "Nothing at all. What kind of monster is this?" The remaining Navy soldiers could not help but cry out, their hands trembling on their rifles. A flicker of astonishment crossed Menka's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, tightening his grip on the battle-axe. "A devil fruit user," he murmured, raising the great axe slowly. "No wonder he dares to be so brazen. Yet even a devil fruit user before the Navy has only one path: death." The great axe came down. Luffy slipped aside, with ease, grinning as he readied his counterattack. Sualong lifted his head and strode toward Menka, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Luffy, I won't let you have this one. I have a score to settle with him." The very man who had made him look a fool stood before him. How could he remain calm? "Oh, all right." Luffy laughed, turning back and naturally ceasing his motion, showing no desire to contest so long. Empty-handed, Sualong glanced at Guina. She understood instantly. A faint smile touched her lips as she wordlessly unfastened the Hidao Iwenzi at her waist and tossed it to him. Sualong caught it steadily. The scabbard still bore Guina's warmth. "Thanks, Guina. I'll borrow it for now. Remember to return it when you're done." Menka looked down at Sualong, his voice as cold and bottomless as an abyss. "You dare defy me, Colonel Menka? Today none of you will escape." He raised his battle-axe and swung it down with a raging gust of wind. "Die." Perfect timing. Sualong shot back as he moved to meet the blow. Battle fire ignited in Sualong's eyes. He pressed Hidao Iwenzi to his waist, stomped off the ground, and lunged toward Menka's axe like a charging tiger. Boom. The great axe struck the earth, gouging a vast crater as stones scattered. Menka's expression shattered. His attack had missed Sualong. Sualong stood by the rim of the pit, as if untouched by the impact. In the next moment his figure vanished, then reappeared behind Menka in a steady stance, Hidao Iwenzi slowly sliding back into its scabbard at his hip. One sword style, Iajutsu Lion's Song. A sharp sound, blood spattered as a bone-deep slash opened across Menka's chest. "What?" When disbelief filled his eyes, his legs buckled, and he collapsed with a thunderous fall, dust billowing around him. One-hit kill. The Navy soldiers were utterly stunned. The townspeople of Xilian stood frozen in shock as well. After a long stunned silence came a staccato clatter. The Navy soldiers were dropping their rifles. Menka has been defeated. Hooray! From a distance, the townspeople erupted into fervent cheers. Some wept openly with relief. Name and Gu-ina watched the scene with incredulity. Xilian showed no surprise. Colonel Menka had ruled this little town like a tyrant for so long that he had long since lost the people's hearts. Gu-ina retrieved Hidao Iwenzi and asked Sualong to explain. Sua Long scratched his head and told his tale in full. It turned out Sua Long, while protecting a little girl, had accidentally killed Bei Lu Mei Bo's beloved dog. Bei Lu Mei Bo, accustomed to arrogance, would not let the matter go. Unable to punish Sua Long directly, he fixated on the girl and threatened to punish her. With no good options left, Sua Long struck a bargain. He volunteered to be bound to a post and go without food or water for a month as penance and a trial for killing the dog. If he could endure it, Bei Lu Mei Bo would let the incident drop. Name sighed after hearing this. You actually believed a man like that? Shut up. Sua Long blushed and looked away. Lu Fei patted him on the shoulder with a satisfied grin. Ha ha, just the kind of companion I admire. The townsfolk continued to cheer. Meng Ka had governed this place with ironclad cruelty for so long that fear had silenced any resistance. Now that he had been defeated, the great weight that had pressed upon everyone at last collapsed, which explained the villagers' elation. The Navy soldiers, uncertain, stood around the fallen Meng Ka, exchanging uneasy looks. For a moment, they did not know how to proceed. Seeing this, Xilian stepped forward, drew an identity card from her pocket, and revealed that she was a candidate for Rear Admiral. The Navy soldiers snapped to attention and saluted. Xilian ordered them to take Meng Ka away and lock him up. Without question, they obeyed and carried him off. With the matter settled, the people of Xilian town surrounded Salong and Lu Fei, clamoring to thank them and insisting on treating them to a meal. At the mention of a meal, Lu Fei's eyes gleamed like gold. He agreed at once. Yes, I want meat. Lots and lots of meat. In the towns, and Lu Fei and Sua Long sat at the counter like two famished revenants, hungrily stuffing food into their mouths. Lu Fei's appetite was astonishing by nature. Sua Long had endured 8 days of hunger and was ravenously replenishing himself. Their eating left the cook beside them utterly speechless. Name pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. Those two. Can't they show a bit of decency? Gui Na watched them devour their food with a gentle smile, passing them water from time to time. Xilian quietly produced a camera from her bag and pressed the shutter toward the counter, capturing the four of them once more. The first stop of their adventure had officially come to an end. Xilian silently summoned the system, witnessed Lu Fei defeat the Near Sea King, and officially set sail. Witnessed Ming cast defeat. Memory energy unlock progress 17. That is how things are. Xilian stood at the port of Xilian town, the sea breeze lifting the hem of her trench coat. Holding the communicator in one hand, she calmly completed her report. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by the deep and resonant voice of Zhanghua. I understand. I will send someone to take over the mess in Xilian town. You need not worry anymore. Xilian's lips curled up slightly, her tone taking on a hint of the unique coquettishness of a girl. Thank you, Grandpa Zhanghua. Zhanghua chuckled at her, calling him Grandpa, his tone softening a bit. Ha, you did well. It's your first time independently developing, and you have successfully rescued a town. It's even better than I expected. I just hope that nothing like this happens again. Xilian gazed towards the direction of Xilian town, a trace of barely perceptible fatigue flashing in her eyes. Colonel Meng Ka was domineering, and the villagers dared not voice their anger. If not for Zoro arriving at the critical moment in Xilian town, this town would likely have remained trapped in shadows for much longer. All right, go about your business. Stay safe. Goodbye, Grandpa Zhanghua. After ending the call, Xilian carefully stowed the communicator back into the inner pocket of her trench coat, gently pressed it to ensure it was secure, and then turned to walk back to the Mary. The Mary had already departed from the port of Xilian town, cutting through the azure sea, white waves crashing to either side. The sunlight spilled onto the deck, warm and carrying the unique salty scent of the ocean. Luffy lay sprawled on the figurehead of the ship, resting his chin on a ram's horn, his eyes fixed on the surging waves, occasionally exclaiming, "Wow, so amazing." Zoro was pacing back and forth in the cabin, familiarizing himself with every corner of the Mary. He arranged his 3 swords on their dedicated rack, checked the room he had settled into, and after confirming the bed was sturdy and the window could ventilate, he nodded in satisfaction. Nami was nestled in her room with charts and various navigation tools spread across her desk. She meticulously traced the route with her pen, while occasionally glancing out at the sea, murmuring calculations of direction. Quina and White E were in the control room, with White E teaching Quina how to operate the controls. Although the Mary was equipped with autopilot, there could not be nobody in the cockpit. In case of sudden incidents, someone must be able to respond immediately. Xilian stood silently on the deck, observing it all, feeling a surge of reassurance. This was a step toward getting back on track. In the battle for Xilian town, the moment Zoro defeated Colonel Meng Ka, she felt the familiar surge of memory energy after a long absence. It was a subtle tremor emanating from the depths of her memory space, as if a long-sealed door had been gently pushed open just a crack. To unravel the secrets of the memory space, it was indeed related to the unlocking values. Xilian clenched her fist in her heart. It was time to set her next target. When leaving Xilian town, she had mentioned to Luffy and the others that their next destination was Usopp's hometown Syrup Village. Xilian began to recall the stories of Usopp's homeland. She only remembered the general plot from earlier, with the details already fading into obscurity. According to the clues in her memory, Syrup Village concealed the Clahador pirates, a group led by the butler Clahador, who were secretly plotting to seize Kai's inheritance. Xilian turned abruptly only to see an enormous sea bird appearing from nowhere, its sharp claws seizing Luffy's waist and lifting him into the sky. Ha ha ha, I've been captured. Luffy. Hearing the commotion, Nami was the first to rush out of her room, and upon seeing Luffy being carried high into the air by the sea bird, her expression changed drastically. That idiot. Zoro cursed, already gripping the hilt of his sword. Xilian decisively shouted, full speed ahead. Now familiar with the control room, Quina immediately sprang into action, continually adjusting the course as the Mary made a sharp turn on the sea, racing at full speed toward the direction Luffy had been taken. The seabird flew at an incredible speed, but the Mary had advanced engines continuously closing the distance. The seabird, startled, veered into the distant town's port. As the seabird flew into the town, Xilian and her group had to let the Mary dock and prepare to Before Xilian and the others could get off the ship, several small boats surrounded them from all directions, filled with pirates wielding weapons, each looking fierce. Ha! Another fat sheep delivered to us. Brothers, attack. The leading pirate brandished his curved sword, shouting arrogantly at the Mary. Zoro snorted coldly, drawing all three swords simultaneously, their blades glinting menacingly in the sunlight. He stepped off the ship's railing, landing directly on the nearest small boat, unleashing a three-sword style sweep, the blade light sweeping like a ribbon, and the pirates fell to the ground before they even realized what had happened. Quina was equally unyielding, her sword light slicing through the air, drawing arcs of silvery white, each strike accurately hitting the pirates' vital points. The two worked in perfect harmony. One attacked Hedon, while the other flanked from the side, resolving all the attacking pirates in just a few minutes. One pirate, fallen to the ground, clutched his wound and glared at them ferociously, yet still trying to sound tough. You're dead meat. This is the base of the Buggy Pirates. We are under the command of Lord Buggy. Lord Buggy will not let you go. Off. What pirate crew? I've never heard of them. Zoro shrugged indifferently, sheathing his sword, without even sparing him a glance. Hearing the words, Buggy Pirates, Xilian's pupils suddenly contracted. She suddenly realized. It turned out that before reaching Usopp's hometown, there was a segment related to the Buggy Pirates. Memories from the original story surged back like a tide. This was originally Orange Town. Orange Town was where Luffy first met Nami. Nami stole Buggy's navigation chart and was chased, then encountered Luffy. Nami pretended to submit to Luffy, but in reality, she wanted to hand Luffy over to Buggy in exchange for her safety. Later, Buggy forced Nami to use Buggy Ball to kill Luffy. Nami refused. Zoro arrived to save the day, and ultimately, it was Luffy who knocked Buggy away with a single punch, bringing everything to an end. Buggy, known as the Clown, a user of the Chop Chop fruit with the ability to split his body at will, rendering ordinary slashes completely ineffective against him. He was a former apprentice of the Roger Pirates and an old friend of the Yonko Shanks. After Roger was executed, he refused to follow Shanks, establishing his own crew, the Buggy Pirates. According to the plot, he just happened to be active in the East Blue during this period. Who would have thought they would run into him? Recalling Buggy's strength from the original story, Xilian quickly made her decision. We are going to deal with the Buggy Pirates. Dealing with the Buggy Pirates. Nami was taken aback, pointing in the direction where Luffy had vanished. Then, what about Luffy? Don't worry, Luffy has an identity card. Even if he gets lost, we can find him again. Xilian's tone was casual. Hearing the words identity card, Nami-kuna and Zoro all nodded silently. That small identity card was about the size of a fingernail and could be fastened to clothing with a small button. Xilian repeatedly urged them to keep it on them at all times. The identity card has a tracking function. No matter where you are, it can be tracked down. Xilian pointed to the center of the town. Let's go ask around. A Luffy should be in the town. The four of them said no more and headed straight into the town. As soon as they entered the town, the atmosphere felt distinctly wrong. The streets were sparsely populated, and the few villagers they saw were gaunt and stymied, walking with hunched backs, as if crushed by some unseen weight. The familiar scene made Nami and the others exchange glances continuously. Xilian stopped an old woman to inquire about the situation and learned that this was Orange Town, which was occupied by a pirate crew. The old woman sighed and lowered her voice, saying, "The buggy pirates have used this place as a stronghold and have been continuously exploiting us. They have taken away most of our food, taxes are exorbitant, and many people can barely afford to eat. This town is on the verge of collapse." Just then a thin, white-haired old man approached with a cane. He looked to be in his 70s, hunched over, yet his eyes still held a trace of the authority of a town elder. "I am Butler, the mayor of Orange Town." The old man introduced himself and then looked up and down at Xilian and her group, his eyes flashing with surprise, but more with concern. "You all have an extraordinary demeanor, unlike ordinary people. I advise you to be cautious. The buggy pirates are not to be trifled with. It's best to leave here quickly." Zoro, Kina, and Nami exchanged glances, their impression of the buggy pirates dropping even further. However, Xilian smiled, her tone calm and firm. "Mayor Butler, we have come to deal with the buggy pirates. Could you guide us?" Butler was taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked at Xilian, wondering what combat strength such a small girl could possess. Looking at Nami and Kuina, they were also young girls. The only one who seemed somewhat threatening was the green-haired man with a fierce glare who had 3 swords at his waist. But how could such a small group possibly take on the buggy pirates? They were notorious in the East Blue for many years, with hundreds of crew members under them. Butler said nothing, standing there silently, neither agreeing to guide them nor refusing. Xilian glanced at him, but did not urge him. However, Zoro could not wait any longer. He stepped forward, his emerald green eyes staring intensely at Butler, his gaze fierce enough to seem ready to tear him apart. Butler was startled by that gaze, shivering slightly, nearly dropping his cane. "I will take you there right away." Xilian raised her hand to stop him. "Don't worry, Mayor, I have a plan." "Wait for Butler." Xilian pulled Nami and the others aside. "Do you have any ideas?" Zoro asked directly. Xilian smiled mysteriously and summoned Agria. "Is this your ability?" Zoro was astonished to see Xilian animate a lifeless being. It was the first time he witnessed her using her powers. What a beautiful sister. Nami was also seeing Agria for the first time, praising her beauty. Kuina was unfazed. Her usual outfit was tailored by Agria. "Sister Aya?" Agria nodded to Kana, and then introduced herself to Zoro and Nami. "I am Agria, the golden descendant of Ouroboros. Currently I am just a seamstress. Indeed, a hero of the Ouroboros Chronicles." Nami's eyes lit up. The Ouroboros Chronicles were the storybooks created by Xilian, and with the Navy constantly printing new editions and promoting them, many people at sea had gotten their hands on a copy, all eager to read. Many adventurers even set their sights on Ouroboros, hoping to find that legendary place. Nami happily introduced herself to Agria, circling around her and expressing how much she admired Agria's noble and elegant aura. "I am Roronoa Zoro." Zoro stated his name flatly before fixing his gaze on Xilian. Noticing Zoro's gaze, Xilian explained the situation to Agria. "I see Luffy has been taken away. Leave it to me." Agria elegantly leaped onto the rooftop, waving her hand to summon several golden larvae, which quickly extended golden threads to cover the town beneath. In less than 2 minutes, Agria gracefully jumped back to the ground, stating that she had located the buggy pirates' position. The buggy pirates' base is set up in the square of Orange Town. Luffy was tricked by Buggy's subordinates and locked in a cage. "You got the information so quickly. Impressive." Nami, who had a certain admiration for Agria, could not help but praise her. "What a convenient ability," Zoro summarized. "My golden threads can extend consciousness, allowing me to peek into some thoughts." All the townsfolk in the town feared the square, so I went ahead to scout it out. At this moment, in the center of the square, there was a high platform on which stood an iron cage made of sea stone. Luffy was locked inside, his arms hanging weakly, his whole body slumped at the bottom of the cage. Sea stone, crystallized from the ocean, it is the most lethal poison for those with powers. As soon as one touches it, all strength seems to be drained away. Luffy tried to grip the iron bars of the cage, but his fingers instantly went limp, and he lay powerless. "Ha!" Buggy, dressed as a clown, stood below the platform, his red nose particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. He laughed so hard that he nearly cried. "You little brat, you want to be the pirate king? With you like this? Ha ha ha." The pirate subordinates around him joined in the mockery, their laughter piercing. Although Luffy was weak all over, his mouth was not idle. He lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Buggy, and shouted, "I said I'm going to be the king of expansion. You deceived me, saying you would help me find my crew. Big liar, red nose. Let me go." After breaking free from the seagulls, Luffy encountered members of the Buggy pirates who claimed they would help him find his companions, and he believed them. But he was tricked here, and then a cage fell from the sky, locking him up. Red Nose. Buggy's laughter abruptly stopped. The entire square fell silent in an instant, all the pirates gasping. How dare someone call their captain Red Nose? Buggy's face turned bright, red veins bulging on his forehead. He suddenly drew the pistol from his waist and aimed a shot at Luffy's straw hat. Bang! The bullet hit the straw hat, burning a small hole in it. You little brat. The one thing I don't want to see is that straw hat. Buggy gritted his teeth and shouted. Luffy shielded his straw hat, which had been scorched, with one hand, and his gaze instantly turned icy. This coldness was not born of anger, but rather a pure determination to completely send his opponent flying. If it weren't for the sea prison stone cage blocking his way, he would have charged out the next second to flatten Buggy's Red Nose. Hey kid, nice glare. Red Nose. If you have the guts, let me out and watch me send you flying. I detest being called red-nosed. Oh, I'll take you down, kid. Come on then. Just as Luffy and Buggy were arguing, Butler led Xilian and the others appearing at the edge of the square. At the base of the square's high platform, many of Buggy's crew were gathered, easily numbering around 50. They noticed Xilian's group and immediately cast fierce looks their way. Mayor Butler shrank back and blended into the crowd. Xilian and the others glanced at the high platform where Luffy was trapped in a cage while Buggy had drawn a gun, aiming it at Luffy's forehead. Not caring whether Luffy was in danger, Xilian carefully examined the iron cage, which glimmered with a dark, eerie light. Luffy was unable to break free. It seemed to be a prison made of sea prison stone. Xilian immediately called out for Bay. The air vibrated slightly as a long white figure materialized beside her. Bay, dressed in white, wielded a long sword, appearing as if he had stepped out of a painting. Brother Bay. Kuina and Nami greeted him together. Zoro glanced over, but said nothing. How are we going to face off so soon? Bay nodded slightly, rotating his arms as a warm-up. Just show your face and make a good impression. Xilian clapped her hands, directing everyone to face her. Luffy has been captured, so I'll assign the actions. Zoro-kai, you two will attack from the front and draw the fire. Nami, you lack combat power, so stay with me. Bay. She looked at Bay. You break the sea prison stone cage and rescue Luffy. Understood. The others nodded in unison. With the plan set, Xilian and her group dispersed to act. The pirates of Buggy's crew eagerly rolled up their sleeves, brandishing knives and swords in demonstration. But Luffy shouted happily, You're here. Quickly save me. Buggy disdainfully curled his lip, retracting his gun. How dare anyone challenge my Buggy pirates? You lot take them down. Oh. The pirates howled as they charged forward. Zoro grinned, drawing 3 swords at once, transforming into a whirlwind that swept past the minions at the front. The blades emitted a piercing metallic shriek as they sliced through the air, sending minions flying amidst the sword's aura. Wherever the blade passed, the pirates were cut down like wheat, screams echoing all around. Kuina was no less formidable, transforming alongside Wado Ikamanji into a silvery light that flowed through the crowd. Her swordplay was entirely different from Zoro's. It wasn't a violent whirlwind, but a precise straight line. Each strike targeted the vitals, clean and efficient. A single thrust pierced a pirate's shoulder, then she withdrew the sword, turned, and thrust again. The second pirate clutched his wound, collapsing to the ground. The third strike swept across the spine of the sword, striking the enemy's temple, causing the man to roll his eyes back and fall straight down. Zoro and Kuina quickly approached the high platform from either side. At that moment, Buggy's 2 subordinates, Machi riding a lion and Kabaji juggling a sword on a unicycle, could no longer sit idly by stepping forward to block Zoro and Kuina. As the lion and blade descended, Zoro and Kuina leapt back simultaneously to evade. Your opponent is me. Machi patted the lion beneath him, which let out a roar as its massive front paw swept toward Zoro. Zoro sidestepped the paw's wind, brushed past his clothing, leaving a crack on the ground. Machi seized the opportunity to whip out a lash. Zoro raised his sword to block, and the 2 swords became entangled with the whip. Sword-wielding girl, let me have a go at you. Kabaji raised his sword, eyes filled with fighting spirit. Kuina coldly replied, Don't block my path. Kabaji chuckled coldly, sweeping his sword horizontally, as Kuina raised her sword to block. Seizing the moment of her defense, Kabaji opened his mouth and spat out flames. Kuina's pupils constricted as she immediately slid back 2 meters, the flames brushing past her nose, scattering the loose hair on her forehead. Just as Zoro and Kuina were entangled, Bay moved. He dashed like a white lightning bolt, silently leaping onto the high platform. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to attack my Buggy pirates shall perish. Buggy reacted swiftly, drawing a dagger to stab at Bay. Bay tilted slightly, the dagger grazing his sleeve, without even touching the fabric. Buggy, refusing to back down, stabbed repeatedly with fierce accuracy, yet he couldn't touch even the corner of Bay's clothing. He grew more alarmed with each failed strike. Bay's steps were incredibly light. Each evasion was perfectly timed, as if he could see the trajectory of Buggy's attacks clearly. After a few swift dodges, Bay arrived in front of the sea prison stone cage. This man is not simple. Buggy dared not underestimate Bay and slowly retreated. Bay ignored him and swung his long sword horizontally at the iron cage. Clang! With a sharp metallic sound of shattering, the sea prison stone cage cracked and broke into several pieces that scattered on the ground. Luffy finally regained his freedom. He stretched out his arms, feeling strength returning to his body as his joints cracked. "Thank you, Brother Bay." Luffy grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "That red nose is mine. I'll definitely send him flying." Before his words even finished, he had already leapt off the high platform, charging straight toward Buggy. Bay shook his head and jumped back to Xilian's side. At this moment, Buggy had reached a cannon. As Luffy approached, Buggy grinned fiercely and lit the fuse. "Die. This is my ultimate skill, Buggy Bomb. Let's be blown to smithereens along with that damn straw hat." Boom. A cannonball marked with a clown's face hurtled toward Luffy. Luffy grinned and inhaled deeply, his belly instantly swelling up into a large balloon. The cannonball struck Luffy but did not explode. Instead, it wrapped around him like rubber, gradually absorbing its kinetic energy until it came to a stop. "What a—" Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Here you go," Luffy yelled, sending the cannonball back the way it came. Just as it was about to hit at the last moment, Buggy abruptly split his body into several parts, the cannonball flying through the air towards the outskirts of the town. Boom! The cannonball landed and exploded violently like a missile, even creating a small mushroom cloud, the shockwave sweeping across the entire orange town. "Incredible!" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "You little brat. Just what are you, eh?" "I'm not a brat. My name is Luffy, and I'm going to become the king of pirates." "Ah, king of pirates. Isn't that the pirate king?" "I don't want to explain. Take this. For the sake of my hat." Rubber random punches. Countless fists rained down on Buggy, who, terrified, hurriedly maneuvered his body to dodge. There is no doubt that Buggy, the user of the chop chop fruit, is indeed quite troublesome. As Luffy's fist struck Buggy, he scattered into several pieces and then reassembled. Having adapted to Luffy's attack rhythm, Buggy grinned as he wrapped his right hand around Luffy's back and threw a flying knife. After all, he was just a kid. This strike was certainly unavoidable. The flying knife whizzed past, yet Luffy tilted his head without looking back, dodging the knife. Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this scene. "What is happening?" Buggy's face was drenched in cold sweat, but he stubbornly flew a bit higher to escape Luffy's attack range. "Damn it, flying all over the place. Watch out, chop chop clown's flying knife." Buggy utilized his entire body to throw the flying knife, sealing off all the spaces where Luffy could dodge. Luffy hurriedly pulled back to evade, as if he could foresee the future, managing to dodge each knife. Buggy remained undeterred, launching flying knives from various bizarre angles, some coming from behind, others springing up from below, and even some that curved around. Yet Luffy seemed to have seen through it all, dodging each time without even getting his clothes brushed. Who on earth are these people? Even a kid is this difficult to deal with. Buggy swallowed hard, his heart already in tears, but he felt truly trapped. On the other side, there was also that inscrutable white-haired youth. Meanwhile, Xilian and Bay stood side by side on the street, showing no intention of intervening. After watching for a while, Xilian couldn't help but comment, "So this is what the early battles of the four emperors were like." Buggy's bouncing around is a highlight, but ultimately he's just a slightly larger cannonball. Bay couldn't help but laugh, his voice low and gentle. Who would have thought what they would become in the future? By the way, how do you plan to deal with Buggy? Let Luffy handle it himself. We are a covert team and cannot casually engage with the Navy. There are others who will come to capture Buggy. We shouldn't waste too much time here. Bay nodded, saying no more. What are the four emperors? What were you just talking about? Nami asked, just as a golden insect flew over and landed on her shoulder. Nami, it's me. The golden insect carried Aglaya's voice. Aglaya, you can actually transmit voices with the golden insect. I discovered Buggy's pirate cruise navigational log. Are you interested? Absolutely. I'm very interested. Nami followed the golden insect's direction and left. Xilian let out a sigh of relief, having been captivated just now and forgetting that Nami was still there. Thankfully, Aglaya came to the rescue. Meanwhile, Zoro and Kuina's battle was also nearing its end. Machi and Kabeji were increasingly alarmed as they fought. They initially thought they could easily handle the two kids, but after engaging they realized that the strength of their opponents far exceeded their expectations. Zoro and Kuina had also figured out Machi and Kabeji's attack patterns. One utilized a lion in coordination with his master, attacking from both the front and back. The other employed unicycle swordsmanship, occasionally breathing fire or using small nail-like props for attacks. Zoro no longer hesitated, raising his twin swords at his sides. Three-sword style Oni slash. The ground cracked under Zoro's stomp as he lunged at Machi, three swords slashing down simultaneously, the attacks sweeping through like a raging demon. Machi tried to dodge, but Zoro flashed past him, breaking through his defenses and sending him and his lion flying crashing hard to the ground, unable to rise again. Kuina also moved at the same time. She saw through Kabeji's gaps and fire-breathing sword strikes, gripping the sword hilt with both hands and piercing forward like a streak of silver light. Frost sword flash. The silver sword light streaked through the air like lightning. Kabeji didn't even have time to react before the sword energy swept past his chest, sending him flying and crashing hard against a wall, slowly sliding down to the ground, blankly rolling his eyes before losing consciousness. The battles of Zoro and Kuina came to a simultaneous end. On the village's main street, Luffy and Buggy's battle continued. After a fierce exchange, Luffy finally discovered Buggy's fatal weakness, his feet. Although the chop-chop fruit allows his body to split at will, Buggy must have his feet on the ground to fly. As long as his feet are off the ground, he can't take flight. Luffy seized the moment, launching a series of fierce attacks aimed at Buggy's lower body, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. In the final moments of the battle, Luffy, brimming with heat, leaped high, stretching his right arm back. Gum gum. Jet pistol. The enormous fist, accompanied by a howling wind, struck directly at Buggy's face. Bang! Buggy flew out like a cannonball, tracing a long arc in the air before finally disappearing into the sky. I will be back. A distant shout of Buggy's unwillingness echoed, gradually fading away until it completely vanished. The square fell silent for a second. Then, we won. Butter was the first to cheer, followed by all the villagers joining in the celebration. Some clapped, some cried, and others knelt on the ground weeping. The emotions that had been suppressed for too long were completely released at this moment, and the entire Orange Town was in a frenzy. In front of Xilian, the system screen automatically lit up. Defeated. Buggy's pirate crew liberated Orange Town. Memory energy increased by 1 current memory energy, 18. Xilian lightly curled her lips. Although it only increased by 1, it meant that every battle and every liberation brought her closer to complete memory, and brought her one step closer. Butter led a crowd of villagers toward Luffy and the others, bowing deeply with tears in his eyes. Benefactors, thank you. Please let us treat you to a meal, although there isn't much good stuff. As soon as Luffy heard meal, his eyes lit up, and he happily jumped 3 feet high, exclaiming, "Where do we eat? I want a lot of meat." Butter sighed helplessly. Due to the economic devastation caused by Buggy's pirate crew, Orange Town could offer very little. However, Butter still poured all the town's resources into hosting a small banquet. Some pieces of meat, a pile of grilled fish, some sweet potatoes, a pot of thin porridge, and a few bottles of fruit wine treasured by the villagers. But Luffy didn't mind at all. He devoured more than half of the meat and grilled fish and all the sweet potatoes, and after drinking 2 bowls of porridge, he patted his belly in satisfaction, proclaiming delicious. Zoro silently drank the fruit wine while Nami and Kuina ate grilled fish in small bites, and Bay and Aglaya chatted over their drinks. As the night deepened, Orange Town rarely quieted down. Without the pirates' clamor, only the sound of waves crashing against the shore and the occasional chirping of insects could be heard from afar. After resting for the night, the next morning sunlight flooded the port of Orange Town. Xilian and the others bid farewell to town head Butter. Butter grasped Luffy's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, his eyes reddening again. "You must be safe, children. Take care too, Grandpa. By the way, I've left some things for you. You can go get them later." Luffy chuckled as he patted Butter's shoulder. As afternoon approached, the sea breeze was gentle and the sunlight was not blinding. The melee was slicing through the waves, heading towards a certain direction. On the deck, Luffy, with a large bump still steaming on his forehead and his face swollen like a pig's head, was kneeling in front of Nami, receiving a scolding. "You actually left all the treasures stolen from Buggy to Orange Town. What on earth is going on in your head, Luffy?" Nami stood with her hands on her hips, her fingertips nearly poking Luffy's forehead. Luffy rubbed his face to make himself appear less pig-like. "That was originally something Buggy stole from the town. Oh, why should I take it?" He raised his head to stare at Nami, his round eyes wide open with utmost seriousness, the silly grin he usually wore completely gone. His stern appearance momentarily left Nami speechless. "I really can't believe you're such an idiot." Nami rubbed her forehead and pointed towards the cabin. "Don't you remember that I'm in charge of the treasury now? The remaining berry is already scarce. Even with the Navy helping to maintain the melee, what about the food, the fuel to power the ship, and various materials? Don't they all cost money? All of this has to be replenished at the next port. Luffy scratched his head, sheepishly smiling. Sorry, Nami, next time I find treasure, I will definitely bring some back. You better keep your word. At that moment, Luffy suddenly leaned forward, his nose scrunching up as he stared at Nami's hand, mumbling with a conflicted expression, "By the way, Nami, why do your punches hurt so much like Grandpa's and Shyran's?" He had been secretly observing Nami since being beaten, glancing back and forth several times, and no matter how he looked at it, Nami still seemed like the navigator who would get tired just from swinging his stick, and he couldn't see how she could break through his rubber defenses. Not far away, Shyran was leaning against the railing. Beside him was Kuina, who was sharpening her sword. The two of them had heard the entire conversation clearly. Kuina and Shyran exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh, though indeed it was a choice that only returning all the wealth Buggy had hoarded for so long to the townsfolk of Orange Town, without keeping a single cent, perfectly matched his nature of only seizing what belonged to him in his adventures. At least it wasn't a total loss. Shyran lifted his chin, indicating Kuina to look at the thick notebook Nami had tucked into her pocket. That was a navigational log pulled from Buggy's treasure chamber, filled with all the hidden routes and dangerous reefs in the East Sea, worth much more than a few bags of berry. Despite saying that, Shyran still couldn't understand why Nami could easily break through Luffy's defenses. Setting aside whether it was hockey or not, there was an even more outrageous guess. Could it be that Nami is truly the rain god who was alongside the sun god in ancient times? Nami was adopted, and her true heritage was a mystery. As everyone knows, no one in the Straw Hat crew has a simple background. Shyran couldn't help but shake his head. His speculation was still not very reliable, and there was no need to overthink. Perhaps it was just the author's whim. Kuina nodded, then looked at Nami's fists with a puzzled expression. Luffy is a rubber man. A normal punch on him feels no different than a tickle, and the only attacks that can hurt him are those imbued with haki. She had personally experienced this. A few years ago, she underestimated Luffy's rubber physique and quickly lost to him. Years later, after systematic training in the Navy, she understood what haki was. It is a technique that only those who truly step into the ranks of the strong can master. Despite her long practice, she had only just touched the threshold of armament haki, and she couldn't even stabilize it on her sword. Among the three types of haki, only armament haki can be grasped through hard work, while observation haki requires talent to awaken, and conqueror's haki is the rarest of the rare. Suddenly struck by a thought, Kuina's eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that Nami is the haki genius that Teacher Bogart spoke of, someone who usually doesn't show their talents, but possesses top-tier innate abilities? What's wrong, Kuina? Why are you staring at me so intently? Nami had just pressed Luffy's head back down to sit properly at the bow when she turned around confused and bumped into Ka, who was staring at her with a strange expression and couldn't help but touch her own face. Nothing. Kuina hurriedly waved her hands. The sails of the melee were filled with the sea breeze, slowly departing from the port of Orange Town, and the ram's head statue at the bow gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. After Agria's repairs, Luffy received his complete straw hat. After thanking her, he completely forgot the earlier scolding and laid down at the bow, swinging his legs and staring blankly at the sea. Zoro leaned against a nearby mast, practicing sword swings with Kuina by the sea. The winds from their blades clashed together, bringing the sea breeze across the deck. Nami burrowed into her navigation room, laying out the navigational log she had just acquired from Buggy on the table. Her fingertips traced the unfamiliar routes, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai returned to the control room, caressing the steering wheel as if it were a lover. After looking outside the control room and not seeing someone, he let out a secret sigh of relief and quietly changed back into his racing suit. He secretly vowed to perfect his driving skills and then own his own racing car to roam the bound. At the stern of the melee, Shyran stood on a stool, leaning over the railing, gazing at the shrinking Orange Town, a smile creeping onto his lips. The sails of the melee changed direction, and the sea breeze, carrying the salty scent of the waves, blew in. Their next destination had already been decided, still the hometown of Usopp, Syrup Village. 3 days later, the noon sun hung like a burning golden ball, perfectly suspended in the center of the sky. The sails of the melee were filled with wind, gliding steadily forward on the crests of the waves. Inside the party cabin, the kitchen door was half open, and steaming white vapor was seeping through the crack. Bai was wearing an apron printed with little seagulls, holding long bamboo chopsticks, intently watching the bubbling iron pot, where he shook out a handful of thin noodles. The bone broth had been simmering on the stove since yesterday evening. The bones had been cracked open for the marrow, and a few slices of ginger were added to eliminate the fishy smell. Now the broth was milky white, and the aroma wafted further as soon as the noodles were added. The long dining table in the party cabin was already packed. Shira, Nami, and Kuna sat on one side, while Zoro and Luffy sat on the other. Everyone had their heads craned toward the kitchen direction, and Luffy's eyes were fixated on the door from which the aroma was wafting. If it weren't for Zoro holding him back, he would have dashed into the kitchen. "All right." Bai's voice came from the doorway as he emerged with a large porcelain plate containing 6 big bowls of noodles, each topped with a soft-boiled egg and sprinkled with a small handful of green onions. Luffy sprang up, eagerly reaching for the biggest bowl. Bai shook his head with a smile and began placing the bowls of noodles in front of Shiran and the others one by one. "Brother Bai, thank you for your hard work." And having expressed her gratitude, Nami eagerly scooped up a generous forkful of noodles and stuffed it into her mouth. So hot she sucked in air with audible slurps, yet refusing to spit a single strand out. After barely 2 chews, her half-closed eyes snapped wide open, her cheeks puffing out like overfilled sacks, as she mumbled enthusiastically, "Brother Bai, your noodles are absolutely divine. So savory my tongue might just swallow itself. And let Brother Bai be our ship's chef. What do you think, Zoro?" Luffy swallowed a large mouthful and turned toward Zoro beside him. Zoro didn't even glance up. He cradled the bowl with both hands, his nose nearly touching the surface, gulping down noodles one after another. His cheeks bulged like a squirrel hoarding nuts, and even a speck of chopped scallion clung to his temple. Finally managing to spare a moment, he nodded vigorously, uttering an incoherent a clear, unmistakable verdict, delicious beyond reason. Kuna held her spoon without rushing to eat. She ladled a small portion of the creamy white broth and sipped it gently. As the warmth glided down her throat, her delicate eyebrows lifted ever so slightly, and a flicker of genuine astonishment softened her expression. She drank 2 more generous sips before raising her gaze to Bai, her eyes shimmering with incredulous wonder. "This broth is astonishingly rich, 10 times more exquisite than anything produced by that automated cooking machine aboard ship. I had no idea Xilian enjoyed noodles this sublime every day. I'm genuinely envious." And that automated cooking machine was familiar to everyone on board. One of Vegapunk's black market marvels, it synthesized full meals from raw ingredients with flawless. For days they'd relied on it, and had honestly believed its output represented culinary perfection. Not until today's steaming bone broth noodles did they grasp how profoundly deeper, warmer, and more soulful food could taste when crafted by human hands imbued with care and intention, far surpassing any algorithmically calibrated recipe. Under their rapt, unblinking stares, Bai patted his chest with quiet pride. "Noodle making is a craft I've honed for years. It would be unthinkable not to excel at it. Of course, noodles are merely one facet of my repertoire. Let me tell you, I once served as head chef at the Golden Grand Hotel of Ouroboros, and absolutely." Xilian hadn't touched her chopsticks yet. Instead, she leaned her chin on her palm, watching the others devour their meals with amused delight, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Nami looked up, blinking curiously in, "Wait, I know Brother Bai is the savior, but what does being the savior have to do with cooking noodles?" "Because savior contains the character Zhu, which sounds identical to Zhu, meaning to cook." Xilian suppressed a smile, delivering the explanation with impeccable deadpan gravity. "Savior, and cook, and pfft." Half a mouthful of broth shot from Zoro's lips. He twisted away, coughing violently, tears springing to his eyes. "Pfft, ha ha." Luffy couldn't contain himself and sprayed broth across the table, dousing Nami directly. And Luffy. Thump. And ow. And Luffy earned himself a fresh pair of swollen eyes. And, ha! Luffy hasn't changed a bit, Kuna laughed, though whether at the pun or the chaos remained delightfully ambiguous. She offered a thoughtful suggestion. "Honestly, Luffy's proposal holds merit. Why not entrust the galley to Brother Bai permanently? And after all, his culinary mastery far exceeds ours combined." Bai recoiled half a step, waving his hands in mock dismay. No, that simply won't do. My noodle artistry may be flawless, but eating noodles daily would inevitably grow tiresome. Besides, I've embraced new aspirations. I've moved beyond culinary devotion. NW, who truly need a professional chef, one formally trained and rigorously seasoned. As he spoke, Bai's eyes flickered discreetly toward Xilian, followed by a swift, knowing blink. Ahem. Xilian caught the glance instantly. Setting her chopsticks neatly across the rim of her bowl, she cleared her throat. "Once we reach the next island and pick up Usopp, we'll make a detour to recruit a world-class chef." "Luffy, how does that sound?" Luffy, already sweating profusely over his second bowl, lifted his head, broth glistening at the corner of his mouth, and bobbed his head eagerly. Yes, And I trust Xilian completely. You'll find someone extraordinary. Indeed, it's unreasonable to keep burdening Brother Bay. The savior shouldn't spend his days tending stoves and stirring pots. Kuinan nodded emphatically, and Zoro slowly finished the last drop of broth, then set his empty bowl down with a soft resonant thunk before releasing a tiny satisfied belch. Only then did he speak measured and unhurried and fair point. Even the finest noodles grow monotonous when eaten daily. We truly need a proper chef. And we shouldn't keep relying on Bay. But we've only just entered these waters. I know nothing about nearby islands. Where exactly should we search for a suitable chef? Xilian didn't answer immediately. Instead, she gazed through the glass window toward the distant horizon where the faint silhouette of an island emerged from the sea mist, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing upon her lips. In her mind's eye, a golden-haired figure appeared, always with a cigarette dangling from his lips, master of both kicking techniques and culinary artistry. Snapping back to the present, she found herself the center of everyone's attention. Leaning comfortably against the table, she rested her chin on her palms, her voice laced with quiet certainty in, "Don't worry, soon you'll meet him. His culinary mastery spans every discipline, his prowess unquestionably peerless. Once you taste his cooking, none of you will ever let him leave." Shards of foam crashed against jagged cliffs, white seabirds skimmed the indigo waves in graceful arcs. At the highest coastal cliff of Syrup Village, Usopp sat cross-legged atop the gnarled roots of an ancient banyan tree, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the distant horizon. 3 years ago, the Merry Pioneer had been completed right here, only to be seized by the Marines shortly thereafter. And after that vessel, bearing all his hopes, sailed away, he visited this spot nearly every day, lost in silent reverie. Xilian had contacted him a week earlier, promising to come fetch him. So for days he'd returned here, whenever idle, waiting in quiet anticipation. When the familiar tangerine sail pierced the morning mist, Usopp sprang to his feet and sprinted down the cliffside path, elation surging through him. The Merry Pioneer glided smoothly into the harbor, guided by the gentle current. Xilian leaned against the rail while Luffy had already thrust half his body overboard. Nami cradled her sketchbook, capturing the vibrant red rooftops of the distant village. As the mooring lines were secured tightly around the post, Xilian turned and instructed Kana and Zoro to remain aboard and guard the ship. The moment Xilian, Luffy, and Nami stepped onto the weathered wooden dock, hurried footsteps echoed from the distant shore, and a familiar drawn-out cry drifted over the breeze. "And hey, Luffy, Xilian." The three of them turned to look at the sound and saw Usopp dressed in warrior attire rushing along the coast, waving his hands while running his face flushed red. Luffy laughed, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, jumping high and waving back at him, almost knocking Nami, who was standing nearby, off balance. "You finally made it. I've been waiting for you guys on the cliff for almost 5 days now." As soon as the sails appeared, I recognized Usopp leaned on his knees, panting, then cast his gaze over Nami's new face, immediately straightening up and striking a pose he believed to be imposing. "I am Usopp from Syrup Village, known as the Brave Warrior of the Sea. I've been guarding the coast waiting for you. And as soon as your ship popped up, I spotted it right away." "Impressive, right? You recognized us at a glance, Usopp. You're incredible." Luffy slapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Xilian explained to Nami beside Luffy, "Don't listen to his bragging. The Merry-Go was built in this village, and Usopp has been running around the shipyard since he was a child, so he knows the ship's lines very well." Usopp's face immediately fell, and he leaned closer, mumbling softly, "Xilian, at least let me save some face in front of my new companions." Nami chuckled at his expression, raised her hand, and shook it, saying, "I'm Nami, the navigator on the ship. Please take care of me." "Oh, navigator. That's so cool." Usopp's eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars. "Actually, there are 2 more companions on the ship who haven't come down yet. I'll introduce you to them later." "Great, thank you, Nami." Usopp felt a secret joy in his heart, thinking that she seemed to be a very easygoing companion, and the other 2 new companions on the ship should also be easy to get along with. Satisfied, Usopp was very enthusiastic, pulling Luffy towards the village while looking back at Xilian, saying, "Xilian, my mom has been wanting to meet you. She said you must come over for a meal before leaving." Xilian nodded with a smile. The gate of Usopp's small yard was slightly ajar, and as they pushed the door open, Banchina was carrying a fruit platter towards the table. Seeing Xilian come in, she nodded with a slight smile. Compared to a few years ago when she was better than Banchina, now had a rosy complexion, her sideburns pinned up with a wooden hairpin, and even her footsteps were much steadier. She hurriedly led Xilian and the others inside, preparing snacks and pouring hot tea for them. Usopp had already become quite familiar with Nami and Luffy. He had already climbed onto a chair, stomping his feet on the crossbar, and excitedly recounting his legendary deeds. Last week 3 big wild dogs blocked the village entrance, and I took out my slingshot and bam 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 chased them all away. Nami rolled her eyes dramatically, holding her teacup. 3 wild dogs can be considered legendary. Those wild dogs were showing their teeth, and many neighbors were too afraid to approach. They were fierce. Usopp's face turned red with anxiety as everyone in the room burst into laughter. Banchina covered her mouth, and the smile lines at the corners of her eyes deepened. When the noisy atmosphere calmed down a bit, Banchina leaned over to Xilian and spoke in a very low voice. I haven't seen you for years, Xilian. If it weren't for your help back then, I might not have held on for so long, and there wouldn't be a chance to see how lively Usopp is now. Xilian gently shook his head, his gaze landing on Usopp, who was comparing fighting poses with Luffy. It's because of you, Auntie, that Usopp has grown up well. He's a good child and very brave. He went out to sea alone to seek help to save you. After saying that, Xilian quietly observed Usopp. With Banchina accompanying him as he grew up, Usopp was no longer the timid child he used to be, who always relied on lies to gain attention. He could see the brilliance in Usopp's face, and his speech had gained more confidence and assurance. Since I came back, Usopp has told me a lot. He said he wouldn't forget me after going out to sea, and would contact me at all times to share his heroic achievements. Banchina looked at Usopp with a gaze full of tenderness. After lunch, while Banchina was tidying up the table, Xilian called Usopp, Luffy, and Nami to the small stone table outside for a meeting. Once everyone was seated, Xilian's expression turned serious. Usopp, have you noticed anything unusual in the village recently? Usopp thought for a moment, scratched his head, and replied. Unusual? It seems there's nothing. Alright, a new face came to the village 3 years ago. His name is Kuro, and he is now the caretaker for Kaya, taking care of her meticulously. A new caretaker, huh? Do you know his background? I don't know. I only heard Kaya say that the new caretaker was saved by her father and has an unknown identity. Usopp, I need to tell you seriously, I suspect that the new caretaker is a pirate. Xilian narrowed his eye. Usopp was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. No way. Although I dislike him, Kaya's father saved his life, and he takes very good care of Kaya. Good or bad is not just based on appearances. To be honest, I am the captain of a secret naval unit, and I have a lot of information. Xilian's tone was calm, but firm. Although Usopp was somewhat skeptical, he chose to trust Xilian, nodding. Okay, I believe you. I'll find an opportunity to investigate. Luffy slapped the table and stood up. I trust Xilian. Usopp, let's go together to gather information. The timing is probably tonight. I will have Aya assist you in the investigation from behind. Xilian nodded. Seeing Usopp's confusion, he casually introduced Aglaya and her abilities. Understanding Aglaya's identity and abilities, Usopp showed an enlightened expression. The power of the golden thread. If it really is Aglaya from the Omphalos, she could indeed gather information. I understand now. Thank you, Xilian. Kaya is my friend. If anything happens to her, I wouldn't know what to do. Usopp quickly made a decision. Having heard Luffy talk about Xilian's abilities, he had no doubts and gratefully agreed on the spot. With no need for further words, Xilian finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the full map in hand, the Black Cat pirates wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. As night fell, the moon was completely covered by thick clouds, and even the chirping of insects was muffled. Usopp crouched low, leading Luffy as they circumvented the guards at the villa entrance, sneaking along the wall to the window of the study. Aglaya's golden insect led the way, gently shaking its antennae near the window gap. Usopp and Luffy both leaned in, clearly seeing the scene and hearing the sounds inside. Wait for the second half of the night tomorrow to make a move. First we deal with all the people in the villa, and then the next day we will say that the young lady passed away unexpectedly. All of her inheritance will be ours. Kira's voice was as cold as ice, tapping his fingers on the table. Then the Black Cat pirates will be able to set sail again. Usopp's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He reached out and tightly grabbed Luffy, who was about to rush in, pulling him back on tiptoes, hardly daring to breathe. After running back to the agreed-upon small pavilion, Usopp leaned against a post, gasping for breath. Xilian and Nami were already sitting inside waiting for them. Seeing Usopp in such a state, Xilian showed no surprise. Usopp quickly explained what he had witnessed, while Luffy earnestly added his input. He as expected. After listening, Xilian smiled and raised her chin. Why did you pull me away, Usopp? I could have just gone in and knocked him out. We don't have evidence, Luffy. Acting rashly could make Kaya blame me. Can't we just knock him out and ask questions later? It's not the same. Seeing Luffy and Usopp about to argue, Xilian timely raised her hand to stop them, interrupting. There's no need to devise a complicated plan, but we also can't proceed without evidence. Usopp, I know you're worried about Kaya. Tomorrow sneak out to find her and tell her everything you heard. If she doesn't believe you, keep Kuro at the villa, and then Luffy and I will directly take him down. Understood. The next morning, Usopp stealthily made his way into the villa's courtyard, climbed the old oak tree, and positioned himself on a branch right next to Kaya's window. He had climbed this tree hundreds of times since he was young, often sitting here, telling sick Kaya stories about the sea. Kaya was his only audience, and the friend he cared for most in his heart. By the window, Kaya turned her head upon hearing movement. Seeing Usopp clinging to the windowsill, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Usopp, what new adventure story do you have for me today? Usopp shook his head, his voice trembling with urgency, as he recounted exactly what he had heard about Kuro the night before. Kaya's smile gradually faded, but she was not angry, she merely looked at him helplessly. Usopp, I know you and Kuro have never gotten along, but you can't just keep talking bad about him. Over the past 3 years, Usopp had often been chased away by Kuro each time he came. Thus, whenever Usopp told stories, he would conveniently depict Kuro as the villain, always assigning him the role of the antagonist. She naturally took it as a playful joke and had long since gotten used to it. It seems you're about to speak ill of him again, Kaya said, stifling a laugh. Usopp's face instantly fell. During the 3 years since Kuro's appearance, every time he came to see Kaya, he had been chased away by Kuro. He could only secretly slap himself in the face, blaming himself for complaining about Kuro and always speaking ill of him, which made Kaya think he was just joking. What should he do now? Usopp, you're here causing trouble again. A cold voice came from below the tree. Kuro, wearing glasses and a pristine butler's outfit, was already standing at the base of the tree. He looked up at Usopp on the branch, and the coldness in his gaze was almost palpable. Usopp was once again chased away by Kuro. He sat alone on the steps outside the villa, staring down blankly. Knowing Kuro's intentions and having heard Xilian's words, he chose not to provoke Kuro, so he didn't end up getting beaten like in the original story. It was not until a hand heavily patted his shoulder that Usopp snapped back to reality, looking at the grinning Luffy. Don't forget you have us. You're not alone. Usopp suddenly raised his head, his eyes turning red. He hurriedly rubbed his face with his sleeve, the fabric reddening his nose, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you all. In the small pavilion outside the villa, surrounded by morning glories, Xilian and the others sat in a circle, tapping their fingers on the table to finalize their battle plan. This time Agria joined the discussion. Everyone's gaze fell on Agria, who had golden light shimmering at her fingertips with several golden threads floating in the air, as if alive, quickly outlining the entire layout of Xilibu village. The winding paths and coastal rocks all appeared clearly, with the Black Cat Pirates' movement trajectory glowing faintly red on the map. The Kuro Pirates, that is, the members of the Black Cat Pirates, have already stealthily landed on both the north and south sides of the village. The north side has the main force with quite a number of people, while the south side only has one person sneaking up alone. Agria slowly revealed the information. Impressive. It's like having a heavenly, i.e. no one can escape. Nami exclaimed sincerely. Xilian analyzed intently. She knew that the person on the south coast was Zango, the vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates, a hypnotist skilled in using hypnosis rings, while the main force on the north side was led by the Catman brothers of the Black Cat Pirates. She immediately assigned the tasks. Usopp, you go to the south coast to deal with that person. There is only one opponent, and I believe you can handle it. Usopp's face paled, instantly shaking his head like a rattle me. I definitely can't win. That's Kuro's hired help. They must be incredibly strong. Xilian glanced at Agria and then smiled at Usopp. Don't worry, your opponent is a hypnotist. Just don't stare at the ring he spins in his hand, and Agria will protect you from the shadows. Recalling Agria's terrifying golden thread ability, Usopp gritted his teeth and straightened his chest. Okay, he'll go. The north side happens to be where we initially landed, and the Mary is nearby. The main force of the Black Cat Pirates there will be handled by Zoro and Kuina. As soon as Xilian finished speaking, Agria smiled and raised her hand, the golden threads entwined around the branches gently swaying. Don't worry, the golden threads have already paved the way, and the message has reached those too. The remaining Kuro at the villa will be dealt with by me, Nami, and Luffy together. With Agria and Xilian here, I feel completely safe. Nami nodded, continuously gazing at Agria with admiration. For some reason, she admired the dazzling Agria, as if she had endless luck. Everyone immediately began to act, each rushing towards their respective targets. On the deck of the Mary, Zoro and Kuina, still training, simultaneously halted their movements as a golden bug appeared at the tips of their swords. It was Agria. Zoro and Kuina immediately recognized the source of the golden bug. Kuina, Zoro, listen to me. Agria's voice came through as she recounted the situation in Xilibu village, detailing their arrangements and the opponents they were about to face. Zoro and Kuina nodded in unison, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Before long it was afternoon. On the southern coast, Usopp, holding a slingshot, nervously hid behind a rock. Before long a tall man wearing heart-shaped glasses appeared. "Don't move." Usopp immediately shouted, pointing his slingshot at the approaching figure from several meters away. "Oh, someone actually discovered my presence. Interesting. Who are you?" Zango looked at Usopp, curiously adjusting his glasses, his tone calm. "I already know your intention. I, Captain Usopp, have 8,000 crew members already in position. Your plan has failed." He long-nosed Usopp, the braggart of Syrup Village, is a coward with no real skills. "Do you even think you can stop me, eh?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang suddenly pulled out a pair of heart-shaped glasses with a spinning circular saw from behind the serrated edges beneath the lenses, whirring at high speed, the buzzing vibrations drilling into the eardrums. This was his signature hypnotic device. A mere glance from an ordinary person would render them limp and asleep. Zhang smirked coldly, his fingertips twitching as the hypnotic waves quietly spread along the rotating teeth. The moment Zhang revealed his identity, Usopp's neck hair stood on end, cold sweat trickled down his jaw, and the words, "Don't look him in the eye," that Xilian repeatedly warned him about suddenly crashed into his mind. Instinctively, he turned around and bolted up the slope without looking back. After running a few dozen steps, Usopp dared to shout back, "Don't come near me. I'm telling you, I'm super powerful. I have 80 million brothers." The same words as before having no effect, yet Zhang stood frozen in place. He had lived for so long and had never seen anyone run away without even finishing half a sentence in the face of his hypnosis. Clearly this was mocking him. Zangeo's face instantly turned icy, and he exerted force to chase after Usopp. Usopp's combat skills were mediocre, but his speed in escaping was unmatched in Syrup Village. His legs moved like windmills, maintaining a steady distance of several steps from Zhang, and no matter how fast Zhang accelerated, he could not reach the hem of Usopp's clothes. Zhang, drenched in sweat from the chase, completely lost his patience. He abruptly halted, gritting his teeth as he pressed his hand against his temple, quietly hypnotizing himself. "I want to become stronger. I want to become faster." A blue light flashed in his eyes, and Zangeo's aura suddenly surged, leaving 2 shallow pits in the ground as he shot forward like a shadow. Usopp, terrified, let out a yell, summoning the fastest speed of his life as he ran, while pulling out his slingshot to fling it backward. The powder star exploded in the air, creating a blinding flash that singed half of Zangeo's bangs. A small hammer accompanied by a whistling wind struck his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. A flurry of darts and iron nails rained down like raindrops, piercing his coat with sharp spikes, and stepping on the scattered nails made him jump 3 feet high in pain. "Oh, I'm going to kill you." Zhang, infuriated, completely lost control, pouring all his hypnotic power into speed. Nearly in the blink of an eye, he rushed behind Usopp and kicked hard at his back. The fierce wind made Usopp's neck ache. With no way to dodge, he could only shut his eyes, tightly covering his head and shouting no. At the critical moment, nearly transparent golden threads flowed like water from the shadows, silently wrapping around Zangeo's ankles. With a sudden pull, they pinned him to the spot, rendering him unable to move an inch. Zangeo's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled desperately, but found that all his joints felt as if they had been welded shut. Even lifting a finger felt strenuous. After waiting for a long time, without the anticipated heavy impact, Usopp couldn't help but open one eye, only to see Zangeo's large face looming close. Startled, he shuddered and instinctively tightened the slingshot, forcefully stuffing in the last powder star. Whoa! Ultimate move, powder star. With a loud bang, the powder star hit Zhang squarely in the face, and thick smoke erupted instantly. Zhang rolled his eyes and fell straight back, passing out on the spot. Usopp's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, propping himself on his knees as he gasped heavily, feeling as if his lungs were on fire. Did I win? Did I actually defeat that hypnotist? On the rooftop of a villa far from the coast, Agria gently retracted her fingertip, a golden thread being drawn back into her belly. Through the golden sight, she saw Usopp still grinning foolishly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, at the village entrance clearing, Zoro and Kuina stood back to back, blocking the main forces of the Black Cat pirates tightly. The cold gleam of the sword Wado Ikemonji flashed sharply in the twilight. Kuina's sword winds were swift and steady, each strike precisely knocking the knives from the pirates' hands. Zoro unleashed all 3 swords, executing a tornado technique that swept through, sending a row of small minions soaring into the sky. The two worked together seamlessly. Without needing to exchange glances, they could accurately cover each other's weaknesses. In no time the ground was littered with pirates sprawled in disarray, crying for their parents. The remaining pair of twin officers exchanged glances, gripping their knives, as they stealthily approached from the side for a sneak attack. Without even turning his head, Zoro swiftly knocked one of their knives away. Kuina took advantage of Soru to easily close in on the other twin officer. The man had no time to react before Kuina's sheath struck the back of his neck, causing him to fall unconscious without even a sound. So weak. Zoro yawned in boredom. The Black Cat pirates were just a bunch of minions. In the living room of the villa, warm yellow light fell on the bookshelf. Kaya was sitting by the window reading, and when she heard the door open, she looked up to see Xilian and Luffy standing at the door, her eyes filled with surprise. Xilian, what brings you here? I have something very important to tell you. Xilian smiled as she took a few steps forward. 7 years ago, she had entrusted the Kaya family to help create the restricted merry-go, so she was already familiar with Kaya. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and leaned in directly. The new butler Kuro is not a good person at all. He's a pirate planning to steal your family's wealth. Wait, why are you all saying Mr. Kuro has issues? Usopp said the same thing this morning. Xilian, do you also think he's suspicious? I have reliable sources. Xilian's voice was calm, yet clear. Kuro was once the captain of the Black Cat pirates, cunning and ruthless. After being wanted by the Navy, he hid his identity and came here. I don't believe Mr. Kuro could be a pirate. He has taken great care of me for the past 2 years. You must have heard Usopp's nonsense. Kaya shook her head, her tone unwaveringly firm. Luffy looked at Xilian, who winked at him. It seems things had indeed turned out this way. The two turned to look at the other side of the living room. Next to the pillar, Kuro had been standing there all along, wearing his usual gentle smile. After hearing Xilian expose his entire background, his heart raced, his fingertips turning white as he frantically searched his mind. Where did he reveal a flaw? And who were they? How did they know so much about him? The Straw Hat Boy remained silent, but the pink-haired girl seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Never mind, she shouldn't be any formidable character. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward them. Kuro took a deep breath, pretending to be oblivious, as he stepped forward, offering a helpless smile to Luffy and Xilian. You must have been deceived by Usopp's lies. How could a mere butler like me, who can't even harm a chicken, possibly be a pirate? Then Kuro looked at Kaya. Miss, my loyalty to the family is as bright as the sun and moon. Oh, please do not be deceived. Nonsense. I heard it all last night. Luffy pointed at Kuro, his gaze resolute. Last night you were hiding in the second-floor corridor, secretly discussing with your subordinates through a den mushy, saying that when the time was right you would eliminate everyone and take all the treasures here. Kira's smile didn't falter in the slightest. He even let out a soft sneer. You say you saw it. Do you have any evidence? Kuro, no need to pretend. Your Black Cat pirates' main force has already reached the village entrance. Kaya, if you don't believe me, we can go to the coast together right now. Xilian took a step forward, speaking in a calm tone. By now, Kira's subordinates should have been dealt with by Zoro and Kuina, and they would catch him red-handed, leaving no room for Kuro to argue. This. Kaya's expression changed as she looked at Kuro, hesitatingly shifting her gaze between Xilian and Kuro, her fingers gripping the pages tightly, her already pale face turning even whiter. How could this be? Kira's temples throbbed with veins, realizing that the other party knew him to this extent. It couldn't be delayed any longer. His last bit of patience was completely exhausted, and Kuro knew he could no longer pretend. At the moment Kaya hesitated, Kuro suddenly lunged forward, his fingertips gripping her neck like iron pincers, pulling her sharply to himself, revealing glimmering claws from his sleeve, pressing them against her carotid artery in an instant. Kuro, are you really a pirate? Kaya's eyes widened, her breath becoming labored, her voice trembling. As they said, I have always been one. Being rescued was part of my plan. Kira's voice was as cold as poison. The plan was to net everything, but you annoying pests appeared and ruined my entire scheme. Tears instantly streamed down Kaya's cheeks, falling down her pale face. Why? For these 3 years you have taken care of me so meticulously. I thought you truly cared for me. Was it all just an act? Kuro did not answer her question, applying slight pressure with his fingertips, the sharp claws piercing her skin. He glared at Xilian and Luffy, casting a glance at Kaya beneath him, his tone harsh. Hand over the proof of the transfer of your family assets, or he'll slit your throat right now. Kaya pursed her lips, remaining silent. Bastard. Let her go. Luffy clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Though furious, he didn't dare to step forward. Kaya pursed her lips, remaining silent. Bastard. Let her go. Luffy clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Though furious, he did. Kuro tensed up instantly, his eyes scanning every corner of the living room like a hawk, not even overlooking behind the curtains, yet he found no signs of anyone, let alone an ambush. He sneered, applying more pressure with his claws playing tricks. Luffy, go for it. Xilian turned her head and winked at Luffy. Luffy was taken aback for a second, then quickly reacted, grinning widely. He reached out to grasp a nearby pillar, his arms stretching out fiercely, his whole body shooting forward like a cannonball. Rubber, rubber, rocket. Not expecting Luffy to attack directly, Kuro, holding Kaya, tried to dodge to the side, only to find his limbs ensnared by invisible threads, unable to move a single finger. In terror, he looked down, seeing his fingers, shoulders, and knees wrapped tightly, with fine golden threads like hair, binding him firmly in place. When did this happen? With a dull thud, Luffy's head slammed against Kura's chest, causing Kuro to fly out like a kite, with a broken string crashing hard into the wall. Kaya, losing her support, felt her legs go weak and began to fall, but Xilian quickly stepped forward and steadied her arm. Kuro slid down from the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't pause for a moment, directly leaping out the nearby window. Luffy, hurry and chase. Don't let him get away. Xilian raised her hand, pointing towards the yard, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. Kuro hadn't run far, only landing in the open space outside the villa, wiping the blood from his mouth, finally feeling a little relieved. He had sensed it earlier in the living room. Xilian, that petite girl, was undoubtedly the user of the golden thread. Fighting her inside would put him at a disadvantage. Outside in the open with his silent steps, no one. Seeing Luffy chase out Kuro revealed a cold-blooded smile. First he would deal with this straw hat kid, the rest were not worth worrying about. The pink-haired girl, not using the golden threads to easily eliminate him, indicated she was not very. After dealing with her, he would capture Kaya, and Kaya's family assets would still belong to him. Before we start, let me ask you something. Kuro slowly revealed his tin-claw cat paw, the sharp blades glinting coldly in the moonlight. Why does a little brat, who's just set sail, want to meddle in our affairs? Luffy adjusted his sliding straw hat, revealing a row of white teeth. Because I don't want to let my friends down. That's truly absurd. Die quickly. As soon as the words fell, Kura's figure disappeared from his spot, leaving only a silver shadow rushing toward Luffy. Luffy hurriedly sidestepped, but the corner of his clothing was still sliced open by 5 sharp blades, leaving neat cuts all the way to his waist. Kuro appeared 10 steps behind Luffy, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. What? You actually dodged my silent steps? Luffy adjusted his hat back in place against the wind, his eyes shining brightly, so fast, just like Xilian's shave. Saying this, he suddenly kicked back hard, whipping out his leg like a long whip. Rubber whip. Kuro lightly jumped to dodge, his cold laughter echoing. It was just luck. In this world, no one can catch my silent steps. He no longer held back, his figure morphing into successive afterimages, circling rapidly around Luffy. Each pass delivered a sharp slash. The red-tiled roof of the Kia Villa. Nami's fingertips were gripping the wall, turning slightly white as she watched the battle in the courtyard. Since the moment Luffy dashed out to intercept Clow, her gaze had not shifted from the struggle below. Beside Nami, Aglaia stood quietly, casually twirling a nearly invisible strand of golden thread with her fingertips. She too was watching the battle below, her golden hair swaying gently in the wind, her brows remaining unmoved. Nami couldn't help but turn her head to look at her, her voice tinged with barely concealed urgency. Sister Aglaia, shouldn't we go help Luffy? Look, his arm has been cut. This is a trial he must complete on his own. Aglaia's voice was as calm as the wind blowing over the roof, devoid of any emotion. If he can't even handle an opponent like Clow, then the expectations Xilian has for him will be in vain. I would be disappointed in him too. Nami couldn't help but swallow, thinking that Sister Aglaia, who usually appeared gentle, could be so intimidating when she was strict. She clenched her fists and leaned forward, her voice ringing through the courtyard. Luffy, go for it. You can't lose to him. Clow, who was about to strike Luffy with his cat claw knife, suddenly paused, glaring up at the roof with a fierce expression. 2 women had appeared on the roof at some point, one cheering with clenched fists, and the other standing quietly, as if watching an inconsequential play. Where are you looking? Luffy seized the moment of distraction, his rubbery arm stretching out to slam into Clow's face. Clow hurriedly ducked, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Initially, he thought dealing with a newcomer fresh from the sea would be a piece of cake, yet after all this struggle, he hadn't gained any advantage. Suddenly 2 unidentified spectators appeared on the roof, and his last shred of patience was completely burned away. A glint of near-mad ferocity flashed in Clow's eyes as he took 2 steps back, the blade gleaming coldly. Since you want to die, then perish in my technique. Shovel death. Without a sound, he activated his move, his figure instantly transforming into a flurry of silver afterimages surrounding Luffy, as he wildly swung his knives fast enough to create sharp sounds as the wind was sliced. This was a completely indiscriminate high-speed slash so rapid that even Clow couldn't accurately control where the strikes landed. The surrounding stone walls were soon filled with dense scars from the blade's bark and fragments flying in all directions as cold and bright blades rushed toward Luffy from every angle. Luffy's eyes couldn't keep up with this terrifying speed. He could only hold his arms up desperately to block quickly accumulating several shallow cuts on his arms. Just when he was completely engulfed by the blinding blade lights, Luffy suddenly froze, realizing that he could sense the trajectory of the wind without needing to see. It wasn't vision, it was an instinctive perception caught by his skin in the wind. He abruptly closed his eyes. In that instant of vision being cut off, all the surrounding noise became incredibly clear: the soft whistle of the wind rushing past the blades, the vortex of air created by Clow's footsteps, and the murderous intent woven into every slash, all vividly reflected in his perception. He didn't even need to turn his head to know that the next strike would come from his left rear. As Clow's afterimage charged forward once more, Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, pulling his rubber arm back to its limit, muscles tense like a drawn bowstring. Rubber, pistol. His fist flew forward with the sound of rushing wind, but it was still just shy, grazing Clow's clothing before missing. Damn it, I was still a step too slow. Luffy gritted his teeth, deciding to hold nothing back. He pushed down with one fist, lifting his foot to stomp fiercely on his leg, warm white steam bursting forth from his pores, his skin instantly turning a translucent crimson. At the entrance of the villa, Xilian, supporting Kia, couldn't help but smile at Luffy's posture. Since childhood, she had discussed the development direction of rubber abilities with Luffy, and she never expected that after just a few days at sea, he could already use the second gear so smoothly. The principle of the second gear is to allow blood to circulate rapidly within the elastic rubber bloodstream, instantly elevating both power and speed to a new level. The pale white steam enveloping Luffy danced with the wind. At this moment, all of Clow's movements appeared to him as if they had been pressed to slow motion, allowing him to easily catch Clow's actions. Effortlessly sidestepping the incoming cat claw knife, Luffy swiftly punched forward, his fist roaring through the air. Jet, pistol. This punch struck solidly against Clow's face. The sound of bone shattering was so sharp, it made one's teeth ache, and Clow flew away like a kite, with a severed string crashing through 3 large trees. Finally, he smashed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The knife in his hand clattered to the ground, and he could no longer get up. Clapping his hands, Luffy turned to Xilian at the door, revealing a bright smile. Xilian, I won. Xilian nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gave him a thumbs up. Luffy really won. Nami jumped up on the roof in delight. Aglaea's golden thread silently retracted into the void. She gazed at the sweaty yet carefree boy below, her eyes shifting subtly, and no one knew what she was thinking. As Clow was thoroughly defeated, the remaining members of the Black Cat Pirates were quickly tied up by Usopp and the villagers, all locked in the storeroom in the villa's backyard. In the meantime, Xilian pulled out a Den Mushi to explain to Sengoku that Clow had attacked Kia and that they intervened to stop him. Sengoku promised to send nearby patrolling navy to take over the pirates. By the time everything was done, it was already afternoon. To properly thank Luffy and his crew, Kia had the old butler Mary prepare a lavish dinner set in the hall on the first floor of the villa. When Zoro, Kana, and Usopp arrived to gather, the long table covered with a white tablecloth was already filled with barbecued meat, fresh fish, and bubbling fruit wine. Luffy directly lunged to the center of the long table, grabbing the largest piece of barbecued meat and stuffing it into his mouth, too busy to wipe the oil dripping down his chin. Aglaea sat by the window, tapping her fingers on the table, focused on Bai E lecturing across from her. Bai E's secret of wearing the racing suit was known by Aglaea. Even when returning to the memory space, Aglaea could leave the golden bug in the real world. The scene of Bai E sneaking into the racing suit was caught perfectly by the golden bug left on the Mary. Bai E scratched his head, awkwardly nodding repeatedly, as if to mash garlic, saying he would never dare again. Nami, resting her chin on her hand, watched with gleaming eyes, murmuring, as expected of Sister Aglaea, even Bai E is completely subdued. On the other side, Usopp approached Zoro and Kana with a wine glass in hand, already familiar with them. He pounded his chest, spitting as he boasted about how he had faced the vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates and unleashed over a dozen special moves to take him down. Zoro, pouring alcohol into his mouth, occasionally nodded absent-mindedly, mumbling vague responses of quite impressive, while his gaze remained fixed on the roasted fish on the table. No one knew how much he truly heard. Kuina shot Zoro a reproachful glance, not as dismissive as he was, but instead earnestly inquiring about the details of Usopp's battle. Seeing someone so attentively listening to his story, Usopp became even more animated. Xilian sat across from Luffy, watching the lively interaction among her companions, her eyes crinkling with joy as she elegantly and swiftly devoured the food before her. Xlia had maintained her golden thread perception for most of the day from the rooftop, exhausting a significant amount of energy, leaving her feeling quite hungry, unawares several empty plates had piled up in front of her. As Zoro was drinking, he glanced over and noticed how quickly Xilian was finishing her food, causing him to... Recalling the scene from a few years ago when Xilian had defeated Kana with one hand, he expressionlessly swallowed his surprise and continued gnawing on the meat in his hand. When they had nearly finished eating, Kaya approached with the old butler Mary, who was holding a delicate little treasure. Kaya first greeted everyone at the table with a smile, finally stopping in front of Xilian. Xilian set down her napkin and looked up at her. "Xilian, I have something I want to give you," Kaya said with a slight smile, glancing back at Mary with a knowing look. Mary stepped forward and gently placed the small treasure chest on the dining table, opening its lid. A golden glow spilled out from the chest, revealing a pile of fine gold and a large stack of berry with a parchment contract adorned with the Kaya family crest perfectly centered inside. Luffy, Nami, and the others all crowded in, their heads crammed together to look inside the chest. This is... Xilian trembled as she reached out to pick up the contract, the title's words clear. Kaya Family Estate 20 profit-sharing contract. It was actually a permanent profit-sharing agreement for all of Kaya's family's assets. Seeing Xilian look up at her with an incredulous expression, Kaya couldn't help but laugh. "By signing this contract, you will permanently own 20 of my family's profit share. No matter where your journey takes you, as long as there's a shop from our family, you can access funds without worrying about the expenses of sailing anymore." Xilian held the contract, clasped her fists together with a sincere expression. "Miss Kaya, having drifted for half my life, I regret not having encountered a worthy master until now. If you do not mind, I wish to pledge a brother-sister bond with you." "Oh, no need to be so formal. I should be the one thanking you all." Kaya waved her hands, amused. "By the way, why a brother-sister bond?" At that moment, Luffy, gnawing on roasted meat, approached with a puzzled expression. "Isn't it just a piece of paper?" "Xilian, why are you so excited? You don't understand." Xilian raised her hand to signal him to be quiet, gazing dreamily at the ceiling, her emotions soaring. "Who worked tirelessly in the darkness, who endured for 7 years, who..." "Hey, that hurts." A cold ruler came down with a thwack on Xilian's forehead, cutting off her words. Xlia stood behind her, holding the ruler, her expression calm as she looked at her. "Pay attention to your image." I was wrong, Aya," Xilian chuckled, covering her forehead. Her earlier words had indeed come from the heart. In order to build the Mary, she had toiled for 7 years, pouring all her efforts into it. Now this contract, providing stable funding, felt like a pillow being delivered right when she needed it. They say men never stop being jokers. Well, Xilian, in her joy, accidentally revealed her true nature. Although her appearance had changed, her spirit remained the same. Her essence was that of a playful gamer. Clearing her throat, Xilian carefully placed the precious contract on the table, adopting a serious expression as she extended her hand towards Kaya. "This contract is truly what I need the most right now. Thank you so much, Kaya." "No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. I'm just glad you like it," Kaya smiled, shaking her hand. In the morning at the port of Sirabu village, the rocky shores soaked in the cool tide, gleaming with a damp light, while several small fishing boats tied to the more gently swayed with the waves, making soft creaking sounds. Usopp stood on the dew-soaked wooden planks of the dock, facing Kaya. The two engaged in conversation, Kaya's lips curving upward as she tried to etch the brightest smile into his eyes. Her fingertips clenched in her pocket for quite a while before slowly emerging, revealing a well-worn brass pocket watch, its lid engraved with a small rose pattern. "This was left by my father, and now I want to give it to you. This is too precious. Just take it." Kaya grasped Usopp's hand, personally placing the watch into his palm. "You must come back alive, Usopp. I will be waiting for you in the village, waiting for you to return with a ship full of adventure stories." "I understand. I will definitely come back." Usopp clutched the watch tightly in his palm, feeling its weight, and nodded vigorously. He didn't dare to look at Kaya's eyes any longer, turning his gaze to the side, where his mother Banchina was also present. "Mom, call me with the snail when you miss me. And remember to take care of yourself. Go with peace of mind, Usopp." Under the watchful eyes of Banchina and Kaya, Usopp felt his eyes welling up, quickly turning away to hide his expression. He strode towards the Mary at the dock, his back straight. On the Mary, Xilian and her companions saw Usopp's tear-streaked face. They said nothing, but simply smiled quietly. The sails of the Mary slowly rose, cutting through the thick morning mist, creating a long silver ripple that pushed the shoreline of Sirabu village backward little by little, until only blurred shadows remained hidden deep within the white mist. It wasn't until everything was out of sight that Usopp finally realized he had truly stepped onto this ship carrying adventure. However, as he walked down the stairs into the cabin and glimpsed the entire ship's layout, he was instantly stunned in place. A few years ago, he had heard that Xilian would be building a ship in his hometown, and he had watched from afar at the dock every day, or it could be said that he had seen the Mary being completed with his own eyes. At that time, he thought it was just a supersized ordinary sailboat, at most capable of carrying more fresh water and food. Yet stepping onto the Mary for the first time today, he was utterly astonished. As he stepped through the cabin door, warm yellow light cascaded down from the ceiling. The spacious and bright viewing area was adorned with soft plush carpets, while a circle of sofas covered with knitted blankets lined the walls. In the center, a wooden coffee table held a half basket of freshly washed oranges. The spiral staircase connecting the 3 levels was intricately carved with smooth, polished handrails. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows on both sides were spotless, offering a direct view of the rolling blue waves outside. Usopp stood frozen, his eyes sweeping over the cushions on the sofa, the bookshelf standing in the corner, and the beverage robot in the party cabin bar. His mouth gradually opened wider, almost large enough to fit an egg. Usopp stood frozen, his eyes sweeping over the cushions on the sofa, the bookshelf standing in the corner, and the beverage robot in the party cabin bar. His mouth gradually opened wider, almost. Usopp's voice trembled with disbelief as he reached out to touch the back of the sofa, his fingertips sinking into the soft fabric, feeling as if he were walking on clouds. Shirin and the others leaned against the nearby furniture, bursting into laughter at his astonished expression. Zoro leaned casually against the sofa armrest, arms crossed with 3 swords still at his waist. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke in his usual indifferent tone, "What's so surprising? Since we're partners, you'll be living here from now on, and no one will steal it from you." Nami smiled and patted Usopp's shoulder, pointing towards the depths of the cabin. "Come on, it'll take you to see your room, and the special transformation room we've set aside for you. All the tools are ready, just as Shirin specifically instructed." Usopp's eyes lit up like they had 2 stars, his previous days vanishing in an instant. He eagerly thanked Shirin and followed Nami deeper into the cabin, mumbling excitedly about the transfer. His steps were so quick that he seemed to float, as if afraid that if he delayed, the room filled with tools would be taken by someone else. While Nami guided Usopp around the cabin to familiarize him with the environment, Shirin raised his hand to summon Luffy, Zoro, and Konoha to gather in the viewing area. The 4 of them sat down around the central sofa. Luffy was still peeling the orange he had just grabbed, while Zoro casually set his 3 swords down beside him, and Konoha gently adjusted the knot of her sword's belt. Then Luffy and Zoro simultaneously raised their eyes, their gazes landing on the suddenly appearing Xilian. Both Luffy and Zoro were quite perceptive. Clearing his throat, Shirin revealed the purpose of calling them over. "Zoro and Kuina, you are about to face a battle of intensity far beyond what you've encountered before. I need to help you enhance your strength before that." Zoro and Kuina simultaneously displayed interested expressions. Ziren's gaze slowly swept over the 3 faces, finally settling on Luffy, who was sitting upright. Luffy's growth cannot lag behind either. There will be many opponents along the upcoming route that you won't be able to handle, so I've called you as well. Upon hearing enhanced strength, Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He placed the partially peeled orange on the coffee table, leaning forward, his face brimming with eager anticipation. What do we need to do, Shirin?" Shirin turned to Xilian, giving her a meaningful glance. Xilian nodded gently, her slender fingers slowly rising. From her fingertips, several strands of warm golden threads gradually extended, drifting through the air as if they had a life of their own, gently swirling around. "Actually, my ability, aside from daily assistance, can also pull you into a dedicated dream realm for trials." Xilian's voice was calm and clear, spreading slowly in the quiet viewing area. "In that dream realm, all the scenes and opponents you face are completely realistic. The sensations of pain, fatigue, and even the fear of facing death will be conveyed to your perception without any difference. However, because it is essentially a dream, even if you suffer fatal injuries inside, you won't truly die. You will simply be ejected from the dream." "What a convenient ability," Zoro remarked in his usual nonchalant tone, prompting Xilian to shoot him a sideways glance. Luffy and Kuina had different expressions on their faces. Luffy was so excited that his face turned red, clenching his fists, eager to rush into the dream and fight against opponents. Kuina, on the other hand, took a deep breath, her fingertips gently gripping the hilt of her sword, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Now lean back against the sofa, close your eyes, and relax your body." Aglia's voice carried a calm. The three of them followed her instructions, finding comfortable positions against the soft sofa back, slowly closing their eyes. Aglia raised her hands in front of her. More warm golden threads surged from her palms, flowing like streams of golden water, gently wrapping around Luffy, Zoro, and Kuna. The delicate golden threads lightly touched their skin, emitting a faint warm glow enveloping the three figures in a soft halo. Before long, their breathing became slow and deep, completely sinking into the dream realm woven. Shirin sat quietly on a nearby single sofa, watching their peaceful sleeping faces, unable to help but smile slightly. When Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a small town street, paved with blue stone slabs. Bright sunlight poured down from the sky above, warming his cheeks slightly. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of grass brushed against his hair, surrounded by ordinary houses painted in light colors, with several pots of vibrant flowers on the windowsills. The stone path beneath his feet radiated warmth from the sun, and small puddles by the roadside reflected the clouds in the sky. Everything felt so real, yet something was off. There wasn't a single passerby in sight on the entire street, so quiet that only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. "This is amazing. It's way too real," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, bouncing around and looking everywhere, poking at the brick wall of a nearby house. The hard sensation felt no different from reality. At that moment, at the end of the street on the opposite side, a tall black silhouette, smoking a cigar, slowly took form from the air. The black figure had no facial features, its outline blurred like a shadow of thick ink, standing silently at the end of the street. "Oh, my opponent has finally appeared." With a grin spreading across his face, Luffy charged forward with clenched fists as soon as the shadow took shape. "Take this. Rubber rocket cannon." His arms suddenly stretched out, accompanied by a whistling sound, as he brought them crashing down towards the shadow's chest. However, his fist passed right through the opponent's body, as if he had struck nothing but air, encountering no resistance whatsoever. "What's going on?" Luffy stood frozen, looking at his retracted fist, his face filled with confusion. The area where he struck the shadow actually dispersed like smoke, and within 2 seconds the gap created by the punch had returned to its original form. Unwilling to accept this, Luffy charged again, his arms moving rapidly like a torrential rain. Rubber machine gun. Dozens of fist shadows, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, poured out densely. Yet the shadow was like an elusive mist, dispersing through the wind of punches and then reforming elsewhere, easily dodging all of Luffy's attacks. After dozens of strikes, Luffy's arms were sore. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he panted heavily in place. "Damn, I didn't even touch a single hair on him. What should I do?" Almost simultaneously, Zoro and Kuna appeared in a spacious sword. The floor beneath their feet was polished hardwood, surrounded by plain wooden walls adorned with numerous swords. The two stood in the center with their weapons. Kuna had a Wado Ikemanji hanging at her waist, while Zoro similarly bore 3 swords at his side. They both looked ahead. Across from them at the other end of the dojo stood a shadowy swordsman wearing a black noble top hat, gripping a black cross-shaped sword. The shadow's stance was as steady as a mountain, and an oppressive aura emanated from him like a tide, making it hard for the two to breathe. Zoro and Kuna exchanged glances, and without needing words they saw the same fighting spirit reflected in each other's eyes. Interesting, it seems this opponent is no pushover. A smile crept across Zoro's lips as he reached for his 3 swords at his waist. But the moment he grasped the hilt to draw them, he froze. What is this sensation? Zoro looked down at the weapons in his hand. He was holding 3 short swords, each no longer than a dagger, not even half the length of a normal sword. He instinctively glanced at Kuna beside him, who had just drawn her Wado Ikemanji from its sheath. The length of her sword was unchanged from reality, its blade gleaming with a cold edge. "Why has my sword become so short?" Zoro raised the 3 short swords, completely bewildered. "Uft, ha, Zoro, what are you doing?" As Kuna lifted her sword, she caught a glimpse of the 3 little short swords in Zoro's hand, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her clear laughter rang out like chimes in the quiet dojo. "How would I know what happened? Agria, where are you?" Zoro furrowed his brows and looked around. "I'm watching you all." Agria's calm voice echoed from all directions in the dojo with no clear source. "Why has my sword become so short? How am I supposed to fight with this? Where's it short? If you combine the 3 together, wouldn't that be the normal length of a sword?" Agria's voice carried a hint of barely concealed amusement. "You?" A vein throbbed on Zoro's forehead. "Shut up, Zoro. I've noticed your casual attitude towards Sister Agria. You should apologize properly right now." Kuna shot him a glare and nudged his arm with her elbow. Got it. "I'm sorry, Agria. I heard that. So my sword." has always been like this. Zoro shook the short sword in his hand, still unwilling to give up, and asked again. The dream set your projection as it brought you in, and it can't be changed. You should start the trial now. The content of your trial is to find a way to defeat the swordsman in front of you. After saying this, Agria fell silent. Kuina gave Zoro a knowing glance, her expression becoming serious as she turned her attention fully to the shadow in front of them. Without any options, Zoro could only accept his fate, biting down on one of the short swords while holding the other two, barely striking a three-sword style pose. The two of them simultaneously exerted force from their feet and charged towards the shadow from left and right. At first they thought this opponent wouldn't be too difficult to handle, but once they engaged they realized things were far beyond their expectations. No matter how fierce Zoro's slashes were, or how exquisite Kuina's sword techniques were, the shadowy swordsman could effortlessly block them all. The black cross-shaped sword in his hand seemed to possess its own while blocking with pinpoint precision each time and countering with angles so tricky that escape was impossible. Zoro's three-sword style assault was easily neutralized, and Kuina's series of lightning-fast thrusts were all deflected by the opponent's sword spine. What shocked them even more was that after a full half-hour of attacking with all their might, they couldn't find even a hint of weakness in their opponent. After the intense battle, both Zoro and Kuina were panting heavily, retreating repeatedly, their hands trembling slightly around their swords. They simultaneously looked at the blades in their hands, which had quietly developed several fine cracks. During the previous battle, the shadow hadn't even initiated a single attack, merely defending passively and occasionally countering, yet this was enough to place unimaginable pressure upon them. Kuina lowered her head, staring blankly at the Wado Ikemanji in her hand, the newly appeared crack resembling a small wound falling into her gaze. Just then Agria's voice echoed in both of their minds. Now I will tell you the true goal of the trial. The core purpose of this trial is for you to learn to enhance the weapons in your hands. Zoro furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Kuina instantly reacted as if she had thought of something. For 7 years, she had systematically studied Haki at the Navy Elite School, but had remained at the introductory level and had yet to master its application. Thinking of this, Kuina closed her eyes, calming her mind, and tried to wrap the special power hidden within her body around the fingertips gripping her sword. But that power only flickered with a weak black light at her fingertips before dissipating without a trace the next second.